Super USB Chapter 501. Super USB Chapter 501. To you can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The captain sent by the Northern Sea continent is called Boris. In the customs of the Northern Sea continent, it is the meaning of fighting for glory and unyielding. His father wanted him to be like a man. At this time, Boris walked out of the disinfection room, put on the prepared uniform, and walked into the living area. "Hey, Boris Captain, I am really happy to see you." Several men saw Boris walk in smoothly, and they all sighed in relief, and their hanging hearts were completely let go, because being able to be put in meant that he was not at all infected and was completely healthy. "Don't talk about this, take me to the cafeteria." However, Boris only turned pale. He waved his hand and walked directly into the cafeteria. At this time, a group of people in the cafeteria were already gorged oneself up. After all, after a day of activities, everyone was hungry. There is an XTN robot chef in front of the canteen. At this moment, seeing Boris and the others coming, he immediately stretched out his 6 hands to serve food at the window and placed it neatly on the windowsill. Then, Boris seemed to be very hungry. He rushed up like a dog, took away the high-calorie food in front of him, and sat on a chair to eat. "Boris Captain, it looks like you are really hungry." Everyone laughed. Boris completely ignores all of this. The living area here can be described as a bridgehead of the foreign world. Naturally, the living conditions are absolutely no problem. The meals provided are enough to feed any big guys. The only requirement is not to waste. So Boris ate 3 portions directly, and stopped seeing his stomach, almost unable to hold it. Then, as an officer's welfare, he took his key and arrived at the single dormitory under the guidance of the bionic. As soon as he saw the bed, Boris felt a sense of drowsiness. He climbed onto the bed, not even think, and fell asleep with his head. Ding dong ding dong. I don't know how long it has been before, when an alarm rang in his ears, he slowly opened his eyes. But immediately, he felt a scorching sensation of fire, and every muscle and bone in his body was painful, making him grin constantly. At the same time, a sticky feeling came on my body. Boris slowly got up from the bed. He looked at his bed with some trance eyes, but when he saw clearly, eyes shrank suddenly. I saw that my bed was stained with a large number of blood spots. These blood spots were densely packed, and some of them were even connected in one piece, clearly printed on the bedsheet below. "How come?" Boris showed a look of horror. He quickly raised his head, only to see a mirror placed on the wall intimately. He rushed up efficiently and immediately saw how he looked at this time. At this time, Boris's face was pale, and it looked very swollen. The whole person seemed to be fat, and on his face and body, one after another tiny sarcoma appeared. When he saw these sarcomas, Boris almost collapsed. He stared at the sarcomas on his face and then extended the hand and touched them. These sarcomas felt extremely painful to the touch and kept him holding breath, cold air, and when I touched it, something seemed to be creeping slowly inside! Exclamation mark. Boris's expression became even more horrified. "How come? I obviously did a test. I didn't get any infection. Why did it become like this?" Speaking, he leaned directly on the wall, breathing heavily, while the index fingers of both hands quickly squeezed towards the sarcoma. He wanted to squeeze out the contents. The tips of these sarcomas opened and closed as if breathing. He took a deep breath, and then his hands suddenly exerted force, and a sudden violent tingling sensation hit Boris. Dizzy and eyes blurred. However, this squeeze, he really squeezed out something. It was a tiny insect-like tail, which was squeezed out due to the huge pressure, and it actually squirmed twice before his eyes. Then he took it back again. "Ah, damn it!" Boris gave out cry out in surprise. He angrily hammered at the mirror in front of him. He only heard a sound of caca. The mirror shattered directly and fell to the ground. Ding ding dong dong. But at this moment, the sound of ding dong came again. Boris looked towards the direction the sound came from, and then he could see clearly that the sound came from a speaker on the roof. Obviously, This is the wake-up bell. Something seemed to have been thought of. Boris suddenly felt utterly distressed. Instead of opening the door, he staggered back to the bed and pressed a red emergency button next to him. "Hello, Captain Boris. This is the number X2532 Artificial Intelligence System, codenamed Anna. What can I do for you?" A cold, mechanical female voice came from the overhead speakers. "I request isolation." Boris squirmed his lips, and finally said, "I have some kind of abnormal infection and need urgent quarantine. I also need to be quarantined in the living area of Northern Sea Continent." "Received. I will report your request." "Please don't be impatient." Immediately, on the Northern Sea Continent Area Task Force, the green light in front of the gate of their living area flashed, changing from green to red in an instant. At the same time, all the gates only heard a crack, which was angry. The sound of the lock closed, and in a flash, the living area on the Northern Sea Continent side turned into a quarantine area. At the same time, a harsh siren resounded over the entire base. Infection? Almost at the same time, on the two scientific research ships, many researchers immediately received the news. The headed researcher immediately walked to the big screen. With a wave of his hand, the screen became rows of densely packed rows. Camera. At present, only one sign of infection has been found. The sign occurred in the living quarters of the East Uzbek contingent. The situation may be serious. A researcher from the side moved towards the bold researcher report. The Balding Research Institute looked at the information coming from its hands and immediately issued an order: immediately block the entire living area, not only the living area of the East Uganda Task Force. All living areas are sealed together, and at the same time ordered to perform guard tasks at the base. Soldiers of the contingent are not allowed to enter the living quarters again, and no one is allowed to return to reality. All living quarters have been closed. Suddenly, the voice of a mechanical woman came from inside the cabin. It was the former artificial intelligence Anna. At present, there are 82 contingent soldiers, 35 logistics researchers, and 100 bionics in the 4 living areas of ABCD. 56 XTN robot series. Very good. The bald researcher moved towards the location of one of the cameras, and said, "Open me the camera in the dormitory of Captain Boris of the Dongwu team." Following the researcher's order, among the densely packed camera images full of screens, one of the images was immediately enlarged to cover the other images. All of a sudden, everyone saw the horrible scene. On the edge of the bed, a man with a sarcoma face was holding a piece of broken mirror, constantly cutting his face. Every time he cut, he would cut off a piece of meat from his face. Furthermore, I don't know if he was numb or something. Although he was bleeding all over his face at this time, his face was calm, looking like a ghost from hell. Seeing this weird scene, everyone was shocked. "Quickly let him stop. He will bleed to death if this continues." The bald researcher frowned, suddenly thought of something, and at the same time ordered, "Anna, send the bionic and XTN robots for treatment, and connect to the communication at the same time. I want to talk to this captain." "Understand. The medical robot is on the way. The call is connected." The voice of the smart AI Anna continued, and the bald man looked at everyone behind him. After everyone was completely silent, he turned his head and looked towards the screen again. "Captain Boris, you can hear I talking?" "I can." The officer suddenly heard the voice, and his whole body was shocked. He quickly looked towards the top of his head and showed an expression of pleading. "I am infected. Come and save me." "Captain, please rest assured," the bald researcher said solemnly. "I'm Professor Will. We have only met before. Don't worry, Foundation will not give up any soldier. But now I have a few questions to ask you." Hearing this, Boris nodded, and there is a hint of joy on his bloody cheeks. "Professor Will, you ask. I must know that everything is endless." With that expression and blood all over his face, Boris now seems to have several points of weird. "Very good. Then I will ask." Professor Will has a solemn expression, I just checked the test record when you entered the living area, and found that the test report above was no signs of microbial infection. What is the reason you used means to conceal the infection? Or is your infection after entering the living area? No, neither. Hearing this, Boris stood up quickly, and he looked horrified and said, I didn't hide it. I did show that I was not infected. I don't know why this happened. Help me. Hearing Boris's incoherent speech, Professor Weir continued, Okay, Captain Boris, please relax. We didn't blame you. Next question. You are sure that the infection is caused by your arm wound, right? Wound? Boriston was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that after he woke up, because his whole body was in pain, he ignored the wound on his arm yesterday. Thinking of this, he quickly pulled his sleeve and exposed his arm. Come out. At this moment, everyone on the research ship couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They only saw that the wound on Boris's arm was covered with red sarcoma, which was densely packed like cauliflower or honeycomb. People get numb scalp and can't bear to look straight. It seems that we are basically certain that the infection was indeed outside the living area. Seeing this, Professor Will murmured in a low voice. At this moment, the airlock of the Boris dormitory sneered again, and the two XTN robots rushed in directly, rushing in. Press Boris to the ground. Ah! What are you doing? Let me go. In the video, Boris roared loudly, struggling constantly, and a lot of blood spilled over the entire dormitory room. But after all, humans cannot compete with XTN robots. Soon, one of the robots tied Boris's hands behind him, and then two more bionics came in pushing a negative pressure isolation stretcher. Two robots immediately raised Boris's legs and shoulders, and completely locked him in the isolation stretcher. Anna, isolate him and treat him with all his strength. This room is destroyed after collecting samples. Professor Will seemed to be worried, and exhorted a few words loudly, and then looked down again towards the report of yesterday's encounter in his hand. Obviously, the reason for the infection of Boris, an excellent task force, is that a lot of tentacles yesterday. Fortunately, when the Dongwu team got the samples, he originally wanted to ship the samples to Reality for personal study, but this application was rejected by a higher level of Foundation. According to the other party's intention, this kind of foreign it is best not to bring Reality back to the stuff of world until all the properties are figured out. At first, he thought this was a fuss, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, this kind of research will definitely be carried out in a level 4 biosafety laboratory, and the probability of leakage is not more than 1 in 100,000. However, after seeing Boris's end now, he only feels a chill on his back and his hands and feet are a little soft. Such terrifying things should go to hell and must not appear in the real world. Fortunately, okay. This thought in my heart flashed, and then Professor Weir said again, Anna, inform Dr. Edward that he is going to turn on the VR control settings and let him perform surgery on Captain Boris through the XTN robot. Understood. Anna answered quickly. After the rescue of Boris was arranged, Professor Will once again turned his eyes back to the living area. Anna, have you found other signs of infection in the 4 living areas of ABCD? Detecting. Following the answer of the artificial intelligence Anna, the original surveillance video of Boris was once again reduced, and at the same time rows of new surveillance videos popped up, showing the task forces of all continents sitting restlessly in the dormitory. Players. Because the entire living area is isolated, the members of these task forces are isolated in their respective dormitories. Previously, Boris was the captain of the East Uzbek team, so he was qualified as an independent dormitory. The task force members are gone, and only 4 people can live in a small dormitory. However, following Anna's inspection, Will only saw the endless screen flickering, and then suddenly he froze on the screen of the dormitory, and the red box suddenly appeared. This box framed the neck of a member of the East Uzbek task force, and then centered on the red box, the screen zoomed in over and over again. Finally, a bright red dot on the neck of a soldier appeared on the screen. Then this scene was quickly intercepted by the artificial intelligence, and then turned to find the red sarcoma on Boris before, and the two pictures began to be automatically compared. Warning. The feature similarity is 65%, and the probability is 93%. The transmission probability of unknown infection is 93%. Summary. No signs of infection have been found in the living quarters of nose B, C, and D, but the living quarters of number A where the Dongwu Task Force is located have been completely contaminated. Super USB Chapter 502. Super USB Chapter 502. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. How is it possible? Looking at the data report on the computer screen, an XTN robot with its head on the screen turned its head in a humane gesture, and the cartoon face on his screen turned into a corresponding question mark face. Then, the XTN robot looked towards Captain Boris, who was deeply anesthetized on the side hesitantly, then turned his head again and pressed a few buttons on the computer in front of him. Immediately, his voice device made a suspicious sound as above. Impossible. The robot was still muttering in a low voice. He moved towards the computer and looked at it, only to see that the DNA and even blood samples collected from Boris were all normal. There is no DNA mutation and no microbial infection. The most important thing is that the sample he took out of Boris was a cauliflower-like sarcoma, with a small hole on it, and a drooping tentacles can be seen in the small hole. It's incredible. Finally, the robot uttered an indescribable sigh. Its screen face turned into a star eye commonly seen in anime. At the same time, it opened its hands and said, "This is definitely not a foreign world microbial infection, nor is it any form of infection. Parasitism, this is a new form that humans have never seen before." Enough, Edward. At this moment, a puffy voice suddenly came from behind it. At this point, the robot suddenly turned around, and extended the hand to touch its eyes, and then it took a while until it recovered again. During the action, it has changed back to a stiff robot. In the real world at this time, in the huge ship laboratory, a man with half continental and half European bloodline has an explosive hairstyle. The middle-aged man whose hairline extends to the back of his head takes off his head. He looked towards Professor Weir standing behind him. "What's the matter, old bastard? How is the situation?" Professor Will murmured secretly, but continued to ask, "What's the situation?" Boris is a well-known figure in the task force, and the task force is also the mainstay of the Foundation. People are extremely precious wealth. I hope you can do your best to treat them. Come on. Hearing this, the man with the explosive head sneered, "If you really want to treat with all your strength, then the Blacklight automatic medical platform is already on the way when it came. But is there any movement now? Those pigs, even Blacklight fully automatic. The existence of the medical platform is unwilling to tell the middle level of the Foundation. Do you believe what you say?" Hearing this, Professor Will's mouth is a bit bigger, but he still looks natural, lightly said with a smile, "That's not what I said. The Blacklight fully automatic medical platform is comparable to ADAM. There are only 5 strategic level machines in the world, and they cannot be remanufactured. Naturally, those extremely precious things cannot be taken out. However, if you can ask Edward to come over, it also shows that the council attaches great importance to these task force members." However, hearing Professor Will's high-sounding words, the man with the afro only he sneered until he laughed for more than half a minute. He found that Professor Will was just looking at him with a plain face. The man with the afro felt bored and said, "Impossible. I have used all the methods, including radiotherapy and chemotherapy. Can't suppress the tumors outside of his body. Tentatively call it a tumor. This is something completely beyond the known physiological logic of mankind. I can't even find the cause of his appearance, because from a physiological point of view, he is simply clean. Is that right?" Hearing this, Professor Weir revealed his grave expression. "No wonder the microbiological test can't detect. The only lucky thing now is that we don't at all bring them into reality." The Afro man continued, "We don't know how infectious this disease is or how it is infected. If the infection rate can reach the level of a cold, once it appears in reality, humans will wait to die. because we all know biological knowledge is useless in front of it. After a conversation, Professor Will silently watched Dr. Edward, who was busy again putting on the brain control device, and then he came to another room full of electronic equipment and said everything the other party had judged. The room is full of various known and unknown instruments, and in the center of these instruments is a huge screen. The screen is divided into two parts, one of which shows the living area each monitoring screen of, and below these screens, there are 5 unremarkable half-length logos. The signs of these 5 half-length villains are marked with O1, O2, O3, O4 and O5 respectively. At this time, below the O1 villain, the original dotted line became a wavy line that was constantly squirming, and at the same time, a processed voice came out from it. "We have heard your conversation. The world across from Rosenbridge is dangerous." Yes, immediately, the shape of a wavy line flashed from the bottom of the O3 villain. O5, do you have any suggestions for us? Does this still need to be said? The O5 villain laughed in a low voice. I said long ago that with the development of human beings, behind anything that doesn't seem complicated, there may be a crisis of extinction. This is the reason why I strongly requested not to bring the samples back to reality. You are right. O1 was silent for a while before speaking. It seems that the establishment of the Foundation is indeed not a fuss. If there is no Foundation, I am afraid that it is not the task force that enters the foreign world at this time, but the continent is now in the army. And it is very likely that special infectious disease has also been brought to Earth. Then let's establish a continent-level organization to contact the Foundation as soon as possible. O5 proposed. Agree. O1 opening. Secondary. All the villains' illusory shadow opened their mouths unanimously, setting the tone completely. The question now is, will this infectious disease be? At this moment, O3 suddenly spoke again, with hesitation in his tone. Could it be that? However, the expected answer not at all came, and all the villains fell silent. About half a minute in the past, O5 spoke again. His voice is low and seems a little heavy. Based on the information currently known, it is basically certain. Yes, it is related. Crying Angel and Mungman, it's the same thing. And obviously more lethal. So is there a solution to the legacy left by that person? O3 asked again. Unfortunately, no. After speaking the last sentence, the O5 villain changed from black to gray, apparently offline. Seeing this, other villains have also turned to gray, and finally only O3 is online. Professor Will. O3 said suddenly. Your Excellency. When the other party called himself, Will stood up. Excuse me, what's the order? You won't be able to tell, but you should be careful. O3 said, now the situation is clear. What you have to do is to instruct everyone to figure out everything about this infectious disease. Even if you can't figure out its pathogenesis, at least the mode of infection, the course of infection, the incubation period, and the outbreak in anticipation of these, must get all the information and come up with a corresponding plan for these. For example, if this infectious disease spreads to the entire task force, what should we do? If the infectious disease accidentally spreads to reality, how should we defend against it and block it? You must do this. Understood? Professor Weir solemnly nodded. These all are my obligations, and also the obligations of our Foundation. Very well. Please. Hearing Professor Will's assurance, the O3 villain finally turned grey and completely disconnected. Seeing everyone leaving from here, Professor Will was slightly sighed in relief. The amount of information revealed in the previous conversation was so numb that he didn't even dare to breathe. But after all, the level is high enough, and the opponent didn't mean to avoid him, so he also heard a lot of clues from it. For example, Mengnan and Weeping Angel. As far as he knows, these two names are two catastrophic events in North America. Among them, The Mengnan incident caused social chaos in North America. The collapse of the financial and belief system has brought losses in the trillions of dollars to North America. Another crying angel incident triggered the Los Angeles disaster. About 1,000 people died in this disaster. I heard that another army was killed. These two typical cases were blamed by the Earth Federal United Front Office as anomalous events beyond the scientific system. And according to the highest level information in the Foundation, they are all called memes. That means, Professor Will murmured, this is also a mysterious memetic incident. Thinking of this, Professor Will couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and an expression of incomparable shock appeared in his eyes. The four major living areas of the Foreign World Outpost ABCD are all closed. Not only was it closed, but also a large number of XTN robots were transported through the light spot. At the same time, various Mark drones finally arrived in the foreign world and began patrolling missions over the foreign world. It's just that, whether it's a drone or a robot, all the contingent soldiers trapped in the foreign world have gradually discovered that no second batch of contingent soldiers has arrived. Whether it's a drone or a robot, after all, it's just an auxiliary. The ones that are truly flexible and changeable are the fighters trained by the Foundation at a huge price. But now, no contingent soldier has entered the foreign world again. So what the high-level thoughts are, it can be said that they are ready to come out. We are abandoned. After 48 hours. In the living area of a contingent soldier fiercely hammered the wall in front of him. Even his hands were hammered through the flesh, and some sticky substance was applied to the wall. Damn it, send us forwards. Now that we have a problem, do we have to give up, or we charge ahead? Use those robots to restrict our movement. I want to see. They dare to order gun. Speaking, this task force soldier was angrily preparing to rush out of the dormitory door. Don't be impulsive, Richard. The three companions next to him immediately stood up and stopped him. Not only us, but the other three living quarters are also closed. We are more than 80 people. The high level impossible to give up all of us. Some people are persuaded, although they have been sterilized. Who knows if the air outside the door has been infected by Boris Captain? Do you want to become like Boris Captain, with sarcomas all over your body? When talking about this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but a flash of fear. They all saw the tragic situation of Boris Captain from the bionic who came to check them. No one thought that, just for one night, Boris, who was originally normal, turned into that look. Is that still a person? Also, I just pressed my ear to my ears and seemed to hear movement in the dormitory next door. At this moment, another task force soldier suddenly spoke in a low voice. He tilted his head and leaned his half-meter-long neck against the wall, leaving a sticky red liquid. I heard the next door there was a moan from the dormitory. It seemed that it was the voices of Barney and Walter. They seemed to be infected with Boris Captain's disease. Everyone hearing this suddenly heart-startled and walked to the wall that the soldier said, and with the crackling sound, they also pressed their ears to it. It's useless, there is no sound anymore. However, this soldier showed depression, said solemnly, it is estimated that the dormitory next door has been taken away. I don't know how many people have contracted this disease. Can they survive? Suddenly, a deep panic flashed in everyone's eyes. Although they are all elites of the elite, they face the terrible infectious disease, and they are still in a strange foreign world. The human instinct for survival is infinitely magnified, and everyone can't help but feel a deep touch, loneliness and fear. No. Let me go, I want to leave. Finally, the soldier who was clamoring to leave before got up like crazy, and he moved towards the door, not even think. Boom. Just listening to a series of heavy impacts, finally, the dormitory door that could withstand a ton of impact was knocked open. But what he didn't expect was that outside the knocked door, it turned out to be Boris Captain and his comrades. The scene of falling in a pool of blood. Above them, there are a group of stranger-looking XTN robots holding electromagnetic rifles. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that the XTN robot turned out to be so ugly, it didn't look like a human at all. Seeing the deaths of former comrades in arms, This soldier only felt an indescribable anger rising to the sky. He couldn't help snarling loudly, and then rushed up like crazy. Fight with them. When the other teammates saw this, they finally gave up. They roared out of the dormitory and rushed to the group of XTN robots who were turning their guns. Buzz buzz wang. Countless ketchup-like slime exploded one after another, and the soldier named Richard had a touch of nostalgia in his eyes. His body and tentacles all over his body shattered and Crackle fell to the ground, like an insect, wriggling. In the 60th hour of entering the foreign world, the Eastern Uganda Task Force in the Northern Sea Continent area was completely destroyed. Super US Speak Chapter 503. Super US Speak Chapter 503. Seeing this, Will followed. He and this Professor Eugene came to a workshop next to him. This workshop was different from the hall just now. It was specifically responsible for monitoring the outpost. On the screen of this studio, scenes of 4 living quarters are displayed. The living area has been completely sealed off, and all members of the task force inside have died due to resistance, Professor Eugene stated. But before they died, I observed many unusual phenomena. Speaking, he was in the sky slightly, and suddenly on the empty screen above everyone's head, he automatically started to play the previously recorded video clip. In a room full of red secretions, 4 weird-looking monsters with tentacles and flesh and blood all over their bodies were sitting on their beds like human beings, and they were also dispatched by the task force's grey pajamas. But at this time the pajamas were already dyed red by that secretion. It's just that this red is not the dark red of blood, but a light red like ketchup, and it is obviously more viscous than blood. And these 4 monsters are almost out of human form, and their heads are stretched at more than half a meter. The on-character faces of humans have become a mass of flesh and blood, and it is no longer possible to tell who is who. However, they still seem to maintain human behavior. One of the monsters hit the wall with a tentacle, but the monster next to him stood up and pulled the monster back, seeming to be discouraging it. The other monster put his head on the wall, and then vomited a sticky bubble, as if to say something. Immediately, the other 3 monsters also came to the wall one after another, learning the movements of the first monster and sticking their heads to the wall. Can you hear what they are saying? Seeing this, Professor Will couldn't help being a little curious. The tone is somewhat like a human tone, but it is vague and indistinguishable. Professor Eugene shook the head, but the magic is that they are communicating in this language, and there is no obstacle. This is simply unimaginable. In other words, they are likely to still retain the human mind? Professor Will's eyes lit up. No, they don't have a human mind. Professor Eugene speeded up the video. Soon, one of the monsters suddenly stood up and slammed into the door with a piercing roar. Bang! In the video, the door of the dormitory only hit a few times before being knocked open by a huge impact, and then the 4 monsters rushed to the XTN robot guarding the door again. Then, the XTN robot is shooting. When the fire ceased completely, all the monsters were crushed. This is the last dormitory in the living area of No. A. The rest of the dormitories also died because of the monsters' loss of control. Professor Eugene concluded. The members of the task force who are infected and mutated will become very unstable, and will even actively attack XTN robots. But they show signs of communication similar to humans. I don't know if they still have the same after the mutation. I also have some doubts. Professor Will nodded. If they have the mind, why don't they cooperate with us, but attack the robot with the gun? If they don't have the mind, what are they doing like communication? These all are a mystery. Following the exchange between the two, the video fast-forwarded again. And soon Professor Will discovered that a new and unusual situation had emerged. The corpses of the task force that were shot into several pieces were fusing together at a speed visible to naked eye. In the end, a building with several monster heads, a dozen arms and tentacles was formed on the ground. A new kind of mud-like monster, unexpectedly fused. Seeing this scene, Professor Will even eyes shrank. Because no matter how you look at this pool of flesh and blood, it looks like the jungle of flesh and blood he saw before. The only difference is that it is too small. The jungle formed by flesh and blood is really what human beings have turned into, Professor Eugene said solemnly. Will, what do you think? I just want to know how the three living areas of BCD are. And are there any signs of infection? Not found so far. Eugene replied, it is basically certain that this kind of infectious disease was brought back by Boris. He brought the infectious disease back to the living quarters due to his injury, which caused the entire Dongwu team to be infected. This kind of infectious disease cannot be detected by current medicine. Apart from the skin disease like rash, there is only one early stage symptom. And that is hunger. Hungry? Will turned his head. Will the infected person eat a lot? Yes, Professor Eugene nodded. Perhaps it is to store energy for my future mutations. My team has concluded the corresponding law after being infected with early stage. All task force members have experienced large amounts of food. And the first Boris who was infected was because he was outside. So he constantly injected himself with highly concentrated glucose. This is what other teams have seen, and the evidence is sufficient. Then, in the middle of the infection, the infected person will have extreme excitement and secrete a lot of adrenaline at the same time, which will cause them to become abnormally excited, and their bodies will also grow a lot of densely packed sarcoma. They are highly excited about this and they even do self-harm behavior. This is because their brains receive enough adrenaline to block the cause of pain. Professor Eugene continued to talk. Then in the late stage of infection, the skin of the infected person begins to rot and fall off, and the muscles and fats of the whole body are automatically transformed into this special flesh and blood structure, which will gradually cover the whole body of the infected person. Their necks will be elongated, their faces and limbs will be completely deformed, and they will completely lose their human appearance. During this mutation process, they will enter a state of suspended animation. When they wake up again, they will complete the mutation and become a complete body walking meat. From early stage to the late stage, the infection time is about 48 hours. Which means that once you are infected, you will only have 48 hours to live. After hearing Professor Eugene's analysis, Will was nodded. It's pretty good. So what is the infection method? Have you analyzed it here? Airborne. A haze appeared in Professor Eugene's eyes, and he immediately said with a smile, it is certain that many infected people not at all have been in contact with the first infected body Boris. The only thing they have in common is that they are with Boris, the same living area. So it's terrifying. Such a terrifying infectious disease is spread by air. And we found many spore-like particles in the living area of No.A. These particles are suspended in the air and are invisible to naked eyes. If you don't guess wrong, this is the culprit of this infectious disease. So that's how it is. Will sighed. Now we can only pray that there is no incubation period for this infectious disease. At least in 3 years. I don't want the other 3 contingents to return to reality. Of course, for Earth's safety, I hope they are ready to die in the foreign world. Professor Eugene shrugged. I won't talk about this now. I need a new batch of experimental materials, including mammals, cold-blooded animals, primates, and even fish. I want to experiment with all animals and plants, to see if they are immune to this type of infectious disease. At the same time, I still need death row prisoners to do more complete experiments. Super USB Chapter 504. Super USB Chapter 504. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. However, as the infection time got longer and longer, everyone gradually discovered some unusual behaviors of these monsters. This happened on the 6th day of the experiment. Researchers found that this group of monsters eats almost everything, as long as they are not infected humans and animals. Once they are within the range of 30 meters around them, they will be attacked by this group of monsters indiscriminately until the target is shredded. And once they stop feeding, they will even eat the weeds and plants on the ground. In order to test whether the group of monsters would starve to death, Professor Weir finally decided to stop feeding for 3 days. On the first day of stopping feeding, The group of monsters did not respond and remained in the yard, wandering unconsciously, until the second day. These monsters became obviously restless and began to look for everything to eat, but they found nothing when they could not get out of the courtyard, until the third day. Finally, something unexpected happened. "Will, look at!" Eugene called Will again to his laboratory and pointed to the screen in front of him. Sure enough, this group of alien species has shown new behavior. Alien species is what they call creatures infected by this meme. Will hurriedly moved towards the screen, but saw that in the center of the courtyard, a pool of fleshy plants appeared unexpectedly. This plant is about 3 meters in diameter and is irregularly round, like a layer of fleshy blankets, laying on the bare ground. On the blanket, you can still clearly see a rickety hand and foot, and even a deformed head stretched to half a meter. At this moment, a foreign species happened to come up to the plant. It squatted down slightly, then used its claws to tear a strip of meat from the plant on the ground, and then stuffed it into various holes in its body. Are they cannibalism? Professor Will looked surprised towards Eugene. No, it should be said to be suffering. Eugene chuckled. Isn't it a lot like it? Self-sacrifice. Transform yourself into a plant that can take in nutrients from the soil, and then feed the same kind of plant. How similar is it to the original crucifixion? Will suddenly choked. Fortunately, he was not a Christian. Otherwise he would have to chop the opponent. But Will seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, in other words, can they really grow after being transformed into plants in the soil that has taken root? Of course. Eugene nodded. The other party took root in the early morning, and until now, the area it covers on the land has increased by about an 1/10. This is still the result of some of it being eaten by the companion, if not swallowed by other alien species. This alien species in the soil will become even bigger. Unexpected, reasonable. Will suddenly sighed. Now we finally know how the flesh and blood of covering the mountains and plains came from. Speaking, he looked towards Eugene again. Get ready, there are new orders on it. In the next few days, the 4 Great Continents District will send a robot troop to the alien plane, and will use napalm and incendiary bombs are used to clean up the flesh and blood of covering the mountains and plains. After all, the only thing these things are afraid of is fire. Are you ready to clean up the alien species all around? Good idea. Eugene smiled and didn't smile. The only thing we need to worry about now is whether the alien species will counter the reality. So this cleanup is really important. Not only will they clean up the alien species with a radius of several thousand kilometers, but will continue to strengthen the outpost. Will added, to build this place into a new fortress to prevent aliens from invading reality. But then again, this meme can't spread in the water. This is very good news. Speaking, Will looked out the window to the endless ocean. This is very beneficial to our world. Of course. Eugene also followed, looking towards all around. Now I can only pray that this infectious disease will never come to our world. The Foundation's exploration of the plane of light spots continues. Fortunately, with the existence of XTN robots, humans can still send enough military forces to explore the plane of the spot, and after a large number of observations of these alien species, they have gradually figured out some of the rules of alien species. For example, after becoming a heterogeneous early stage, the monster still retains certain characteristics of human actions, such as conversation, small actions during life, and behavior. The ability of different species to communicate is the most obvious. During Professor Eugene's observation, these alien species often gather together in groups of 3 or 4, just like humans are chatting. For this, the Foundation even hired dozens of famous linguists, who really translated some foreign languages. At the moment of translation, everyone is startled cause their language is still English in essence, but there is a problem with the different way of sounding, so it is difficult for humans to understand. According to the dialogue between the different species, the translated content is even more chilling. These alien species thought that they were alive, and their cognitive system seemed to have problems, and they could not perceive their own body and peer-level mutations. On the contrary, When you see humans or even robots, you will experience panic, fear, or anger and madness. In other words, in the eyes of these alien species, humans and other organic life forms are the complete monster. However, if they wait until they angrily kill the organic life form and tear it to pieces, in their perception, these scattered flesh and blood will turn into delicacies and delicacies. For example, after a condemned prisoner was torn to pieces by many alien species, according to the deciphering of linguists, when the alien species saw the brain of the condemned prisoner, they exclaimed that there was a huge delicious jelly. In the fight between different species, the brains of executed prisoners were eaten up. But these all are temporary, because as the distorted body of the alien species gets higher and higher, their own brains are constantly being changed. In about 6 to 8 days, these monsters will gradually lose human consciousness and instinct, completely become a walking corpse that only knows to attack humans. Furthermore, when food is scarce, some alien species will instinctively root into the soil and become a plant-like alien species, but these actions are random, and the choice of rooting site is not based on the soil. The degree of fertility depends entirely on the feeling of a different species. As long as the alien feels the right location, no matter whether the land is barren and fertile, it will take root and grow rapidly by absorbing the nutrients from the land. So far, most of the laws about this meme have been solved. In the list of memes of the Blacklight Foundation, one more meme has been added. This is the third meme after Mengman Crying Angel, and the name of this meme is Memetic Effect, Flower of Flesh. Source: on June 15, 2028, at the Indian Ocean latitude and longitude 22.1 degrees S 57.5 degrees E. An Einstein-Rosen bridge leading to the foreign world was discovered. A new model discovered after entering the Rosen bridge because of the effect. Description: Flower of Flesh is a memetic effect with infectious disease properties. It has the ability to infect any organic life. The method of infection is airborne. At the same time, Flower of Flesh also has infectious and similar plants. Dual nature: two forms are currently found in infected persons, heterogeneous and plant forms. Symptoms: early stage infection symptoms are rash, itching, and slight bleeding, accompanied by extreme hunger. At this time, the infected person's food intake is extremely high, and they can even eat 3 to 5 times as much food. The frequency of eating has also increased greatly. About 10 hours later, the infected person will enter the middle of the infection. At this time, the infected person's body surface will have tissue proliferation and spread to the legs and back. At this time, the infected person's nerve center is excited and accompanied by violence, self-harm, etc. In the late stage of infection, the sarcoma spreads throughout the body, the human characteristics disappear, the body is deformed and accompanied by a large number of tentacles. At this time, the attacking tendency of the infected person continues to deepen, and his perception will be distorted by memetic effects. Its eyes are like a disgusting monster, so once there is any disturbance, the infected person will indiscriminately attack all life within the 30 meters, including but not limited to humans. At this time the infected person is in a different form. Form changes: in the absence of food, some infected people will change their living form, choose a place they think is suitable, root in the soil, and transform themselves into a fungus blanket composed of flesh and blood. It is the second form of the infected person, the plant form. In this form, the infected person can absorb nutrients from the ground to survive and grow. At the same time, the second form of the infected person will be regarded as the second form of the infected person. Food to sustain life energy. Weaknesses: according to research, the flower of flesh and blood is afraid of high temperature. Flames can inhibit the spread of the second form of infection. At the same time, exposing the infected person to high temperature can also greatly reduce the deterioration time of the disease. At the same time, the flower of flesh and blood can't survive and spread in water or vacuum. Note: once infected, the life of the infected person will enter a countdown. So far no cases of the infected person have recovered to health. At this time, Chen Chen, who was sitting at his desk, looked at the text report that appeared on the computer, but immediately showed an expression of emotion. "Your godfather, how many points can you rate for this Foundation's action?" Little X's voice came. "If the full score is 100 points, I will give 60 points and I will barely pass," Chen Chen lazily said, "except at first, the reaction speed is too slow, and even in the Lilith Council, the senior executives are suspected of shirking each other, but once the action is launched, it will be a lot better. Especially the most exploration of this meme. There are also many bright spots. The only fatal thing is that they almost brought the memes into reality. It's already pretty good." Xiao X agreed. After all, those researchers are the first time to come into contact with memes. Although we release a memetic effect with a very low degree of danger, it is also very dangerous. They can explore within 20 days. Knowing most of the laws already shows that this group of people are well trained. Indeed. Chen Chen laughed, but this time the biggest goal has been achieved, and that is to make the senior management of the 4 great continents feel a sense of crisis, forcing them to accelerate the signing of the Blacklight Foundation agreement in countries around the world. Apart from this, the 4 Great Continents District is preparing to establish an official logistics organization that can cooperate with the Foundation. After this organization is established, the speed of contact, communication and cooperation between the two parties can be further improved, and it is not in vain. Expose the flesh blanket meme. Speaking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help looking towards his desktop, but saw that there was a petri dish that was always transparent but sealed. In the petri dish, there is a piece of meat the size of a fingernail. These pieces of meat are tomato-like red. They are slowly squirming in the petri dish like living creatures. At the same time, you can see the meat all around extending the densely packed tentacles structure. This piece of flesh and blood is the thing Chen Chen put on the Resident Evil world. And the source of these flesh and blood was produced during the first memetic experiment Chen Chen conducted several years ago. Back then, an anti-blacklight organization called White Embers was born from Europe, and it opposed blacklight technology everywhere, and even tried to assassinate the top blacklight technology in a planned way. So Chen Chen got angry and captured hundreds of people from that organization and dropped them on an uninhabited island in the Atlantic Ocean, and then carried out extremely cruel memetic experiments. In the end, more than 300 people in the entire White Embers died, and all memetic experiments were successful, and a special meme was born from it, blank of flesh. This is a special meme that resembles a plant form and an infectious disease. Once infected, the whole person will turn into a pool of flesh and blood, but because of fear of flames and inability to spread in water, it was selected by Chen Chen and became the Foundation's first trial. Just as the army needs to conduct large-scale military training and exercises to increase actual combat experience, the operation of the entire Foundation also needs trials, so that certain unreasonable points can be discovered and improved. In addition to the trial of the Foundation's inner member, Chen Chen has a more important reason, which is to attract the attention of the senior leaders of the 4 Great Continents District. Super USB Chapter 505. Super USB Chapter 505. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. When Foundation and even 4 Great Continents began to focus on the plane of Resident Evil, in reality, the official website of Blacklight Technology also announced a new announcement on this day. Blacklight Technology has been preparing for 3 full years, and the Ares project with an investment of $50 billion is about to start. The so-called Ares is the name of war god in ancient Greek mythology. It belongs to one of the Olympus' 12 main gods, symbolizing power and war. Among the corresponding stars, Ares corresponds to the fire star among the 8 planets, so the Ares project is also called the Firestar Scientific Colonization Plan, and the plan content is: send humans to land on Firestar within 2 years, establish Firestar scientific research stations, and establish permanent human colonies on the surface of Firestar within 5 years. As for Blacklight Technology, Why choose Firestar? In addition to the 9 planets in the solar system, there are also a large number of satellites. For example, Jupiter and Saturn are surrounded by several satellites, and the largest of these satellites even exceeds the volume of some 9 planets. Even in the Kuiper belt surrounding the solar system, there are several dwarf planets looming in the darkness. But among these planets, the only one that is closest to the Earth's environment is the Firestar. Because Mercury is too close to the Sun, the temperature during the day can reach 427 degrees, and at night it can reach -173 degrees Celsius. Under this strong temperature difference, humans directly ruled out the possibility of building a base here. Except for the Moon, Venus is the planet closest to the Earth. But Venus, like Mercury, is a hellstar. Its atmospheric pressure is at least 90 times that of the Earth, and its surface temperature is as high as 470 Celsius C. There is basically no difference in region, season, day and night. As for Jupiter and Saturn, both gaseous planets, not to mention, the temperature of Jupiter's moon Europa is too low, which is not conducive to human reproduction. Of all the alternatives, only Firestar has the most optimistic living conditions. Although its diameter is only half of the Earth and its mass is only 11% of the Earth, its area is equivalent to the total land area of the Earth. The surface gravity is 2.5 times that of the Moon and 2/5 that of the Earth. The atmospheric density of Firestar is only 1% of that of the Earth, but it can still produce the greenhouse effect. The average temperature of Firestar is about -55 C, and it can be close to the normal temperature of the Earth during the summer day. Among so many harsh choices, Firestar is indeed the most ideal colonization planet for mankind if one is taller among the short ones. At this time, a group of people who follow the official website of Blacklight Science and Technology all immediately posted this announcement. As the most influential technology company in the world, it is also the first company to bring mankind into the lifespan era and the era of bionic transformation. People have almost fascinating trust in Blacklight technology, just like the original fruit fan. Moreover, this kind of trust is not a feverish head, but a credibility created by Blacklight technology with technologies that subvert the world one by one. From the Aging Reversal Treatment Project, an epoch-making technology that subverts the laws of human birth, aging, sickness and death, to the Blacklight vaccine that saves hundreds of millions of people, from hundreds of anti-cancer drugs, to Alzheimer's disease special medicine. Blacklight technology almost monopolizes the entire Earth Federation in the field of biomedicine. Therefore, many scientists like to be entrenched on the official website of Blacklight technology, where every day thousands of researchers are communicating and discussing, and Blacklight technology intends to provide a venue for scientists from all over the world. The forum was organized in an orderly manner, which eventually led to the Forum of Blacklight Technology almost becoming a holy place for world scientists to communicate. On the homepage of the Blacklight Technology official website, there are a total of 6 sections, namely, Biopharmaceutical section, Bionic Medical section, Service Security section, Electronic Technology section, Mineral Resources section and Military Aerospace section. The 6 sections are replaced by 6 colors of green, white, gray, yellow, black, and blue. Obvious at a glance. At this time, a big red exclamation point appeared on the interface representing the military and aerospace sector. At the moment this exclamation mark appeared, countless people quickly clicked in. Suddenly, a video of only about 5 minutes pops up, and there is a line of bold titles above the video. The Ares Project Firestar Scientific Research Colony Project is officially launched. As the video opens, a spaceship with a fusiform hull and 2 huge dual-jet engines on both sides appears in the video. This spaceship is glowing with silver brilliance and looks like a work of art general magnificent. And it is the spaceship Ares used to transport humans to the Firestar in the Ares project. But this picture only lasted for a moment, and at the same time, a low and solemn male voice came out slowly. Human beings have existed for millions of years since their birth, and they have also imagined millions of years. In ancient times, when humans looked at the starry sky, they always wondered what the stars and the moon were, whether it was a spiritual god or a landform, and what kind of stories are there. So, with Ching flying to the moon, with the cowherd and the weaver girl, there are also countless myths and legends. As the voice whispered, the picture of the video also changed little by little, and various mythological illustrations continued to correspond, like sections of moving stories. The exploration of extraterrestrials began in the 16th century. The initial observation methods could only be observed with a simple telescope. It was not until the 1960s that humans landed on the moon for the first time. Suddenly, a man wearing medieval noble clothing appeared in the video. He was polishing his lenses in the night, but when he was polishing them, he suddenly stopped, then slowly lifts the head while aiming the lenses at the same time. The moon outside the window shows a drunken expression on his face. What followed was a deep and solemn piano sound, which contained the heaviness of history and seemed to portray a starting point. Every time humans print their footprints into deep space, it represents a milestone in the history of spaceflight. The picture of the video flashed, and it became the scene of human beings' first rocket launch and the first manned landing on the moon. Several scenes echoed each other. Although the picture quality is rough, only black and white are left. From these videos, everyone seems to see the trajectory of history. But there has never been a day when humans are so close to other extraterrestrial planets. As the words of the male voice in the background turned, the piano sound began to take a big turn, as if a stone was dropped on the originally calm lake, and one after another ripples began to appear. Immediately, the shuttle-shaped spaceship that appeared in the beginning of the movie began to appear in the video, with silver light glowing all over it, and rows of data also appeared next to the spaceship. Ares, 52.3 meters long, 21.1 meters wide, 15.5 meters high, and weighs 780 tons. The spaceship has 4 engines, powered by 2 nuclear engines. The spaceship is divided into 3 floors, including the bridge, medical bay, laboratory and 6 living rooms, which can carry 16 passengers. Apart from this, spaceship can also carry about 200 tons of cargo and about 20 tons of fuel. Immediately, the screen began to show the scene of Ares' spaceship taking off, and the bottom of the huge reactor engines on both sides of the spaceship began to emit 4 bright blue lights. Under the impetus of this huge force, spaceship began to rise slowly, and gradually accelerated. This scene was synthesized by a computer, but it is very delicate. If you don't see it with confidence, you might even think all of it is real. We are opening a new era. From where you and I stand, the divider of the era is drawing an exclamation mark from here, because from today, mankind will officially enter the era of cosmic immigration. The trombone sounded loudly, mixed with the aggressive voice of human beings, and even the male voice in the background sound began to rise. From today, the name of mankind will officially jump from planet native to interstellar inhabitant. From today, when we call the Earth, we will no longer be thinly home of mankind, but their place of origin of human civilization. From today, we have opened a new chapter of mankind. Join us. Blacklight technology will lead each of us into the history of the future. With bursts of torrents of BGM, the video came to an end, and then it gradually sank again and faded slowly. In the end, the background sound in the video only left a deep long chirping sound, as if there was still a sound. In the end of the video, there is only a large line of white characters on the black screen. There is Project Colonist's registration event, which officially opens on July 1, 2028. Within 1 hour after this video was released, the traffic of blacklight technology exploded from about 100,000 per hour to tens of millions of times. Even the server of the website was about to be unable to withstand so much traffic and downtime. At the same time, this video was also reposted by major websites, spreading the news to the whole world. Humanity is about to set sail. Blacklight technology launches an alien colonization program. The Earth is no longer the only home for mankind. Wall Street Journal. Only one company in the Earth Federation that has colonial qualifications. Blacklight technology has raised the human technology tree for 50 years. SPK News. The plot in the movie is about to be staged. Blacklight Technology's Ares project compared to the Alien series Prometheus project. How far is the road for humans to colonize aliens? Tencent News. Can Blacklight Technology become the greatest company in human history? Sina Express. Flight to the universe, vast and boundless. As a child, we waited for 40 years. Buzz Lightyear's slogan is no longer just empty talk. YouTube News. Immediately, the entire human society was in an uproar. As early as 2 years ago, Blacklight Technology used rocket technology to successfully send a manned spaceship to the moon, becoming the third to send mankind after North America and the Northern Sea continent in the last century. The forces that went to the moon were also the first private enterprise to send humans to the moon. For this reason, as an encouragement, the Earth Federation passed the application for Blacklight Technology, making Blacklight Technology the first company in the world to have space colonization qualifications. However, Chen was obviously not satisfied with this. In the next 2 years, Blacklight Technology frequently sent rockets to space and the moon, and established the first Lunar International Scientific Research Station on the moon for the world. Scientists and adventurers from Dezhou District went to the moon for scientific research. Nowadays, there are about 50 scientific researchers stationed on the moon all year round. And Blacklight Technology needs to send spaceship to the scientific research station to transport supplies for this group of people once every 6 months. The reason why Blacklight Technology can travel between space and Earth so easily is not pure money burning, nor is it SpaceX's simple technology of spacecraft launch and recovery, but thanks to the emergence of inertial confinement fusion engine. This is a nuclear reactor that can fuse fuel and convert it into energy only by laser. After miniaturization, it becomes an engine with nuclear explosive thrust. Previously, Chen used the inertial confinement fusion reactor to charge the U-disk, but in fact the power generation capacity of this type of reactor is not comparable to the super tokamak reactor. However, the manufacturing process of the super tokamak reactor is too difficult, so Chen simply took out the technology and gave it to the 4 Great Continents area. After the Blacklight Technology in the 4 Great Continents area, the multidirectional cooperation, it took 3 years for this technology to be restored, and it will soon enter the commercial stage. The inertial confinement fusion reactor is more suitable to act as the engine of spaceship, allowing spaceship to go to one after another planet that was once out of reach at a very small cost to explore the unknown. Just as Chen once predicted, when the nuclear fusion reactor succeeds, it will be when human beings evolve into a transplanetary species. So, Blacklight Technology privately carried out time-consuming and labor-intensive research and optimization of the inertial confinement fusion reactor, and finally formed the engine of the Ares spaceship. The inertial confinement fusion engine is like a reduced version of the inertial confinement fusion reactor. In a sphere made of superconducting material at room temperature within the body, a small sphere formed by a mixture of deuterium and tritium is injected into the reaction chamber, and then focus the energy of 2 million joules with 192 electron beams on the deuterium-tritium pellets with a diameter of a few tenths of a millimeter to ignite. Each laser emits for about 3 parts of a billion seconds, triggering intense high temperature and high pressure. The nuclear fusion reaction powers the spaceship engine. According to the data obtained from the spaceship engine experiment of Ares, the exhaust velocity of the spaceship thruster can reach 7% of the speed of light in vacuum, and can accelerate the payload of about 500 tons to a maximum speed of 38.6 million meters per second, which is close to the speed of light. What the engine has to do is to explode 250 nuclear fuel balls of about 0.001 grams per second, and continue. But after all, it is too abrupt. Blacklight technology not at all claims to the outside world that the inertial confinement fusion engine exists. He only claims that the ALS uses nuclear engine technology and is preparing to lead mankind's first landing on Firestar to establish a scientific research station. It attracted a tsunami-like exclamation. As for the questions of countless people on the internet about nuclear engine technology, Blacklight technology has remained silent and did not mention it at all. Today's blacklight technology, if you don't want to speak, no one in the world can force it to speak. Super USB Chapter 506. Super USB Chapter 506. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. As Blacklight technology announces the news that Ares is about to set sail, those who have worried about mankind seem to be sighed in relief, and those who don't care about the development of technology are also driven by major media. After learning about this news one after another, for a while, Blacklight technology once again became a hotspot in the world, and even ranked in the top 10 on the Sina Weibo Hot Search list. Sina Weibo Hot Search ranking list. 1. Xiao Zhan's finger was scratched 100 million heat. 2. Zhengji's toilet is blocked 60 million heat. 3. Follow the Light younger brother 4005 million hot. 4. EXO came out collectively 30 million in popularity. 10. Blacklight technology is about to set foot on Firestar 100,000 heat. In the Ares plan, in addition to the Ares manned spaceship landing on Firestar, there is also a registration activity for the Ares plan at the end of the video. After these people click on the website given at the end of the video, you will find that you have come to a page of the official website of Blacklight technology, and the top line is the previous line of characters. The registration activity for the colonists of the Ares project will officially start on July 1, 2028. Below this line is an electronic application form with name, age, education, occupation, etc., which can be filled in by anyone. If this application form is selected, there will be a call from the local Blacklight technology branch in the next period of time, inviting applicants to go there for an interview. If you are lucky enough to have a successful interview, then this person will be eligible to emigrate to Firestar when the Firestar colony is built a few years later. According to the instructions, Blacklight technology will recruit 10,000 people as the first residents of the Firestar permanent colony. With the nuclear fusion engine capability of the ALS, it only takes a week to reach Firestar. Compared with the previous speed, this speed has almost transepochal significance. The various Firestar detectors launched by humans at the beginning took at least half a year to reach the Firestar. Now it has increased by 25 times. This is not the limit of the inertial confinement fusion engine. At best, it can only be regarded as early stage. After hundreds of years, mankind is expected to increase spaceship to sublight speed. But even now, the sailing time of a week is not much different from that of a sea cruise. This registration activity immediately aroused the interest of many people. In Western society, influenced by Western-style education, most people have a maverick and adventurous spirit. Although Eastern society did not respond to that, many people from the West, those youngsters who pursue a technological life, also signed up. At the same time, Blacklight technology even promised that after becoming the first batch of Firestar colonists, the colonists will equivalently have the status of Blacklight technology employees, and their monthly salary will reach tens of thousands of dollars. This is just the basic salary, not counting the task bonuses and subsidies. After becoming the first group of colonists, the colonists will also enjoy a lot of benefits. Even the real estate and food and drink will all be covered by Blacklight technology for free. If you get married and have children at Firestar, even the offspring will get it. Free but high-quality elite education. This extremely generous condition has made countless people startled. In just one day, millions of people filled out the registration form. However, there are barriers to becoming a colonist. Because of the emergence of XTN robots and bionics, colonies do not actually require low-end labor. From sanitation to planting and industry, there are automated robots to complete. Blacklight technology will only recruit talents with special skills, for example, mechanical maintenance, program development, engineers, designers, and various scientific research personnel, etc. So most white-collar and blue-collar workers are destined to miss the first colonists. Late night, in a room on the outskirts of Chongzhou City, Zhongzhou District, a man with a stubble face and a haggard look was smoking a cigarette and silently looking at the computer screen in front of him. On the computer, it is the immigration application form on the interface of the Blacklight Technology website. Name, Wang Y, gender, male, age, 27, student status, Department of Biological Sciences, Zhejiang University. In the room he was in, not at all turned on the lights. The whole room was black and grey, only the computer screen was lit with white light, reflecting the man's face a little pale. He watched the promotional video of Blacklight Technology on the screen, but his eyes gradually became empty, as if he was remembering something. In the smoky smoke, the man's memory seems to fly back to 7 or 8 years ago, recalling his time in college. I don't know how long it has passed, and there was a burst of scorching smell from the corner of his mouth. The man was pulled back to reality. He hurriedly removed the cigarette butt, and smashed the cigarette butt in the ashtray that was almost full. Then, he dragged the completed form to the bottom of the web page, and then moved the mouse to the submit button at the end, but he seemed to be unable to make up his mind and press the button. At this moment, there were footsteps from far and near outside the house. After hearing this sound of footsteps, the man quickly switched the forms, allowing the computer to appear on the desktop. Immediately, there was a heavy opening of the door, and a woman in pajamas with a bit mean-looking woman appeared at the door. As soon as the woman entered the door, she immediately asked about the smell of cigarettes. She slapped a fan in disgust, and then loudly said, "Smokers and smokes again, all day long. I know I smoke, and I can't get promoted in my job. Just a month, give your family those thousands of dollars. What can you do with this money? Let my old lady and your son drink beefing." The man hearing this turned his head slowly, and he said coldly, "I know, But before finishing talking, the woman suddenly came to the computer. She grabbed the man's mouse and clicked on the bottom interface, and the website of Blacklight Technology suddenly appeared. "What are you doing?" The man couldn't help being frowned. Watching this kind of news again, didn't you say you have to work overtime? The woman said with a sneer, "I really fell 8 lifetimes bloody bad luck before I followed you. I didn't want money and I didn't want to make progress. At the beginning, you always boasting and said that you and the founder of Blacklight Technology are a dormitory. The relationship is good enough to wear a pair of trousers, but now that people have developed so much that you don't even remember, you obviously don't want to contact him if you have his phone number. You said that if you can work in Blacklight Technology as a part-time official, yes, our mothers can also be beautiful, right? Have you said enough?" The man took a deep breath and asked with the anger in his heart, "Why, I'm afraid of me without ability." The woman continued to say with a sneer, "Last year, if your mother was seriously ill and ran out of family money and owed a debt, could I feel wrong to live in this kind of ruined house? I didn't divorce you. Okay, dare to be impatient with me now?" Hearing this, the flame that the man had risen suddenly went out. "This incident has always been his weakness. Now I have to borrow money for child's milk powder." The woman continued, "Next year the child will go to kindergarten and I don't know where the money should come from. You are good. Now I still smoke all day. I know how to smoke." After the abuse, the woman turned and left when she saw the man lower her head. Listening to the footsteps of the other party leaving, the man smiled silently. He stopped hesitating, dragged the page to the bottom again, and pressed the submit button again. Caca. With the light sound of the mouse, the interface flashed suddenly and changed to the words, "You have submitted successfully. Chenzi, I will confuse you from now on." Heaviness flashed in the man's eyes, and he murmured, With the announcement made by Blacklight Technology, More than 10 million people filled out the application form within a day. Although most of them are ordinary professionals, there are also many valuable researchers. Even some great and famous scientific experts have also filled out the registration form, and publicly declared that they hope to become the first colonists in human history and contribute to the progress of mankind. Moreover, it's not that you can't return to Earth after becoming a colonizer. Blacklight technology also promises that the colonists will still retain the citizenship of their respective continents, and after the colony is established, it will completely open the flight between the two places. In the near future, travel between Earth and Firestar will become as common as taking a plane, and colonists can resign and return to Earth at any time. Since the launch of the Firestar colonization plan, the tense situation around the world that has been trapped by resources and land over the past century has also been invisibly eased, and it is a happy one. After all, outer space has unlimited resources and space. After having catharsis channels, the four great continents area is unwilling to continue internal consumption for the piece of land of Earth. Instead, it continues to develop nuclear fusion reactors. Turn your gaze to the stars above your head. According to the current buzzword, our goal is the sea of stars. So, in anticipation of all the people, on August 1, 2028, the Ares manned spaceship officially set off, flying to the sky and out of the atmosphere with the hope of mankind and the bright light of fire, and flew to the distant Firestar. In the delegation to Firestar this time, there are 3 people in each continent of the 4 great continents area. This occupies 12 spaceship places, and the remaining 4 places are Blacklight Tech employees. At the same time, the Ares spaceship is also equipped with 200 tons of building materials and living supplies, 100 XTN engineering robots of various types, 50 bionics, and several special drones. Although the air density on the Firestar is extremely low, only about 1% of Earth's, the gravity of Firestar is only 2/5 of Earth's. According to scientists' calculations, if a drone is sent over, relying on modern materials and battery technology, there is a chance to fly. In order to obtain detailed data, the scientists of Blacklight Technology also built a test machine, which is a space simulator, in order to get as close as possible to the Firestar environment. The scientists first evacuated the air in the simulator, and then put in a small amount of carbon dioxide to achieve the same state as the Firestar atmosphere. For the gravity part, scientists use a wire to pull it from above with a specific force to reduce it. So it was finally tested that the drone can fly on the Firestar. After technical adjustments, it can fly higher and faster than the Earth. Under the nuclear engine, Ares only flew for a week. When the 7th day came, a huge orange-wood planet had appeared on the window of the bridge, even occupying most of the view. At the same time, all the scientists in the cabin felt a slight gravitational force. Whether eating or floating, all objects have a tendency to drift towards the front. And over time, this sense of gravity has become stronger. At this time, inside the bridge, a group of scientists stared at the huge monster in front of them with some breathlessness. If there is a Guinness World Record at this time, then their entire group has successfully broken the record for the farthest mankind ventured at this time, because at this time they have come to a distance of more than 100 million kilometers from Earth. Here is a strange world that humans have never set foot in. Everyone, don't be impatient. With AI control, we can log in easily, just like when we left Earth. The captain of Ares, who is also a researcher of Blacklight Technology, suddenly spoke up and said jokingly, "This time we will land in the Ultimi Scopuli area, the south pole of the Firestar. Although there is better than Earth's Antarctica is much colder, the temperature is between -70 degrees to -139 degrees, but please rest assured, we will dress very thick." "Sorry, I am not worried about these." A European scientist in his 40s was shrugged. "What I am worried about now is, does the Firestar's Antarctic really have enough water for us to bathe? You know, I was so dirty these 7 days. Ha ha ha. Everyone is laughing heartily. Don't worry. The Firestar polar cap is composed of ice and solid carbon dioxide. Many previous detections have confirmed that there is a large amount of liquid water under the ice cover. Even if there is no liquid, we can also turn ice into water for you. Take a bath. Although he knew it was a joke, the captain said conscientiously, so you don't need to worry about taking a hot bath. As everyone chatted, an electronically synthesized female voice suddenly came from the spaceship. Crewman, please be prepared. The manned spaceship of Ares has entered the gravity range of the Firestar. The next 12 hours inside, we will merge into Firestar low Earth orbit and land at Ultimae Scopuli in Antarctica. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, from now on, everyone please wear spacesuits and enter the rescue capsule. Thank you for your cooperation. Following the words of Ares' intelligent system, everyone touched each other's fists, said see you on the Firestar, and then left the bridge one by one. Super USB Chapter 507. Super USB Chapter 507. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Under the clear blue sky, a gleaming star gleams in the day, bringing a significant change to this everlasting world. However, I don't know if it is an illusion. As time goes by, the star is gradually getting bigger, and it flashes with a unique rhythm. It looks like a meteor, and it looks like a signal. Until more than an hour passed, finally, the star had become like a big bucket. The whole body was azure, it was clearly visible even in the daytime, and it continued to grow bigger as time passed. Finally, a spaceship with white flames on the bottom slowly descended from in the sky, and finally landed on a relatively flat ground. Bang! There was a low-impact sound, and the spaceship successfully landed. Two nuclear-powered engines comparable in size to the spaceship itself automatically became the landing gear of the spaceship, and they were in close contact with the ground directly. Then there was a silence. The Ares successfully landed. However, at this moment, the electronically synthesized female voice came from inside the silent spaceship again. Level 1 alert is lifted and everyone is allowed to leave the rescue capsule. Following these words, located in the most central part of spaceship, which is also the strongest room of spaceship, on 16 installations like steel coffins, the red light quickly turned green, and then it turned on with a snort. Everyone just sat up and laughed heartily. They walked out of the rescue capsule with a feeling of a toddler, and then jumped in unison, feeling the gravity coming from the ground in a novel way. I haven't felt gravity for a week. Now that I feel gravity again, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Someone suddenly opened the mouth and said, "You will get used to it soon." Another person answered, "But the gravity of the Firestar is only 2/5 of Earth's. It may be easy now. When you return to Earth in the future, you will feel better. When the time comes, you may experience more than half a year. Only by adjusting your breath can you get out of bed. In fact, there are solutions." The third person responded, "That is to become a Firestar person." Ha 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 ha. With the laughter of everyone, some people sighed in relief, while others quickly took off their spacesuits and moved towards the cafeteria with interest. "Where are you going?" "Of course I am going to have a glass of whiskey." After all, only a few people ran to drink. At this time, Captain Zixung of Ares sat up. He didn't take off his spacesuit directly, but moved towards the bridge. Captain Zhu. A group of people immediately followed, and everyone knew their thoughts well. Zixung waved his hand to don't be impatient. He first came to the bridge and saw the scenery outside the window at first glance. Outside the window is the endless snow and ice world. Everyone rushed to the window with some novelty, but they saw that the scenery here is not much different from the North and South Poles on Earth. They are all flat. Obviously, the ice sheet has firmly covered the ground below. Everything is pure white. There are no snow fluttering, and no strange rocks stand in great numbers. For all this, everyone not at all accidents. The reason why they chose to land at the Firestar's South Pole was to build a base. At the same time, Only the Fire Star's north and south poles have water. However, they know well that only a small part of this ice and snow is real water ice, and most of it is dry ice composed of carbon dioxide. Jizz, how do you feel? Among the crowd, a young female scientist in Zhongzhou district asked her companion next to her. At least on the outside, it looks no different from Earth. Another young researcher with a cynical expression replied, in fact, I would like to see where the Fire Star landing vehicles landed back then. Where is the unique terrain? Unfortunately, I won't see it for at least a few months. A North American scientist next to it responded, after the base is completed, we may have the opportunity to go there for a while, but not now. A group of people hearing this suddenly started talking in a low voice. Well, everyone is quiet. At this moment, Zixang suddenly spoke, and everyone's voice was silent. Then he lifts the head and looked towards a rectangular parallelepiped camera above his head. Moss, release the landing vehicle and drone, and let me explore all around. Send all the detected data. Understood. The female synthetic electronic sound came again, and then a huge empty screen was opened again in front of everyone. And 4 pictures were displayed on the screen at the same time. Those pictures were black at first, and then there was a burst of white snowflakes. The middle opens quickly, and the black and white imaging for night vision is on the screen. The picture seems to be a small room. At the same time, the 4 pictures are rotated slowly in 360 degrees, and then everyone only sees the room in front of the screen slowly opening a door. And the light also reveals coming. Suddenly, the black and white images were automatically converted into color images. At the same time, the carriers of the 2 cameras moved slowly out of the room, while the other 2 cameras floated slowly and flew out together. The 4 cameras are 2 landing vehicles and 2 drones. Next, the landing vehicle and drones drove out of Ares one after another. The landing vehicle was a metal-tracked vehicle with solar panels. Once it drove out, it immediately left a shallow line on the ice sheet. Shallow traces. The landing vehicle began to drive around the ice sheet with the spaceship as the center, trying to keep the spaceship all around any clearing. The drone quickly rises, moving towards 2 directions at the same time. Their goal is to fly as far away as possible to map the nearby terrain map. The outside atmospheric pressure is 7.5 mbar, and the air composition is 95% carbon dioxide, 3% nitrogen, 1.6% hydrogen, 0.2% oxygen, 0.1% water vapor, carbon monoxide, neon, krypton and xenon. At this time, the preliminary detection results have also come out. Just listen to the synthetic female voice saying, the outside temperature is minus 85 degrees, the wind 5th level. The landing vehicle samples the surface. Zixang ordered again. Sampling in progress. Sampling is complete. Start analysis. Surface dry ice accounts for 95.7%. Water ice accounts for 2.2%, and there are iron oxide, silicon dioxide and other ingredients. No trace of microbial activity has been found for the time being. Following the words of Moss, everyone is a happy expression. Although there was enough evidence to prove the existence of water in the Fire Star in the previous few unmanned detections, but now when I really witness it, the joy of the individual's heart is exhibit one's feelings in one's speech. Captain Zhu, let me go down and investigate. At this moment, someone in the crowd finally couldn't wait and spoke. I will go too. Let me go too. And me. A group of people shouted loudly. Calm down everyone. Zixang hurriedly laid on his hands and pressed everyone's requests for their lives. Don't worry, if there is no problem with the environmental detection results, we will live here in the next few months to a few years. I am in a hurry. However, manual inspection of early stage is also necessary. If this is the case, each of the 4 continents can select a candidate to go to the outside world for exploration. This is already the limit. After all, the external situation is unknown. Everyone's situation is responsible. Following Zixang's words, everyone agreed, and selected people from their trio to investigate. Among the remaining 4 scientific researchers representing blacklight technology, Zhang Sung, as the captain, needed to deal with a series of sudden strains. Naturally, he could not be the first to go out for investigation, so he gave this opportunity to a blonde youngster. This is a biology expert, and his name is Hannibal Caesar. Yes, he followed Chen Chen as early as the founding of Life Science City. Now he is a top genius in biology and is also a professor-level member of God's Forbidden Zone. He has extremely high authority in blacklight technology. Hannibal. This time to go to the Firestar detection, Hannibal actively requested, because he has a dream of interstellar travel, and this operation is also a long time to prepare. The probability of failure is extremely small, so Chen Chen arranged him in this man's spaceship. They became the first group of researchers to go to Firestar. At this time, instead of staying with others like at all, he came to the spaceship laboratory and took out a can of metal cans on a row of biological displays. This metal pot contains the protoplasts of a special plant, water bear moss. Water bear insect moss belongs to a kind of genetically modified mosses of the order Euphorbiaceae. Because the DNA structure of moss is easy to repair, and by replacing moss genes with genes that can produce desirable compounds, various compounds can be produced in large quantities. Therefore, at the request of Chen Chen, Hannibal cultivated this independent water bear moss plant. The general process is, Hannibal uses the water bear insect gene to transform the little Physcomitrella. After all, the water bear insect Hannibal can find the most powerful living animal in the Earth biosphere. They can withstand 6 times the pressure of the deepest seabed, can withstand hundreds of times the human dose of radiation, and temperatures close to absolute zero. There have been many experiments exposing a batch of water bears to close to absolute zero. It lasted for 10 days in the vacuum, and in the end there were still many animals who didn't die. The trick of the water bear is the so-called hidden birth, which slows down the metabolism of life to almost stop. When it enters the dormant state, its body water content can drop to less than 3%, which is worthy of the name dehydration. But once the water is added back, the water bear can regenerate like phoenix. So, Hannibal used black liquid to strengthen the water bear insect. After a series of strengthening, a monster with the thickness of a human finger and covered with hard chitin appeared in reality. This mutated water bear insect has a very strong adaptability. It can survive for 3 to 5 years without eating or drinking. It can survive safely even in boiling water, and it can withstand low temperatures close to absolute zero. Even in a vacuum, it just enters a hidden state. As long as the temperature rises, it will recover. In the hidden state, the mutant water bear can survive for more than 100 years. So when Hannibal cultivated a satisfactory mutant water bear insect Empress, he used its gene to be grafted on the gene of little Physcomitrella. Although this transgenic moss did not resemble the mutated water bear in that way, it can obtain abnormal survival ability. But it can thrive and grow even in the freezer of minus hundreds of degrees Celsius. The lifespan is longer than all its Earth companions. According to experimental tests that simulate the Firestar environment, this kind of vegetation called water bear moss has a high probability of being able to withstand the severe cold weather of Firestar and becoming a special moss plant that can survive on Firestar. The Firestar has nothing else in the atmosphere. The most is carbon dioxide, and after genetic tuning, this moss can survive in freezing temperatures of tens of degrees below zero, while requiring only a very small amount of water. If this cultivation is successful, it means that the Firestar environment may be modified. When the time comes, as the moss releases more and more oxygen, the Firestar's atmosphere can also make up for a thicker atmosphere, and then the temperature rises, triggering a large amount of Firestar buried under the surface of the Firestar. The carbon dioxide continues to evaporate, and then brings about a higher greenhouse effect. After the temperature of the Firestar reaches a certain level, there can even be more space for vegetation to survive, until the animals begin to survive on the Firestar, and then the entire Firestar can enter a virtuous circle. Of course, Dreams are beautiful, but there is still a long, long way to go to reach this step, and now is the beginning of everything. After getting the pot of moss, Hannibal followed a group to the isolation cabin of the spaceship. At this time, everyone had already selected the first group of personnel to go out for exploration. These people shouted excitedly, yes, he even bet to see who can be the first to break out of spaceship and become the first person in history to step into the Firestar. Super USB Chapter 508 Super USB Chapter 508 To you can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. A few days later, Firestar Antarctica. Two landing vehicles dragged a drill-like device, slowly advancing on the snow. Behind the landing vehicle, there are 5 scientists wearing protective suits. These people are chatting with each other one after another behind the landing vehicle, and behind them, a hemispherical building has been built. The diameter and height of this building even exceed the size of Ares' spaceship. It is constructed from countless pieces of steel plates. These building modules are almost identical. Even if one piece is broken, it can be quickly replaced and repaired. More than thousands of steel plate modules together form a hemispherical building, and the top half of the building is even completely replaced by glass to form a transparent dome. This building, built by XTN Engineering Robots, will be the scientific research station for everyone in the future. There is a small inertial fusion reactor in the scientific research station, which can provide electricity for more than 10 years. The inside is divided into 3 floors, and there is a large garden in the center from the bottom to the top dome. And the plants inside, they are all tolerant plants brought from Earth. Every morning, the light from the Firestar will illuminate from the dome, forming a greenhouse effect and at the same time providing sufficient photosynthesis for plants. This is not so much a scientific research station, but rather a small ecological park. The all-around of the scientific research station is a circular area with scientists' living rooms, dining rooms, conference hall, various laboratories, and warehouses for storing materials, etc. The total indoor area is more than 1,000 square meters is enough for the scientists here to carry out their daily work and life. At this time, about a kilometer away from the scientific research station, a well has been elevated. This is the weak part of the ice sheet found during geological exploration. At this time, as the drill bit was under the control of the famous XTN engineering robot, they began to drill into the ice sheet under their feet. The previous 5 scientists stood aside, silently watching the drill bit deep into the ice cap. 10 meters, 2 10 meters, 5 10 meters, 100 meters. As the drill bit went deep into the ground, a few hours later, suddenly with a light sound, the green indicator light on the control interface of the drilling port suddenly lit up, and everyone was refreshed. Because this means that the drill has successfully penetrated into the previously expected position. A scientist came up and looked at the screen next to the moved towards XTN engineering robot, only to see a light shining downward on the screen, and the illuminated part was sparkling. Found it. It's an underground lake. The scientist screamed in excitement. Then he opened the contactor, moved towards the contactor, loudly said, "This is the drilling crew. Report to the headquarters. We have found the underground lake." Repeat, "We have found the underground lake." While everyone was celebrating at the well, Hannibal was wearing protective clothing in a laboratory of the scientific research station. He took out pieces of ice and snow samples and kept observing them under a microscope. A little bit of time passed, but apart from some crystals and iron filings from beginning to end, he did not find any traces of microorganisms. Does Firestar really have no creatures? Hannibal lifts the head, frowns, whispered, but at this time, the door of the laboratory suddenly opened with a beep. A man who was also wearing a lab coat happily walked in. He brought in a test tube rack with 3 test tubes inserted in it, and the test tubes were filled with transparent liquid. I don't know what it was. At this time, as soon as the man rushed in, he immediately said excitedly, "Hannibal, Come and see this. What is this? Hannibal questioned. This is the underground lake water that the drilling group has just extracted from under 100 meters of ice. The other party replied, and put the test tube rack on the side shelf. Have you drilled into the underground lake? Hannibal raised his brow. Don't you know? The other party chuckled. Yes. You stay in the laboratory all day and don't go out to enjoy the scenery of the Firestar. No wonder you don't know that just half an hour ago, the drilling crew just hit the ice and they found ice. There are a lot of underground spaces under the cover. These spaces are full of carbon dioxide, and below is an underground lake with a temperature of about 0 degrees. Do you know what this means? The groundwater. The temperature around 0 degrees. This means that there is likely to be life in the underground lake. Hannibal suddenly woke up. He looked towards the 3 test tubes, walked forward without saying a word, took one of the test tubes into the biological cabinet, and then began to extract the liquid in the test tube and drip it into one through the gloves petri dish. Then he quickly placed the petri dish under the microscope and looked down. How is it? Did you find it? Seeing Hannibal's movements like clouds and flowing water, the voice of the man on the side trembles a bit. If new life is really found in the lake, it is equivalent to a milestone in human history, whether it is him or Hannibal, or everyone in the scientific expedition team will be recorded in human history books. At this time, Hannibal didn't have the time to pay attention to the other party. He just stared at the drop of liquid in the microscope. In his line of sight, he seemed to have entered a vast unknown world. Hannibal? The man next to him called again. Until then, Hannibal lifted the head. He was nodded, and seriously said, "Call the captain, and let everyone know. By the way, we have a major discovery." In half an hour, 16 scientists gathered, and all have arrived in the conference hall of the Scientific Research Station. The reason why we did not return to Ares was because all the scientific instruments and living facilities on the Ares were almost evacuated, and all materials were transferred to the Scientific Research Station. In the near future, the Ares will return to Earth with a large amount of soil, water, air, minerals and other materials that are only available on the Firestar. I believe you already understand why you are asked to focus this time. Without any delay, Ares Captain Zixang stood up and said, then looked towards Hannibal. Hannibal, tell everyone what you found. I think everyone can't wait. Okay. Hannibal nodded, then walked to the podium, and suddenly a large screen automatically appeared behind Hannibal, showing a pattern full of small black dots. This is the microorganism found in the water after the underground lake was drilled in the previous drilling. Hannibal said softly, now it is the picture seen under a 10 times microscope. Most of the black spots are some impurities, including minerals, soil, ice particles, etc. Only this magnified 30 times. There will be new discoveries. Speaking, the picture behind Hannibal continued to zoom in, and a grey spot appeared. Until then, everyone discovered that the original screen was not a still picture, but a recorded video. At this moment, inside the grey spot, there are a few weird-looking worms with 6 or 7 short legs swimming freely in the water. The whole body of these small worms is transparent, and only a single outline can be seen under the microscope. But they are still clearly distinguishable. They have 2 long tentacles, which are even more sing than the body itself. At the same time, there is a clear section on the abdomen. The body is obviously a very common worm creature, Chaturgnathus. Hannibal said, well, does this tiny worm look like a Chaturgnathus? Except for it has no eyes and longer tentacles, it is almost the same size as the Chaturgnathus in the ocean. It's about 10.2 millimeters. Speaking, Hannibal turned around and swiped with one hand. The video on the screen automatically moved down, and a new scene appeared. I saw that the previous worm creature was devouring a body larger than its size, small, shaped insect like a lice. And through my observations, I also found that they are extremely ferocious carnivores, Hannibal said cautiously. And what it eats is another marine worm. This worm is about 0.04 millimeters in size and has a negative gram stain. It is a kind of algae. Apart from this, we also found 3 kinds of algae organisms. These algae organisms are large single-celled prokaryotes and do not contain chlorophyll and chloroplasts. They should be anaerobic organisms and do not require photosynthesis. What they need should be it is the temperature of the water, and life depends on the chemical reaction of the temperature of the water. Following several weird appearances but strangely normal microbes placed in the microbe world, Hannibal's expression became more solemn. Next, I found a special thing. Speaking, the video camera behind him again pointed to one of the round transparent bubbles. The size of this bubble was obviously several times larger than the previous worm. Not only that, there was also a ball in the bubble. Red things, and as time goes by, that group of red things is still beating slowly. It's like a heart. This is. Everyone talked in a low voice. Yes, everyone is not at all wrong. This is a biological egg. Hannibal expressed his emotional expression. The closest thing on Earth is the eggs of fish. Some small fish can indeed lay eggs smaller than 1 millimeter, but this also shows one thing. That is, everyone in the underground lake I saw, there are still life similar to earth fish, but I have not seen the previous owner of this egg, so I am not sure whether it is a vertebrate. Following Hannibal's words, everyone was even more shocked. One of the men immediately asked, "So, doesn't it mean that we can fish in the underground lake?" Everyone laughed at hearing this. "I don't know if you can fish, but I found that some algae in the water need methane and sulfide." Hannibal added, "This is similar to the Earth's deep-sea archaeal community. It's important to know that there is no sunlight and oxygen in the Earth's deep sea, so the early Earth's archaea coexisted with seabed worms. Archaea relied on the continuous sulfide of the seabed chimney. The creatures provide energy and supply the worms, and the worms secrete a hard shell to protect the archaea. This deformation becomes the basis of the seabed chimney biological chain, and obviously, these creatures are like this. The seabed chimney, also known as the seabed hot spring, refers to the fountain effect in the depths of the seabed. The principle is similar to that of a volcanic fountain. The name is called because the hot water from the seabed fountain looks like a smoking chimney from a distance, and the smoke also contains substances such as sulfide and methane. It was once in 1979. In 1999, a court academician named Biscoff saw this strange sight for the first time on the seabed of 2,500 meters in the Pacific Ocean. Generally speaking, the seabed near this chimney should be extremely poisonous, and no creatures can survive. But the miracle of life is amazing. Those diving scientists discovered that the chimneys that should have been barren all around were actually there are a variety of organisms in it. These organisms live by the heat, methane and sulfide emitted from hot springs. Just like fish need oxygen and algae need sunlight, they also have their own unique survival system. At this time, hearing Hannibal's explanation, everyone suddenly realized that, indeed, if the fire star really had life, it would indeed be such a situation. Since the ice cover blocks the sun, there is no oxygen. So the life here has evolved a new form of survival based on local materials. However, whether they live on oxygen or methane, these organisms still belong to the category of carbon-based. Everyone, next, we will have one more task to be done. At this moment, Zuxang stood up again, opened the mouth and said, "The discovery of creatures on Firestar is a great discovery of the century, because the existence of these creatures confirms for the first time that humans are not the universe, the only one. Then everyone in the biology group may need to be more busy. I hope to get all the data about this group of creatures, including their past and their possible future." "Don't worry, Captain Zuxang." One of the scientists who is also engaged in biology suddenly said with a smile. "Although Firestar has life is very shocking, but I have to pour cold water, because these lives are quite primordial. We are not even sure whether there are mammals, but according to the current environment, the living environment of this underground lake is not optimistic. According to the previous geological scan, Its diameter is only about 20 kilometers. Although it is very large, it is very important for evolution. For enough mammals, this size is not enough. To put it simply, the environment here is too harsh, which fundamentally leads to the failure of intelligent enough life, such as dolphins and whales. Another scientist followed and said, even if there are intelligent species in this environment, they can only achieve the level of tribal grouping like killer whales. Civilization can only rely on one old ancestor mother generation. According to legend, it is not a climate at all. Perhaps. Zixan, hearing this, glanced at Hannibal, but he saw that Hannibal also agreed with this point of view. He only said with a smile, although I said that, these extraterrestrial lives are indeed worthy of research, and the people on Earth are eagerly waiting for our news. We must screen out a batch of biological samples and all the statistical data before the Ares returns to Earth and bring it back to Earth. This is naturally no problem. Everyone is nodded. Agree. Super USB Chapter 509. Super USB Chapter 509. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive, imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Interesting. A few days later, Chen Chen looked at the information from the Firestar Scientific Expedition team, revealing a looking thoughtful expression. At this time, many things about the Firestar have been announced simultaneously. Under the intentional guidance of the Earth Federation, all mankind focused their attention on the Firestar mission. The landing of Firestar into cultivation drew countless cheers, and now, the Firestar Scientific Research Station has sent a news that shocked countless people. On Firestar, there is life. And it is definitely not primordial eukaryotic life, nor is it single-celled life, but a multicelled life similar to Earth. This alone triggered a carnival feast for the entire Earth Commonwealth biological community. The Four Great Continents District did not conceal any information from the returned information, and decided to disclose it frankly to the entire world, including Firestar data, biological types, geological structure, etc. These data are not available in the Four Great Continents District. Any concealment was announced, and it was praised by the whole world. But there are reasons for this. The first is the most basic strategic purpose, which is to create a good reputation and maintain the image of the Four Great Continents District in the Earth Federation. Of course, this is only one of the reasons, and the real reason is Ares is a blacklight technology operation, and the blacklight technology was delivered to the Four Great Continents area 3 years ago. Has exceeded the scope of the Earth Federation's overall technology for decades. In other words, even if the Firestar data is released, it does not make any sense to other continents and countries, because apart from the Four Great Continents area and blacklight technology, no forces have the ability to launch spaceship to Firestar. This is the real reason the Four Great Continents District is willing to share information with the Earth Federation. At this moment, Chen Chen looked at the thick pile of materials in his hand and waited 10 minutes before slowly lifting the head. My godfather, do you realize that the life on Firestar and the seabed life on Earth seem to be somewhat similar? Little X asked suddenly. It's more than similar. Chen Chen nodded. The multicellular organisms found in the Firestar underground lake can even be said to be homologous to the Earth deep-sea organisms, with a genetic similarity of more than 50%. Is it true that the people have guessed that way? In the past, Firestar is indeed a planet with civilization. Later, because of destruction, it brought life to Earth. Is Firestar really Earth's place of origin? It may be just a coincidence. After all, we have only found low-level species, but we don't know how much difference there are between high-level species. Xiao X explained. But what you said is indeed possible. Maybe Firestar is really related to the origin of life in Earth and the explosion of life in the Cambrian. The so-called Cambrian explosion of life is also known as a big unresolved case of paleontology and geology. And the reason is that it was about 540 to 530 million years ago and geological academically considered to be the beginning of the Cambrian. A large number of invertebrate fossils suddenly appeared in the Cambrian strata over a period of more than 20 million years. However, In the earlier and more ancient strata, the obvious ancestral fossils were not found at all, just as those invertebrate fossils appeared out of thin air. This problem has been plagued by the biological academia since Darwin. Because no reasonable explanation has been found so far, it has been called the Cambrian explosion of life by paleontologists. However, these problems are not important to blacklight technology. At this time, Xiao X said again, these problems may be discovered after we conducted a lot of inspections on Firestar. The information is too one-sided, and it will take about 3 to 5 years before we can get more comprehensive and accurate information about Firestar. No, I'm not thinking about these. But Chen Chen suddenly shook the head, and he showed thoughtfulness. I am thinking about it is still too long to go back and forth with the Firestar in 7 days. Especially if it costs us to build a spaceship of Ares. In the case of tens of billions of dollars, if we want to achieve sufficient efficiency, we need to find a new way to Firestar. Do you mean .send? Xiao X was stunned for a moment, then opened the mouth and said, this is difficult. The most optimized is the Black Ball Gantz in Killing City, but even so, we have prepared for a long time and paid a lot. Moreover, the Black Ball Gantz is limited by equipment. At most it can only be transmitted inside the Earth, and cannot be transmitted across the planet, unless we can create a Gantz server as huge as the Himalayas, so that the server's signal can cover both the Earth and the Firestar, but that things that are impossible. Of course I know this. Chen Chen laughed. At the beginning, due to the energy limitation of the USB flash drive, we could not extract a large enough device, so we had to choose the Black Ball Gantz. But now it's different. As we and 4 Great the Continent Zone jointly restores the Super Tokamak reactor, and we can also increase the charging speed of the U-disk by several times. Therefore, those devices that were too large and discarded can be included in the selection, right? You mean the time machine in Terminator? Little X asked tentatively. That kind of device can be considered, but it is not the best choice. Chen Chen thought for a while and thought, in addition to Terminator, there are many similar transmission devices in the history of movies, and now we detect the Firestar scene, which reminds me of a very suitable device. Come. You mean Doom? Little X asked. Nothing wrong. Chen Chen hearing this snapped his fingers. The time machine of Terminator is actually a parallel space teleportation device at present. I am afraid it will be difficult to function. And mysterious Cortecognition, interstellar trek etc. When the transmission device in the movie is either too illusory to be recognized by the USB flash drive, or it destroys the continuity of consciousness, I am afraid that after the transmission is passed, it will be another self. So I can't rest assured of this. So it is only the Doom only meet my requirements. Doom was originally called Doom, also known as Duke of Destruction. It was originally a science fiction themed number 1 person called a horror shooting game. It tells the story of the future human beings found a door on the Firestar, and after opening it was released a large number of terrifying monsters. And these monsters turned out to be the demons in the Bible. This game was eventually adapted into a movie in 2005 because of its cross-generational status and huge number of fans. However, unlike the setting of the devil in the game, the enemy of the movie is set a monster produced for human experimentation. The plot of the movie tells that in 2026, humans discovered a special device left over from an ancient civilization on Earth. This device is called Ark and its function is to transmit. The destination of the transmission turned out to be Firestar. So in order to study the Ark, the national forces blocked this secret and established a research station on the Firestar. Only then did they discover that there were humanoid remains on the Firestar. Obviously these humanoids are Fire Aboriginal people of Star. Through genetic research on the Firestar Aboriginal people, humans found that most Firestar people have the same genes as humans, and they have 23 pairs of chromosomes, but some Firestar people actually have the 24th pairs chromosome. Humanity has discovered through research that this 24 pairs chromosome has amazing power. The Firestar with 24 pairs chromosome is much faster than ordinary people in terms of strength. reaction ability, life force or healing speed after injury, almost equal to Superman. However, according to the continuous investigation of the Firestar research base, humans have gradually discovered that this 24th pairs chromosome still has strong side effects. That is, after most people get the 24th pairs chromosome, they will mutate and lose their minds. It is a mixture of zombie and monster, only knowing killing, without any emotion. Only a small number of people can adapt to this 24th pairs chromosome. But even so, because most human beings have a certain tendency to violence, deep in one's heart has a dark side. After getting the 24th pairs chromosome, this violent tendency and dark side will be infinitely magnified and become a loss of self. But kill human demon wisely. Only a handful of humans with integrity can resist all the side effects of the 24th pairs chromosome and become a superhuman being. From this point of view, this 24th pairs chromosome is like a mixture of T-virus and American Team Serum. On the one hand, it can infect humans and become zombies and monsters. On the other hand, it can strengthen humans. The physique and character make good people become better and evil people become evil. According to the story of the movie, after discovering that the 24th pairs gene of Firestar people has such a powerful advantage, the country also began to allow people in the Firestar research station to study the 24th pairs chromosome, which eventually led to the monster in the Firestar research station. Loss of control caused a series of disasters. Chen Chen once thought about whether to try the enhancement method in the movie Doom, but think about Chen Chen but pass dropped. After all, people have self-knowledge. If that chromosome is given to Chen Chen, he is basically impossible to become the kind of reinforcement man who is the protagonist of the movie, but the probability of becoming a human demon is infinite. After all, everyone knows that Chen Chen is not a good guy like the US team. Even more, how the 24th pairs chromosome is basically the same as the T-virus at the level of physique enhancement. Chen Chen is naturally impossible. At this time, these thoughts flashed through Chen Chen's mind, and then he said, "This is the case now." Although Doom is a game adaptation, it completely changes the background in the game. A fantasy work has been changed to a science fiction work. In that case, I can try whether the USB flash drive can recognize it. Just do it. Chen Chen went directly to the protective charging room where the USB flash drive was stored, but saw the USB flash drive that had just emptied all its power more than a month ago. At this time, he was constantly braving strangely. The red light illuminates the whole room in a gloomy darkness, and at the same time, an arc of half a meter in diameter can be seen faintly surrounding it. This is the most common corona effect. However, with the arrival of Chen Chen, the charging process of the USB flash drive was quickly stopped. That was because the reactor behind the USB flash drive was quickly stopping power generation. The red light inside the USB flash drive that lost its charge quickly dimmed, and then turned to pure black again. However, unlike before, on the surface of the USB flash drive, it began to sparkle again. Stand up. It's like there is a starry sky in the U-disk. Chen Chen knows that this situation will only occur when the internal charge is a lot, and this situation will never happen when he first obtained the U-disk. This is the problem of the efficiency of the charging method. Before Chen Chen built a nuclear power plant, the amount of charging power for a few months was only a pitiful little bit. But now 4 or 5 high-power nuclear fusion reactors with tens of millions of kilowatts at the same time. The electricity absorbed by the U-disk each hour is equivalent to a giant international city that consumes more than one day. Even so, it will take at least 3 years to fill the USB flash drive, which is enough to show how terrifying the capacity of the USB flash drive is. Chen Chen stepped forward, gently pulled out the USB flash drive, and then said, "Although it has only been charged for 1 month, the current 1 month is enough to withstand the past several decades, and at least a few hundred tons of material can be ingested. There is no problem, it should be enough to get what I want." Speaking, he walked into the transfer room with the USB flash drive, and when a burst of blue light flashed, Chen Chen had arrived at a new location. This room is as vast as an assembly hall. The interior is empty, with only giant steel pillars leading directly to the roof, and all around walls are made of steel, without any entrance or exit. Obviously, this is a danger land. This place is a new test site that Chen Chen ordered Xiao X to build after the last U-Disk test overturned. The purpose of this venue is also very simple. After 3 years, when the USB flash drive is filled again, Chen Chen will open an Einstein-Rosen bridge again and create a foreign world that belongs only to him. But now, this hall has a new purpose. At this time, in front of Chen Chen, a writing desk has been set up, and there is a laptop computer that is not connected to the internet. Chen Chen walked up, but saw that the computer was turned on and the desktop was on. There is only one file, and that is a movie in AVI format. Doom. Seeing the name of the movie, Chen Chen was nodded. He slowly sat down, sitting in front of the computer, then took out the U-Disk and gently inserted it into the USB port on the side. After the computer recognized the USB flash drive, Chen Chen decisively opened the USB flash drive letter, and then he gently dragged the movie on the desktop into the USB flash drive. Kaka. With a light sound, one more movie was successfully released in the USB flash drive. Doom was actually recognized by the USB flash drive. Super USB Chapter 510. Super USB Chapter 510. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive, imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After seeing that the movie was successfully loaded into the USB flash drive, Chen Chen said, X, send someone in. Following his words, 10 fully armed, not only wearing GS protective suits, but also a team of Dark Knights with park armor outside, teleported over from the Black Ball. Although the park armor has enough firepower system, the Dark Knights still have a pulse rifle, a GS knife, and a small detection drone on their shoulders. 10 Dark Knights are armed to the teeth, just like 10 cold-blooded and emotionless killing machines. This kind of horror lineup is also very rare in Dark Knight. Most Dark Knights only have GS combat suits as protection. Park armor cannot be manufactured with current technology. It can only be taken from movies. Only when he is on a foreign world expedition, Chen Chen will be willing to come up with this lineup of Dark Knight troops. Entering the tunnel this time is likely to be a tough battle. Looking at these 10 Dark Knights, Chen Chen showed a grave expression. According to the consistent urination of the USB flash drive, the opposite must be the world where mankind died out, and the movie Doom and Resident Evil and Alien, like other movies, there are predictable ways to die. Obviously, the only way to destroy human civilization on the plane of Doom is the group of monsters infected with the 24th pairs chromosome. In the movie, mankind researched the 24th pairs chromosome based on the heritage of the Firestar people, but it caused a large infection effect. Although the protagonist killed the source of infection in the end and prevented the spread of this infection to the outside world, how could he stop an infection from the greed of those in power? Therefore, it is normal for human civilization to be destroyed. Thinking of this, Chen Chen directly opened the movie and dragged the progress bar to freeze the scene in the early stage of the movie, when the special forces where the protagonist was heading to the secret base of Arkansas. According to the story of the movie, there are 7 people in the entire group of the protagonist. They have received orders from their superiors to go to Firestar to deal with the infection and leak. But to go to Firestar is not to take a spaceship, but to North America, the secret base in Dawazu, using the transmission equipment ARC left by ancient humans, was directly transmitted to the Firestar. At this time, Chen Chen is going to open the entrance directly into the base, so that he can directly obtain technical information about the ARC from the inside. Although this may be risky, because if the 24th pairs chromosome is to be leaked, it must be leaked first here, but when the U-Disk is turned on, the timeline on the opposite side of the channel is random. It is possible that when Chen Chen was turned on, the human civilization on the opposite side was not long after the demise of human civilization. or it may have been dead for a long time. There were no monsters in the secret base at that time. Even if there are still monsters, Dark Knight can slaughter them like melons and vegetables according to the degree of performance in the movie. After all, the protagonist of the movie can open the monster group after obtaining the 24th pair's chromosome. Not to mention the Dark Knight troops, which are more dominant in terms of individual strength and number. According to the performance of the movie, the physical quality of the movie protagonist is the same as Dark Knight. But Dark Knight is fully armed. Even if the movie protagonist is reborn, he is not an opponent. Thinking of this, Chen Chen did not hesitate anymore. He directly clicked on Doom of it, and Chen Chen's eyes went dark, and a black light appeared on the computer screen to instantly open up, turning the entire world into a piece dark. However, Chen Chen is very familiar with this situation. When he came back to his senses in the next second, he immediately saw a black object appearing on the computer screen. It was a Schwarzschild's throat passage that was pitch black, so black that there was no reflection, and the opposite of the passage was nothing but the world of doom. Seeing the passage appeared, Chen Chen quickly backed away familiarly. At the same time, 5 of the 10 Dark Knights rushed forward, and they actually rushed in, leaving only the other 5 Dark Knights guarding the computer on the side, ready to deal with all the changes that can occur at any time. Chen Chen was not in a hurry, but waited silently, because just like the process of exploring the alien plane several times, if there is danger across the passage, the 5 Dark Knights need to withdraw quickly. If the reason cannot be withdrawn, you need to launch your drone back with the corresponding message. If there is no danger across the passage, Dark Knight will also send a drone back to explain the situation within 1 minute of entering the passage. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. However, as time passed by 1 minute after another, no message was returned across the channel. Chen Chen's expression gradually became serious, until 3 minutes passed. Finally, a drone sprang out from the opposite side of the passage with a swish, but its shell seemed to be scorched by smoke, and it was completely dark. While returning to reality, the drone on the projection screen will directly hit a light, and start playing a 3D image in the sky. I saw that the image was indeed a scene in the secret laboratory of Ark in the movie, but after seeing this scene Chen Chen suddenly got up from his chair, revealing an extremely shocking expression. Because everything in the secret laboratory is intact in the picture produced by the drone projection. Chen Chen once thought about what kind of scenes the laboratory on the opposite side of the passage would be like. Perhaps it was a ruined wall, or it was full of densely packed fragments, but he never thought that the opposite side of the passage would be a piece of the complete laboratory scene. Could it be that? Chen Chen murmured in a low voice, but this was not the time he was thinking. The next second Chen Chen saw that a group of guards in security uniforms rushed out of the footage played by the drone. Point the weapon in your hand at Dark Knight on your side. In the next second, just listen to the artillery fire in the video, and a fierce gun battle begins. On the opposite side of the passage, there are humans. Seeing this, Chen Chen finally stopped hesitating. He waved his hand suddenly, and immediately the remaining 5 Dark Knights rushed in. Not only that, Chen Chen suddenly turned around, and loudly shouted, "X, will all the mobilized Dark Knights are dispatched, come on." Understand, there are 2,300 Dark Knights on the way to the transfer room, and all the nuclear reactors are turned on at the same time, and they are preparing to send power to the Gantz transfer system. Xiao X's voice came. "My godfather, to ensure your safety, you'd better leave here and wait for the next result." "No, I don't have to go." Chen Chen shook the head. He squinted his eyes and looked at a scene of fierce fighting between the two sides on the screen. An inexplicable light appeared in his eyes. Can you believe it? The USB flash drive turned on a human presence. The world. This situation only happened when we opened the plane of Killing City. How could I miss such rare thing? There are 2 possibilities now. Hearing Chen Chen's thoughts, Xiao X naturally stopped persuading him. After all, with Chen Chen's strength now, there is indeed no need to leave. She just continued, One of the possibilities is that human civilization has actually been destroyed, but because of the confidentiality of this secret base, there are a few human remnants here, just like the experience of the plane of Killing City that way. There is another possibility apart from this, that is, the world opened by the U-Disc this time is indeed a world where humanity has not perished. When I heard Xiao X's analysis, Chen Chen as it should be by rights clicked nodded, X. In which case do you think the probability is greater? I think it is first. Xiao X said, after all, U-Disc can only open the plane of extinction of civilization. Although this is not a rule, from the perspective of the various planes we have opened, it is almost a necessity, because I collected for example, the probability is 100%. I don't believe that USB flash drives will break the rules and open a plane where human civilization is alive. No, I bet you guessed wrong this time. However, after hearing Xiao X's analysis, Chen Chen laughed with his palms. Did you not find out? In this image of the drone launch, whether it is a large number of guards or we the large numbers of researchers who have seen fleeing everywhere are enough to show that this secret base is operating normally. Is this normal in the end times of the destruction of civilization? Hearing Chen Chen's words, Xiao X suddenly cried out in surprise. Then she realized that the scene before was indeed like this. And I analyzed the looks and expressions of the group of people in the picture. Chen Chen continued to analyze. You know that I have studied psychology, so in my eyes, although they seem to lose one's head out of fear because of the sudden foreign invasion, they are all very normal in appearance. It's also not like after the destruction of civilization, one can only struggle on whilst at death's door, as if it's scared. So that's how it is. Little X suddenly woke up. During the conversation between the two of them, the black ball behind Chen Chen suddenly flashed blue, and 10 more Dark Knights flashed out of the blue light, but these Dark Knights were not at all wearing park armor, but simply took them. With a pulse rifle, wearing a production version of GS combat uniform, he moved towards the black hole in front of the computer screen. With a swish, these Dark Knights rushed into Schwarzschild's throat again. Then the third batch, the fourth batch. Black Ball Gantz can transmit 10 life forms at a time. When the fifth batch of Dark Knights rushed into Schwarzschild's throat, Chen Chen waved his hand, and the remaining Dark Knights quickly stood in a row not far behind. At the same time, he raised his weapon and aimed it on the computer screen. 50 Dark Knights are enough to occupy the opposite laboratory. If they can't occupy it, it means that there is more advanced technology on the opposite side. At that time, it cannot be solved by a number of people. The most important thing now is to guard this passage to prevent the opponent from rushing back. However, it is clear that Chen Chen's caution not at all worked. After more than 10 minutes passed, one of them was shot in the arm and Dark Knight, drenched with blood, returned from across the passage. After the Dark Knight returned, not at all came to Chen Chen, but was carefully taken aside by the other 2 Dark Knights and began to examine his whole body. At the same time, Xiao X also automatically gets all the scenes that Dark Knight encounters across the passage. Your godfather, your guess is right. At this time, Xiao X immediately spoke, and her voice was also a little excited. The opposite of the passage turned out to be a complete human society, and they were on May 25, 2145 AD, which is the story of the movie that year. But the magic is that the plot of the movie was not staged at this time, and the channel we opened before the timeline of the plot. Before the timeline, hearing this news, Chen Chen was also taken aback. He had only guessed that human beings were not extinct as before, but he didn't expect the timeline to advance. In an instant, Chen Chen thought of countless possibilities. Our Dark Knight has completely occupied this place, but unfortunately, the mysterious attack on the Ark base has been sent out. Xiao X continued. That is to say, the North American area of the world opposite the channel has received news. I am afraid we will soon face a full-scale attack from a future continent. It's just that Chen Chen, who heard this news, didn't at all look worried or fearful. Instead, he suddenly spoke and asked, did the Dark Knight who returned have been tested? It has been done. and the source of infection has not been found. It can be determined that the microorganisms on the opposite side of the passage are the same as reality, and there is no so-called 24 pairs chromosome infection. Little X replied, "Very good." Chen Chen, hearing this, couldn't help snapping his fingers, and then he stepped out, not even think, and also moved towards the computer screen. At the same time, Chen Chen spoke up again, "X, let your avatar X111 go. I want it to break through the internal procedures of that base and find everything about the transmission equipment ARC." Yes. With the voice of Little X, Chen Chen has already arrived in front of the computer screen at this time, but he stopped at all, but took a step forward again. Suddenly, Chen Chen's eyes went dark, and the familiar sense of weightlessness suddenly hit. Click. When Chen Chen touched his feet again, his eyes opened. He suddenly saw himself appearing in an all-around high-tech hall made of silver-white metal. This hall is not very spacious, but not too small. The inside of the hall is a bit dark, but at this time the originally tidy hall is covered with densely packed bullet marks, and there are more than a dozen people wearing security uniforms. The body fell to the ground. These corpses are already fragmented, as if they had been bombarded by Barrett without any corpses. Obviously, what can cause this effect is a masterpiece of pulse rifle. Some people may wonder why Dark Knight can crush dry weeds and smashing rotten wood to occupy this base, because it is clearly in 2145 AD. In fact, this is normal, because it appears in the movie. However, the special team where the protagonist belongs has hardly seen any high-tech weapons except for a melting gun that can melt steel. In addition to the so-called ARC, among other high-tech technologies presented in the movie, there is only a nano-wall. Chen Chen speculated that the reason for this is that the bottleneck appears in future technology, which has led to the fact that human technology has not made much progress. Therefore, Dark Knight can kill as soon as he enters the field. After removing these corpses, Chen Chen is also very familiar with the layout of this hall. It is exactly the scene in the movie Doom. At the same time, Chen Chen looked behind him again, but saw that there was a black mark after him. Vortex is floating in midair, dark and gloomy. This is the plane channel opened by the U-Disk. Super USB Chapter 511. Super USB Chapter 511. To you can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. At this time, as Chen Chen arrived, two Dark Knights who were in charge of guarding the passage immediately stepped forward and saluted Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded, but then he heard a footstep on the ground behind him, and saw a bionic person in the image of a little girl transported from the opposite side of the passage. She was wearing a floral dress and she was still in her hands, holding a weird mechanical device. This device is a cube as a whole, like a Rubik's Cube, but there is a blue glowing gap in the center of the device. From the gap, you can only see the blue inside, and there seems to be neon lights in it, flashing. Immediately, the little girl said in a sweet voice, "Your Excellency Commander, long time no see, I am X112. Long time no see." Chen Chen nodded with a smile. X112 is one of the commonly used avatars of Little X, like her sister X111. It is another personality copied from Little X, except that X111 is usually responsible for the daily life of the Minaret experimental base. X112 often goes to the foreign world together with Chen Chen to break through those high-tech programs. For example, the silhouette of X112 can be seen in the first plane of Resident Evil, the plane of Bliss Space and the plane of Killing City. As a distinction, X111 is an electronic adult female voice without any emotions, while X112 is a childlike voice that maintains a little girl. I have linked all the Dark Knights of the Doom plane. At present, we have controlled the ARC experimental base and killed 35 security personnel, 8 researchers, and captured 163 researchers, among which is included Cortica Dimetion, Dinavark experimental base. X112 continued, Now I need to break through the main program of the Ark and make this place completely our territory. Go ahead and leave me alone. Chen Chen clicked, nodded, and then the little girl immediately moved towards the metal gate on the side. But at this time the metal gate had completely cracked a big opening, as if it was forcibly broken by something, and you can still see to the densely packed bullet holes at the door. A Dark Knight is on guard with a gun. Chen Chen followed behind X-112, only to see her, as if she was very familiar with this place, moved towards one direction, walking through several narrow passages and passing through several destroyed airtight doors. After that, Chen Chen's vision finally widened, and they came to a vast hall. At this time, the hall was already full of densely packed crowds, and next to them were teams of Dark Knight with guns. These people expressed fright, and looked towards Chen Chen, who suddenly appeared, all with a frightened expression. At this time, X-112 walked straight to a hair-grey-white elderly. She walked to the other person, and at the same time said in a sweet childlike voice, "Kash Kortakadmishan, hello, now young man, you go with me. Ark control room. Thank you for your cooperation." "Who are you guys?" But this elderly didn't do anything. He just looked stern and said, "Do you know what you're doing? Are you provoking the entire human confederation to do this kind of thing? This world will not have your place." Chen Chen on the side can't help but tilt his head when he hears this. In other words, in 2145 AD, where this world is located, human beings are indeed united into a whole. But the name of this whole is different from the reality, called the Human Federation. Hearing the other party's rhetorical question, X-112 continued to talk nonsense, and another Dark Knight rushed forward directly. It grabbed elderly's hair and dragged him towards one direction. This sudden violent behavior immediately triggered a new round of uproar among the crowd. Several female researchers screamed, while several male researchers stood up angrily, trying to stop the Dark Knight's brutal actions. However, they only had time to stand up, and suddenly there was a low buzzing sound. These researchers exploded directly from their waists, and blood and internal organs spilled over everyone behind them. Another round of screams broke out in the crowd, but when Dark Knight pointed their guns at them, they could only hold their heads tightly and squat on the spot and whispered, "Stay where you are, otherwise everyone will die." A trace of blood splashed on X-112's face. While smiling sweetly, she looked around at everyone, and when she saw that everyone was absolutely silenced because of fear, she took the lead in moving towards a destroyed place. "Go to the gate." The Dark Knight, clutching the hair of Kortakadmishan of Kash, followed closely. Chen Chen followed X-112 all the way to the tallest and heaviest gate. At this time, the gate was also torn apart by the bomb, and the center of the two tightly sealed gates was exploded with a diameter a large hole more than 2 meters away. The section of the entrance of the hole is even, and there are even signs of melting. When Chen Chen walked in with X-112, he saw a room full of countless screens and countless control devices. Obviously, this is the main control room of the laboratory, as well as the central control system of the Ark laboratory. "Here we are, Kash Kortakadmishan," X-112 said softly. And at the same time the Dark Knight on the side released his hand. Kash Kortakadmishan immediately stood up, he rubbed his hair, and a touch of fear appeared in his eyes. "What do you want?" "And human are federal negotiations. I need your permission to turn off the firewall of the Ark experimental base," X-112 said. "I hope you don't refuse Kortakadmishan." "Kortakadmishan, impossible." Hearing this, the Kash Kortakadmishan complexion changed. He quickly backed away, directly on the console behind him. "My authority can only control the security and daily operations of the Ark base at most, but I did not make the base not resist. Even if I kill it, I can't do it." "Of course I know." X-112 walked to the Kortakadmishan in Kash and said softly, "But I will do the rest by myself. You only need to reach the first step." Dreaming. Kash Kortakadmishan immediately loudly roared, but his voice stopped abruptly at the next moment, because, in his eyes, he saw the little girl in front of him stretched out her right hand and inserted it straight into a googie socket in front of him. At the same time, the little girl's slender fingers stretched out with a complex structure. The plug, that plug seems to have life. It is constantly changing its shape to fit the googie socket. In just a few seconds, X112 seemed to succeed in finding the right shape, and then a sweet smile was awakened at the corner of her mouth, and at the same time she turned to look towards Chen Chen. "Your Excellency, I have successfully invaded the Ark inside the experimental base. The firewall here is being breached." "What about him?" Chen Chen looked towards Kortekadmishan, who was already dumbfounded. At this time, Kortekadmishan of Karsh heard X112's words, and he looked towards Chen Chen in shock. He had no idea that the little girl was a robot. However, this shock only lasted for a moment. In the next second, X112's left hand was also lifted, and a piece of wire-like device suddenly protruded from the palm of her left hand. At the same time, the wire suddenly charged. In the next second, it plunged into the back of Karsh Kortekadmishan's head like an arrow from the string. "Ah!" Karsh Kortekadmishan uttered a scream, but the scream only appeared in the throat and was quickly reached. Then, the expression of Karsh Kortekadmishan quickly became sluggish, and then suddenly turned to face the console in front of him, and brought it said in a mechanical voice, "I am the Kortekadmishan of Karsh, and the identification number is 3627. Please close all firewalls of Ark immediately." Identifying. Sure enough, after hearing the voice of Kortekadmishan in Karsh, there was a mechanically synthesized electronic sound in the main control room. "Just listen to this voice. The Ark experimental base is identifying." The line is correct. Recognizing the iris system. Iris anastomosis. Please put your hand in front of the inspection table. Following that voice, Karsh Kortekadmishan extended the hand with a dull expression, slowly placing it on the console in front of him. The palm prints match. The DNA matches. The order content is being processed. The electronically synthesized voice continued. "All permissions have been displayed, and your control records have been recorded." Before finishing talking, X112 suddenly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a harsh alarm sounded in the entire main control room. "Alarm, alarm, unknown intrusion, restarting the firewall." The restart failed. The enemy has invaded the first floor firewall, and the second floor and third floor firewalls are being activated. The second floor firewall has been breached, and the third floor firewall has restarted successfully. Alert, alert. The third floor firewall has been breached. The enemy invaded the central system. The sirens came one after another. X112 closed her eyes. She connected to the main control room with one hand, and controlled the brain of Kortekadmishan of Karsh with the other. Alerts, alarms. The Ark's secret experimental base was attacked by unknown hackers, ready to cut off the power. Suddenly, such a voice came from the main control room. "Reject order." But just as this voice came out, Karsh Kortekadmishan suddenly uttered, interrupting the execution of the order at the Ark base. "Command conflict, the command has been uploaded, request the superior." When the electronic synthesis voice said the word advanced, it suddenly began to lengthen as if it were a pitch shift, and the pitch also quickly dropped. And then all the lights in the main control room suddenly went out and then flickered again. Until this time, X112 opened her eyes again. She turned her head and looked towards Chen Chen. "Your Excellency Commander, I have successfully controlled the Ark experimental base." Speaking of her, she withdrew her left hand directly, and Karsh Kortekadmishan immediately fell to the ground like a dead dog, convulsing constantly. "Good job." Chen Chen suddenly laughed. Obviously X112 not at all disappointed him, but then he suddenly changed his words. "In fact, it is a pity that these researchers should be able to play a great role if they bring back reality. I'm just the avatar of X, so I inherit the style of X." X112 said with a smile, "And these habits of X, I think you should know who you learned from. Chen Chen felt helpless. He turned and walked towards the outside world. At the same time, he instructed, copy all the data contained in the Ark and bring it back to Earth, and you will keep it here and open the door to the outside world. What about you? X-112 asked quickly. I will go to the outside world to take a look. Chen Chen walked out non-stop. Appreciate this world in 2145 in the future. Speaking, Chen Chen left the main control room directly. He came directly to an elevator. The elevator door opened automatically after detecting Chen Chen, and Chen Chen walked in directly. Wait, your commander. But in the elevator room, the sound of X-112 came directly from the overhead speakers. At the same time, a dark knight wearing park armor quickly walked over. He took off the armor directly in front of Chen Chen and placed it. Hand it to Chen Chen. Be careful, Commander. Good. Chen Chen did not refuse. He directly took the metal arm guard and put it in his hand, and then a sound of mechanical locking came out. The black arm guard quickly shrank, and the originally huge arm guard was directly attached to Chen Chen's arm! Exclamation mark. At the same time, a deep buzzer sounded, and the blue light formed by the plasma flashed rapidly, and quickly moved towards Chen Chen's whole body. Before the elevator was closed, Chen Chen was already covered by park armor. A hot mask covered Chen Chen's face, and then the elevator began to rise. Obviously, the Ark experimental base, like the minaret, was located deep underground. Your Excellency Commander, there is a good news and a bad news. Which one would you like to hear first? X-112's voice came from the headset again. I listened to them all. Chen Chen's brief replied. Well, the good news is that I have connected to the outside world through the information here, and analyzed the technological strength of this world. Because of the Third World War, the level of human technology in 2145 is not at all as greatly improved, especially weapon technology, not even equal to me. They are not even in the real world. They have not even used robots and bionics on a large scale, so we are not inferior to each other in terms of military force. What about the bad news? Chen Chen then asked. The bad news is there is not at all the science and technology that store the transmission equipment of the Ark, only the application technology, which means that the technology of the Ark has not been completely cracked even by the humans of this plane. They are just the legacy of people who use Firestar, that's all. That's enough, Chen Chen said indifferently. Even so, there are many technologies that have value for us to learn from. By the way, do you know how many Arks are in this seating area? According to the information in the base, in addition to this one in the Ark base where we are located, and the one on the Firestar, there is another one, and that one is located in the UK and Europe. X-112 replied. In this case, you contact the human power authorities on this seat and ask them to hand over another set of Ark equipment. Chen Chen said, tell them that if they don't want to hand over another Ark, I will carry out a natural disaster level military force attack on this world. Understood. X-112 replied, at present, more than a dozen special forces are coming here, please pay attention. It came just right. As these words were said, Chen Chen only felt the elevator stop suddenly. With a ding sound, the elevator door in front of him opened quickly, exposing a deserted plane outside the door. On the far side of the plane, dozens of weird and dark Hell Warrior helicopters are coming from the sky. Super USB Chapter 512. Super USB Chapter 512. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Sitting silently at the dozen or so helicopters flying in from the sky, Chen Chen suddenly spread his hands, as if embracing the sky. In the next second, his body seemed to be free of gravity and moved towards in the sky to float. At this time, in these helicopters, everyone was stunned at the humanoid life floating in the distance. Among them, the special soldier in the position of the co-pilot suddenly opened the mouth and said, Bob, what do you think it is? Is it some new type of rocket vehicle? The main driver on the side suddenly said, is the opponent our person, or the terrorist on the other side? I still ask, The commando in the co-pilot's position immediately pressed a control button. Call headquarters, call headquarters. I am the first officer of the RRTS Special Operations Squadron, codenamed Captain. We have reached the sky above the destination, but we see a human wearing armor is flying towards us. Yes, he is wearing a high-tech armor. Isn't it ours? I understand. I have. The conversation with the headquarters quickly ended. The co-pilot, codenamed Captain, immediately called up the wireless electronics channel and said, "Unidentified people ahead. Please note that we are part of the RRTS Special Operations Squadron in North America. Now UIT has been locked by us. Please land immediately and unarm, otherwise we will open fire. Repeat, land now, or we will treat it as a threat and shoot." However, his voice was like Playox entering the sea, and the other party did not respond at all. Courting death. The captain gave a low cry, and the missiles on the gunship had locked on to the silhouette that was getting closer and closer. Then he reported to the headquarters again. The RRTS Special Operations Squadron requested to fire. Fire is allowed. In just a few seconds, there was a response from the other side. Mission objective: annihilate all terrorists, and try to recover all United Aerospace and Space property. At the moment the headquarters issued the order, the helicopter pilot on the side decisively pressed the launch button. Only hearing a harsh sky-splitting sound hit, an Alpha missile flew out of the launcher, dragging a long tail light, and quickly moved towards the silhouette in front of it and pounced. Looking at one of the helicopters suddenly firing, Chen Chen did not show any panic. He tried to use the field energy, and instantly moved a distance of more than 10 meters, but saw that the missile was also following where he was. Turning around and rushing over. Composite guidance? Chen Chen raised his eyebrows immediately. The generally speaking helicopters are equipped with infrared guidance. The Park armor is the combat armor of the Iron Blood fighter family with thermal vision. Naturally, the first thing to do is to isolate infrared radiation and thermal radiation. Therefore, infrared-guided missiles are absolutely ineffective. Now Chen Chen has moved away from a distance, but the missile can still follow him. Then it means that the other party may have adopted video guidance or even multiple guidance to keep up with his own pace. Interesting, Chen Chen murmured in a low voice. He simply stretched out his right hand to grab the rapidly approaching missile. In the next second, the missile seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier and burst. Bang! A heat wave rushed towards his face, bringing a pungent smell of gunpowder. But Chen Chen was still suspended in the air. After so many years of training, Chen Chen's control distance of field energy has reached 5-10 meters. At this time, the missile hit the 5-star barrier formed by field energy head, and exploded directly at 5 beyond 10 meters. What happened? Seeing this weird scene, all the pilots of the helicopter showed a stunned expression. They watched the silhouette of the in midair still floating after the flame dissipated, and subconsciously pulled down the control stick to float the helicopter with Chen Chen confronted. The Alpha missile did not hit the target. It seems that the opponent has some way to detonate the missile. At this time, the channel of the RRTS Special Operations Squadron was in chaos, and many people were wondering what happened before. Try changing the Stan missile. Captain spoke suddenly, suppressing everyone's doubts. He opened the mouth and said again, "It is very likely that the quality of the missile is a problem. Don't panic, try a Stan missile." Following his words, another missile flew out. This time it was close to a distance of more than 10 meters, and then it exploded out of thin air. Bang! Booming smoke wrapped that silhouette. Everyone stared at it, but saw that the other party was still suspended in midair without any movement. "Impossible," Captain whispered. "The equivalent of the Stan missile has reached a staggering 200 kilograms TNT explosive equivalent. Even if a building can be easily blown up, how can it be unharmed?" However, their questions are destined to have no answers. The next second, Chen Chen, who has been testing the opponent's weapons, finally moved. He saw a row of laser sights suddenly popped out of his back, like 6 scarlet ones. Eyes. As soon as they appeared, they automatically aimed at the 6 helicopters in front, and locked them firmly. Not good. Seeing the unknown device suddenly popping up behind the target that has been hit, for some reason, the captain suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and then he saw again that 2 shoulder cannon-like devices appeared, almost without any hesitation, just fear on the convenience. Everyone only saw the air twisting at a speed almost visible to naked eye, like an invisible tsunami, rolling towards the direction of the Hell Warrior helicopter. It is a high-power microwave weapon. Seeing the wave coming, the captain's eyes shrank. He immediately wanted the pilot to change direction, but as the front of the helicopter array, he didn't have any chance at all. At this time, the captain felt an indescribable feeling flustered. He couldn't help holding his head and screamed loudly. Suddenly, the entire helicopter array was seriously out of control. These helicopters seemed to be drunk and began to sway in midair. Then there were 2 helicopters because they were too close, and their propellers suddenly collided. Crack-it, boom. A series of impact sounds came, and the propellers of the 2 huge helicopters like buses were completely torn, and they whirled from in midair to fall. We were attacked by high-power microwave weapons. Urgently ask for help. Urgently ask for help. While holding his head, the captain stubbornly controlled the helicopter to fall downwards. The formidable power of the high-power microwave weapon was amazing. Both the vehicle and the driver in the vehicle suffered serious damage. He only felt the eyes are blurred, almost blind on the spot. However, 6 helicopters escaped the microwave attack because of the long distance. They watched the helicopters that fell and turned around and fled without any hesitation. Can you escape? However, Chen Chen spoke in a low voice, and then the microwave attack on the shoulder cannon behind him suddenly stopped. At the same time, suddenly the rays of light flashed on the shoulder cannon, and a clear blue rays of light flashed away. Bang! Almost at the same time, one of the helicopters was penetrated by the blue light with a penetrating wound. In the next second, countless black smoke filled up, and the helicopter directly followed in the footsteps of everyone and fell towards the ground. Go with 1, 2, 3. In the end, all the helicopters were shot down by Chen Chen. Except for a few helicopters that were smashed to pieces, most of the helicopters fell directly into a ball of fireball, and the special soldiers inside could no longer die. From the aggressive attack of this group of RTS Special Operations Squadrons to the dumpling-like fall, it took only 3 to 5 minutes before and after that, the most elite special forces in the movie were wiped out. The captain lifted the head from the pilot's seat with blood on his face. He was very lucky because the pilot tried his best to stabilize the helicopter, and he was sitting in the cockpit. Eyes blurred, but not at all suffered fatal injuries. Bob. He turned his head and looked towards the driver's position, but saw that the opponent was limp in the driver's position like a torn sack. He was obviously too dead to die. Even his spine was broken into several pieces. Damn. The captain cursed. He turned and looked back again, but saw that the same was true behind him, and even the blades of the helicopter were inserted into the passenger compartment, cutting several bad luck special forces into 2 pieces. A bloody smell mixed with the smell of gasoline permeates. Knowing that he couldn't stay here any longer, the captain pressed the emergency button to open the door, and the door to his side suddenly bounced out. Then he unfastened his seatbelt and staggered out of the helicopter. Cough cough cough. There was a burning tingling pain in the chest. The captain coughed violently while crawling out of the helicopter. Then he looked forward with blood on his face, but just saw an unknown armor covering his entire body. Floating behind him, the mysterious person with 6 sights descended from in the sky and stood directly in front of him. With a low sound of charging, 6 sights flashing red light aimed at him. Who the hell are you? The captain sat down on the ground, looking gloomy and uncertain at the monster in front of him. We are here for peace. What he didn't expect was that the monster in front of him actually spoke up. The voice of the other party was deep and unique, with a strange echo. We come from another civilization. The purpose of coming here? Just get back what belongs to us. What belongs to you? The captain looked suspicious. He looked straight at the opponent's streamlined mask, Which one is yours? Arkansas. The monster tone indifferently said, the Ark is the product of our stay in Earth, and now we have to retrieve it. Nothing more. What? Hearing this news, the captain suddenly revealed an unbelievable expression. Impossible. The Ark is the legacy of the ancient times Firestar civilization. How could it be? He didn't finish talking, but he couldn't talk anymore. Because at this time he had already thought about where the mysterious monster in front of him came from. There is nothing wrong, we are what you call the Firestar civilization. The monster suddenly laughed lowly. Do you think we are dead, right? But unfortunately, we actually did not at all die, but left the solar system and settled in the Pleiades star cluster Orion star domain. Hearing such a breaking news, the captain is already completely speechless. He just kept shaking his head and muttering in a low voice, impossible, absolutely impossible. This is the case. Speaking, the monster suddenly turned his head and looked towards the phone on the captain's chest. Humans on the opposite side, have you heard? We just didn't intend to hurt anyone, just to get back what belongs to us, that's all. The captain just woke up like a dream. He quickly took off the intercom on his chest, only to see a red light flashing on the intercom, which was obviously connected to the headquarters line. Is Firestar civilized? At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from the phone, and that voice solemnly said, do you have evidence? How can we trust you? Of course there is evidence, Monster said casually. Although we have been away for a long, long time, we still know everything that your human civilization has done, especially at this time in Firestar's laboratory at Old Uvai Research Center. Are you experimenting with our legacy? Legacy? You mean? The voice in the intercom was puzzled. C24 chromosome. Although the tone of Monster was calm, what he said suddenly silenced the voice in the phone. He only heard Monster say, you are experimenting with executed prisoners and experimenting with the C24 chromosome. We left technology, in order to create superhuman beings that are resistant to poison, have extremely high IQ and power, am I right? Sorry, we don't know what you said. After a while, the voice in the phone said again, are you really not sure, or don't you want to admit it? However, the monster seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. He continued to open the mouth and said, but I won't bother with this. Now please hand over another Ark equipment in Europe. As long as you get the equipment, we will leave now. What if we don't pay it? The old voice in the communicator asked suddenly. Just like my previous warning at the Ark experimental base, your human civilization will be hit by natural disaster-level weapons. Monster responded. You mean, your Firestar civilization, you want to declare war on us humanity? No, it's not. Suddenly, the monster laughed lowly again, and the sound was like steel passing through the glass, sharp and harsh. You humans are not worth our hands. The only thing that wants to strike you. Hearing these words from the monster, the voice on the other side fell silent again. Super USB Chapter 513. Super USB Chapter 513. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Washington, White House. Dozens of senior federal officials are surrounding a conference table, all of whom are facial expression graves, and in front of their conference table, there is a huge screen. At this time, there is a syllable on the screen. The wavy dotted line is constantly flickering. We are here for peace. Do you think we are dead? But we did not at all die, but left the solar system and settled in the Orion star domain. Although we have been away for a long, long time, but we still know everything that your human civilization has done. C24 chromosome. After listening to this passage, sitting in the first seat, the hair-gray white man said, I think you should all understand. A group of people claiming to be Firestars attacked us, the Ark experimental base in Pippas Lake, DA, and occupied it. The other party is really from Firestar? The fatty men on the side hesitantly said, I have some doubts about how they came to Earth. If they came from outer space, our air defense system should be able to detect something. Maybe the other party's technology is beyond our technology system, so it is impossible to detect it. Another middle-aged man in military uniform replied, "After all, you should understand that as long as the technological system exceeds 100 years, it represents a new level, and if the opponent is really ancient Fire-Star civilization, then how much technology will the other party be higher than ours?" "No, you all guessed wrong." However, the hair-grey white man said immediately, "According to the emergency request sent to us by the Ark Lab at the end, the other party did not come from space, but came out of a space-time crack that suddenly appeared." "Of what? What are you kidding?" "Impossible." In the conference hall, everyone whispered, "Yes, that's it." The hair-grey white man continued to explain, "According to the message sent from the Ark experimental base before the fall, the other party rushed out of the Ark's transport platform, but unlike the way we use the Ark regularly, they were on it. A pitch-black space-time crack was erected, just like a black hole. All the intruders rushed out from there, and they started to kill as soon as they came out." He sighed, "At first I didn't want to believe it. But after seeing their regiment destroy our RRTS Special Operations Squadron, I also had to believe that the opponent did have a higher weapon technology than us." The man in the first seat looked solemn, and then he played a video of the time again. He saw a high-tech human life wearing black armor suspended in midair at a height of 100 meters, with rows of sights and shoulder cannons popping out behind him. The missiles that struck were of no use at all. When the opponent counterattacked, within a dozen seconds, the entire Hell Warrior helicopter phalanx fell. In the end, the screen ended with the helicopter crashing down extremely fast. After watching this video, the man in the first seat turned his head and looked towards the middle-aged man in military uniform. "Secretary Orison, as the highest officer of the Ministry of Defense, what do you have about this video?" "Insights." "This video does express a lot." At this time, the middle-aged man's expression was already extremely serious. "First of all, the suit that the other party was wearing had a flying device, but I didn't see any tail flames, which means it was not aided by rocket, the form of pushing to send people to the sky. Of course, is the more impossible propeller, but in a way we don't know. Secondly, any missile will automatically detonate in front of him several dozen meters away. It is likely that it has a special jamming device that can affect the missile's programming. Finally, is the weapon system displayed by this suit. If the wave that hits is not wrong, it should be a high-power microwave weapon, but the energy is incredible, and at the end a few helicopters are fired. At that time, a directional laser device was used." Speaking of this, the man in military uniform concluded, "The other party did not make any manipulations from beginning to end. I have some doubts that this device uses brain control technology. The technology of suit armor really exceeds our human technology by more than 50 to 100 years. After listening to the middle-aged man's analysis, everyone fell silent for a while. Only the man sitting in the first seat just nodded. He looked towards the opponent with some extravagance. "Then Minister Orison, are we capable of targeting this kind of individual combat weapon?" "There are naturally many ways to hit the opponent. The most primordial way is a sniper rifle." Middle-aged man replied, "Of course, the best anti-material sniper rifle, but whether it can penetrate the opponent's armor, I don't at all have too much confidence." "Why is this? Didn't a STAN missile explode more than 10 meters away from the opponent?" The middle-aged man immediately explained, "The STAN missile's equivalent weight is around 200 kilograms DNT, and its lethal radius is more than 22.5 meters. His distance even envelops himself with smoke, which means that he has suffered at least several times of opposition. The formidable power of the equipment's sniper rifle, the shockwave alone can smash to death the person who covered the body. But he was unharmed, which means that the protection of the suit is also beyond our technological system. Isn't it invulnerable, then?" "Some people can't help but vomit at the moment." "Yes." The middle-aged man spread out, "But I think you can try electromagnetic bombs, or missile strikes with higher formidable power. Maybe they will have some effect." "Very good." The man in the lead nodded and continued, "Minister Orison, as far as I know, At least hundreds of researchers in the Ark experimental base have been captured by the other party, and they have breached the network of the Ark base defense system. Your Ministry of National Defense, please be sure to come up with a complete set of solutions to the problem. After all, another Ark can't give them, at least we can't give them now, otherwise we might lose more. Understood, I will find a perfect solution. The man in uniform solemnly replied. It would be best if there is a perfect solution. The leading man suddenly hinted, if the price is too great, we can also lose something. The man in uniform immediately startled, and he immediately understood what he meant. Of course, military force is only the last strategy after all. Now we first need to figure out the other side's origins, attitudes and more information. Suddenly, the headed man's words changed. Minister Varro, the task of your Ministry of Foreign Affairs is equally grim. If you can persuade the other party to acknowledge allegiance to us, then it's best. If the other party is not willing to acknowledge allegiance, you also to appease them. We first need to rescue those hostages in the base. Understood, I will send the best negotiator. In another position, a white and fat man replied. At the same time, we have to contact the European area to convince them that if things get out of control, they must hand over another Ark. The headed man continued. Understood, Minister Varro? However, the man called Minister Varro hasn't answered yet. Suddenly the door of the conference hall was knocked, and then a security guard in a suit rushed in. He looked panicked and said, "Not good after Mr. President, I suddenly received news from New York that a man wearing black armor had broken through the air defense network of the SFG military base at supersonic speed and arrived in the sky over New York." What? Everyone immediately complexion greatly changed. At the time when an emergency meeting on this incident was being held in the east of North America, Chen Chen had already arrived above New York City. As one of the most prosperous international cities in North America, New York is one of the symbols of North America, and the city is also the most important financial center on the entire world Eastern Sea. At this time, on the Park armor from the plane of Iron Blood fighter, Chen Chen's mask is showing a radar pattern. In the pattern, there are 3 red dots in an array that are constantly approaching. The armor also automatically analyzed the opponent's speed, and the speed of the red dots reached about twice the speed of sound. This world's new fighter? Chen Chen suddenly became interested. In his original world, the fastest flying aircraft seemed to be called the MiG-25. But it was a reconnaissance type and it had to be at high altitude. Of the orthodox fighters, the fastest one can reach about 2.5 times the speed of sound, which is 2.5 Mach. If it is full of weapons, it is only 1.5 Mach. At this moment, the opponent came to meet him. Obviously, he came prepared, but the speed still reached Mach 2 or more. This situation immediately aroused Chen Chen's interest. Interesting. Chen Chen gave a low laugh. He dived, and the field suddenly made him dive quickly. In almost a few seconds, Chen Chen landed on the most famous Brooklyn Bridge in New York. Bang! A violent vibration hit. Chen Chen's body directly hit a huge deep hole on the bridge deck, revealing the steel bars of the fist thickness inside the bridge. At the same time, in the sky, 3 black dots quickly slashed across the sky, passing low above Chen Chen's head, like a demonstration of military force. However, at the moment when Chen Chen passed over Chen Chen's head, 3 sights bounced from behind Chen Chen, locking the 3 fighters like a poisonous snake. In the next second, 3 clear blue lasers pierced the sky. The 3 fighters exploded almost at the same moment. Bang! The flames skyrocketed over the Brooklyn Bridge, and all 3 fighters were destroyed. A mecha only set. Dozens of cars were blocked by Chen Chen's silhouette. In desperation, they could only stop the car. Several drivers got out of the car. Before saying anything, they saw 3 fighter jets volley above their head when the explosion suddenly occurred. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim from the heart, "Oh, are there any more? I just shot 3 fighter jets." But Chen Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes because more fighter jets came from afar. Not only that, behind the fighter jets, there were rows of combat helicopters flying over. Just because Chen Chen landed on the Brooklyn Bridge, so he did not immediately attack. However, when those fighters saw the end of the first 3 planes, they immediately began to lift up and flew from a height of 1,000 meters. Because the distance was too far, they finally escaped Chen Chen's laser strike, but the one behind a group of combat helicopters suffered. I saw Chen Chen spread his hands. The next second, he flew into the sky again. But this time there were more than a dozen cars flying with him. These cars seemed to have lost their gravity and synchronized with Chen Chen ascended to the sky, and then the helicopter moved towards several hundred meters away like a cannonball rushed away. Bang! Several helicopters quickly avoided, but there were still a few helicopters hit by the high-speed cars, and they crashed into a fireball on the spot. It's not over yet. Everyone suddenly heard a toothless metal tearing sound from the Brooklyn Bridge. Starting from where Chen Chen was flying, the bridge deck began to tear a little bit. At the same time, the traction cables on both sides of the bridge also began to break one by one at a speed visible to naked eye. These steel cables are like a leather whip. Because they lose traction, they pop out automatically. They hit the bridge and the ocean. Dozens of cars were directly pulled away on the spot, amid the cries and curses of countless people. The Brooklyn Bridge had an uncontrollable chain reaction and began to collapse. My God, this is simply not true. The remaining combat helicopters can only stay far away. They hovered thousands of meters away from Chen Chen, and watched the Brooklyn Bridge, one of the symbols of North America, collapsed. Everyone was shocked. Desperate expression. Look, the other party flew away. A first officer said suddenly, where is that direction to fly? There is the direction of downtown New York. Bang! A black silhouette fell heavily from the sky, smashing a huge wound with a diameter of 2 meters on the hard concrete floor. In the smoke and dust, a warrior wearing black armor, like an alien civilization, slowly got up, and the 6 scarlet sights behind him looked like 6 poisonous snakes, greedily and cautiously scanning everything around. Chen Chen lifts the head and looked around all around, but saw a bustling triangular street greeted you. All around is full of people fleeing, and these dense populations and all around the neon lights of neighboring knots all explain it bustling. This is Times Square, which is called the crossroads of the world by humans, and it is also the largest commercial street in North America. Super USB Chapter 514. Super USB Chapter 514. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. A low vibration sounded from the ground, like an antiquity giant beast slowly waking up. It opened its fangs and exposed a sharp claw, trying to emerge from the ground. As the crossroads of the world, the civilized financial central zone, Times Square began to tremble with the earth shook and the mountain quivered in this brief moment, and the Nasdaq exchange screens issued a series of zizz sounds. And the cracking sound, this huge 36-meter high screen, which was born in 2002 and spent more than $30 million to manufacture, burst out a lot of sparks, like a rain of fire. At the same time, the 4-meter high Times Mansion made a thunderous roar. One after another cracks appeared between the buildings. This building that is uninhabited all year round, but is known as the Light of New York, also began to collapse. The broken screen, the cracked building, and countless pedestrians who screamed away, together weave a magnificent symphony. At the moment when this symphony reached its peak, suddenly, a whine of torn steel came from the top of the building. A crystal ball with a diameter of about 2 meters and the word Hope for Peace marked on it came from falling from a high altitude, crashed into Times Square with a bang. However, this is just the beginning. In the next second, the Times building collapsed in an endless tremor, like a fragile tofu, which collapsed straight down, bursting out smoke and dust covering the sky. Next, there is the Nasdaq stock market building next to it. After the huge screens shattered, the whole building did not persist, like tofu, with countless windows shattered into countless fragments. The whole building collapsed in the whine of giant beast. Finally, there is the telephone and telegraph company building on the side. It crashed to the ground following the steps of the former. At this moment, the entire Times Square was filled with endless smoke and dust. The dense smoke swept the sky, even dozens of kilometers away. God, can this really be done by one person? On the combat helicopter fleet not far away, everyone was exclaiming. They watched the most prosperous intersection in the world crash and disappear, and everyone felt a trace of irresistible sadness. That is the fragility of civilization, the mourning for the fate of mankind. But at the next moment, they couldn't continue to be sad, because the demonic silhouette not at all stopped because of destroying Times Square. He flew up again, causing a sonic boom in the air. Moved towards the next target and fly away. That direction is. Everyone couldn't help but their eyes rounded, and at the same time sucked in a breath of cold air. They all had a vague idea. Damn, who will stop that monster? He is going to the Empire State Building. In the channel, the commander-in-chief of this operation exclaimed, quickly, at all costs stop him. This group of helicopter battle groups reacted. They quickly turned to move towards the Empire State Building and flew away. But in the face of an enemy who easily breaks through the sound barrier, how can the clumsy helicopter catch up? Bang! The next second, everyone watched the skyscraper for more than 100 meters not far away exploded. A huge hole with a diameter of more than 30 meters penetrated the waist and abdomen of the building, opening the center of the building. A big hole. In an instant, countless thick smoke rose up, and the whole city was filled with screams and prayers. However, after all, it is a landmark building certified by the world. Even if a big hole is penetrated in the middle, this building still has no tendency to collapse. Seeing this scene, many people secretly relieved. However, as the initiator of this incident, Chen Chen didn't even look at it. He continued to fly south in this direction, but after 10 seconds, he once again came to a more familiar place. There are countless high-rise buildings stand in great numbers, which sandwich the road in the center into a gap like a canyon. And these skyscrapers are all placed on the world with familiar names: Citibank headquarters, bank headquarters, New York Stock Exchange, New York Futures Exchange, etc. If Times Square is the commercial center of human civilization, then Wall Street is the financial center of human civilization. Here is the famous Wall Street. At this time, most of the group of merchants on Wall Street have been evacuated. But Chen Chen's purpose is not to kill. He had waited for the people in Times Square to disperse before destroying the square. Horror, but in fact there are not many casualties. In other words, Chen Chen is just here to show his strength. As Chen Chen descended on Wall Street, he had just stood firm on the narrow and cramped street. In the next second, a few finger-thick warheads were intercepted in front of Chen Chen. These warheads hit the invisible wall that can be formed on the scene. On the barrier, only a few centimeters deep before being intercepted. But this is just the beginning. In the next second, several grenades with long tail flames burst from the building, and exploded quickly when they hit Chen Chen. In the next second, endless fire and smoke rising, covering everything on the street. Don't stop. There is a defensive power field outside the opponent's body. Keep shooting. Don't stop. The various weapons and special forces ambushing between the floors kept attacking. The commander's roar came from their headsets, so they moved towards the thick smoke, pouring their ammunition like crazy. Boom boom boom. It wasn't until the small half of Wall Street began to rise in smoke, the firepower of everyone was stopped. It was not that they didn't want to continue shooting, but that they could only carry these ammunition in haste. Even so, with Chen Chen the location is the center of the circle, and within a few thousand square meters, it seems to have been plowed by a cannonball. The bank headquarters building has also been severely affected, and at this time it has been on the verge of collapse. All of this was also broadcast live by surveillance satellites. The screen was projected directly in the conference hall of the White House. All the high-ranking officials in North America gathered here, silently watching everything on the screen. Did you kill it? Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the dense smoke on the screen. The firepower of the few minutes just now is considered a limit. If they can't kill the other party, then apart from nuclear weapons, there is no other way. But, using nuclear weapons in New York City, no one dared to give this order. As everyone looked forward to the billowing smoke, suddenly, a dark silhouette came out of the smoke. He tilted his head and looked towards the top of his head, then spread his hands again. No. At this moment, the entire conference hall is full of emotions such as anger, unwillingness, fear, etc. And these emotions are mixed together to form a roar in desperation. In the next second, in their eyes, skyscrapers on Wall Street collapsed. Whether it is the headquarters of Citibank, the headquarters of bank, or the New York Stock Exchange, these can become landmarks in any city. The skyscrapers of sexual architecture all collapsed in this brief moment. After raise the entire Wall Street to the ground, the monster finally took off again and continued to fly south. Damn, what else is there to the south? In the conference hall, the man-headed finally couldn't help it. He roared loudly, "Who will tell me, what else is on Wall Street South?" "It's free, goddess." The middle-aged man in the military uniform couldn't help closing his eyes. He whispered, "The southwest of Wall Street is our free girl, divine idol." In an instant, the needle fell in the entire conference hall, and it was full of unspeakable despair. However, Chen Chen did not stop because of the will of the group of people. He moved forward at the speed of sound, but in about 10 seconds he completely reached the sky above Liberty Island. On this small island in the southwest corner of Manhattan, New York, the female divine idol, a symbol of freedom and democracy, stands tall. Chen Chen landed directly on the head of Liberty Goddess, looking at the entire New York City. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. He knew that countless people were watching him silently at this moment, so he lightly put on his helmet. Next moment, one after another blue light flashes and shrinks on his body, but within a few seconds, the entire park armor shrinks back to the appearance of a pair of arm guards. At this moment, Chen Chen's appearance is exposed to countless people. "Right now, humans, as your ancestors, I am very disappointed." Suddenly, Chen Chen showed an expression of pity. He looked around the city like a god in the sky, and his voice was amplified thousands of times like a thunderstorm, echoing the entire New York City. Overhead. "Millions of years ago, we brought our DNA to Earth, carrying our hopes and long-cherished wishes, and created a group of ancient humans. In your body, our blood is flowing. In your soul, there are our tears." As his words echoed throughout New York, the city that was already in turmoil suddenly fell silent. Everyone stopped to flee, looked over in surprise, looked towards the standing silhouette in the distance. "Afterwards, we compelled by circumstances left and gave you this beautiful planet. We had hoped that you could transform this planet into a more prosperous one, but it's a pity." When talking about this, Chen Chen was slightly paused. At the same time, the memories of everyone in New York City were also recalled one after another. They couldn't help but recall the Third World War of the year and the epic nuclear war. "Your power is bestowed by us. We are far away in the Pleiades star cluster. We once looked at you proudly, watching you grow up and gradually become the master of this planet." Chen Chen's voice is solemn. "You must remember that we have always used wisdom and strength to conquer and transform nature, and we also believed that you would use your power carefully. However, you who are too arrogant have gradually lost their glory and fear of nature." When talking about this, everyone was completely silent. The expressions on the faces of everyone in New York City gradually calmed down. They looked sadly at all this and the city caught in the fire sea, and many people even began to reflect. "Today, I taught you a lesson. I could destroy your civilization, but glory and blood are thicker than water but prevent me from doing this." Chen Chen suddenly raised his hand and pointed to his chest. "What I want to tell you is that the power that you are proud of is actually not strong. For us, it can be wiped out because the real power is not it is the strength of the military force, but the strength of the soul. And your hearts have long become desert." All this was passed to the White House at the same time. At this time, Listening to Chen Chen's narration, everyone showed an unbelievable expression. "This guy. Is this guy a human?" a senior official shouted. "Look, he has the same appearance and body shape as ours. Damn, he is a human at all." "No, he is not a human. He is a fire star." "Is the origin of mankind really fire star?" No wonder the C24 chromosome technology can be applied to humans. At this moment, the entire White House conference hall was full of riots. Everyone is quiet. The Minister of National Defense hurriedly stopped everyone. "Don't be fooled by his words, tentatively whether he is the ancestor of human beings or not. We just need to know that now he is our enemy of humanity. No, listen to him." However, the man in the lead was shaken, and he whispered, "Did you not find out? He even removed the suit, but still can transmit the sound out of the city. What does this mean?" It means that he is a Superman. In fact, he not only possesses weapon technology far beyond human beings, but also possesses superhuman abilities. Someone asked immediately. At this moment, the entire conference hall is quiet again, and everyone can't help but feel a chill. At this time, Chen Chen's soul chicken soup is gradually coming to an end. "What I want to warn you, I love your environment, protect your homeland, and don't let the nightmare of the year repeat, let alone ours." A nightmare repeats. Our fire star civilization. Waiting for you in the Pleiades star cluster. With the sublimation of the theme and the end of the speech, another helicopter flew over to Manhattan. However, unlike the previous helicopters, this helicopter is not an armed helicopter, but an ordinary commercial helicopter. Not only that, it also sprays conspicuous words such as peace and negotiation with spray paint. Chen Chen did not attack the opponent. He just stood quietly, watching the opponent gradually approach, and finally hovered more than 10 meters in front of him. On the helicopter, a man in a suit held up a horn and shouted in the cabin, "Your Excellency Firestar, let me ask on behalf of our government, what do you mean by this remark? Do you want to warn us?" "I just said that's all with feelings," Chen Chen answered indifferently. But what is strange is that the gust of wind brought by the helicopter propeller can't blow him at all. Obviously the barrier that can block all attacks still exists. I'm just showing you the power of advanced civilization in order to let you understand that human power is actually not worth mentioning. I believe your words. The man in the suit continued to shout. Then you can stop the attack on New York City. Maybe we can sit down peacefully and have a conversation between our two civilizations, and we can also talk about the other one. The situation of the Arkansas. Of course you can. Chen Chen nodded. The reason why I attacked New York is to show my strength to warn you. Now that the goal has been achieved, I can certainly stop. Speaking, Chen Chen turned around and walked directly into the headband of the Victory Goddess. At the same time, he said, "Send your representative and let him talk to me. As long as you hand over the Ark, we can leave immediately." Super USB Chapter 515. Super USB Chapter 515. You can search I have a Super USB flash drive, imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. A few hours later, when the sun completely set, and the entire New York began to sweep the tragic battlefield, Chen Chen was standing high above the New York City Hall. At my feet, thousands of soldiers guarded the City Hall. Guns and tanks stood in great numbers, as if they had become a hedgehog. However, whether these soldiers can deter Chen Chen, to be honest, the people in the City Hall don't believe them. They are more like self-deception ostriches, used to embolden themselves. Bang! With a dull sound of landing, Chen Chen jumped from a high altitude and stood in front of the City Hall gate guarded by countless soldiers. These soldiers suddenly seemed to be frightened. They raised their guns and aimed at Chen Chen. "Let down, give me all the weapons." The commander headed only felt his scalp numb. He quickly called on his subordinates to put down their guns and brace oneself towards Chen Chen. When Chen Chen was 4 or 5 meters away, he stopped, and at the same time raised his right hand to make a military salute, and shouted, "The commander of the North American Independent Division, Colonel Gibbon Clare, to you report." please wait a moment, our mayor will be here soon." While speaking, a grey-haired man showed up at the gate with a group of City Hall officials. Although they tried their best to keep calm, if you look closely, you can still see the panic in their eyes. This group of people walked in slowly. But when they walked to Claire, they didn't want to go forward. Only the headed white-haired man braced oneself and walked in front of Chen Chen. He extended stiffly the hand. "I am the mayor of New York City, Sapir Yetiborn, and I welcome you on behalf of North America." Seeing this, Chen Chen only extended the hand and shook the opponent lightly. When holding the opponent's hand, he could obviously feel the man in front of him tremble. "Uxaborn, you can call me the Watchman." Original Lord Watcher. Hearing this, the mayor of Ashburn quickly said with a smile, "Please come in with us now, and on behalf of North America, I am responsible for this friendly negotiation between the two sides." Chen Chen nodded, let the opponent withdraw his palm, and then he moved towards the inside of the City Hall under the invitation of the opponent in a low profile. Although Chen Chen today is called a humanoid nuclear bomb, he still needs some caution. Before entering the City Hall, he used the field to go deep into the City Hall and took the lead after confirming that there were no killer moves in the City Hall. Walked in. Under the lead of the mayor, Chen Chen and a group of officials were taken to a conference hall. Chen Chen sat on one side of the conference table, and the rest of the people sat reluctantly the opposite side. "I wonder if you want coffee or some other beverage?" the mayor of Usborne asked again. "No need." Chen Chen casually waved. "I have come up with sincerity to talk to you, now you can answer me. When I can get another uck is enough." Hearing this, everyone's face changed, and the mayor of Usborne bitterly laughed. "If you really understand a human civilization, then you should understand that another uck in the world is actually not ours. The North American region, but the European region, does not belong to the same government as us." "Of course I know this." Chen Chen nodded, "but I also know that in Europe, until now is the leader of North America. If you ask the other party to surrender the uck, the other party has no reason to refuse. Am I right?" Everyone hesitated. Hearing this, the mayor of Usborne looked even more bitter. He just wanted to argue that this was not the case, but Chen Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. It seems to understand that Chen Chen is not a foolish existence. The mayor of Usborne trembled all over his body. He was nodded with difficulty. "I understand. I will report this condition to the above." "You are wasting my time, Mayor of Usborne." However, following the words of the mayor of Usborne, Chen Chen's expression was completely cold. He slowly stood up, and an invisible force bound the entire conference hall. In an instant, everyone seemed to be strangling their throats. They kept touching their necks, but they found it was empty. "If you can't represent the North American official, then let someone at a higher level come," Chen Chen said in a deep voice. He walked step by step in front of Usborne. "I have given enough sincerity, and even condescended to come to see you, but you said, report to the above. Are you kidding me?" Speaking, Usborne only felt his throat tighten. He couldn't help but breathe, but no matter how he breathed, the air seemed to be condensed, and he couldn't breathe into his lungs at all. Usborne kept scratching his throat with both hands. He wanted to explain, but there was no sound in the depths of his throat. He could only show a pleading expression and stared closely at Chen Chen's eyes, until Usborne felt that he was about to die from suffocation. Finally, his throat suddenly loosened, and then he collapsed to the ground softly and gasped, "Ha, Lord Watcher. I'm really sorry." Usborne quickly defended, "I assure you that you will get the European Ark in 30 days. 30 days, I will do what I say." "No, not one." Chen Chen continued to speak. He stared at each other condescendingly. "But 2, you must also dismantle the Fire Star and transport it back to my hands." Yes. Seeing this, Usborne had to be nodded. "Very well, this is how the transaction is concluded." Seeing this, Chen Chen smiled again. He pulled the opponent from the ground and looked around at the horrified crowd. "If after 30 days, I still can't get what I want, then I promise human civilization will be hit by unprecedented impact. This time, it's not as easy to forget as today. Speaking, Chen Chen gave everyone a sneer, then suddenly turned around, and the window behind him suddenly shattered. Then Chen Chen stepped out. His silhouette took off directly and flew out of the window. Bang! With a deafening wave of air coming from outside the window, Chen Chen went directly into a supersonic state and disappeared into the night sky. It was not until Chen Chen left that everyone crawled out from under the table in a battered and exhausted manner. At the same time, there was a rush of running noise outside the door. In the next second, a lot of soldiers with guns rushed in. No more vigilance, the other party has already left. Osborne looked ugly. He waved his hands at the many soldiers and asked them to withdraw. Then he sat down on the chair in front of him in shock. In the next second, the upper head screen in the conference hall will automatically turn on, revealing the scene in another conference hall. It looks like you failed. In the video, it is the silhouettes of the many high-ranking officials in the previous group of White House. Obviously, the previous negotiations are all under observation. Very bad, Mr. President. Osborne shook the head with a sullen expression. The countermeasures we prepared for various situations did not work at all. Even the best negotiators, psychologists, and behavior analysts did not come in handy, because the other party has no plan to negotiate with us at all. He just came to make a request. We understand that he does have this qualification when the military force gap is huge. In the video, the middle-aged man nodded sitting in the first seat, and then he looked towards everyone again. The previous words of the other party obviously pointed out that the previous attack was just a disarm, that's all. If we can't hand over the Ark within 30 days, he will take more drastic measures. In fact, these are second to none. I found a more terrifying situation. Suddenly, the Secretary of Defense, who has been silent, said in a low voice, "You should have also discovered that the strange armor that the other party wore before was not at all during the negotiation, but he can still do it to the extent of free flight. Doesn't this mean?" The Secretary of Defense remained silent for a while before continuing to say with difficulty, "Don't you mean that he didn't rely on technology to fly? Could it be that the destructive power that used to destroy tall buildings before was his own? If this is the case, then too terrifying. The President of North America has a more solemn expression, superpower, or the spirit strength amount he mentioned before. Can you analyze it? I am afraid that this will not be judged until the experts arrive on Wall Street and Times Square. The Secretary of Defense replied, "The only pity now is that he doesn't drink water, let alone contaminate any objects on the negotiating table. Otherwise we can extract his DNA for analysis and find out there's what's a secret." Obviously the other party is also guarding against all this. It seems that we can only contact the European side. Seeing this, as the President of North America, the headed middle-aged man finally made up his mind. He looked towards the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Contact the European region as soon as possible and convince them to abandon the Ark, while in New York City, you can continue to find ways to contact each other and see if you can find any new opportunities. Yes, Osborne is nodded. Immediately, the screen in the conference hall flashed again and shut down completely. At this time, after a period of flying, Chen Chen crossed a distance of several thousand kilometers again and returned to the sky above Pepper's Lake in Nevada. The reason why he has to take a circuitous approach to attack the Doom World and capture Ark instead of taking the most primordial way to directly extract Ark from the USB flash drive is because the movie is not at all given to Ark-specific equipment. The water polo that appears the most in the movie. As the Ark starts, the water polo will wrap up the passengers in front of it, and then disappear directly with a swish. By the time the passenger came back to his senses, he had already arrived at the other Ark on the Fire Star. Because the Ark from start to finish has no real appearance, Chen Chen cannot take the first way to take it directly, so Chen Chen will open the channel and enter the world of Doom in the second form of the U-Disc capture. Now it seems that all this is going well. He also discovered a shocking secret. It turns out that not every world opened by the USB flash drive is destroyed. It can be said that Chen Chen got the USB flash drive. The biggest discovery. At this time, Chen Chen came back to the sky above the Ark experimental base. As the underground passage opened again, Chen Chen took the elevator back to the interior of the base. Your Excellency Commander, I know everything you do through the internet. As soon as I returned to the Ark experimental base, the voice of X-112 came again. At the same time, the North American region is constantly trying to regain control of the Ark base, and also wants to establish contact with us for testing. Just ignore them. Chen Chen doesn't matter. We waited tentatively for them for 30 days. If we haven't got the Ark's things by that time, I need to use memetic weapons to teach them a lesson. Understood. X-112 responded. Apart from this, I also found the so-called C24 chromosome technology from the laboratory database, and found that although this technology may not be used on a large scale, it can be used in Dark Knight. They have further strengthened their continuous combat capability and recovery capabilities. Indeed, Dark Knight has no good and evil, because they don't even have a brain. Chen Chen suddenly remembered, Dark Knight is completely immune to the side effects of the C24 chromosome. In that case, let's pack it away together. From the perspective of the movie, this C24 chromosome effect can only be said to be quite satisfactory. Even the protagonist of the movie has only 3 enhancements in strength, reactionability and resilience, and the enhancement is roughly the same as that of Alice infected with T-virus, and even faintly inferior. If this kind of enhancement was put in the past, Chen Chen would probably get everything. But for him now it can only be the icing on the cake, that's all, because this C24 chromosome technology cannot be used in Chen Chen itself. Now Chen Chen asks to take it away, but only takes it back to study, that's all. Maybe if he is lucky enough, he will be able to research something more valuable. Apart from this, X-112 also invaded the National Defense Network system of this world, and took out some useful technologies from it, such as biochemical energy gun BFG, which is the kind of shot in the movie a weapon with a tomato diameter hole can be made from a half-meter thick steel wall. Apart from this also has the nano-wall technology mentioned before. Nano-wall, as the name implies, is a wall made of nanomaterials. It usually exists as a door. In this state, any object can pass through the nano-wall. However, once a switch is triggered, the nano-wall will suddenly change the state of the fluid and become a solid wall. The nano-wall in this state is indestructible, and even bullets on it will bounce back. The wall will suffer any harm. Apart from this, there are many modern technology applications unique to this world. These technologies can complement reality and make the research projects of Chen Chen more comprehensive and smooth. Finally, Chen Chen directly issued an order for the captive group of scientific researchers to start dismantling the Ark in the experimental base. He must first transport the Ark back to reality, and wait until the other 2 Arks are also accounted for. He was going to put one of them on the Minaret experiment base and one on the Fire Star. There is one last one. Chen Chen intends to secretly place it on the back of the moon and build a helium-3 mining field there. Super USB Chapter 516. Super USB Chapter 516. You can search I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Leave the other side of the U-Disc channel to X-112 to take care of, and ask the other party to report back if there is any problem at any time, and then Chen Chen returns to the real world first. Only 1 day later, the first Ark was brought to reality. When Chen Chen received the news again, he saw the equipment in the vast and enclosed transmission hall. Is this? Seeing the product in front of him, Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned, feeling a little unexpected. What catches the eye is a 5 meter diameter, white, spherical device full of ancient and vicissitudes of life. Just like the old white plastic, with a dull sense of age, so does the huge sphere in front of me. That's right, the arc is spherical, but it's not a complete sphere. Rather, it seems that there are two hemispheres together. The gap in the middle is half a meter wide. Through the gap, you can see the darkness inside. On the surface of the ball, there are more than a dozen unused grooves. Each groove is only the thickness of the finger, and is different from the white of the spherical surface. The grooves are black. These surface grooves surround the surface of the sphere. They are long and short, without any regularity or regularity between them, but no one except the designer can find it. At this time, what Chen Chen saw was such a huge sphere. This is the arc that was removed from the plane of doom. Xiao X followed Chen Chen. She had grown into a slim girl. At this time, she explained to Chen Chen, when I was at the arc experimental base, the entire sphere was buried in the steel floor. Below, there is only a portal at the top, and the water currents shown in the previous movie that can envelop human beings also emerge from the mouth on the sphere. Oh, Chen Chen hearing this rose rapidly, and he saw a small jagged hole above the sphere, and a dim blue patch in the hole. So how do you start it? And what is the principle of arc? I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Hearing this suddenly explained, this is not even clear to the other side. When they found the arc, the other party looked like a teleportation platform. At most, they renovated the teleportation platform, such as replacing some old ones. Machinery and understandable devices, but the core of the arc they have never been able to study and understand. This is beyond the scope of modern science. So that's how it is. Chen Chen immediately lost hope, because if the other party can't even understand it, then it's like showing a group of primordial people a six-cylinder engine of a modern car. This group of primordial people can at most watch the excitement. Don't try to understand anything apart from this, because it contains a whole set of unknown scientific theories, as well as matching industrial technology. Even if it is not decomposed into the most basic components at this level, it can only be understood or not. Thinking of this, Chen Chen reached out and took the arc plan from a Dark Knight. In addition to this core, it roughly needs a platform that can enclose the core, a high-power photon signal transmitter. Obviously, when these things are combined into one, it is a complete set of arc transmission device. Customize these devices according to the requirements on the design drawings. Seeing this, Chen Chen said immediately, when the second arc is also shipped back to reality, we can start the experiment. As long as it succeeds, we can ship materials to the Firestar at will instead of spaceship. If this is the case, we have to consider how to avoid the eyeliner of other four great continents districts. Xiao X said immediately, apart from this, we also have to consider building a secret base on Firestar, otherwise it will be discovered by the people in the four great continents area. This does need to be considered. Let's take a long-term view. Chen Chen nodded, then turned and left. Soon, 10 days passed quickly. 10 days later, on the plane of doom, Firestar All-Dewey Research Center. 4 or 5 workers in orange-red overalls were manipulating the cone-like device in front of them, and lifted an old ball device from the metal floor that was opened. There is a special logo on the clothing of this group of workers, and at the same time a line of English is written on the logo, United Aerospace Corporation, or UAC for short. If Chen Chen sees it at this time, he will immediately react. This logo is a local giant company in the plane of doom. Its business even penetrates the North American Congress and expands its business to every world a corner. Even the Firestar All-Dewey Research Center was opened by this company. As for the plot in the Doom movie, this company is also responsible for researching C24 chromosome technology in Firestar. After the accident, the North American District Congress immediately dispatched the RTS Special Operations Team where the protagonist was. When the team was dispatched, the only command from the upper level to Captain Johnson was, protect and recycle all property of UAC Company. From this detail, it is enough to prove how huge this company's influence in North America is. Come out. Hurry up and prepare for protection. Don't let it be knocked." At this moment, one of the foremen suddenly shouted, and he was controlling a crane. At this time, Crane was under the core of the ark full of times and vicissitudes. Following his order, a group of workers immediately stepped forward to prevent the huge ball from bumping. I said Scottrade. When everyone was busy, one of the sloppy middle-aged workers asked his side companion in a low voice, "I always have a question to ask. If we dig out this thing, then what will we do in the future? Return to Earth?" "Naturally, I took a spaceship." The worker who is called Scottrade is shrugged. "In fact, I prefer to take a spaceship. Although it is a bit slower, at least I won't get motion sickness." "You said so." The sloppy worker was nodded, and he immediately agreed. After all, every time the ark teleports, the dizziness generated is enough to spit out the passenger's dinner last night. "What are you two talking about? Don't hurry up and concentrate on my work." The foreman yelled at the sight of the two whispering. Until the core of the ark was completely removed from the bottom of the pit, everyone was sighed in relief. The scruffy worker glanced at the bottom of the pit at will, but he was stunned at that moment. "What's wrong with Sam?" Scott on the side asked casually, only to find that his best friend was unprecedented and did not respond. So he followed his gaze and looked down. However, he only saw a metal door that was flat on the ground, covered with unknown patterns, like a cellar entrance. 30 days passed quickly. On the last day of the 30-day period, a spaceship flew from outside the ground and stopped near Lake Pepus, Nevada, in North America. A dozen soldiers walked off the spaceship a little nervously, and behind them was a strangely shaped transporter. And the carriage of the transporter was the core of the Arkansas. As the spaceship arrives, the ground in front of the crowd slowly rises, and then a concrete elevator entrance with a somewhat old style rises from the ground, and then a pair of fully armed Dark Knights wearing park armor walks from the elevator. Came out. "We have brought things." An officer walked out of the soldiers. He waved his hand and let the transport truck drive forward. "This is the core of the ark. What you want?" One of the Dark Knights was nodded immediately. He came forward and turned over into the transport truck in 2s and 3s. He moved towards the core of the ark in the carriage and glanced at it. After confirming the authenticity, he waved his hand. Suddenly, there was another one. Dark Knight stepped out, replacing the previous driver, and drove the transporter into the elevator. The core of the last ark finally arrived. After seeing the other party confirming the authenticity, the officer was a little nervous. "Since you have got what you want, can you release the researchers in the base now?" However, his words not at all got a response. The other party seemed to be a group of soulless beings, returning to the elevator one by one, without reacting to the officer's words. The officer could only watch the elevator door close again. After the elevator descended downward, the extended facility was retracted under the ground, as if it were just a piece of ordinary wasteland. Seeing this, the officer had no choice but to open the communication device. He whispered, "Mr. Commander, we have delivered the last core of the ark, but the other party's request for us to release the prisoners not at all responded to our proposal. If this is the case, then forget it. You should return for the time being. Don't stay there anymore, so as not to be misunderstood by the other party." A deep voice came from the contactor. "Yes." At the same time, as far away as the White House in Washington, all high-level leaders in North America also received this news. It looks like the transaction is over. In the conference hall, everyone is secretly relieved. Although the other party not at all directly released the hostages, this is a good start, the headed president stated. "What we have to do now is to monitor each other's every move to prevent new changes from happening again. I hope that the other party will comply with the requirements and can leave after getting the 3 Arkansas." The Minister of Foreign Affairs on the side also said, "Because everyone understands that the so-called surveillance is actually just a self-comforting rhetoric, that's all. As long as the other party does not leave for a day, everyone can't even sleep well." Many officials all have lost a lot of weight in these 30 days. Okay, now we can talk about the next topic. Without continuing the previous topic, The president suddenly changed his words. I think you all have received a secret notice. After the core of the Firestar's ark was moved away, a solid door was found below. No way to open it. Everyone is hearing this. You look at me and I look at you. All nodded. But now I want to tell you an update. Suddenly, the president showed a smile of relief. Just yesterday, the old UVI Research Center heard another news that after they used a 1,000,000-degree ultra-high field laser for cutting, the door was finally cut open. Signs. How many people know about this news? Another senior official asked aloud. Very rarely, except for Firestar's old UVI Research Center. Only a few people from United Aerospace Corporation and a few of us on Earth have received this news. The total number of people in the world does not exceed 30. The president is full of confidence, and I think it's best not to let these outsiders who call themselves Firestar people know. After all, no one knows what's under the door. Maybe it is a technology left over from the Firestar civilization. The Minister of Foreign Affairs looked forward to it. If you can get the weird outer skeleton armor technology that the person wore before, that would be great. The outer skeleton armor is nothing. However, the Minister of Commerce next to him immediately curled his lips and said, I would rather get his supernatural power of flying through the skies or escaping through the ground, which is almost a divine vestige. It may be the technology of immortality. Someone continued to add. When talking about this, everyone was excited. It seemed that the alien heritage far behind the Firestar door had completely entered their pockets. Well, everyone, be quiet. The president of North America suppressed his hands and suppressed the noise of the crowd. We don't know what it is, but there must be something very precious in it, because we found the Ark teleportation platform on Firestar. At the time, various tests were carried out on the ground, but nothing outside the core of the Ark was found at all. In other words, this thing was deliberately hidden, so hidden to the point that our technology can't detect the slightest. Until now, after taking out the core of the Ark, we completely discovered its existence. Yes, this thing must never be known by those bandits. Everyone is nodded. Maybe, the other party knows. Suddenly, the Minister of Defense, who had been silent, suddenly made a sound and he asked in a low voice, if the other party is really a prehistoric Firestar civilization, then it is very likely that the other party knows that the door exists. Everyone was hearing this suddenly. What you said is possible. The president is nodded, so my idea is that we just need to pretend to be stupid for a while. If the other party doesn't mention the door, it means he doesn't know the existence of the door either, right? So in any case, the confidentiality of this door must be done well. This is what I want from you. Everyone naturally guarantees again and again. Only the Secretary of Defense is still a little dull. He stared at the report in his hand. It was the description of the door that was discovered this time. From the size, pattern, material to the various guesses of the old UVI Research Center, no, all in one. What's even more incredible is that I don't know what material the door is made of. The whole door is so strong that even the hardest drill bit is useless. There is no way to open it. However, it is precisely this difficult situation that makes everyone in the White House look forward to what is inside. Super USB Chapter 516. Super USB Chapter 516. You can search I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Leave the other side of the U-Disc channel to X112 to take care of, and ask the other party to report back if there is any problem at any time, and then Chen Chen returns to the real world first. Only one day later, the first Ark was brought to reality. When Chen Chen received the news again, he saw the equipment in the vast and enclosed transmission hall. Is this? Seeing the product in front of him, Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned, feeling a little unexpected. What catches the eye is a 5 meter diameter, white, spherical device full of ancient and vicissitudes of life. Just like the old white plastic, with a dull sense of age, so does the huge sphere in front of me. That's right, the Ark is spherical. But it's not a complete sphere. Rather, it seems that there are two hemispheres together. The gap in the middle is 0.5 meter wide. Through the gap, you can see the darkness inside. On the surface of the ball, there are more than a dozen unused grooves. Each groove is only the thickness of the finger, and is different from the white of the spherical surface. The grooves are black. These surface grooves surround the surface of the sphere. They are long and short, without any regularity or regularity between them, but no one except the designer can find it. At this time, what Chen Chen saw was such a huge sphere. This is the ark that was removed from the plane of doom. Xiao X followed Chen Chen. She had grown into a slim girl. At this time, she explained to Chen Chen, when I was at the ark experimental base, the entire sphere was buried in the steel floor. Below, there is only a portal at the top, and the water currents shown in the previous movie that can envelop human beings also emerge from the mouth on the sphere. Oh, Chen Chen hearing this rose rapidly, and he saw a small jagged hole above the sphere, and a dim blue patch in the hole. So how do you start it? And what is the principle of arc? I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Hearing this suddenly explained, this is not even clear to the other side. When they found the ark, the other party looked like a teleportation platform. At most, they renovated the teleportation platform, such as replacing some old ones, machinery and understandable devices, but the core of the ark they have never been able to study and understand. This is beyond the scope of modern science. So that's how it is. Chen Chen immediately lost hope, because if the other party can't even understand it, then it's like showing a group of primordial people a six-cylinder engine of a modern car. This group of primordial people can at most watch the excitement. Don't try to understand anything apart from this, because it contains a whole set of unknown scientific theories, as well as matching industrial technology. Even if it is not decomposed into the most basic components at this level, it can only be understood or not. Thinking of this, Chen Chen reached out and took the arc plan from a dark night. In addition to this core, it roughly needs a platform that can enclose the core, a high-power photon signal transmitter. Obviously when these things are combined into one, it is a complete set of arc transmission device. Customize these devices according to the requirements on the design drawings. Seeing this, Chen Chen said immediately, when the second arc is also shipped back to reality, we can start the experiment. As long as it succeeds, we can ship materials to the Firestar at will instead of spaceship. If this is the case, we have to consider how to avoid the eyeliner of other four great continents districts. Xiao X said immediately, apart from this, we also have to consider building a secret base on Firestar, otherwise it will be discovered by the people in the four great continents area. This does need to be considered. Let's take a long-term view. Chen Chen nodded, then turned and left. Soon, 10 days passed quickly. 10 days later, on the plane of doom, Firestar All-Dewey Research Center. 4 or 5 workers in orange-red overalls were manipulating the cone-like device in front of them, and lifted an old ball device from the metal floor that was opened. There is a special logo on the clothing of this group of workers, and at the same time a line of English is written on the logo, United Aerospace Corporation, or UAC for short. If Chen Chen sees it at this time, he will immediately react. This logo is a local giant company in the plane of doom. Its business even penetrates the North American Congress and expands its business to every world corner. Even the Firestar All-Dewey Research Center was opened by this company. As for the plot in the Doom movie, this company is also responsible for researching C24 chromosome technology in Firestar. After the accident, the North American District Congress immediately dispatched the RTS Special Operations Team where the protagonist was. When the team was dispatched, the only command from the upper level to Captain Johnson was, protect and recycle all property of UAC Company. From this detail, it is enough to prove how huge this company's influence in North America is. Come out, hurry up and prepare for protection. Don't let it be knocked. At this moment, one of the foremen suddenly shouted, and he was controlling a crane. At this time, Crane was under the core of the ark full of times and vicissitudes. Following his order, A group of workers immediately stepped forward to prevent the huge ball from bumping. I said Scottrade. When everyone was busy, one of the sloppy middle-aged workers asked his side companion in a low voice, "I always have a question to ask. If we dig out this thing, then what will we do in the future? Return to Earth?" "Naturally, I took a spaceship." The worker who is called Scottrade is shrugged. "In fact, I prefer to take a spaceship. Although it is a bit slower, at least I won't get motion sickness." "You said so." The sloppy worker was nodded, and he immediately agreed. After all, every time the Ark teleports, the dizziness generated is enough to spit out the passenger's dinner last night. "What are you two talking about? Don't hurry up and concentrate on my work." The foreman yelled at the sight of the two whispering. Until the core of the Ark was completely removed from the bottom of the pit, everyone was sighed in relief. The scruffy worker glanced at the bottom of the pit at will, but he was stunned at that moment. "What's wrong with Sam?" Scott on the side asked casually, only to find that his best friend was unprecedented and unresponsive, so he followed the other's gaze and looked down. However, he only saw a metal door that was flat on the ground, covered with unknown patterns, like a cellar entrance. 30 days passed quickly. On the last day of the 30-day period, a spaceship flew from outside the ground and stopped near Lake Pepus, Nevada, in North America. A dozen soldiers walked off the spaceship a little nervously, and behind them was a strangely shaped transporter, and the carriage of the transporter was the core of the Arkansas. As the spaceship arrives, the ground in front of the crowd slowly rises, and then a concrete elevator entrance with a somewhat old style rises from the ground, and then a pair of fully armed Dark Knights wearing park armor walks from the elevator. Came out. "We have brought things." An officer walked out of the soldiers. He waved his hand and let the transport truck drive forward. "This is the core of the Ark. What you want?" One of the Dark Knights was nodded immediately. He came forward and turned over into the transport truck in 2s and 3s. He moved towards the core of the Ark in the carriage and glanced at it. After confirming the authenticity, he waved his hand. Suddenly, there was another one. The named Dark Knight stepped out. He replaced the previous driver and drove the transporter into the elevator. The core of the last Ark finally arrived. After seeing the other party confirming the authenticity, the officer was a little nervous. "Since you have got what you want, can you release the researchers in the base now?" However, his words not at all got a response. The other party seemed to be a group of soulless beings, returning to the elevator one by one, without reacting to the officer's words. The officer could only watch the elevator door close again. After the elevator descended downward, the extended facility was retracted under the ground, as if it were just a piece of ordinary wasteland. Seeing this, the officer had no choice but to open the communication device. He whispered, "Mr. Commander, we have delivered the last core of the Ark, but the other party's request for us to release the prisoners not at all responded to our proposal. If this is the case, then forget it. You should return for the time being. Don't stay there anymore, so as not to be misunderstood by the other party." A deep voice came from the contactor. "Yes." At the same time, as far away as the White House in Washington, all the senior leaders in North America also received this news. It looks like the transaction is over. In the conference hall, everyone is secretly relieved. Although the other party not at all directly released the hostages, this is a good start, the headed president stated. "What we have to do now is to monitor each other's every move to prevent new changes from happening again. I hope that the other party will comply with the requirements and can leave after getting the 3 Arkansas." The Minister of Foreign Affairs on the side also said, "Because everyone understands that the so-called surveillance is actually just a self-comforting rhetoric, that's all. As long as the other party does not leave for a day, everyone can't even sleep well." Many officials all have lost a lot of weight in these 30 days. Okay, now we can talk about the next topic. Without continuing the previous topic, the president suddenly changed his words. "I think you all have received a secret notice." After the core of the Firestar's Ark was moved away, a strong door was found below. No way to open it. Everyone is hearing this. You look at me and I look at you. All nodded. But now I want to tell you an update. Suddenly, the president gave a smile of relief. Just yesterday, the Old UVI Research Center heard another news that after they used a 1,000,000-degree ultra-high field laser for cutting, the door was finally cut open. Signs. How many people know about this news? Another senior official asked aloud. Very rarely, except for Firestar's Old UVI Research Center. Only a few people from United Aerospace Corporation and a few of us on Earth have received this news. The total number of people in the world does not exceed 30. The president is full of confidence, and I think it's best not to let these outsiders who call themselves Firestar people know. After all, no one knows what's under the door. Maybe it is a technology left over from the Firestar civilization. The Minister of Foreign Affairs looked forward to it. If you can get the weird outer skeleton armor technology that the person wore before, that would be great. The outer skeleton armor is nothing. However, the Minister of Commerce next to him immediately curled his lips and said, I would rather have his supernatural power of flying through the skies or escaping through the ground. It is almost a divine vestige. Maybe it is the technology of immortality. Someone continued to add. When talking about this, everyone was excited. It seems that the alien heritage far behind the Firestar door has completely entered their pockets. Well, everyone, be quiet. The President of North America suppressed his hands and suppressed the noise of the crowd. We don't know what it is, but there must be something very precious in it, because we found the Ark teleportation platform on Firestar. At the time, various tests were carried out on the ground, but nothing outside the core of the Ark was found at all. In other words, this thing was deliberately hidden, so hidden to the point that our technology can't detect the slightest. Until now, after taking out the core of the Ark, we completely discovered its existence. Yes, this thing must never be known by those bandits. Everyone is nodded. Maybe, the other party knows. Suddenly, the Minister of Defense, who had been silent, suddenly made a sound and he asked in a low voice, if the other party is really a prehistoric Firestar civilization, then it is very likely that the other party knows that the door exists. Everyone was hearing this suddenly. What you said is possible. The president is nodded, so my idea is that we just need to pretend to be stupid for a while. If the other party doesn't mention the door, it means he doesn't know the existence of the door either, right? So in any case, the confidentiality of this door must be done well. This is what I want from you. Everyone naturally guarantees again and again. Only the Secretary of Defense is still a little dull. He stared at the report in his hand. It was the description of the door that was discovered this time. From the size, pattern, material to the various guesses of the Old UVI Research Center. No, all in one. What's even more incredible is that I don't know what material the door is made of. The whole door is so strong that even the hardest drill bit is useless. There is no way to open it. However, it is precisely this difficult situation that makes everyone in the White House look forward to what is inside. Super USB Chapter 517. Super USB Chapter 517. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Chen Chen didn't know the door that appeared on the Firestar on the Plane of Doom. After getting everything he wanted, he thought of leaving. After all, every time the channel opened by the U-Disk enters and exits an object, it consumes energy. After this month of in and out, the energy in the U-Disk is also consumed almost. So, after withdrawing all dark nights, he decisively closed the U-Disk channel. He originally had another idea, that is, to bring researchers from the foreign world to work for himself. But after thinking about it, he finally dispelled the unreliable idea. After all, after bringing the other party over, the secret of equivalent to the USB flash drive was revealed. Unless this group of researchers stays out of contact with the outside world for a lifetime, sooner or later they will know the facts. Knowing that they are not an alien, and it is another human civilization. If the other party is not allowed to contact the outside world, and is just kept in the steeple like a prisoner, that is also a problem. After all, humans are social animals, and long-term depression will inevitably lead to mental breakdown. At that time, these researchers will not only be unable to bring Chen Chen, the income has become a burden. So, the previous thoughts are gone. However, Chen Chen did not just say that he gave up this plane directly, but he planned to open this seat again to see the situation. As early as when he entered the plane of Elysium, Chen Chen detected the second form of the U-disc. Most of the rules, one of them is, the opening of the channel is repetitive, and it is allowed to be temporarily closed, as long as the next channel is not opened. The previous channel can be retained. If it is not necessary, Chen Chen will not open other planes, so next time you open Doom, the USB channel will still be connected to this world, and the time flow speed of that world will still be equivalent to reality. Chen Chen believes that he and the Doom plane still have room for cooperation. Returning to reality, the Minaret experimental base was quick to increase its speed, but half a month, the 3-arc transmission equipment was completed, and the experiment was ready to be carried out. Naturally, the test subjects were Delta-level personnel detained inside the Minaret. In order to test, Xiao X first used the black ball Gantz to transport these arc transport piles to the ground, then set up the 3 arcs in 3 hidden places, and renamed the 3 arcs the teleportation pile of the Watchman 1, and the Watchman 2 and 3. In this way, even if it is changed, even if it is known to outsiders, it is at most surprised how this kind of transmission is a bit like the plot in the movie Doom, but it does not think there is really any connection between the two. For the influence of experimental distance and speed, apart from one of the 3 teleportation reactors, one was erected in the Minaret experimental base, the remaining 2 were temporarily erected in the Congo rainforest 2,000 kilometers away, and the other was erected in the Pacific Ocean 10,000 kilometers away. A total of 100 Delta-level personnel were used in this experiment. The success rate of the final transmission has been stable at 100%, and the transmission time has been maintained at about 0.01 seconds. This is the shortest time that the instrument can detect. In other words, the transmission speed of these 3 arcs is the same as that shown in the data, which is 99.9999% light speed. Then it only takes about 20 minutes to transfer from Earth to Firestar. However, X-112 had obtained the data of the Arc experimental base in the plane of Doom as early as before. From the above, it can be seen that if it is an outer planet teleportation, the focus coordinate system is required every time. After all, planet and planet there is constant movement between. Once the focus is deviated, it is very likely that the situation in the movie will appear. A man's upper body reaches the destination, but his lower body flies into the universe, vast and vast. Apart from this, the transmission reactor also relies on electricity for transmission. Each transmission also consumes a huge amount of electricity. Fortunately, Chen Chen has not much here, that is, there is more electricity, supported by a nuclear fusion reactor. Chen Chen basically there is no need to think about energy anymore. After finishing the experiment, the next thing Chen Chen needs to consider is how to place the 2 blacklight transport piles on the Moon and Firestar. For this, the blacklight technology must use the Ares to transport a batch of industrial robots to the back of the Moon without concealing from the Earth Federation, where they can excavate a new underground base, mining helium-3 without scruples. The so-called helium-3 is actually an isotope of the element helium. It is different from ordinary helium in that it contains 2 protons and 1 neutron, and its greatest value is that it can undergo nuclear fusion reactions with hydrogen isotopes. Helium-3 is a fuel for nuclear fusion power generation. Nuclear fusion reactions with helium-3 generate greater energy than traditional deuterium-tritium reactions. In the traditional tritium reaction process, with the generation of nuclear fusion energy, a large number of high-energy neutrons are produced, and these neutrons can cause radioactive damage to nuclear reactors. On the contrary, if helium-3 is used as fuel, high-energy protons are mainly produced instead of neutrons. Helium-3 is not only radioactive, but the reaction process is easy to control, So helium-3 is a kind of nuclear fusion. Yearn for something even in dreams: clean, efficient and safe nuclear fusion fuel. If the energy return rate of coal is 16, then the energy return rate of the nuclear fission power station built by Chen Chen is 20, and the energy return rate of helium-3 nuclear fusion is as high as 270. According to estimates, the construction of a 2 million kilowatt helium-3 nuclear fusion power station consumes only 200 kilograms of helium-3 per year. If the whole world uses helium-3 nuclear fusion power generation, the total annual power generation will only consume 100 tons of helium-3. In other words, the helium-3 in the lunar soil can supply Earth's energy needs for thousands of years. However, the reserves of helium-3 on Earth are very small and difficult to exploit, and artificial synthesis is expensive. However, there are a large amount of natural helium-3 in the lunar soil. According to calculations, the total resources of helium-3 on the Moon are estimated to be 1 million to 5 million tons. So as early as the nuclear fusion project in the Four Great Continents area and the Black Light Technology Cooperation, that is, when the CURB project was launched, it began to deploy the Lunar Scientific Research Station, for nothing else. It is the helium on the Moon 3 resources. The other teleportation pile is about to be placed in the North Pole of Firestar. After all, the South Pole has been occupied by the new scientific expedition team. An underground base will be built at the North Pole of Firestar, which can be used for researching Firestar. Chen Chen is more for taking precautions to prevent any changes in Earth in the future, and to transfer his own industry to Firestar. However, these all need to be laid out slowly, not overnight. However, when Chen Chen was planning to avoid the eyes of the Earth Federation and establish a secret base, new news came from the Four Great Continents area. On the opposite side of Rosen Bridge, in the plain channel opened by the Indian Ocean, they found a group of survivors. Speaking of which can also be regarded as fortune plays with people. After Chen Chen accidentally opened the Rosen Bridge before, in order to prevent Four Great Continents from discovering that the world on the opposite side is the plane of Resident Evil, he deliberately added some difficulty, so that at least a few years the Four Great Continents area could not know the truth, but who expected that when the drone patrols again, they really let them find a group of people who are still struggling on whilst at death's door. After hearing the news, Chen Chen didn't know for a while whether he should cry or laugh. But because of this discovery, the Lilith meeting initiated by the Four Great Continents district was about to begin. Chen Chen thought for a while, and finally came to the previous conference hall. He chose a location at random, and then the holographic environment simulator located in the four corners of the room quickly started. Chen Chen only saw a flash. When he could see clearly, he had appeared in the conference hall again. There are 5 fuzzy silhouettes sitting on the conference table, each with its own number, from 01 to 05. The top-level meeting of this Black Light Foundation is the so-called Lilith meeting. The name is called because in the Jewish Bible, Adam's first wife was Lilith, and nowadays, the divine item of human beings is the quantum computer Adam, so this is also used for guarding humans. The meeting to prevent the extinction of humans is called the Lilith meeting. At this time, everyone in the conference hall was obviously uplifted. One of them said, "I think you have received the latest progress in the exploration of the alien plane." That plane turned out to be a human being destroyed plane. This is our biggest discovery since we explored that seat plane. So how did you discover it? Chen Chen asked absent-mindedly. As far as I know, isn't the seat already occupied by that kind of weird infectious meme? We used a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. One immediately explained. In order to better explore the entire world, we mobilized a number of military reconnaissance planes on all continents. These reconnaissance planes explore the world around the clock, even as far as tens of thousands of kilometers away. I was shocked to find that the flesh and flesh meme did not at all occupy the entire world on the opposite side, but only a small part of it. Until we reached the European location on the opposite world. 03 followed, In the European area opposite the world, we found countless building remains, even familiar cities and familiar buildings, such as the collapsed Eiffel Iron Pagoda and the Holy Mother Courtyard in Paris. There are countless landmarks that only exist in our reality. It is only at this time that we are sure that the world on the opposite side is also an Earth. Chen Chen secretly sighed, and then asked, "What about then?" Then, we also found that there were traces of human corpses in the wreckage of those cities, so we took the risk and spent a few days using the helicopter to cross tens of thousands of kilometers again, crossing the flesh and blood. The blockade of flowers arrived in the city where human corpses were found. O3 went on to say, then we were shocked to find that those corpses turned out to be zombies that only exist in the movie. Zombie? Chen Chen's voice is a little surprised. Are you cracking a joke? No, although it is indeed unbelievable, I am talking about the real situation. O3 took a deep breath and said again, those zombies are normally in a strange dormant state. In this state their physiological activities are reduced to a level close to zero, until the helicopter landed. They were aroused by the movement. The soldiers moved towards our foundation, rushed towards us, but were quickly shot dead on the spot. However, we subsequently obtained samples of these zombies and analyzed them. They found that there was a special virus within the body. This virus has surprising effects with filoviruses such as Ebola virus and blacklight virus. The similarity of the virus, it is this virus that makes them into the living dead who like to eat human flesh and are full of offensive. Speaking, a piece of information appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Chen Chen dialed it casually, but saw that it was all an experiment report about the virus. This thing is like, Chen Chen whispered, it's like a movie. What's the name of that movie? Resident Evil. O2, who has not spoken all the time, suddenly made a sound. He turned his fuzzy face to O1. The Resident Evil movie, from 2002, is a Hollywood movie shot in North America. Am I right? Number O1 supervisor. O2. What do you mean? O1 suddenly became a little unhappy. Are you suspicious of me? Of course not. I just want to ask you, why do movies shot in North America really appear in reality? O2's tone was full of questioning. Did you know the existence of this seat in North America for a long time, so you made this movie on purpose? And the opposite of the passage is also in Oregon, North America. Are these all coincidence? Are we crazy to make this kind of confusing behavior? O1 was a little unhappy at once. Although I don't understand why this happened, North America really has nothing to do with this plane. Whether you believe it or not, it's true. This is not the time to blame each other. Chen Chen immediately stopped the medicinal smell of the two of them. He asked, this is not the time to cause internal conflicts. After all, the water on the opposite side may be deeper than we thought. What we need now is to unite and explore together the opposite world. Isn't it right, supervisors? Yes, O5 is right. We should work together. O4 is also playing round the field. Seeing this, O1 and O2 did not continue to argue. Next, we also explored the surrounding areas of the city, and as a result, we found a cropland that is not at all deserted outside a village. O3 continued to explain, so our task force soldiers judged that there are absolutely living people here, and the result is indeed the case. We really found 5 human survivors in that village. Very good. Chen Chen nodded, he applauded and sighed softly. This is indeed a huge discovery. The world opposite the passage is not only Earth, but also the same humanity and civilization. This is simply a miracle! Exclamation mark. Super USB Chapter 518. Super USB Chapter 518. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive, imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Name, Danny Brolin. Age, time probably over 50. Why do you say that? Don't you know your age? I only remember that when the Resident Evil broke out, I was 20 years old. Now at least 30 years have passed. But does time have any meaning for us survivors? Where are you from? I am a Scot, and my hometown is Linlithgow. Scotland. What is your relationship with the other 4 people? Jennifer and the others. They are all my wives. We originally wanted a few children, but after a wife of mine was pregnant, the baby was infected with the T virus everywhere in the womb, and the baby was torn. I lost her stomach. From now on, we don't plan to have a child anymore. Even if we are pregnant, we will soon be wiped out. I heard your wife Jennifer say that she once had a husband, but you killed him? Yes, all men are protecting themselves. To prevent him from killing me, I killed him first, then occupied his wife. She volunteered, because without me, she would not survive outside for 3 months. Other wives came like this? No, one is my original wife. You mentioned the T virus before. What is that? It is the stuff of human yet not human, ghost yet not a ghost in the outside world. We call it zombie. Human civilization is destroyed by them, and the T virus causes most humans to become that kind of zombie. Only a few people survived, and then they were hunted down by those zombies. They don't seem to be in large numbers. For so many years, basically most of the injured zombie has been decayed. But humans are about to disappear completely, right? Where did the T virus in your mouth come from? Umbrella, of course, came from Umbrella's damn hybrid company. The news was reported on TV before the zombie virus spread, so everyone knew that the T virus came from there. One day later, Chen Chen was sitting in his office on the top floor of the Blacklight building in the Life Sciences City, and received the first-hand video data of the interrogation from the Blacklight Foundation. In the video, a researcher wearing a white coat is sitting at a desk in an empty and airtight interrogation room, and opposite him is a man with a big beard and an old face but a white man with fierce eyes. And there was a lengthy conversation between the two of them for more than 3 hours before and after, based on the previous and present life of the other party. This general asked trivial matters. Then, it was the remaining 4 women. From the interrogation of these women, it was learned that the man named Brolin had killed at least 8 survivors, all of them men. He seemed to have killed consciously, same sex, in order to prevent each other from competing with oneself for female resources. Chen Chen just swept randomly and dragged the video to the end. Now the 4 Great Continents area has been confirmed. The real face of this seat is the plane of the movie Resident Evil, and the T virus has also been acquired by them. What's your opinion on this point? Chen Chen: not at all, because T virus has long been a kind of bad street thing for Chen Chen. The most useful thing is to make organic biological weapons, because T virus can only be used for living embryos. And if it is used for adult life, the opponent can only become a zombie. If you want to be like Chen Chen, customizing a T virus that fits your own genes requires a huge amount of money. Second, super biotechnology, and third, a super artificial intelligence to analyze virus proteins. These 3 conditions are like 3 mountains, which have nailed the possibility of human development of T virus. At present, no biological laboratory in the world has these 3 capabilities at the same time. Therefore, for at least 30 years, Chen Chen is not worried about the use of T virus in the 4 Great Continents area to produce moths, and 30 years later, Chen Chen will inevitably grow stronger, and then don't care about T. The virus was mastered by the Earth Federation. Next, what the 4 Great Continents area will do is naturally to develop the plane of Resident Evil. Although the world has passed more than 30 years, most of the fragments of human civilization are decayed. But there are still many. Something can be obtained, especially the land and mineral resources of that world. It's like an ordinary person suddenly got a large number of inheritance left by seniors. After obtaining a parallel world in the 4 Great Continents district, it is like an old farmer in the autumn harvest. But as a part of the Blacklight Foundation, there is naturally a copy of Chen Chen. For this one, Chen Chen actually doesn't care. He is not that other polities need resources to feed the people and increase GDP. If 4 great continents are 4 huge families, then Blacklight technology is one person, a lonely family who is not hungry. What Chen Chen really cares about is only human beings and themselves. This is not Chen Chen's understanding of the righteousness. But blacklight technology originally depends on human civilization. If human civilization is gone, then blacklight technology has lost its meaning. And Chen Chen's purpose has always been very clear, that is, longevity. But longevity alone is meaningless. Reality is not a novel. There is no so-called martial arts in this world. One person suppresses a world, etc. Human beings are themselves social animals, so Chen Chen hopes that his parents and close relatives can accompany him for a long time. They represent the meaning of Chen Chen's longevity. Although human beings have acquired a long lifespan, a series of changes in their moral cognitive system are likely to occur, but this is also a manifestation of the diversity of human civilization. It's like in ancient times, human beings are unequal in life, and only the emperor is the highest ruling class. But people feel that there is nothing wrong with it, but this kind of view is inevitably affected by anyone who dares to say it now. The saliva drowned. For another example, people often say that unfilial piety has three problems. This is also in line with the social and national conditions in ancient times. Because the lifespan of the ancients was relatively short, the continuation of civilization can only be guaranteed by increasing the fertility rate. In modern times, because of the changes in social civilization, humans are now beginning to see examples of dink, unmarriageism, and even homosexual union. Coupled with the popularization of aging reversal treatment programs, human lifespan has increased dramatically, and the offspring are no longer the things that human beings value most are also in line with the national conditions of modern society. For another example, if Chen Chen develops a virtual world that is comparable to the real world, humans can do everything they want in that world. Then once a large number of humans enter, it will inevitably lead to the loss of real interests, and also there will be a group of voices of opposition and resistance, criticizing this virtual world game. Criticizing those who play the game for excessive attention to details prevents one from making progress, and even similar Yuzhang Teacher Academy and so on. This is a normal phenomenon in itself, but if the world is more perfect and can be connected with the real monetary system, and at the same time, after the consciousness enters, the real body can be better protected and lifespan prolonged, then gradually, the natural virtual the world will change from being scorned by thousands of people and become one of the new social rules. Even in the future, humans may be divided into two great factions by default. One group develops in reality and the other develops in the virtual world. There is no one who is superior or inferior between the two. It is like some people go to school and choose arts, some choose science, some graduate choose research work, some choose entertainment industry development, and this is another change in the moral cognition system. An old saying goes, the way of saint, it moves with the world, and you are not tired when you encounter love. A long time ago, Chen Chen proposed three major strategies for the development of blacklight technology, namely biomedicine, aerospace industry, and the internet. Among them, biomedicine represents the continuation of human civilization and is the evolution of mankind. Road, control this one, control the human present. Apart from this, the aerospace industry represents the future of mankind. This future is not a future that will be a few years or so, but a future that will be hundreds of thousands of years away. The internet corresponds to reality and represents the spiritual world of mankind. It can even become an indispensable way to transfer real class contradictions, stabilize social order, and create another social system. At this time, in the aerospace industry and biomedicine, blacklight technology has been at the forefront of the Earth Federation and has become a leader. Regarding the internet, Chen Chen proposed 4 Subaru plans. The first of these is the VR Subaru, and this Subaru was brought up by the V.1 Visual Impact Chair released that year. In the following years, The Visual Impact Chair has come to the V.2 generation, and the brain control technology and display technology carried on it are also more developed and closer to reality. The second era is the era when artificial intelligence enters civilian use. This project Chen has just started this year, when the kind of bionic private steward named Xiao AI has entered thousands of households. It can be said that since the release of this little love, the babysitter market and some simple labor markets have suffered heavy losses, and the public opinion on the bionic private steward is also mixed. Some people think that these bionics are scary in the valley phenomenon. Some people are worried about the possibility of an omnic crisis in 100 years, while others are related to their interests. They protested all day in an attempt to force blacklight technology to cancel the research and development of bionic technology. For this, Chen is naturally dismissive. Human science and technology must always be improved, and technological progress will definitely lead to the elimination of the old industry. This is an irreversible fact, like the wheels of history rolling forward. Similarly, these opposing behaviors are used as a car in the mantle arm, which will inevitably end up in pieces. According to ancient times, this is called the general trend. As for the third and fourth epochs of the four sub-epoch plans, they will not continue until several decades later, at least after the second epoch is completely stabilized and promoted. These thoughts were disturbing, and they flashed through Chen's mind. But when Chen was thinking about future plans in secret, the elevator door opened again with a jingle, and Xiao X walked into Chen's office. "Your godfather, Zerma, has secretly come to the lobby of the Luku. He wants to see you now." "Zerma?" Chen raised his eyebrows, then said with a sneer, "Let him come in." Speaking, Chen leaned directly on the leather seat behind him, silently waiting for the other party's arrival. Little X was nodded and returned to the elevator again. After 2 minutes, he has become radiant, as if a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared in Chen's office. Zulama once looked a bit like Morgan Freeman, which is the old man who finally got the Superbody USB flash drive in the Superbody movie. Now, although he has become younger after recuperating, he is more like Morgan Freeman is out. Seeing the other party's arrival, Chen didn't even stand. He just asked lazily, "Mr. President, how come you have time to come here?" "Well, it's been so many years, you don't have to be polite with me." Zulama laughed helplessly. He usually sits directly on the chair opposite Chen's desk. The little X on the side immediately brought a set of teacups and poured a kind of brewed tea into it. Smelling the refreshing tea fragrance, Zerma couldn't help closing his eyes a little intoxicated. Naturally, the tea that can be placed in Chen's office is not a nameless tea. With more Chen offices, Zerma gradually fell in love with the tea culture in Zongzi district. Next, it's Zerma's tea tasting time. Chen doesn't bother, he just drank his tea in silence, waiting for Zerma to make his request. There is nothing wrong. With the support of Chen, Zerma will be elected as the 4th president of Namibia at the end of 2025 without any suspense. The president of Namibia is the head of state, head of government and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Republic of Namibia. Each term of office is 5 years and cannot exceed 2 terms. Now it is only the first term of Zulama. After Zerma, supported by blacklight technology, was elected president, it can be said that the relationship between Namibia and blacklight technology has become closer, almost ushering in the second honeymoon period. Not only that, blacklight technology has also brought unprecedented prosperity to Namibia. Both its economy and culture have surpassed the rainbow country and reached the top of Africa. In particular, the poverty alleviation activities of blacklight technology have brought hundreds of tens of thousands of Namibians escaped from poverty and reached the level of a well-off society. The only fault is that the current Namibian regime has long been emptied by blacklight technology. However, Chen's ambitions about politics are not at all, and strictly speaking, he doesn't even like Namibia. He controls this country only for the better development of blacklight technology, that's all. So Chen and Namibia are basically in a strange state of balance. No one wants to break this balance. About 10 minutes later, Zaruma finished drinking the tea in the cup. Then he sighed and said, "Chen Chen, I am here this time to bring a request from the Congress. You know, with the development of Namibia over the years, our national strength has been increasing day by day. Both the industry and the tourism industry have repeatedly reached new highs, and more people have chosen to join our Namibian nationality. We know that these are the credits of your blacklight technology, but with the development of the country, our power system has gradually been unable to make ends meet, so." When talking about this, Zaruma couldn't help but paused. "A bit brilliant. We would like to request Blacklight Technology to invest in several nuclear power plants to help alleviate the problem of aging of our country's power system." Hearing the request of the other party, Chen Chen is frowned, because he naturally understands that the nuclear power plant in the other party's mouth is by no means the previous traditional nuclear fission power plant, but the recently announced CURB project, which is the nuclear fusion reactor project. If it weren't for the nuclear fusion reactor, the other party wouldn't come by this time and make a request to build a nuclear power plant. This old bastard, dare to speak. Super US Speak Chapter 519. Super US Speak Chapter 519. You can search for "I have a Super USB flash drive" imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Nuclear power plants can be discussed, but it depends on your sincerity. "Not even think," Chen Chen replied. "The CURB project is an epoch-making technology jointly researched by us and the Four Great Continents District. It has indeed met the requirements of commercial power generation, but you must pay a high enough price. Sell the electricity to us and we will pay for it." "Is this not enough?" Zulama was suddenly stunned. After all, this was how Chen Chen worked when he first came to Namibia 8 years ago. Of course it is different. It seems that President Zuma and the Congress still have some confusion about the situation. Chen Chen suddenly stretched out 5 fingers and retracted one at the same time, lightly said with a smile, "First, nuclear fusion is a new technology, and the power generation efficiency is incomparable with the previous traditional thermal power stations and nuclear fission power stations. If the efficiency of a traditional thermal power station is 1, and the efficiency of a nuclear fission power station is 2, so the efficiency of a nuclear fusion power station is 10 or even 100. What follows is that the power station has a smaller footprint and a higher utilization rate." Second, Chen Chen retracted his second finger. "The new reactor will abandon the traditional fuel uranium and use deuterium-2 to react with helium-3 for thermonuclear reaction. This reaction will only produce no radiation. Therefore, it does not produce any radiation. This is a completely clean energy source and will not cause any harm to the environment." Speaking, Chen Chen continued to retract his third finger. "Third, the thermonuclear reaction must be carried out in an ultra-high pressure and ultra-high vacuum state. Any accident will cause the reaction to be terminated within 0.01 seconds. Safety factor far surpassing nuclear fission power stations and traditional thermal power stations. There is no risk of losing control. Fourth, the mining of helium-3 resources is costly. After all, Earth is almost equivalent to nothing. It can only be obtained from the moon. At present, only our Blackwatch company and 4 great continents are capable of mining. Even if we want to, it's cheaper, and 4 great continents will not agree. Fifth, in the next 10 years, the first task of the 4 great continents area is to upgrade its own local power stations. All traditional firepower and nuclear fission power stations will be eliminated within 10 years. What does this mean? Question mark represents that within 10 years, it is difficult for other continents and countries to obtain the first batch of construction. Even if it is constructed in the future, it will be 10 years later. Speaking of this, Chen Chen has retracted all his fingers. He sighed. To sum up, nuclear fusion power station, as a cross-edge technology, will be extremely cherished in 10 years. Which country can obtain it in advance, equivalent to gaining a 10-year advantage? That's why you need to pay more for Namibia. If you don't do this, I'm afraid for Great Continent's district will be dissatisfied with our Blackwatch company. Listening to Chen Chen's endless reasons, Zulama fell silent immediately. In fact, you don't have to be like this. Seeing Zulama's silence, Chen Chen suddenly showed a weird chuckle. He persuaded, Namibia is very sparsely populated, and there is not much demand for electricity. Even if you wait for 10 years, there is nothing to do, even to buy neighbors. Electricity is also possible, because once that time comes, electricity will become the least valuable thing in the world. The least valuable thing? Zulama was taken aback for a moment. He inexplicably looked towards Chen Chen. Will it really be like this? Of course. Chen Chen stood up suddenly. He paced in the office, and took a deep breath. Mr. President, I can help you imagine it. You should know wireless charging technology, right? Chen Chen asked. Seeing Zulama nodded, he continued, in fact, wireless charging technology was invented as early as the end of the 19th century, and its original inventor was the famous physicist Nikola Tesla, and this technology is plain. It is actually a high-energy amplification version of electromagnetic waves for wireless communication, but in this case, energy will be seriously dissipated in the form of electromagnetic waves. But for human beings with nuclear fusion power stations, this kind of dissipation does not really matter. So once nuclear fusion power stations become popular, humans will apply wireless electronics charging technology on a large scale, and even this kind of equipment will as a free resource. It floods the entire city. Speaking, Chen Chen took a deep breath. He opened his arms and said, can you imagine that in the near future, human society will be flooded with devices using wireless electronics charging technology, and mobile phones there is no need to recharge. The car no longer needs to be refueled, even an aircraft. All vehicles are powered by ubiquitous electricity. The streets are full of 3D traffic lights with the void as the carrier, in the sky, full of magnificent pictures filled with holographic images. Everything is driven by electricity, and electricity is like air everywhere. And because everything is driven by clean electricity, there is no more fossil fuels as energy sources, and there is no so-called pollution and carbon emissions. The environment for human existence will return to before the Industrial Revolution. Hearing all this described by Chen Chen, Zulama smiled secretly. If Chen Chen said, then it is not waiting 10 years. But the sooner you should have a nuclear fusion power station, the better. Only in this way can we cater to the world earlier, and the development of this decade will be a rare development opportunity. At this time, Zulama also fully understood that Chen Chen was tempting himself. All he said was to retreat and force himself to give more. However, the information revealed by the other party was really amazing. He was completely no reason for rejection was found. Thinking of this, Zulama was deeply sighed. He finally made up his mind, lifts the head and said, Chen Chen, I understand your kindness, but I have decided to make Namibia a power country ahead of time. Tell me, what do I have to pay to do all this? Chen Chen showed a helpless expression. He looked towards Zulama. Mr. President, if you have decided, then I will be welcome. Now the 3-year tax holiday has passed, and the 5-year tax holiday has been halved. Most of the tax period has passed, and I will not take advantage of others. You can extend this tax holiday for a few more years. How many years? Zulama asks in a low voice. Extended to a permanent period. Chen Chen not even thinks replied. He smiled. My request is not excessive, right? You. Zulama opened his mouth. He first showed an angry look and wanted to stand up, but the next second his complexion changed and sat down on the chair, gnashing teeth said, is this request too outrageous? Is it outrageous? Chen Chen stretched out his hands, remained calm and composed while handling pressing affairs and asked, no, I don't think it is outrageous. After all, you have to understand why Namibia has the highest per capita income in Africa. However, Congress will not agree to these. Zulama is still a little unwilling. He expressed the difficulty. Even if you control most of the Congress, it is the same. And even I will bear a permanent infamy. No. They will definitely agree. Chen Chen lightly said with a smile. President Zulama, take a long-term view. Do you think Namibia is enough to become the most developed country in Africa? If you want to continue to develop, you must give up something. What? Have you ever thought about where Namibia can reach once it has a 10-year opportunity? Have you ever thought that Namibia will one day become the most powerful country under the 4 great continents area? At the moment he heard these words, Zara only felt his whole body shook. He looked towards Chen Chen in surprise, his eyes full of incredible expression. Really? Okay. I never promised anything. But Chen Chen wanted to shook the head. He put away his smile, and looked towards the other side in an expressionless look. We Blackwatch are not interested in politics. What you want to ask is not me, but yourself. I just give you a chance to continue to grow stronger. Hearing these words, Zarama fell silent immediately. Half an hour later, Zarama secretly left Chen Chen's office and the Blacklight building just like when he came. Seeing the other person leaving, Chen Chen sat back in his chair, showing a secretive smile. Your godfather, is this necessary? Xiao X said curiously. A long time ago we kept the taxes in Namibia low. Now money has lost its meaning to us. We should pay more attention to technology and entities. No way. The chair under Chen Chen turned around automatically, facing Xiao X from the front. He spread his hands and said, Namibia's resources are basically drained by us, and now this is the only condition left. In fact, I had planned to implement nuclear fusion power stations in Namibia first. The tax exemption was just an excuse. After all, the stronger Namibia, the more beneficial to the development of our Blacklight technology, isn't it? Xiao X suddenly smirked. So that's how it is. It's a bastard if you have the advantage. I understand. Chen Chen nodded, stood up again at the same time, facing the French window. That's it. Since a nuclear fusion power station will be built sooner or later, why not fiercely strike a stroke? Speaking, he looked towards the floor-tossling window, looked towards the skyline of Life Science City that stretches into the distance. I have already planned to build Life Science City into the world's first super city with unlimited power, and at the same time formulate a set of future rules that belong only to us. Only in this way can we get this new opportunity again. After all, only the person who makes the rules will be the one who gets the most benefits. Let's start preparing. Tell the Electronic Technology Research Department that they can start new projects. We want to build the world's first driverless car that can receive electricity. The electromagnetic induction technology with less loss, and the various technologies that may appear after the city obtains unlimited power, must seize the opportunity to apply for a patent. Understand? Understood. Little X nodded, said with a smile excitedly, I have been preparing the Electronic Technology Department for a long time, so that this day will come. Soon, just a few hours later, the City of Life Sciences issued a new decision. This decision was sent to all residents living in the Life Science City, as well as those visiting here, by means of text messages, website announcements, and simultaneous push of various information apps. Announcement. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this is the Life Sciences City Autonomous Committee. After more than a month of research and discussion by the committee, as well as the strategic instructions of Blacklight technology, in the next few years, the Life Sciences the city will undergo a major transformation across the ages. If it causes inconvenience to your life and play, please forgive me. If you have any questions, please send SMS XXXXX to inquire, or log into the official website of Blacklight Technology, and call we. As soon as the news was sent out, it immediately attracted the attention of a large number of curious people, including on the internet. A large number of people began to discuss what this City of Life Sciences established in Africa and known as the Pearl of Africa is going to do. Such a major transformation would take a whole number of years. Many experts and professors in the scientific field have logged into their official website accounts registered with Blacklight Technology, and published their opinions on technology forums. As more and more people participated in the discussion, gradually, it really made this group of people discuss some close, heart-rending, The City of Life Sciences can be said to be the world's most technologically advanced and also the youngest city in the world. The city has only been established for 6 years. Development miracle. The reason why such a city can reach this height is inseparable from the leading global life technology and biomedicine. Therefore, the Life Science City will inevitably continue to improve and maintain this unique development trajectory. Attack. I dare to swear, all of this is absolutely related to the recently completed CURB project. Otherwise, once the CURB project is completed, within a month, the Blacklight Technology announced that it will carry out an expansion of the Life Science City transformation. Burkhardt, does this still need to be said? Anyone can think of it. Memorial. So, this transformation must be related to nuclear fusion. However, I still have a doubt. If only a nuclear fusion reactor is to be erected, it is enough to build a few nuclear fusion power stations in the suburbs. Why should the city be transformed? Infatuation. Upstairs, you are short-sighted. First of all, you have to understand what the nuclear fusion power station represents. If you can understand all this, you will understand why the Life Science City is undergoing a major transformation. Memorial. So what? The old riddler upstairs. As the Earth Federal Technology community pays more and more attention to this matter, in the next few days, the new statement issued by the Blacklight Technology website has convinced everyone of their guess that Blacklight Technology will be involved in trafficking the field and electromagnetic field. We will create our own new energy vehicles. As soon as this news came out, there was a worldwide uproar. Super USB Chapter 520. Super USB Chapter 520. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Late night, inside an abandoned factory in the suburbs of New York City. Behind him is a black hole abandoned factory, just like a giant beast that has long been dead, leaving only a pair of dry bones with a big mouth open in vain. In front of the factory, there are standing 4 or 5 men talking in low voices. These people have big flowered arms and large gold chains and nose rings. They are all dressed up as hippies. However, in the silent and deep darkness, the clearest thing is the extinguishing fireworks in their hands. Clark, when do you think the William family will come? It's 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. A young man wearing a nose ring whispered a little irritably. It's very soon. We have agreed on this time period. They should be coming soon. Another man wearing a big golden chain leaned on a Harley motorcycle and smiled, showing a big golden tooth. I said, Robert, what are you in a hurry? Did you meet a new girl recently? Of course not. The young man with a nose ring called Robert scratched his head in embarrassment. It's just that my girlfriend is still waiting for me to go back to eat. Your girlfriend? Is it the Phil from West Street? The big golden chain man hearing this laughed disdainfully. I only remember her ass is smelly and hard, like cheese that has been put for hundreds of days. I advise you to share it with her early. Thack. What did you say? How do you know? Robert suddenly turned pale with fright. Okay, cheer me up now. The other party is here. Just when Robert faintly understood and so on, the gloomy blonde man who had been silent on the side suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two. Everyone hearing this quickly looked towards the factory gate, but saw that there were a few in the distance. The lights approached slowly in the dark. In a blink of an eye, 2 black cars drove into the compound of the abandoned factory, and then stopped in front of everyone's motorcycles. 6 or 7 big men wearing black suits and sunglasses got out of the car. Justin, you are late. The sullen blonde man greeted a crowd of hippies behind him. There was an accident halfway through, but it has been settled. In the black car, a look-pale youth poked out his head. He carried a suitcase and shook it in front of the crowd. The goods have been brought. Where's your money? Here. The sullen blonde man beckoned behind him, and the young man with the nose ring immediately came up with a suitcase that was 1 size smaller. He directly placed the suitcase on the opponent's hood and opened it with a click. I saw that the suitcase was filled with green dollar bills, with a thick wad. Very good. Seeing this, The look pale youth got out of the car. He also walked to Robert and opened the suitcase in his hand, revealing a bag of transparent white crystals. "Robert, check it out." The sullen blonde man glanced at the cargo and ordered again. Hearing this, the young man with a nose ring was nodded. He picked a bag of crystals at random and opened the package, took out a little bit in his mouth and tasted it, and then nodded to the blonde man behind him. "Boss, it's genuine." Speaking, he rewrapped the plastic bag, and then he was about to return to his team with the box. "Wait." However, the pale youth suddenly extended the hand to stop him, and at the same time said with a slight smile, "What are you doing in such a hurry? We haven't checked it yet." Seeing this, Robert made a please gesture. The pale young man waved his hand to his side, and a bald man in a suit immediately stepped forward, took out a few stacks of banknotes, and tapped a little with a quick and simple technique. "Young master, enough money." The bald man in the suit is also nodded towards him. "Very good." Seeing this, both sides are secretly relieved, and for a while, the originally solemn atmosphere eases a little. Both parties packed their things and stood in front of each other again. The gloomy blonde man and the look pale man shook hands with each other. "Justin, happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation, man on motorcycle." The two greeted each other and prepared to leave with their respective goods. But at this moment, in the sky, suddenly a huge black drone flashed by. At the same time, all around the dark space, the sound of 4 heavy objects landing suddenly came. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of 4 heavy objects falling from 4 directions came from 4 directions, and the expressions of both sides changed at the same time when they heard this sound. "It's the Bionic War Police." I don't know who yelled. Everyone hurriedly pulled out their guns, and immediately started shooting in the dark. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunfire sounded like firecrackers. In the flashing rays of light at the muzzle, everyone only saw 4 more soldiers in black mechanical armor in the darkness, and they were shooting the bullet shot on the opponent's body, but only one after another subtle spark. "This is the BHB police team. Listen, everyone, you have violated the 54th provision of Article 28 of the Federation. Immediately put down your weapons, raise your hands above your head, and accept the surrender." In the darkness, a majestic voice came, but this group of people didn't care at all. While shooting, they quickly fled to their cars and motorcycles, and wanted to leave. After seeing the opponent's actions, the leading mecha fighter said to the other 3 companions, "The opponent refuses to surrender and uses electric shock weapons to eliminate resistance." "Yes." The 3 agreed at the same time. They pulled the bolts of the huge exaggerated gun in their hands to convert the weapons into non-lethal ammunition, and then they shot at the people about to leave. "Sue, just listen to a light sound." The bald man in the suit who was just about to start the car felt a tingling in his neck, and the next second he felt an electric touch all over his body. The young man with a nose ring riding on a motorcycle also felt his chest numb. He turned the accelerator of the motorcycle abruptly, and the motorcycle flew out in the next second, and he collapsed to the ground as if he was half stuck! One side is that no firearms will work, and the other side is an electric shock weapon that can kill the world. With such a huge gap in military force, everyone will soon be beaten to the ground, unceasing trembling. "This is the BHB police team. All suspects have been subdued, and the logistics team can come up." The mecha warrior headed by said again. He slightly clicked on his helmet, and the bulletproof cover of the helmet was automatically retracted, revealing a typical Caucasian male face like a sculpture. "Repeat, all suspects have been subdued, the logistics team can come up." Following his words, outside the gate of the abandoned factory, which was still silent, suddenly several reporters with video cameras emerged. Behind these people there were a group of people in police uniforms who rushed forward with handcuffs. "Come, put your knees on the backs of these people and skillfully put the shackles on these people." The reporters were constantly taking pictures, and more focused on the 4 imposing armored fighters on the field. One of the young women was full of expressions of worship. In front of the mecha soldier, he shouted excitedly. "Mr. Brook, you have successfully cracked down on another criminal activity. Do you have anything to say?" "Of course, I have countless words to warn those criminals." The headed mecha man showed a righteous and awe-inspiring look. "There is no undiscoverable evil in the world. As long as the wicked exists for one day, we will never stop fighting evil. This is our mission." "God, this is really cool." The female reporter, hearing this, couldn't help but let out a scream. She almost jumped up excitedly. "I can't believe this group of fully armed thugs just fell under your just iron fist so easily." "Mr. Brook, do you think this job is too dangerous?" "Of course there is danger." Brook is hearing this laughed, and his slashing face is full of masculine charm. "But if you lose, you will gain. We love every citizen of the world and are willing to drain the last drop of blood for them. This is us. The significance of the existence of the BHP police force is that we will combat all ongoing criminal activities and protect the citizens and property of the Earth Federation. This is our responsibility." Brook's body was surrounded by reporters, and the other three were surrounded by reporters, but apart from Captain Brook, the most numerous were not veteran players Hodge and Bray, but a new face. "Excuse me, as a new member, what do you think of this mission, Mr. Leon?" "Mr. Leon, do you feel nervous the first time you perform the task?" "Mr. Leon, I am an ABC reporter." "What is your current position in the team?" Surrounded by 7 or 8 reporters, after listening to these people's talk, Leon was just plain looking. He said with a slight smile, "I'm not nervous, I'm still in the internship stage, and it's more like a student's, and Brook Captain is my best teacher. As for my views on this task, I think the 3 seniors are very experienced, and I need to continue to learn from them." "Thank you." As everyone speaks some positive energy words righteously, the flashes in front of everyone continue to light up. From here, you can see the difference in popularity between the 4 of them, as captain and the face of the team. For his role, Brook is the most popular character. Because the newly joined Leon is the youngest, he also participated in the Blacklight Technology talent show Mission Summon. He debuted in the C position, but his popularity came from behind and became the second most popular member of the team. The third place is Bray, who is optimistic and cheerful by nature, plus he is black, so he is enthusiastically sought after by countless blacks. The one who fell in the end was the shy young man Hodge. There were only 2 reporters beside him asking questions, and they were still asking questions about other players. After a show, the 4 finally got on the special car and returned to the Bionic Police Station. The original location of the BHP police force should be Namibia, but then because of an agreement reached between Blacklight Technology and North America, the BHP police force announced its presence in New York City to be responsible for the security mission of this world-class city. Because the Blacklight Technology deliberately creates stars, although many countries have similar bionic men's police teams, the most famous is still the BHP men's police team. Now in the world, the name of the BHP police team has almost become a myth, just like the reality version of the Avengers. Everyone is put on the title of superhero. As soon as he returned to his base, Leon was sighed in relief. He went directly to the replacement room for the bionic prosthesis. When he reappeared, he had already removed the mechanical armor covering the whole body, leaving only a pair of ordinary people. There are no different bionic legs. "Good job, rookie." Bray chewed on the beetle, carefree walked out of the replacement room. He used his bionic prosthesis to pat Leon's head. "I bet Hodge before that you must set back, and then let us wipe our ass, until you have completed your task perfectly." "Of course," Leon replied absent-mindedly while looking in Brook's direction, only to see Brook come out of the replacement room and walk directly towards the restaurant deep in the corridor. "Leave him alone." Seeing Leon looking towards Brook, Bray suddenly reminded in a low voice, "You know what, I actually have some doubts that this guy is a gay guy. He has been one since he divorced his ex-wife 3 years ago. I've never seen him go to a bar or dance hall to have fun. This kind of person is terrifying. Maybe when you bend down and tie your shoelaces, he is ready to go." "Wait, Didn't we sign the agreement? Ignoring the other party's weird topics, Leon asked subconsciously, we should have all signed an agreement. Going to bars and dance halls should not be allowed. Although you say that, you can go secretly. Bray's expression is even more mysterious. He proudly said, do you need me to teach you a rookie? As long as you wrap your whole body in a shirt, and then wear a wig and sunglasses, no one can see your bionic prosthesis. No one can recognize you, so you can go to the bar as much as you want. How about, do you want to go with me later? Say yes first. If you want me to take you, you must treat this meal. Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He waved his hand repeatedly, declined the warm invitation from the other party, and then walked towards the dormitory. The living facilities of the base of the BHP police force refer to the configuration of a 5-star level luxury hotel. Everyone has a suite, and the 4-person suites are connected by an anteroom. Leon came to his own door and looked around all around. After confirming that none of the 3 were in the vicinity, he suddenly took out a fingerprint sampling paper from his pocket and pasted it on his index finger. Immediately, he left his door, turned and walked towards Brooks' door. On the fingerprint sampling paper is Brooks' fingerprint. He and Brooke have been teammates for more than a week, and it is not difficult to collect each other's fingerprints. And his purpose is to install some monitors and wiretap in the other party's dormitory, so as to find evidence that will ruin the other party. And this is why he would rather betray his partner and join the BHP police team. Call. Leon took a deep breath and suppressed the tension in his heart. He moved to Captain Brooks' door step by step, and then gently pressed the fingerprint collection button. Super USB Chapter 521. Super USB Chapter 521. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive, imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Drop. Crack. As Leon put his finger on the fingerprint sensor, the red light on it turned from red to green, and the door opened with a click. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly walked in and closed the opened door in reverse. Immediately, he looked forward, but saw that Brooks' room was the same as himself, with 2 rooms and 2 halls. The entrance was the living room. Because it was already late at night, the room was dark. Only the light from the building opposite outside the window came in, making him barely able to see everything around. There is a black leather sofa in the living room, a black glass coffee table in the middle, and a large ashtray and 2 laptops on the coffee table. The ashtray is full of cigarette butts that are about to overflow. Brooke likes smoking very much. This is the information Leon has collected a long time ago. Leon glanced across from the living room and looked directly at the dining room next to him, only to see that the table was clean, very clean, but this kind of cleanness was a little strange. He knows that Brooke never allows hired servants to enter his room, so he is responsible for cleaning the room, and a person who has a regular schedule and can clean the room in an orderly manner is very terrifying. Immediately, Leon looked towards the 2 bedrooms inside. One of them was not at all beds. Instead, there were 2 huge bookcases filled with densely packed books, from current affairs magazines to science report, and all kinds of history books. In the end, it was the master bedroom. When Leon pushed open the bedroom door, a faint smell of smoke came. The bedroom was a little messy. Clothes and socks were on the bedside. The bedding was also messy. The pillow was slightly yellow when it was dragged on the ground. Even so, it's still much better than most single men's bedrooms. Leon turned around in the bedroom. He didn't dare to move the other party's things too much for fear that the other party would see the weak spot, so he just installed a bug under Brooks' bed and checked around. Finally chose to disassemble the other party's desk lamp and install a miniature monitor on the base part. From start to finish, Leon's movements are very skillful, and he is obviously well prepared for this day. After installation, a rice-size gap has been drilled on the right side of the lamp holder of the table lamp, and the gap is facing the bed, and the monitor is looking towards the outside from this gap. After doing all this, he quickly recovered everything, and then went to the living room again, raised the sofa, took apart the leather of the sofa, and installed another bug on the bottom of the sofa. However, he had just installed it, and suddenly there was a dripping noise outside the door. Leon's expression was startled. He rushed into the bathroom beside him, not even think, and then silently closed the door. The reason why he reacted so quickly was that it was also in his plan. Because everyone lived in the same layout, the size of the bathroom was the same. He could completely hold one side of the bathroom with both hands, support the other side with your feet, and climb to the top of the bathroom. In this way, even if the other party comes back immediately, he will check the house. As long as he is not looking up, he will not be found in the bathroom. The moment he hid in the bathroom, he climbed up as planned and waited quietly. Patter, patter, patter. A steady sound of footsteps moved from far to near, and passed by the bathroom door. Leon held his breath and waited quietly on the other side. As soon as Brooke entered the door, he paused for a second, because he saw that on the ground inside the door, a small bamboo stick had been crushed into 2 pieces and dropped onto the ground. Suddenly, Brooke's eyes sharpened. He turned around and closed the door, walked towards the living room step by step, and turned on the light in the living room. Everything in the room remained the same as he left, not at all there was any movement. Immediately, Brooke suddenly turned around and violently opened the bathroom door behind him. He looked inwardly, but saw that the bathroom was empty. Close the bathroom. Brooke checked the study and bedroom again, but still didn't notice anything. Seeing this, Brooke's fierce gaze gradually eased. He turned off the living room light again and returned to his bedroom. Hearing the voice of the other party walking away, Leon secretly relieved. He moved a little from the top of the bathroom and sat on the edge of the bathtub and listened silently. Time passed by, and after about 2 hours passed, Leon lightly walked out of the bathroom and moved to the door step by step. He held his breath, opened the other's door a little bit, then jumped out, and slowly closed the door. After doing all this, Leon finally sighed in relief. He took one last look at the closed Brooke door, then turned and walked into his room. But he didn't know. After he walked into his door, Brooke's door opened slowly, and a cold stare fixedly staring at Leon's door. About 10 minutes later, the door was only closed again with a click. In the next few days, Leon every day will take time to monitor the sound from the opposite room, but soon he was disappointed, because neither the monitor nor the monitor collected any valuable information. The other person's life is as self-disciplined as the elderly. When you wake up in the morning, the other person will have breakfast in the restaurant, and then they will go to the gym to exercise. When the lunch break, the other person will only go back to take a shower, then go online in the living room, check some current affairs websites, and wait until the evening is finished. For dinner, it is convenient to go back to the bedroom and lie on the bed to read a book. When it is about 10 o'clock in the night, Brooke will fall asleep. This rule will be briefly broken only when the troopers are on duty. However, the frequency of the BHP War Police team is not very frequent. Unless it is a crime that has a great response to the society, only the police will call the BHP War Police team to go out at irregular intervals. Generally speaking, it will happen every 3 to 5 days. And I don't know why. When they were performing tasks together, Brooke, as captain, was even more strict with himself, completing any task in a straightforward manner. He did not make mistakes as often as he remembered, and did not use black light technology. The public relations team wiped their ass and showed up in front of Leon. He is almost a reserved, perfect superhero with a sense of justice. As he began to monitor the other party, Leon's spirit became more anxious, especially when he hadn't made any progress for more than a month. He even sometimes began to wonder if he really misunderstood the other party. This superhero, compared with Captain Brooke, the other 2 players, Bray and Hodge, are more like normal people. Among them, Bray likes to be fans, and often brings unknown wild women back to his bedroom to sing songs every night. Hodge is an innocent and shy big boy who stays with his wife in a safe manner. He doesn't ask anything except for tasks. After observing for more than a month, Leon saw that the battery in his monitor was about to run out. When he hesitated to find a chance to replace it, he finally paid off and he monitored a secret call. This call was monitored by Brooke while surfing the internet in the living room. As an old jazz phone rang, Brooke's deep voice came from the monitor. "Hey, there will be a big move by the police tonight. Don't go to Grim Street to hand over the goods. Change your location to Bartlett in the suburbs. I will tell them to change the delivery location through other forms. The time does not need to be changed. It is still 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Yes, the wind is very tight recently. If you don't want to set back, you'd better listen to me and do it. Understand? If you are not obedient, I will consider changing to another person as an agent. I hope you will not challenge my bottom line." Immediately, the phone hangs up. After hearing these words, Leon finally showed a look of surprise. He jumped up in excitement, knowing that the other party would not be as righteous as it seemed. Putting it that way, is Brooke acting as an umbrella for gangs? He recorded the previous passage and played it over and over again, and then gradually analyzed some situations. Obviously, the other party relied on the convenience of obtaining tasks in the police circle to inform the gangsters. As long as this piece of evidence can be obtained, then Brooke's justice myth will be instantly shattered. Not only that, he may even be accused. Go to the federal court. You can't turn over completely. Thinking of this, Leon was even more excited. He started to turn on the computer and inquired about the words New York City Bartlett. After half an hour of inquiries, he finally found this place. The so-called Bartlett turned out to be a suburban area in Queens, New York City, where there is a black neighborhood, and Bartlett is one of them. Illegal bar without a name. After finding out all this, he no longer hesitated and dialed a call directly. "Miss Austin, I want to apply for the New York City Freedom Patrol mission, just tonight." "Tonight? I'm afraid we don't have time, because tomorrow you will be attending a press conference of the police station, so you need to rehearse as a group tonight." Austin, the agent of the BHB police team, was appointed by Blacklight Technology to be the legal staff responsible for wiping their ass. "Sorry, but please be flexible. I really need to perform this task tonight." Hearing this, Leon said hurriedly. He finally grabbed the other person's handle and naturally didn't want to miss it. "Please apply to the superior. Please, this." At this moment, on the other side of the phone, Austin was sitting in front of the office computer a little hesitantly. She was frowned and just wanted to refuse, but then suddenly ding-dong on the computer and received an email. Seeing this, Austin clicked on subconsciously, and then he was taken aback. Leon, although I don't know why you have to go on patrol alone tonight, I just sent you a notice to explain the reception has been cancelled." "That's really good, Miss Austin." Hearing what the other party said, Leon finally sighed in relief. He hung up the phone slowly, and walked directly to the replacement room. When he came out of the replacement room again a few minutes later, Leon had put on his own black armor again, showing only a naive but determined face. "Hey, where are you going?" I said. "Rookie." Just walking out of the replacement room, Bray's room door suddenly opened. Bray poked out his head sneakily and asked suspiciously, "Do you finally want to drive? Are you planning to go to that place by yourself?" "But to that kind of place? The place shouldn't wear battle uniforms, right?" "No, I'm just perform the task, that's all." Leon waved his hand, ignoring this unreliable Bray, and turned and walked into the elevator. Then, he took the elevator directly to the garage, specially selected a motorcycle that was specially used for the mission and matched the armor of the policeman, and drove it to the gate. Just listen to the beeping sound of the railing in front of you, and an electronic composite sounds. Combat armor number 0004. Vehicle number 331, captured mission, free patrol, mission executor Pedro Leon, allowed to go out. Speaking. The railing slowly rises. So far, Leon only twisted the throttle and rushed out of the BHB police station. It was late at night. In a blink of an eye, Leon is wearing imposing mechanical armor and standing on the roof of a building. Here is the western suburbs of Queens, and not far ahead is the unnamed black neighborhood, and the bar called Bartlett is also in it. This black neighborhood has an unrecognized name, Martin Luther King Avenue. Martin Luther King is a black civil rights leader. He once published a famous speech, "I Have a Dream." After leading the American civil rights movement, he was regarded as a leader by blacks all over the United States. Many black communities petitioned their communities. The main road is named Martin Luther King Avenue. Later, Martin Luther King Avenue has become a social phenomenon in Europe and America. Although it cannot be said that it is all black communities, most of them are inseparable from violence, products, gangs, and crime. This is also the case here. Even in the middle of the night, you can still occasionally see silhouettes that come and go. In this kind of community, unless it is a local or a gang, even the police dare not go too deep. From morning to night, half of the time is a prohibited area of law, a breeding ground for crime. Looking at the situation on both sides of the road, Leon couldn't help but think of a North American as everyone knows joke. A white man called and asked his black friend that he was now lost on Martin Luther King Avenue. What should he do? And the black friend answered without the slightest hesitation, "Run away." Shaking his head, Leon dismissed these thoughts from his mind. If he used to be himself, he would not come to this place because it was too dangerous. But now he has become a famous bionic war police, then naturally, there is no need to be afraid of these. Speaking, he looked at his watch and saw that the time had arrived, so he turned downstairs with a mission-like mood, and rode his motorcycle in a remote location. Immediately the motorcycle started up and drove him towards Martin Luther King Avenue. Super USB Chapter 522. Super USB Chapter 522. You can search for "I Have a Super USB Flash Drive" imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Leon's task is very simple, that is, to secretly photograph the criminal records of this group of people, and when the transaction is completed, he will personally arrest this group of people to personally steal and obtain them. Next, these captured prisoners will naturally confess their backstage, and eventually be implicated in Brooke, achieving the goal of ruining Brooke and falling off the altar. Before entering Martin Luther King Avenue, Leon casually took out a cloak and put it on his body to make himself less conspicuous. Although it seemed a little sneaky, it was at least better than entering here with a swagger. Selected an area, parked the motorcycle at a hidden corner, and then he only took a run-up and jumped directly to the roof of a three-story building next to him, jumping between the roofs of buildings close to the so-called Bartlett Bar. It has become the best protection color in Leon late at night, and the street lights in this community have long lost their function. Although the government has the idea of replacing the light bulb, every time it is replaced, it will be again people smashed them with stones. Some people don't want to see a bright community. After walking on the roof for more than 10 minutes, seeing the time gradually approaching 2 o'clock in the evening, he finally came to the location of the bar. The so-called Bartlett Bar is actually an old building with decades of history. The private house was transformed into the layout of a bar, bright lights shining from the windows of the room, and it was noisy. Outside, several unknown gang members in groups of 3 or 4 gathered together, talking and laughing loudly. Are these people? Leon narrowed his eyes to look at the group of people, but he didn't see what they were carrying, and things like trading contraband would not take place in such public places. So it is obvious that the Bartlett Brooke is referring to is not at the door, but in a private room inside the bar. Thinking of this, I wandered around on the roof near him, and finally saw outside a window, there were 4 or 5 members in suits sitting in front of them. This is it. Leon put on the mask, and suddenly a black mask covered the entire cheek. In the next second, his gaze automatically zoomed in, scanning everyone's faces. Faulkner Claire Latin, born in 1988, 40 years old, born in Texas. He was jailed for 3 years for trafficking D in 2005 and 2 years for robbery in 2009. Ruskin Hunt, born in 1993, 37 years old, born in New York, in 2010, was imprisoned for 5 years for trafficking D. Angry Fitz, born in 1985, 43 years old, born in Nevada, 2018 because of. Leon scanned the past one by one, and sure enough, all these people were a group of drug dealers. Looking at the black suitcase in the hand of Hunter, Leon can be sure that this group of people is the group that Brooke called during the day. Now, just after the transaction between the two parties, he can get the money. But when I just thought of this, the mask projection entered the screen of his eyes, but a red warning sign suddenly lit up, and at the same time an electronically synthesized voice came, unknown interference, unable to receive satellite signals. "Hey, what's going on?" Leon murmured. Although the signals in these areas are not good enough, they shouldn't interfere with the satellite communications capabilities of his armor. Without the ability to network and communicate, this set of bionic police armor will lose a lot of battlefield analysis capabilities. Just when Leon was puzzled, he saw again that the few people who were sitting in distress turned their heads unanimously, and looked towards this side with a playful expression. Discovered? Leon was suddenly a little surprised. He thought he was hiding in the shadows and the other party should not be able to find it. But the next second, it seemed that something came to mind. Leon's suddenly expression changed. Suck. He hurriedly stood up straight, just about to leave here. But the next second his eyes suddenly saw a fire flashed away in a house in the distance, and then his head shook suddenly, as if he had been put it into a big clock. And then it was beat fiercely from the outside world. Ah! Leon couldn't help letting out a scream, and he fell directly from the roof. Warning! Warning! Number 0004 was shot. The weapon was a Remington 4000 case sniper rifle. The mask was damaged by 30%. The user's heartbeat instantly increased to 156 beats per minute. The user's brain was injured by concussion. In a dizzy state, an emergency injection of adrenaline. Leon, who fell from the roof, only felt dizzy. He desperately tried to get up from the ground, but in a state of dizziness, he could only kick his limbs in vain. "I can't get up." But at this moment, he only felt a sudden pain in his neck, as if something had been stuck in it. He immediately refreshed himself and stood up with the intelligent assistance of the armor. At this time, Leon is almost certain that he was hit. It turned out that Brooke had discovered that he was eavesdropping on him, so he set up this location and blocked the satellite signal. Trying to kill himself here. Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help touching his mask, but saw that a huge gap had been blasted out of the front of the mask, and a deformed bullet was embedded in the gap of the mask. Just because the mask was enough hard, this allowed Leon to save his life. At the same time, at the moment he was hit, in one of the windows of the bar, a thick barrel suddenly stretched out, and it was aimed at Leon. At this time, as Leon climbed up, the armor again issued an alert. Infrared lock detected, suspected to be a shoulder-mounted missile weapon. Please avoid it immediately. Leon is even more heart-startled. He glanced at the bar suddenly, and he saw the cannon sticking out of the window. Run! Leon jumped up, not even think. In the next second, a firelight shot directly from the window of the bar, passing under Leon's feet and hitting the wall behind him. Bang! Another violent vibration came, and Leon was lifted off by the airflow like a piece of paper, and fell heavily on the road more than 10 meters away. Kang-dang! The pulse rifle in Leon's hand was blown out and fell into the bushes aside. Oh my karma! It's the Bionic War Police. When did these guys touch here? Do you want to kill him here? What to kill? Run! It seems that they were startled by the explosion. The rest of the people in the bar rushed out of the bar. They were shocked when they saw Leon. They clamored and fled towards all directions. Cough cough cough. This time, Leon only felt a bit of sweetness in his throat. It seemed that within the body had suffered a lot of injuries, and at the same time there was pain everywhere. But this armor was indeed extraordinary. Even if the rocket was around 2 or 3, it exploded at Mi's position, but still stubbornly absorbed a large amount of kinetic energy and heat from the explosion. Leon was only confused by the force, but still did not lose consciousness. He got up again with a stubborn willpower, and then, not even think, followed the flow of people and fled away. The armor of the Bionic Men's Police is so advanced. Once it ran, It was like a sports car with full power. It accelerated to a speed of 120 kilometers almost instantaneously. Leon quickly fled for 3 or 4 minutes before he escaped. Encircled and even escaped from this community to a wasteland. But even here, the signal in his armor is still disturbed. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, Leon coughed loudly again. His mask suddenly opened, and then he vomited a mouthful of blood. Damn. Why is it still interfering? It stands to reason that I should have left the interference zone long ago. Because I have been by your side. Suddenly, a low voice came from behind, and Leon's eyes shrank. Quickly turned his head, only to see a silhouette standing behind him who he couldn't believe in his dreams. That apostrophe S. Captain Brook. At this time, Brook was also wearing armor, and he was also wearing a circular device on his chest. This device kept flashing blue light, illuminating Brook's face from light to dark. Why are you here? Leon asked with a hoarse voice, somewhat shocked. Aren't I normal here? Brook said expressionlessly, that's why you came here. If you want to collect evidence of my selling D products, then I naturally have to come personally to welcome you. Speaking, he approached the battered and exhausted Leon step by step. How about, are you satisfied with this welcome, Brook? Leon gritted his teeth immediately, showing incomparable hatred. Sure enough, you already know that it is the monitoring device I put on. Not only did I know that you put those monitors, I also knew that you were once a member of the revenge team formed by Christina. Brook said with a smile. Am I right, Lamb? When the other party called out his code name, Leon was even more speechless in shock. He just took 2 steps back and looked at him like a ghost. Not only do I know that you used to be a member of the revenge team, I also know your life experience. You once lost your mother because of one of my mission errors, so you always hate me and think it was my mistake that caused your mother death. So you secretly joined the revenge team, wanting to tear me off the altar. While speaking, Brook approached Leon. I know what you want to ask. You must ask me why I know all this, right? The answer is simple, because your revenge team is funded by the codename Kane, and that Kane is me. At the moment when he said this, Brook stepped on his feet and rushed up like a truck. Before Leon could digest everything Brook said, he saw the other person suddenly appear in front of him. Fist hit his face. But after all received military training, facing this move, Leon immediately raised his arms and chose to block. But he didn't expect that the other party's punch turned out to be a fictitious shot. At the same time that Brook punched, a strangely shaped knife suddenly appeared in his left hand, and he slammed it towards Leon. Come, Weng. Leon only heard a death-like vibration from the dagger, but his mind was hit hard at this time, and he couldn't avoid it, so he could only do his best to shrink his abdomen and hide behind him slightly. Sneer. A bright spark suddenly lit up from Leon's chest, breaking through the silence of the night. Taking advantage of the gap of the opponent's attack, Leon finally retreated, but he felt a chill in his chest. He quickly looked down and saw that his breastplate was cut with a half-foot-long gap. The armor that couldn't even be penetrated by a sniper rifle was broken by a dagger. High-frequency vibration particle dagger. Even diamonds can be cut. Brook said with a smile in a low voice, and then rushed up again without waiting for Leon to catch his breath. Leon tried his best to avoid, but when his body was injured and the imposing manner was completely suppressed, he was not the opponent at all. However, after a few moves, Leon's armor was broken again by the dagger. This time, the dagger pierced directly into Leon's abdomen. He only felt a severe burning pain in his abdomen, and then he could no longer support it and fell completely on the ground. Cough cough. Leon fell on the ground with a desperate expression, coughing out a mouthful of blood several times. After you die, I will tell everyone that you were killed by the Mafia while performing a mission with me. You will become a hero. Brook gave a low laugh. He directly pressed Leon under him while raising the high dagger. Leon closed his eyes instinctively. However, the expected death not at all came. Leon only felt a ding-dong sound in his chest, and something fell on his breastplate. Leon slowly opened his eyes, but saw Brook keeping the dagger high. but the whole person froze directly, and even the dagger slipped from his hand and fell on himself. What's going on? Impossible. Brook showed a look of surprise. He kept trying to move his body, but his armor seemed to be broken, and he couldn't move the slightest anyway, just frozen in place like a sculpture. Seeing this, Leon finally came back to his senses. He picked up the fallen dagger, not even think, and fiercely inserted it into Brook's horrified and distorted face. A scream came, but it stopped abruptly. Next, there was deathly silence. It wasn't until the past half a minute that Leon slowly got up. He stood there, staring blankly at Brook, who was lying on the ground. At this time, Brook hadn't closed the mask on his forehead, but the previous particle was inserted. Dagger. Clearly, Brook can't die anymore. What's going on? Leon murmured in a low voice, but he heard himself and a familiar female voice came from the headset. Leon, is Brook dead? Oh, Austin? This voice is the agent of the BHP police team. Leon suddenly cried lowly. What's the matter? Wasn't the communication interfered just now? I don't know. After your signal was disconnected, I reported the situation. Then just now, the signal was restored again, so I just saw Brook trying to kill you. Austin was also a little flustered. Then I pressed the stop button to terminate Brook's access to armor. Super USB Chapter 523. Super USB Chapter 523. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. In the headset, Austin asked again, Leon, what happened? Why did you fight Brook? Why did you fight each other? Leon opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. How to explain that he will come here and fight Brook? To tell the truth, the purpose of coming to the BHP team is to kill Brook. And I came here because I eavesdropped on Brook's phone. Leon knew that he couldn't tell the truth, or he would be liquidated by Blackwatch, but it would be difficult for him to explain the current situation. For a while, Leon couldn't help sweating. But when he was in a dilemma, a calm male voice suddenly came from the headset again. Leon, I have notified the above, and soon the company will send related departments to deal with everything. Your current task it is to hide Brook with him to prevent anyone from seeing Brook's body. Understand? Manager Liu? Leon suddenly heard the owner of that voice. The other party turned out to be Liu Zijian, the manager of the project department. He hurriedly said, Manager Liu, I didn't mean to kill him. I know. However, the voice known as Manager Liu said, Brook secretly colluded with KI and became a hidden son of KI in investigating our Blackwatch company. These jamming equipment and weapons of his were provided by KI. Even the Revenge Squad organization you were in was planned by KI behind the scenes, and there are countless such small organizations around the world. Countless. And the ambush you were met seems to be Brook, but it is actually the same as KI planning behind it. Before you, we have already begun to collect evidence of Brook's betrayal, but didn't expect you to start first. What? Hearing all this, Leon only felt sweat dripping from his back. In other words, did all his little actions be under the supervision of the company? Furthermore, your opponent is actually the famous KI in your country. One side is his own country, and the other is his own company. For a while, Leon didn't know which side he should stand on. But don't worry, the upper management of the company is very satisfied with your performance. Although you have a history of participating in the Blackwatch company's resistance organization, after all, you have made up for it in the end and actively offered the positions of other members. The potential is huge. The development is very promising. When Manager Liu said this, he suddenly paused. If he pointed out, Leon, I hope you don't let the company down. Definitely not. Leon just felt that his back was about to be soaked. We are not asking you to betray your country, the other party continued. In fact, our company and North America are in a situation of cooperation and secret competition. On the one hand, we have to unite to fight evil forces, and on the other hand, North America is afraid that we're too strong. That's why this situation arises. But none of this has anything to do with you or me. Those are things that the company's senior management needs to pay attention to. You only need to do your own job. Don't learn from Brooke and get involved in the Vortex contest. Do you understand? Yes. Leon's voice was dry. Okay. The relevant departments will be here soon. Just give them the scene. They handle these professionally. Speaking, Manager Liu, who had finished his ideological work, finally hung up the signal call. At this point, Leon was finally sighed in relief. He looked at Brooke, whose skin had begun to turn pale, gritted his teeth and dragged him into the grass beside him, then sat in front of him and waited silently. About 10 minutes later, several black Wrangler jeeps suddenly came from a distance and hurriedly stopped in front of Leon. Leon was heart-startled and quickly stood up, only to see a dozen of them wearing black robe and wearing the personnel in the tactical helmet rush down from the car. These people are holding pulse rifles in their hands, and under the black robe is a one-piece combat suit, which directly surrounds Leon in the center. With a faint attacking posture, Leon quickly raised his hand and asked tentatively, "I'm from the Bionic Men's Department. Are you sent by the company to handle the follow-up?" "Yes, we have received a task and come to reclaim company property." At this moment, a clear female voice came. Leon, hearing this, looked behind everyone, but saw a woman without a helmet jumped out of the Wrangler vehicle. This woman has low eyebrow makeup and a cold temperament. Even wearing a combat uniform can't hide her round and full figure. She waved her hand, and immediately everyone put down their guns and started checking all around. Pedro Leon. The woman walked around Leon with a scrutinizing gaze, and suddenly asked, "It's me." Although he knew that this set of battle armor on his body was powerful, but for some reason, when facing this beautiful and alluring woman, he subconsciously felt an inexplicable heart palpitations. It seemed that he was not in front of a human, but a blackhead. The female leopard, the other party may tear herself to pieces at any time. However, it was obvious that the other party didn't care how he thought about it. At this moment, the woman suddenly took out a gun-shaped detector and shot a circle at Leon. The detector automatically popped out a green light. An electronic synthesizer sounded. Identity confirmation. Pedro Leon, member of the Bionic War Police Project Department, number 113,304. Very good. Seeing this, the woman took back the tester, and then coldly said, "We are instructed by the superior to formally take over everything at the scene. You can leave your post, but remember that according to the company agreement, you are not allowed to claim any insufficient authority. The person or outsider reveals what happened today, otherwise the company will deal with you accordingly. Understand?" "Okay, I see." Leon swallowed, then turned and left without looking back. Before leaving, he took a special look at the woman's towering chest, and he saw the 3 letters BSS on the woman's chest. Suddenly, Leon thoroughly understood the identity of these people. It turned out to be the BSS department. Leon murmured, "The BSS department is called the Black Security Service Department in full, but Leon knows that this name is just a cover, and its real name should be Blackwatch Rapid Response Security Force." Like its own Bionic War Police Project Department, the Black Security Service Department is also affiliated to the Black Light Technology Group. On the surface, it belongs to the same level as his Bionic War Police Department, but in fact, this agency has administrative authority. It's much bigger. The tone says it's a special department, but it's simply the company's private armed forces. The fundamental significance of the existence of this department is to ensure and protect the property safety of Blackwatch, or to annihilate evidence that is unfavorable to the company. This is a fact that only a handful of people know, and Leon can know all of this because he was a member of the Blackwatch Rebellion before. Otherwise it is impossible to know based on his position in the company of these. Leon alone returned secretly, but when he passed near the Bartlett Bar again, he saw a bright red flame above the neighborhood. The Bartlett Bar, as well as the nearby buildings, are all up, and you can see the skyrocketing fire and the riots on the streets from a distance. It seems that Blackwatch has to deal with many people tonight. Seeing this scene, Leon's heart is more chilled. Although he has long understood that Blackwatch is not a serious company, but now when he really goes through all this, he still feels cold. I saw dozens of lives disappear overnight, but North America only turned a blind eye. This company is really too strong. With such a complicated mood, Leon rode on a motorcycle hidden in the dark and returned to the Bionic police base. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. When the sun gradually rose on the second day in North America, York, who had just graduated from college and worked in a small media company called Pub, yawned and sat on his own when there were 5 minutes left before work. On the desk, "Hey, another day without any surprises," York murmured in a low voice. He turned on the computer lazily, and suddenly, a wallpaper of the entire BHP police team appeared on his computer screen. From here, you can see that he seems to be owned by the Blackwatch company. A big fan of the BHP police team. York. However, before his ass was sitting hot, a horrible roar like a drake came from behind him. After hearing this voice, York looked a little irritable, but he still tried his best to restrain his emotions. Turning his head, "Leader, did you tell me something?" The one named by York as the team leader is a middle-aged man with an amazing hairline. He yelled and came to York's side while pressing an assessment form on York's desk with a bang. "Look at the report you wrote last week." 2 of the 3 articles were rejected. The last one published on the website was also given negative reviews by the viewers. "This is your result last week." Suddenly, York showed an expression of embarrassment. "But group leader, didn't you let me write this issue about current affairs safety?" "But I didn't let you write so badly," the team leader yelled. "The manager is very dissatisfied with you. If you can't write a few decent reports this week, prepare to pack up and go home by yourself." Speaking, he foul-mouthed and left. Seeing this scene, York suddenly became a little distressed. He obviously wrote according to the requirements of the group leader, but in the end he had to eat crows. Now he can't even keep his job. "I don't know when it was ahead." York was secretly sighed. He opened the web page a little frustratedly, and started looking for useful information on major websites based on his old habits. As a small media company, there are naturally no war reporters. The only source of material they can obtain is to find it on the internet, and the subject matter is completely unlimited. What kind of report can attract the attention of the eye? The favorite of these small media is the popularity of major event pieces. After browsing the major websites for a while, I didn't find any interesting reports. York looked at the time again and saw that it was 8:30. This seemed to have thought of something, so he turned to the official website of Blackwatch. As the most influential company in the world today, there is not one of them. Every time they release any new news, it is enough to make a sensation in the world, and small media like York is naturally the most comfortable time to catch up. Therefore, York has long been a frequent visitor of Blackwatch's official website, and he has gradually figured out that this company often updates its official website around 8:30. So, at 8:30, he quickly opened the Blackwatch website and pressed F5 a few times. Sure enough, when he pressed F5 for the 13th time, suddenly, a new headline appeared in the center of the home page of the official website. At the same time, the entire web page became black and white. "Hey, what's the matter?" York was taken aback for a moment. He thought there was a problem with the display, but when he saw the title clearly, he suddenly opened his mouth and stayed in place. BHP Captain Brooke Humphrey died in the line of duty last night at the age of 35. The moment he saw the news clearly, York was completely dumbfounded, for about a few seconds, and then he suddenly woke up and quickly clicked the mouse as if he could not believe it. Suddenly, the computer entered the page in the title. In the early morning of August 20th, 2028, Brooke and his rookie Leon were ambushed somewhere in the suburbs of Queens, New York City during a mission to combat D-traffickers and were finally hit by anti-tank rockets. Died. Afterwards, At the bottom of this article, there was a black and white photo of Brooke. He was sharply angular and determined, like a holy sculpture. Then below, is the article describing the life of Brooke. But at this time, York's brain can no longer watch anymore. Damn April Fool's Day, York muttered in a low voice, and then with a click, the mouse in his hand fell to the ground. Tragic report. The famous world hero, Captain Brooke of the BHP police team died in a heroic mission. North American Associated Press News. Silence. Captain Brooke of the BHP police team died at the age of 35 because of his duty. Reuters News. Be wary of the resurgence of evil forces. The path of evil forces is obstructed and long, and the death of Captain Brooke. What kind of enlightenment and reflection should we bring? Hezhong International News Agency. The superheroes of the real world are gone. Reality is not a fairy tale, and superheroes are not undying body. Sina Express. Minutes after the news was announced on the official website of Blacklight Technology, the news of Bruce's death in public service spread all over the world in a flash, and for a time global grief. Many media sites in North America commemorate the death of this hero. Have changed the website to black and white, and the Steam platform Steam and other game platforms have also announced the closure of one day to comfort the hero's spirit in the sky. In an instant, the whole world was in grief. Super US Speak Chapter 524. Super US Speak Chapter 524. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive, imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. It's dead. Chen Chen received this news only when he woke up on the second day. Naturally, he would not pay attention to such trivial matters. At most, it was just an episode, that's all. When eating breakfast on the second day, successfully killed by Leon, Xiao X responded, "We have arranged a decent funeral for him, which will definitely not affect the reputation of our bionic policeman." Chen Chen is nodded. Chen Chen didn't know how Brooke was once, but since his injury and disability, his character has become dark and distorted. Even after being reborn, he divorced his wife within a year. Even the child. This has always been criticized by fans, but Brooke has many fanboys, all of which have been whitewashed as heroes. Men of the world make mistakes and so on. The black history is suppressed. More than that, inside the company, Brooke has always been a little disobedient. Chen Chen knows this, but the advantage of this guy is that he is aware of the current affairs. After being secretly warned by the company's senior management, he was completely honest. Of course, just superficially honest. Secretly, he has always held a grudge against this matter, and then he was attracted by KI and became a nail in the belly of the Blacklight Technology. He secretly collected Blacklight Technology information and provided it to KI. Those he thought were top secrets, but in fact they were all clearly seen by Xiao X, just to balance the vigilance of North America. So he has not been removed, that's all. After all, Blacklight Technology has extended its tentacles into North America. As the Eye of North America, the KI Central Intelligence Agency collects data on Blacklight Technology. On the contrary, if Blacklight Technology is secretly combined with KI, just get rid of it. That's a problem. It's just that Brooke's behavior has become more and more excessive recently, which eventually aroused Chen Chen's resentment. So he made up his mind to get rid of Brooke. Then, as a person with a grudge against Brooke, Leon was finally selected as Brooke's successor, and step by step to this step. All this is under Chen Chen's control. Even Xiao X took advantage of Brooke's death to help the BHP police force hype, pushing the name BHP to a more ardent peak. After all, there is often such a situation in reality. A dead painter's paintings are more valuable than his life, and dead stars are often more likely to be sought after by everyone. This is not groundless. Some researchers have done some statistics on this phenomenon. After a famous musician suddenly passed away, you will find that one day everyone feels like everyone wants to listen to their music, and their album sales have changed. It's very hot. Stan Renard and Richard Gretz, professors of musicology and marketing at the University of Texas, counted 81 famous musicians who died in 2015, 2016, and 2017, including George Michael, Alger and Glenn Frey, and Prince, Petty, and Bowie. They found that the second day after Prince died in 2016, his album sales soared by 16,000%. The second day after Tom Petty's death in 2017, sales soared by 6,800%. The sound Chris Cornell, the lead singer of the Garden Band, experienced a 550% increase in record sales within a week after his death. Death seems to be the most effective booster for their career. This situation is called the Prince effect by researchers. I just hope this Leon can hold on for longer. Chen Chen bit the energy bar. His mouth was vague. Then he swiped through the news and looked towards the next. After eating breakfast, Xiao X suddenly reminded again, by the way, your godfather, the scientific expedition team members on Firestar have compiled a fairly complete Firestar preliminary file, as well as a batch of biological samples. The spaceship of Reese is also ready to return with these things, but the scientific community has begun to appear some different voices. I know, it's the voice that opposes bringing Firestar back to Earth. Chen Chen laughed, said without the slightest hesitation. Yes. Xiao X stood aside, helplessly said, several Mount Ibida-level scientists in the scientific community issued a joint statement saying that they would resist our actions to bring Firestar life back to Earth. They think these samples may contain Firestar. Unique infectious microorganisms may cause a deadly plague in humans. These people should not be scientists in the four great continents area. Chen Chen heard this sneer, just wanting to block the tens of billions of dollars of investment in blacklight technology and four great continents with a single statement. It's just wishful thinking. These people are nothing more than the mentality that since they can't get it, they don't want others to get it. Anyway, it's not a project of their own country. It can be as big as it can be. Even if they are unsuccessful, they can feel sick. As for the species invasion caused by the Firestar microbial invasion of Earth, blacklight technology is not a dry food. The 5th level biosafety standard is set for this, and the risk of leakage is less than 1 in 10,000. Of course, there may still be people who think that even if the risk is only 1 in 10,000ths, one should not take it, but he has forgotten that human civilization is always going to progress, and these studies are historical reactions made by the progress of human civilization. If human civilization no longer progresses, then it is not far from extinction. This is the reason for using advances, retreats and discards. We don't care about this kind of thing. It's enough to make a statement, and leave the rest to the people in the four great continents area to clarify. Thinking of this, Chen Chen waved his hand, got up and left the table. After eating breakfast, Chen Chen went to the Minaret experimental base as usual. He came to the minaret directly by black ball transmission, and then turned layer by layer. The number of projects in the Spire Lab has decreased a lot recently. Some of the previous projects have been completed. At this time, the remaining projects are the daily research on black liquid, T-virus and C24 chromosome. Black liquid, a catalyst-like thing taken from an alien plane, is a big treasure. Any life that merges with it can form unexpected miracles. With this ultimate weapon, Spire Lab has produced dozens of kinds of biological weapons, and some special medicines. For example, after Chen Chen was injected, the G358 virus that turned into a three-meter giant is one of them. The G-virus series are all new viruses formed by the fusion of T-virus with black liquid. Led by James Watson, the father of DNA, the biological research team of Spire has developed many kinds of biological weapons, one of which is called parasitic spores, which is a plant-based biological weapon, has more terrifying destruction than T-virus. As long as the spores are spread to the outside world, they will grow into a special fungus plant. This kind of plant is a kind of bizarre, semi-biological, semi-vegetable thing. Once a creature is detected nearby, they will actively release spores. After the creature passes through the space where the spores are lurking, the spores will follow the eyes, ears, mouth, nose and other parts enter the biological within the body and parasitize. Subsequently, the parasitic spores will use the host's body as a nutrient and the host's DNA as a reference to generate a monster that can automatically adapt to the host's environment and looks three-way similar to the host. Because this kind of monster absorbs the host's DNA, it looks like a tumor and can perfectly deceive the host's immune system. After more than 10 hours of growth of this group of monsters, they will break from the host within the body. Then, it is our responsibility to kill any creatures we see before our eyes, until the original host race is completely replaced. This formidable huge biological weapon, Chen Chen intends to use it against a different plane. After all, who knows what will happen when the next plane is opened, and these weapons are naturally prepared. At this time, Chen Chen came to this laboratory, and in these glass jars of specimens with one person holding each other, there were a group of parasitic spores monster corpses with earth creatures as hosts. The first tank within the body is a monster about the size of a calf. It is pitch black, and its whole body is wrapped in a hard outer skeleton, and its limbs are in the shape of antennae. The skull is in the shape of a droplet and a fusiform, and what really makes it look threatening is the sharp claw on its limbs and its mouth full of sharp teeth. Its sharp claw and teeth are not white, but silver-gray like metal, full of hard texture. Chen Chen stared at the monster specimen in front of him, showing a satisfactory expression. As long as you have seen a movie, you will know that this kind of monster is the famous alien with the name of one of the most classic Hollywood monsters. The monster within the body, except for its lack of size, is really similar to the aliens in the movie in terms of details and expressions. The original host of this monster was a black Doberman. Next, Chen Chen looked at the next few tanks. They contained monsters with chickens, ducks, rabbits, pigeons, cats and other small animals as hosts, as well as primates such as orangutans, monkeys, and even humans. The host of the monster, especially the monster with the human as their host, this kind of monster is almost the same as the alien in the movie. This is the power of black liquid. For these alien, Spire Lab also has research. As Chen Chen continued to visit the laboratories, he soon came to a laboratory similar to a breeding room next door. This is the laboratory where living aliens are held. These abnormal shapes are all imprisoned in a bulletproof glass isolation room up to 40 centimeters thick. A large amount of materials that cannot be corroded by high-strength acids are used inside the isolation room to prevent these monsters from escaping the laboratory. With Chen Chen's arrival, he only saw rows of isolation rooms with a few dark aliens being imprisoned. Because of the different genes ingested, these aliens have a lot of differences in their shapes, and some aliens, the teeth are flat, only sharp teeth. However, whether it is an alien born by a primate host or an alien born by a feline canine host, they can climb on all fours or walk on their hind limbs alone. This seems to be the instinctive advantage of all aliens. Immediately, Chen Chen came to the window of one of the isolation rooms. Suddenly, the alien inside seemed to have seen Chen Chen. It came to the window curiously and observed each other through the glass window. Chen Chen can even see his reflection on the black-light slippery forehead of the other party. Looking at it, the alien seemed to be aroused by Chen Chen's gaze. It couldn't help grinning open its mouth to reveal sharp metal teeth, and at the same time it made a sound of cc. One after another white air came out of its mouth, and a large amount of mucus ticked down. Anyone who saw such a weird and hideous monster would not be in the mood to appreciate it, but Chen Chen was not among them. I saw that he continued to come forward with great interest, and grinned open his mouth like an alien, showing his teeth. The alien felt more provoked. His mouth opened wider and he could even see the deadly innermost tooth. The whole body of the alien is full of weapons. A sharp claw that can tear steel plates, and can bite off the bite force of high-carbon steel. But these are nothing. The alien's most powerful weapon is its weird inner nest. This is a weapon that can easily tear steel plates. Seeing this, Chen Chen withdrew his gaze. He continued to follow Xiao X to a deeper level, and at the same time said, That seems to be the alien of a primate host. The little X who walked in the front suddenly explained, "Don't look at the different hosts of these aliens, but we find that they still recognize each other's identities. Not only that, these aliens seem to have some kind of telepathy, even if they are isolated from each other. Even from the aliens who have never seen each other tacitly obey the command of a queen." Chen Chen hearing this raised his head. "Yes," little X replied, "they are like the social structure of ants and bee colonies. Ordinary members who are usually born are like the worker bees in the colony, and the queen is equivalent to the queen bee. The worker bees feed on the queen bee, and the queen bee shoulders the task of laying eggs and breeding groups. Sure enough, it can reproduce." Chen Chen hearing this laughed. "So what if you kill the queen? If the queen dies or disappears, then one of the remaining aliens will evolve into a new queen on its own and continue to shoulder the task of breeding." Little X replied, "And in a race, there will always be only one queen. This is why we think the other party has telepathic ability, because these aliens have never even met, but they can still choose tacitly. If a queen comes out, there will never be two queens at the same time." Following Xiao X's explanation, the two finally came to the end of this laboratory. Suddenly, Chen Chen saw the master of this Timean alien queen, who was more than 8 meters in length and 4 meters in height. At this time, this hideous and terrifying giant beast has been locked in the isolation room by a thick tungsten gold chain. Like other members of the group, it has a black outer skeleton, and is more rigid and thick. Not only that, but a huge crown grows on top of its head, and the fan-shaped structure of the crown extends to the back, tightly protecting its head, and the mouth can be retracted into the crown at critical moments. Its teeth are no longer metallic, but a more bizarre translucent color, and the 4 pip-like breathing organs behind it have turned into 4 spikes, sharp and slender. With the huge fan-shaped crown, exudes a wild and bloodthirsty breath. Super USB Chapter 525. Super USB Chapter 525. You can search for "I have a Super USB flash drive" imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The limbs and neck of the alien queen are all locked by the thick tungsten gold chain, almost suspended in midair. In this kind of situation where there is no focus, even a giant dragon can't exert force, let alone alien. Now, the reason why these dangerous creatures are kept is to observe their habits. Alien forms have obvious social structures, and alien research is also very useful for outer space exploration, because aliens are creatures that humans have discovered so far that can survive for a short time in outer space, and the first is called water bear worms. The reason why they can't survive for a long time is not because of temperature or atmospheric pressure, but because there is no oxygen. The parasites born from Earth's life must also survive in the presence of oxygen. In addition, the alien can withstand 200 or 300 degrees of high temperature for a short time like a water bear. In the third part of Alien, an alien was dropped into lead water with a melting point of 327.46 degrees Celsius. 10 seconds later, he still crawled out. The chitin outer skeleton of the alien shape is like a sealed protective suit, which firmly protects the alien body, so that it can withstand the low temperature close to absolute zero, while also being able to withstand extremely low air pressure. From here, we can first lose the way, if there are other beings in the universe, what they should be like. Looking at this motionless alien queen, Chen Chen didn't look down on it, because he knew that once this guy fled to the outside world, he could at least cause a disaster at the level of destroying the city. Of course, if you want to destroy mankind with an alien queen, it is still a wishful thinking. As long as you react from the initial disaster, the human thermal weapon can teach the other party a good lesson. If you want to destroy humans, at least a biological weapon of this level, parasitic spores, can do it. Leaving this breeding room, Chen Chen visited other laboratories. What impressed Chen Chen the most was the restarted Tyrant project. A tyrant over 3 meters tall was cultivated through T-virus and then injected G358. Suddenly, the already huge tyrant suddenly transformed into an ultimate monster with a height of 5 meters and full of barbs. Once, when Chen Chen was injected with G358, he could transform into a huge evolutionary body. In this state, he could destroy a modern infantry battalion by himself without even using field energy. And after injecting the tyrant with this G-virus, the strength has reached the level of abnormality. Even the Vulcan cannon is difficult to kill. In addition, the minaret has also tailored a combat suit for the tyrant, which looks like a black windbreaker from the outside, with a metal protective circle on the neckline. In fact, this combat suit is an enhanced version of the GS combat suit, because the material is thicker and tenacious, and can even defend against anti-material sniper rifles. Because the tyrants are huge enough, they can also embed nutrients in there within the body. Once they encounter a more powerful enemy, the combat uniform will automatically inject the tyrant with the G358 virus and also embed nutrients. The agent is automatically discharged, instantly turning the tyrant into a more powerful humanoid killer, destroying any target listed. And this state of injecting the G358 virus, Spy Lab has a very appropriate name: Liberation. In addition, it is the C24 chromosome technology that has just been acquired. At this time, Chen Chen came to a 5th level biosafety laboratory on the top of the spire. 5th level biosafety laboratories are duplex, generally divided into 2 floors. The first floor is the experimental hall, which contains several biological isolation rooms and sample rooms, while the second floor is the command room and the control room. Most of the researchers work here, and the experiment hall on the first floor is full of apprentice-level researchers and auxiliary bionics. In the minaret, the bionic has become the best research assistant because it does not require isolation facilities. At this time, as Chen Chen came to the command room, he was seeing Lil directing everyone to work in the laboratory. He joined the God Forbidden Zone organization with Hannibal and Newman before, and now 6 or 7 years have passed. At this time, his age is also close to 30, and he has become a lot more stable, and he can be alone. Boss. Seeing Chen Chen's arrival, Lil laughed, stood up, nodded and said, and then saw the little X behind Chen Chen. Although no one knows the true identity of Xiao X, he is still polite and nodded, and he has said hello. After all, he is also an insider. He has long known from other populations that a girl who is only 18 years old followed Chen Chen a long time ago. This was originally not at all. The girl can only be regarded as a secretary at best. But what is really surprising is that this girl also has the authority to dispatch Dark Knight, and the number is not limited, which is terrifying. Because even Lil's alpha-level authority can only dispatch a small team of Dark Knight, that's all. And alpha-level is the top treatment in God's Forbidden Zone, and above that is the actual ruler of the Disciple Council and God's Forbidden Zone, Chen Chen. Therefore, the staff in the Spy Lab basically regard Xiao X as Chen Chen's spokesperson. At this time, Chen Chen also responded, nodded. There was too much politeness between the two of them. Chen Chen went to the observation window and looked to the first floor, and asked while looking, "How about it? Is there any result with C24?" "There are some results, but not many," Lil replied. He walked to Chen Chen and pointed to a few demonic monsters in the biological isolation room below. This chromosome technology matches human DNA, so it can only be used on humans. So this paragraph time really took a lot of Delta-level experimenters, and unfortunately, because these personnel are all members of the body with violent genes, so they all become like this. Chen Chen was nodded. He knew it was inevitable, because these people themselves were a group of vicious criminals. He looked into the isolation rooms and saw that they were all monsters with grey complexions and distorted faces. Different from the image of human beings, they have swollen muscles all over their body, they are nearly 3 meters tall, and their faces resemble the image of a demon in the Bible. They have a bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, and their noses directly become 2 small holes and eyes located on the outermost sides, even lower than the nostrils. These guys, are they still sane? Chen Chen didn't know what to call this group of monsters for a while. Yes, Lil nodded, expression solemnly. This is actually a bit more terrifying, because they are not pure monsters, but monsters with human intelligence, but they have become more violent, bloodthirsty, and crazier. They will be afraid, deceive, communicate. Strictly speaking, they still keep their memories, but I can guarantee that if you put their wives, children and parents in front of them, they will still without the slightest hesitation tear each other up. They have a pure desire to kill, or their concept has been changed. Perhaps in their opinion, killing each other is the best gift to each other. Hearing this, Chen Chen suddenly showed a clear expression. So can we find pure humans without violent factors in their genes? I have already taken a blood test. Lil replied, there are very few such people, at least one among dozens of people. I only found one case among Delta-level experimenters. Oh, Chen Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. So did the experiment not start? This kind of person is too precious. So during this time I have been preparing for the experiment, but now it is almost finished. Lil replied, if you want to watch boss, I can start in tens of minutes. Then let's start. Chen Chen sat on the sofa side with interest, and waited with Erlang's legs folded. Seeing this, Lil naturally stopped hesitating. He gave the order to prepare the experiment to the people around him, and immediately the entire laboratory began to operate. Your godfather. The little X on the side brought a cup of coffee and placed it next to Chen Chen, and then stood behind Chen Chen and pressed Chen Chen's shoulders. And Chen Chen stretched out his hands and made an open gesture. In the next second, an empty Dao void screen appeared out of thin air in front of him for 100 years. And then Chen Chen began to use brain control technology to check the only one case gene. Those who do not contain violent elements are filed. The Delta-level experimenter, named Pound Sean, is an Oanbo clansman, male, 2.15 meters tall and 140 kilograms in weight. When he saw this, Chen Chen couldn't help raising his eyebrows. With this body shape, he was a born tyrant. However, when he saw the photo of the other person, he was taken aback. Because a man with a horrible figure has a pair of clean eyes, Chen Chen seldom can see that a person's eyes are so pure, as if newborn babies are generally flawless. This person was a citizen of Windhoek, Namibia. However, just 6 months ago, he was found at the scene of a murder. 2 girls fell in a pool of blood, and he was lying on the girl's body and was performing indecent acts. So, the Windhoek court finally found Sean guilty and sentenced to death. Later, after Namibia falsified the death penalty evidence, he secretly sold him to the spy lab until now. Seeing this file, Chen Chen seemed to realize something. He clicked into the Namibian police internal network and started to inquire about the murder 6 months ago. However, the judicial system in Namibia is not perfect. After searching for a long time, only a few confessions were inquired, not even a live photo. In the 3 consecutive transcripts, Sean in the first 2 transcripts keep on saying that he was doing artificial respiration for 2 people, and in the last one, he claimed that he killed each other. From here, Chen Chen immediately understood something. Although he thought of something, it had something to do with him not at all. He was just a little curious about why a person who does not carry violent factors in his genes would become a murderer, that's all. As Chen Chen flipped through the transcript, the man named Pound Sean was also taken into the laboratory on the 1st floor. Boss, the subject has been brought here. Lil came over and reminded. Chen Chen nodded, said that he knew that. He stood up, paced to the observation window, and looked from the 2nd floor towards the black man on the 1st floor. This man named Sean is wearing a standard prison uniform, but he is indeed huge, weighing 140 kilograms, comparable to the big shark O'Neill. At this time, he obediently followed behind the guards, a little nervous, looked around in the laboratory. When he saw the huge monsters in the isolation room on the side, he couldn't help showing a frightened expression. Looking from Chen Chen, he is indeed as pure as his eyes in the photo. There is no fierce or other complicated emotions in the expression, only a deep fear of the unknown. Is this person a person with no violent factors in his genes? Chen Chen murmured. And I heard that when he was detained in the cell, he never bullied anyone physically. Because Chen Chen was talking to him, Lil suddenly opened the mouth and said, I have investigated his life. This person hardly has any offensive. When he was 15 years old, both his parents died, just doing one thing. This is a part-time job repairing a car. Before he was arrested, he had no criminal record. I even suspect that this person may have made a mistake in Namibia. Chen Chen is nodded, indifferent expression. Seeing this, Lil did not hesitate anymore. He took out the walkie-talkie and said to the downstairs, get ready to start. Ready to start. The researchers downstairs immediately relayed Lil's order, and one of the researchers said to Xiao, you, lie down on this bed. The black man was nodded, although he was afraid, he still obediently followed the other person's words. Even after he lay on the test bench, because of fear of the monsters in the isolation room, he even took the initiative to close his eyes. After that, several researchers came up, put the metal ring on the man's neck and limbs, and completely fixed him in front of the experiment table. From beginning to end, the other party did not resist any behavior. Immediately, a researcher took out a thick needle tube from the disinfected water, and then took out an ampoule bottle from the tray brought by an assistant by the side. The ampoule bottle was containing a transparent liquid without any color. It looks extremely inconspicuous. However, the liquid in this ampoule is C24 brought back from the plane of doom. After drawing out the liquid with the needle, the researcher immediately stepped forward and injected C24 from the arm of the black man by intravenous injection. During the injection process, the black man seemed to have accepted his fate a long time ago. He closed his eyes tightly all the way and shivered subconsciously until the needle was pulled out. Immediately, on the instrument on the side, his heartbeat and blood pressure began to rise slowly, and he himself, involuntarily, fell into a deep coma. Super USB Chapter 526. Super USB Chapter 526. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive, imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. From the movie, after injecting this chromosome-changing agent, as long as the person who injected is a human within the body without violence, no problems will occur. This is the case after the protagonist of the movie was injected with C24. He was seriously injured but was only in a coma for a few hours. When he woke up again, not only the injury healed, but also a man who could kill 7 in the mutant powerful fighter out. The reality is also the same. After the C24 injection, Sean also fell into a coma without saying a word. Not only that, but sweat was gradually oozing out of the tall man's forehead. Judging from his frowning brow, he seemed to be suffering from great pain. The blood pressure of the test subject began to rise. His heartbeat is rising. The current heart rate has risen from 85 beats. No, it has risen to 95 beats. It is still rising. His body is experiencing spasms. It seems that the blood supply to the body is insufficient, and he is about to inject cardiotonics. As time passed, after more than half an hour, Sean's body began to twitch. The subject sweats a lot all over the body and needs to replenish energy and water. Richard is preparing to inject nutrition injections and glucose. The condition of the subject has recovered and gradually stabilized. Looking at the crowd outside the window, Chen Chen and Lil kept watching and waiting quietly. The situation is great. Looking at the rows of data that appeared on the virtual screen in front of him, Lil was a little excited and hammered his fists. Shell, or the face starts to twist. It is definitely not as calm as it is now. Now let's see if we can really succeed. Chen Chen is nodded, not at all too excited, because this is still lacking in stability for current human technology and cannot be used routinely. Even the customized version of Chen Chen that is specially made like T-Virus cannot be used. Unless there is a technology that can eliminate the genes related to violence and the dark side of Chen Chen's body, this is basically impossible. Even if there is such a genetic technology, Chen Chen will not use it. The ghost knows what happens when the violence factor is eliminated. However, this medicine still has a lot of research significance. If the technology can be improved, Chen Chen may be able to add a layer of buff to bring it up a level. However, if this technology has limitations and cannot be modified, Chen Chen intends to use it as a condition in the future to exchange some benefits with the 4 great continents area. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, until 1.5 hours later. Sean's physical condition returned to stability. The test bed under him has long been wet with sweat and some slimy secretions. These secretions should be the waste discharged by the body after evolution. It contains some shed dead skin and oil that clogs pores, and some dirty stuff within the body. I have to say that there are some truths in the novels. If the experimental subject named Sean is a character in the novel, then C24 is the heavenly materials he eats that can change his physical fitness earthly treasures. What followed was that his life body was greatly strengthened. Although it is not obvious on the outside, it is obvious that his weight has been reduced a lot, from 140 kilograms to about 120 kilograms, and all that is burned is fat. The enhancement of physical fitness will inevitably require the introduction of a large amount of energy. Now it seems that even if he continues to inject nutrients, it is not enough to consume him. He still needs to consume his own energy. And Sean's face, the pain from the very beginning gradually calmed down, and in the end, even the corners of his mouth cocked, as if he was dreaming. Weight loss. But physical fitness is improving rapidly. Seeing this, a trace of envy appeared in Leel's eyes. For most people, C24 is no different from T-Virus. It has multiple characteristics such as enhancement, mutation, and infection. While ordinary person can only get mutation after infection characters, a few genetically unique people can get the dual characteristics of mutation and enhancement, while those humans who are attacked by the mutant monster will be infected and become low-level monsters like zombie. Only a few people can get enhanced characteristics. This Sean is simply strengthening. Not only has his physical fitness greatly improved, but he is also very lucky to be able to maintain his normal appearance and thinking. You can try it for yourself. Chen Chen immediately saw the envy in Leel's eyes. Jokingly said, "I dare not." Leel waved his hand quickly. "I checked my blood, which also contains violent factors. If you inject this thing, it can only be a dead end." As the two chatted, suddenly, Sean slowly opened his eyes on the test bench. He woke up. This scene was immediately noticed by everyone. The group of people surrounded them. Some began to draw blood from Sean's veins, and some began to check his body. Everyone had a different division of labor and was very efficient. C24 has successfully integrated in his within the body and has lost the ability to infect. Suddenly, a line of data appeared on the virtual screen. Leel immediately widened his eyes when he saw it. He stood up in shock. It's as magical as T-Virus. Chen Chen is hearing this laughed. This situation is indeed normal. After he was injected with a customized version of T-Virus, the T-Virus and DNA were perfectly fused. It will infect anyone a second time. This is the perfect fusion. Now it's time to see his physical ability. Chen Chen nodded and said, "Let him go and give it a try. I'm not afraid of him resisting here." "Good." Leel promised and then used the walkie-talkie to say, "Preparing to release the D2213 test subject for systemic testing." The people downstairs heard the order and began to faithfully execute it. In Sean's somewhat horrified eyes, they opened the metal ring, and Sean immediately sat up in a little horror. He whispered and asked, "What's the matter? What did you do to my body?" "Mr. Sean." Just when he was worried, a man's voice suddenly came from the speakers in the laboratory. He only heard him say, "How do you feel now?" I feel very hungry." Sean lifts the head and looked all around, and he saw two men standing behind a glass curtain wall. They both look like people from Zongzi district. One of them is wearing a white lab coat and the other is wearing a casual outfit. "It's normal to be hungry, Mr. Sean." At this time, the man in the white coat held the walkie-talkie and continued to speak. "We will do a set of tests for you later. and you can have dinner after the tests are completed. Good, good. Sean, hearing this, repeatedly nodded. He expresses excitement. I like milk and cookies best. This man named Sean looked like a simple child at this time. When he heard eating, everything he suffered before seemed to be irrelevant. Next, there will be a series of physical fitness tests, including CT, ultrasound, and various tests. Then, one by one test results appeared on the screen in front of the two of them. The improvement in physical fitness comes second. What really surprised Leal was the other's recovery ability. A half-centimeter deep wound was cut on Sean's body. It healed in less than a few minutes, and the recovery speed was even surpassed the tyrant. The opponent's bone density, muscle strength, and recovery ability have been greatly improved. Looking at the line of data above, Leal couldn't help holding his breath. His strength is not inferior to those of the experimental subjects that mutated into monsters, and the same is not inferior to Dark Knight. If we can improve it so that ordinary persons can also be injected, alright. It has always been Leal's long-cherished wish to be able to improve the T-virus to an ordinary person and also be able to inject it. But this T-virus is extremely restrictive and can only work from the embryonic state, and Chen Chen made a customized version that can adapt to his own genes. The price of T-virus is too high, so T-virus can only be abandoned. Now, C-24 once again gave him a glimmer of hope. But Chen Chen on the side shook the head. If it could be improved, humans would have improved on the plane of doom, and it would not be delayed until now. Obviously, this is something more difficult to deal with than the T-virus, and only certain personnel can perform the injection. Thinking of this, Chen Chen suddenly took the walkie-talkie in Leal's hand. He looked towards Xiao En, who was gorgeous oneself below, and suddenly said, Mr. Xiao En, huh? At this moment, Sean was stuffing a large piece of biscuit into his mouth, his cheeks puffed up on both sides, and at the same time he looked innocent towards the second floor. I read your file before, and I want to know, what were you doing when you were arrested by the police? Chen Chen asked. Why are you lying on the bodies of those two women? I was giving them artificial respiration. Sean not even thinks replied, and a trace of regret appeared in his eyes. I learned about first aid when I was repairing a car. In my opinion, the lady at the time was obviously still saved, and I wanted to save her. However, for the third time in your transcript, you confessed the crime of killing two people. Chen Chen continued to ask, how do you explain this? They keep beating me. Sean was a little depressed. If I don't admit it, they will continue to torture me, not let me sleep, not let me eat. While he said these words, his eyes were still pure and flawless, and Chen Chen could know that this person was not at all lying. Leal on the side is half believing. Your current strength, speed, reaction ability, and physical recovery ability may have been greatly improved, but I don't know. Are you willing to leave here? Chen Chen asked again. Boss. Leal turned his head and looked towards Chen Chen, because as far as he knew, none of the Delta-level experimenters had ever been released. Leave. Sean, hearing this, his body suddenly paused. He seemed to think for a while, and then decisively shook the head. No, I was sentenced to death, and now I'm very satisfied to survive. If I leave, I am afraid. Are you caught again? Sean's answer surprised Leal and the other researchers. If you can help me, I can also guarantee that no one will catch you. Chen Chen continued to persuade. Not only that, I can also provide you with enough food and even enough salary. Good. Hearing this, Sean suddenly nodded, and then he lowered his head again and gulped the various sweets on the table. Seeing this, Chen Chen returned the walkie-talkie to Leal. Boss, do you think what he said is true? Leal is a little skeptical. In this world, there are still many people with innate talent for acting. True or false is not important. Chen Chen said without thinking, I just value his ability, that's all. Let him cooperate with the next experiments, and we can also solve the mystery of C-24 more quickly. So that's how it is. Leal nodded. You can continue to study C-24 medicine. Chen Chen saw what he wanted to see, so he turned and walked outside, and said as he walked, After implanting a God chip into this Sean, give him the identity of a crank researcher and let him stay here to help you research. You can even start from his blood to find out the C24 medicine that can strengthen all mankind. Yes, I will work hard, Lil agreed. After visiting, Chen Chen left the laboratory and walked towards the transmission room on the top floor. Xiao X followed each other step by step. She couldn't help but curiously asked, Godfather, in fact, even if this Delta-level experimenter named Sean does not give him freedom, we can smoothly carry out further C24 research. Did it move the compass? Perhaps. Chen Chen kept walking forward. This is nothing to be ashamed of. I found something strange when I checked his files before, but I can't be sure that's all, unless this Sean's acting skills have reached beyond at the point of an Oscar actor, otherwise I would basically not make a mistake. Therefore, since the other party is innocent, it's okay to release the other party. Anyway, I will implant a God chip in his head, so I'm not afraid of him leaking secrets. Just this. Genes do have a deep impact on human personality. Xiao X thought, will people without violence factor be so innocent? In fact, I think this is just a coincidence. Speaking, Chen Chen suddenly stopped. After all, although there are few human beings without violent factors, they are not rare under the base of a population of 81 billion, but in reality such kind people are rarely, so this is more of a chance issue. The absence of that kind of violent factor does not mean that that kind of person is necessarily kind. It's like most people within the body have a violent factor, but they still haven't beaten people in their entire lives. Human thinking is so complicated and acquired. Every action can have an impact. Can it be determined by a small piece of gene? Therefore, it can only be said that human beings that do not contain violent factors have less probability of violent conflict with others. That's all. This is indeed the truth. Little X's nodded with a smile. Super USB Chapter 527. Super USB Chapter 527. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. 2 months later, Namibia. City of Life Sciences. The sky is sunny 10,000 li. In the suburbs of the Life Sciences city, the originally sparse and cold suburbs suddenly became vast crowds. Numerous famous media and research teams from various countries came to the space base of the Life Sciences city. The media looked excited. They built a long spear cannon here, and cameras were set up in front of an apron the size of 4 or 5 football fields, waiting eagerly for something. The research team waited early in the living room on the side. Some of these people were from Central Continent, some were from North America, and some were from Europe and Northern Sea Continent. Anyone pulled out one, you will find that these people turned out to be great and famous in the field of biological research. In addition to this group of people, there are hundreds of Namibian soldiers in the space base. Some of these people stand in front of many reporters to maintain order, while others line up one by one in front of the tarmac, form a circle to prevent the entry of unrelated persons. At the very front of the apron, a huge podium was built. At this time, several moderators were debugging the lines on the podium, and the abnormal news conference was ready to open at any time. The reason why this place is so grand is that today, strictly speaking, is half an hour later, the Ares spaceship returning from Firestar will return to Earth with various samples on Firestar. Here, Blackwatch is about to hold a press conference for the completion of the Ares plan perfection. At this time, countless people have been looking forward to the moment, waiting for the moment when the hero who set foot on the Firestar returns. Hello everyone. This is BBC Science and Technology News. I am reporter Bob. Now we are located at the aerospace base of the Life Sciences city in Namibia. As you can see, there is already a sea of people today. In addition to our BBC, there are dozens of media outlets. Today is a special day, that is, the day when the manned spaceship Ares returns to Earth. As one of the most influential companies in the world, Blackwatch has created countless myths that are talked about by people. The most familiar to everyone is probably the number of aging reversal treatment projects. The emergence of the phenomenon that has greatly delayed the aging of all countries. They have benefited mankind and the world. Now, Blackwatch has completed a new feat, which is the Ares project in cooperation with 4 continents. This is the first time that mankind has set foot on Firestar, and it is also the first time that Firestar has been discovered. Life. From this day on, we finally realized that alien life was so close to us, even on our neighboring stars, but now, the Ares spaceship has brought our neighbors to our Earth, although they don't have their own civilization like we humans do. But this still represents a new step for us humans. While the BBC reporter's moving story, other world-famous media are also broadcasting the whole process, as if the whole world is focusing on this. Live broadcast the scene of Ares returning to Earth. Live broadcast the important step of human trajectory. The Ares has approached the outer atmosphere. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the broadcast, "Everyone, please stand outside the apron." When the Ares manned spaceship arrives, please keep order, don't enter the apron. Repeat, don't enter the apron inside the ping. About 5 minutes later, the broadcast sounded again. Ares has entered the ionosphere. It is currently 80 kilometers away from the surface and will land in about 20 minutes. Please keep order, everyone. Hearing this sentence, everyone suddenly rioted. Many people looked impatiently in the sky, but found that there was nothing. But these not at all affect the excitement of everyone. After all, human beings have never been in contact with alien civilization since the birth, and now human beings not only unprecedented the discovery of alien life, but also bring alien life back to Earth. This seems ordinary, but it also represents a fact. Interstellar era. Coming soon. The Ares has flown into the stratosphere. 10 minutes later, the voice continued to announce the location of the Ares. At this time, the personnel responsible for maintaining order, please prepare, and those responsible for building the positive pressure disinfection room, please prepare. At this moment, a person holding a telescope suddenly shouted, "Look there!" Many reporters hurriedly looked up, and those carrying cameras also raised their cameras to look in the sky. Sure enough, above their heads, a small blue dot flickered like in the sky is a tiny star. However, it is daytime after all. How could there be stars? Obviously, that is the Ares that is landing. 10 minutes, 9 minutes, 8 minutes. As time passed by, the blue star became bigger and bigger, and it was clearly visible in the last 5 minutes. A small dot the size of a sesame was falling, and its sides. There are 2 rays of light in blue. The Ares has entered the troposphere and will land soon. Broadcast the last notice. With his words, the black spot is getting bigger and bigger. With a low rumbling sound, the huge spaceship has completely reached the sky above everyone, and many people even feel that the airflow of all around has begun change. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. At the arrival of the last minute, Ares was already suspended above the tarmac. The huge and streamlined body no longer had its previous luster, but was grey as if it had been burned. Generally, even some people with good eyesight can even see the slightest scratches on the spaceship. Those are the abrasion phenomena that occur when the spaceship hits cosmic dust when flying in the deep space of the universe. Amid the whispers of everyone, the Ares hovered in midair and slowly descended. At this point, everyone had clearly felt the heat waves hitting, and many people were dry. There are several hundred meters away from the apron. If it is in front of you, the heat emitted by the spaceship engine is estimated to dry a life in an instant. Under the focal point of 10,000s, Ares completely stopped on the huge apron, and the engine started to stall completely. Seeing this scene, countless people rushed to cheer. Their voices shook the sky, even overwhelming the sound of the spaceship engine. However, not everyone is like this. At this time, hundreds of all kinds of people gathered outside the gate of the space base. These people held various slogans in their hands while shouting loudly. At the same time, It was only blocked by Namibian soldiers and unable to enter. Some of the slogans in the hands of this group of people are the Blackwatch Company logo, but they are greatly crossed with red spray paint, and some are paragraphs, including a slogan in the hands of fans of Three Body. It was writing, "Don't answer, don't answer, don't answer." Many people think that the practice of bringing back Firestar microbes will bring a huge disaster to mankind. Some think that aliens also have human rights. It is disrespectful to each other to bring the other side to Earth. And some believe that it should follow the Dark Forest law and directly use nuclear bombs to destroy all creatures on the Firestar. Otherwise, if the creatures on the Firestar evolve into humans in the future, there will be a few more technological explosions, and they will die by the time. Like Luxon's words, human sorrows and joys are not interlinked, I just think they are noisy. In the Ares project, everyone has different ideas and everyone has their own perceptions. These people are those who oppose Ares' method of bringing organisms back to Earth. They even set up the Ares project to oppose the Alliance, and fly to Namibia at their own expense, specifically to come to space. The base gathered a crowd to demonstrate. However, the opinions of this group of people are destined to be unfamiliar to the public. With Blackwatch's influence in the world today, all well-known media will not risk the world's disgrace to report these things. Only those who want to attract small media with eyeballs occasionally report, but these sporadic opposition sounds like stones thrown into the lake. At most they can only stir the starting point of ripples, but cannot set off any storms. At this time, as the spaceship gradually turned off, the air all around gradually recovered to its previous temperature. At the same time, the rescue team on the right side of the apron drove 2 trucks to the spaceship door. Next to it, with hundreds of people busy, a huge negative pressure isolation room was erected at a speed visible to naked eye. Finally, the passage of the isolation room is completely connected to the hatch of the spaceship. At this point, everyone in the spaceship can come out. At this time, the reporters who were far away from several hundred meters were impatiently trying to rush forward, but they were blocked by a group of soldiers on the tarmac, and they could only stare blankly. In this way, I waited for about half an hour. Finally, at the other end of the negative pressure isolation room, the first person who was disinfected inside and put on isolation clothes was the next step in the guard of the soldiers moved towards the podium came over. Seeing this, countless reporters finally let out a terrifying cheer. This man in isolation clothes was a middle-aged white man. After he came to the podium, he waved to everyone. After countless applause, the man opened his mouth. His voice was transmitted through the isolation clothes. In the microphone, "Thank you Earth Federation, thank you Blackwatch Company. I am Zuxan, the captain of Ares, and an employee of Blackwatch. What I can tell you is that we have defeated Earth, the deep space of the universe, and have overcome countless difficulties. Firestar is back. Next, I will be quarantined for 3 months, but before the quarantine, I can accept 3 questions, and I can answer truthfully whatever it is." The man named Zuxan showed a hint of narrowness. "Of course, it must be related to Firestar. I declare in advance that I have a wife and do not accept marriage inquiries." Ha 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 ha. The crowd suddenly chuckles, and then countless reporters have raised high hands, impatience wanting to ask questions. "It's you. You are the first to ask questions." Zuxan pointed to a blonde man in the first row. "I'm from ABC Radio in North America. What did you bring back from Firestar this time?" The other party asked with a look of excitement. "I heard there are lives on Firestar, right?" Yes. Zuxan nodded. "We brought back soil samples, rock samples, air samples, and water samples from the Firestar. Of course, there are biological samples." "Okay, next one, that beautiful lady over there." Next, he once again selected a reporter from the central continent. "Hello, this is Wang Bing, a reporter from Zhongzhou District TV. Will you be in danger on Firestar?" "Danger?" Zuxan laughed. "No, the word danger should not be said, because we are always dealing with death." God. As soon as this sentence came out, Many people started talking in a low voice. The average temperature on the fire star is around -90 degrees. The air there is thin and the oxygen content is less than 0.1%. Humans cannot survive without wearing any tools. It is a test of life and death, because no one knows which time the sandstorm on the fire star will blow us away or tear off our protective clothing. Zuxungden lightly said with a smile. But now we have successfully built a life cycle scientific research station on it. With the scientific research station, the equivalent to his a foundation and the survivability will be greatly improved. Many people are secretly nodded. Indeed, the pioneers of this group of humans are indeed dealing with death god. Not to mention the fire star. It is this cross-planet journey back and forth, and accidents may occur at any time. Whether it is a space meteor or a solar storm, the chance of an accident is much higher than the chance of a car accident. Well, now is not the time to talk about these. The next one. Zuxun finally pointed to a black lady, but before the black lady spoke, a man on the side suddenly spoke first. Are the aliens you brought back in danger? Will it cause species invasion and even mankind perish? Absolutely not. Zuxun's expression sank, and then shook the head. We did find fire star microbes. But those microbes live in water. Fire star air and soil do not contain microbes. As for species invasion, it is even more impossible, because we will isolate them well, such as level 4 biosafety laboratories, etc. Not to mention the extinction of human beings. Alien creatures simply cannot do this. You can rest assured. After saying this, Zuxun left without looking back under the support of several bodyguards. Mr. Zuxun. Mr. Captain, please wait. The crowd suddenly rioted, and many people wanted to catch up, but they were mercilessly stopped by soldiers with guns and live ammunition. In the end, these people had to return in disappointment. On the spaceship of Ares, apart from taking one copy of the fire star samples from the 4 continents, there is one copy left, all of which were secretly transported into the Spire experimental base. The exploration of alien life is officially launched. Super USB Chapter 528. Super USB Chapter 528. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. As the Firestar biological samples arrived at the Spire one by one, a small team was specially formed on the Spire to further explore the intelligence of Firestar's life. Although I have studied it on Firestar a long time ago, no matter whether it is equipment, manpower, or energy, there is no mention on equal terms with the top laboratory such as the Steeple. And this time the team leader responsible for this matter is James Watson, the father of DNA. Now Chen Chen has not participated in these research work for a long time. His task all day is to read the reports of his staff and exercise his body and field ability. On the other side, the Ares parked at the space base has opened its door at this time, and a group of expressions are numb, as if not human-like workers are constantly moving towards Ares cargo under the cover of night. What is being transported in the warehouse? These are huge containers. These workers use forklifts and crane to transport them to the warehouse little by little. Next to the Ares, they guard the same numb soldiers in black. Whether they are workers or soldiers, they have black light signs on their bodies. When the containers were fully shipped, the group of workers followed the Ares spaceship one by one. Then, the spaceship engine started again without too much stay, moved towards in the sky and drove away again. The Ares flew to Firestar again, and no country in the Earth Federation was aware of all this. 1 month later. Time has gradually reached the end of 2028. Life Science City is close to Sandwich Bay on the Atlantic coast, and gorgeous high-end villas stand on the coastline. Just a few days ago, many villas were filled with Christmas trees representing European and American holidays. On New Year's Eve, those villas that have never had Christmas began to hang festive red outside the door. There is also a golden and bright foo on the jewelry. The breath of Christmas is quickly diminished, and the festival for descendants of Yan and Huang is about to begin. In one of the vast villas, There was a lot of excitement. A dozen old and young people were laughing loudly. The TV set was turned on, and adults yelled at children. "Little Rain, run slowly." A young woman of about 30 years old was somewhat helplessly chasing behind a 3 or 4-year-old child, looking at the other person while yelling while walking in the living room with his short legs, holding one in his hand. Airplane toy, shouting playfully, "Fly, fly." The whole living room is full of children cheering happily. This little brat, it's a personal madness. Aside, a 30-year-old man with a spring breeze stroked his palms and laughed. Next to him, there were several men and women. One of them looked a little wretched and a slightly fat man said with a smile pleasedly, "Uncle, little boy, you just have to be naughty so that you can eat it later." Beside him, there is a woman with a cold expression. In front of the woman is a boy of almost the same age. At this time, he is also staring at the living room with dark eyes. Boy running around. "Boy, do you want to play with him?" The wretched man turned his head and looked towards the boy in the woman's arms. "Boy, will you accompany your uncle to play?" "Don't." The boy in front of the woman quickly turned around and plunged into the woman's arms. "This bad luck child," the wretched man murmured and stroked his nose unhappily. Okay, count the time, Xiao-chen is coming back soon," I said the baby, "let the nanny take care of Xiao." Everyone finally got together. "You also come over to talk to everyone, people, it's not easy to come here all the way." The man in his 30s with a breezy face moved towards the young woman chasing the child, shouted and urged, "Well, hey, this little man is good." The young woman is sighed. Although she looks very young, she speaks like a middle-aged person of 50-60. She called the Filipino maid wearing a servant costume and asked him to look after the child. Sat beside the man. "Hey, it's your morning." Seeing the young woman sitting back, several other people started rushing to talk to the two of them. One of them, a middle-aged couple, said, "Now in the Earth Federation, who doesn't know about black light technology? Fire stars are all up, and I heard that aliens have also been found." "Ha ha ha, that's not an alien, but an alien life, that's all." The man immediately laughed heartily. His eyes filled with joy. "Big brother, if an alien is found, it's not bad. Then can't you start a planet war?" "Ha ha ha, that's right." The middle-aged couple immediately laughed at themselves. "Look at my brain, this person's brain is not bright when he gets older." Everyone has a big laughter. At this moment, the boy running wantonly in the living room was holding the plane. He happened to run to the front door of the front hall, but at this moment, the door suddenly opened with "Oh la la," and the boy hit a pair directly on the lap in a black suit. "Young master, slow." The maid chasing behind saw that the boy was about to hit the door, and she just wanted to yell. She sighed in relief when she saw the boy hit a person. The little boy didn't feel any pain when hitting the person. He smiled and wanted to push the person back, but he found that the person didn't back up as he wanted. Only then did he raise his head and look towards the person. As he raised his head, suddenly, an angular face appeared before his eyes. This person has a pair of eyes pitch black as ink, just looking at him calmly, but after seeing the other person's eyes, the little boy suddenly showed a look of horror. He subconsciously stepped back, and then squatted down. Sitting on the ground, he cried out at the same time, "Oh, young master, this is not a stranger, this is your big brother." The maid behind him immediately stepped forward, ready to squat down to help the little boy. "Don't coax him, let him get up by himself," Chen Chen said indifferently. "This." The maid showed an awkward look. At this time, hearing the crying from the front hall, two men and women in their 30s rushed over. The voices came before the people. "Xiao Ku, what is going on? Xiao Yu, why are you crying?" "Master, it's all right, it's eldest young master who is back," the maid quickly explained. At this time, a group of people also came to the front hall, and immediately saw Chen Chen standing here in the front hall. "Xiao Chen, brother." The people behind the middle-aged couple suddenly smiled, and they greeted them one after another. For a while, even the crying children sitting on the ground had forgotten. "Uncle, aunt, uncle, cousin Chen Zheng." Chen Chen was nodded, and then looked behind everyone. "Dad, "Mom, I am back. Just come back, come and eat dumplings." The middle-aged man suddenly laughed heartily and greeted Chen Chen into the house together. In addition to Chen Chen's elders, there are also people from Chen Chen's generation. At this time, Chen Chen sat beside Chen Shan's cousin. He looked at the little boy in front of Chen Shan, and then asked, "How is life in Nakazu district recently?" "Very good. Although I am taking a child full-time now, I have a very fulfilling life." Chen Shan is nodded. She touched the boy's head with some affection. "It's a pity that my parents left early, otherwise I would be very pleased to see the child." "Just a good time." Chen Chen was nodded, and then glanced at the wretched man who was constantly rubbing his hands. Good cousin." Zhang Heng on the side immediately nodded and smiled. "Treat my cousin well." Chen Chen was nodded and said casually. Until Chen Chen came back, almost everyone in the room had paid attention to Chen Chen. At this time, the eldest aunt suddenly smiled and asked, "Xiao Chen, it will be 29 after the new year." "Years, when are you going to get married?" "Yes, Xiao Chen." The uncle on the side also suddenly opened the mouth and said, because he spoke suddenly. His voice scared everyone, "This year you are also 28 years old. And it's time to start a family?" "You father this your age has given birth to you." "Yes, yeah." Suddenly, many people agreed. "Xiao Chen, do you have a partner?" Seeing that her topic has received a response from everyone, the eldest aunt secretly relieved her secretly, and then she squeezes out more smiles again. "If there is no target, I have a few candidates here. Why don't you see?" Hi, my uncle hurriedly said. "I said big sister, let's forget about the people on your side. What is Xiao Chen's identity? Do you think it might be the right one?" As he looked towards Chen Chen, he took out a bunch of photos at the same time. "Let's look at the people on my side. These all are children in our domestic system, although not as good as Xiao Chen, but at least clean and innocent." Well, this sentence immediately made the eldest mother upset. Just when the elder mother was about to say something and so on, Chen Chen just waved his hand. Suddenly, the whole living room was quiet. "Okay, let's talk about this later," Chen Chen just said with a slight smile, as if everyone was farting before. "Xiao Chen?" Father Chen Chen is a little embarrassed. Chen Chen ignored father. He just brought dumplings from the maid beside him. "The dumplings are already here, everyone should eat them while they are hot." Okay, everyone eat dumplings." Seeing the silence for a while, Chen Zheng on the side immediately smiled, yelled. Suddenly, Chen Chen's uncle and the others understood, and they laughed loudly and walked towards the dining table, and the atmosphere regained joy. After eating the dumplings, Chen Chen was the first to leave the table. He greeted everyone and took the elevator to his bedroom on the 5th floor. Chen Chen has adapted to this kind of thing. Since his fortune, many relatives have wanted to sell women to themselves every year. For the first time, Chen Chen accepted those photos based on politeness. But then the other party was unsatisfied and wanted to go on a blind date with those people one by one. Chen Chen didn't longer paid attention to. It's just that the parents still remember the affection of those relatives, so every year they invite many relatives to Namibia. For Chen Chen, the New Year's Day and New Year atmosphere and childhood memory has long deteriorated. Among the many relatives, the only ones who still have a good impression are Chen Zheng and Chen Shan's cousin. These things are like vignettes in life, which do not affect Chen Chen's mood at all. Now he has persuaded his parents to move to Life Science City, and their second child is 4 years old. The second child of the parents is named Chen Zhayu, nicknamed Xiao. I just don't know why. The other party will cry every time they see Chen Chen, and it hasn't changed since Chen Zhayu was born. Fortunately, Chen Chen only visited his parents once in a week or two. Took a deep breath. Chen Chen was sitting at the computer desk, but suddenly the computer turned on automatically and Xiao X's face appeared on the screen. My godfather, I'm telling you a good news. The Firestar's Ark has been erected. That's it. So fast? Chen Chen raised his eyebrows. It took only a month or so from the Ares spaceship to take off. It also took a week for the Ares to fly to Firestar. which means it would not cost much to fly to the Firestar North Pole. In 1 month, an underground base was built. It's pretty so-so, Little X said with a smile. The main reason is that not only the gravity is low, the results for half the effort, but also the ice sheet composed of dry ice is relatively soft. So in just a few days we dug through the Arctic. The ice cap was dug into the soil under the ground. Not only that, but we also happened to find a cave in the ground. The cave can meet the requirements for the construction of an underground base without major modification. Therefore, the underground base was initially completed in less than a month. Construction. Very good. Chen Chen nodded, putting it that way. Now Earth and Firestar are completely connected. Just start the arc. You can smoothly reach Firestar from Earth. If the arc on the Firestar side does not malfunction, it is indeed possible, Little X replied, but after all, it is assembled by a group of engineering Dark Knights. Without my supervision, I am not sure that it will succeed once. Do I need to turn on the arc now to try it? Okay, you should prepare first, I will come right away. Chen Chen stood up immediately as he said. He opened the door directly, and moved towards the door again. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Mother asked immediately with concern. There is something in the company that I need to deal with, Dad, Mom, and everyone. Let's talk about it. Chen Chen said with a slight smile, and without waiting for everyone to answer, he left without looking back. An hour later, Chen Chen returned to the Steeple experimental base. The ark was arranged at the top of the Minaret laboratory, which is the top of the Minaret's main experimental building. Because the entire experimental building is like a Mayan pyramid, the top of the minaret is flat, and it's just right here. Place one of the ark teleportation pile. However, the ark's teleportation pile cannot be placed where everyone can see it at a glance. So Chen Chen directly transformed the top of the spire into a new teleportation room, on top of the Black Ball Gantz's teleportation room. At this point, the Steeple experimental base finally has a channel to the Firestar. Super USB Chapter 529. Super USB Chapter 529. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. When Chen Chen arrived in the transmission room, he happened to hear the sound of electronic broadcasting from the transmission room. The Warden 1 teleport pile started to warm up. This voice is not someone else, it is one of Xiao X's avatars, and also the chief intelligence that manages the Minaret experimental base X-111. Hundreds of Dark Knights gathered in a lobby once named Arc Teleportation Pile, but now the Arc Teleportation Pile has been renamed to Warden 1 Teleport Pile, and the Firestar is erected on Thenumber. In the future, the three will be set up on the moon. Start the molecular locator. Chen Chen walked in alone, only to see that the Watcher teleportation room was much larger than the Black Ball Gantz teleportation room, about 200 to 300 square meters, and it was a huge hall. The whole hall is made of bright metal. The hall all around is a row of complicated equipment, and in the center of the hall is a circular platform about 2 meters high. On the platform, one after another red lines mysterious. That is the teleportation pile of the Watchman 1. Everyone prepares. The molecular locator will be activated soon. Interstellar coordinate lock is enabled. Remote sensing exploration has been confirmed. Ready to start transmission. The target receiver is up and ready to start transmission. As the voice of X-111 kept coming, Xiao X's silhouette greeted him from the side. She stood in front of Chen Chen and said happily, "My godfather, you came just in time, and the experiment is about to begin." Chen Chen was nodded, but then he saw that on the other side of the hall, a Delta-level personnel trembling with fear came in, and at the signal of Dark Knight, slowly walked onto the Watcher platform. The personnel are in place. The Watchman teleports the pile. It takes dozens of seconds to teleport. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Guckling. As the countdown arrived, suddenly, a strange liquid gushed from the center of the platform and hung directly in front of the Delta-level experimenter. The experimenter swallowed. He had been asked to touch the opponent when the liquid appeared. At this time, seeing the liquid really appeared, he was forced to extend a hand and turn towards it in an anxious manner. A swarm of liquid touched Su. However, the moment he touched the stream of water, his whole person was directly sucked in, and then everyone flashed in front of them, only feeling that rays of light flashed by, waiting until they saw clearly again. Where are there any currents and delta-level experimenters on the Watchman teleportation platform? Both of these have disappeared. The person has started sending. Xiao X smiled like a flower. She turned her head and looked towards Chen Chen. If there is no accident, it will take 10 and 37 seconds. This delta-level experimenter will arrive at Firestar's Spire 2 lab, and then wait until Spire 2. It also takes 10:38 seconds to send a message back from the number, that is to say, after 21 minutes and 15 seconds, we will know whether the experiment was successful or not. Chen Chen, hearing this, nodded. He knows that the distance between the Firestar and the Earth is never fixed. The Earth moves in an elliptical orbit around the Sun, and the Firestar is the same. So the distance between the two planets is constantly occurring due to the orbiting the Sun. Variety. The distance between Earth and Firestar depends on the orbital position of the two planets at the time of the teleportation. The nearest is about 55 million kilometers, and the farthest is 400 million kilometers. The Minaret number 2 is the name of the underground laboratory built by Chen Chen in Firestar. Its number is A002. Which is different from the Minaret experimental base number A001 where Chen Chen is located. As time passed, 20 minutes later, Watcher 1 received the news of Firestar. The Delta-level personnel had successfully arrived at Firestar and arrived at the North Pole underground base. Of course, one person is nothing. So next, 100 Delta-level personnel walked in. Under the pressure of the dark night with a gun and live ammunition, everyone stood on the teleportation platform. Then, there was a constant stream of water rising, and one of them wrapped up and disappeared in front of everyone. Success rate 100%. Until half an hour later, when there were no more people on the transmission platform, Xiao X reported again. The 100 people currently receiving transmission have all succeeded, and our power system is fully able to withstand it. The other side will also try to send the group of people back. If nothing happens, then continue. We should try to send the item. Very good. Chen Chen nodded. Just wait until all the tests are completed and notify me. Then Chen Chen left the Watcher teleportation room, turned to the Black Ball Gantz teleportation room, and teleported to the quiet room where he was training. After that, Chen Chen sank into the training of field ability. 1 day. 2 days, 3 days. About 3 days later, the intercom on the door of the quiet room turned on the red light again. Chen Chen opened his eyes if he noticed it, and the lit button seemed to be automatically pressed by an invisible finger. Go down. Then just listen to a beep. The voice of little X comes. My godfather, the current human transmission experiment has been carried out 3,000 times. And the item transmission has been carried out thousands of times according to the shape and nature of the difference, and all of them are successful. The current success rate of transmission is 100%. Has it been done 3,000 times? Chen Chen showed a smile now. He stood up and walked out of the quiet room, then teleported back to the spire through the Black Ball teleportation room, and then came to the Watchman teleportation room again. This time, Chen Chen plans to try it out himself, and also take a look at the world opposite the teleportation pile. This time, little X not at all blocked. As Chen Chen stepped onto the teleportation platform, Xiao X reminded again, your godfather, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep in touch with me when I get there, but don't worry, I have already separated number 3 there. Intelligence X 113. She will be responsible for helping you manage Spire 2. Got it. Get ready to start. Chen Chen's expressionless nodded. Remote sensing exploration has been confirmed. Ready to start transmission. The target receiver is activated and ready to start transmission. With the sound of X111, in front of Chen Chen, there was also a stream of water gushing from the inside, suspended in front of Chen Chen. Seeing this, Chen Chen took a deep breath. He extended the hand and gently touched the stream of water. The next second, Chen Chen's eyes suddenly went dark. Bang! At this moment, Chen Chen suddenly felt half dreamed half awake. He didn't know how long time had passed. It seemed that all this was only a few seconds, and it seemed that several years had passed. In short, when Chen Chen started to regain his consciousness, I found myself lying on a cold floor. Chen Chen reached out and touched. Only then did he realize that he was lying on the teleportation platform. Pap, pap. 2 footsteps stood in front of Chen Chen, and then Chen Chen only felt that 2 people helped him up. Chen Chen looked to his side and saw the numb faces of the 2 Dark Knights. Your Excellency Commander, hello, welcome to visit the Firestar Minaret Experimental Base number A003. A sexy and hoarse female voice heard. Chen Chen shook his head, and then completely awoke. The entrance is a teleportation hall that is almost the same as that on Earth. The only difference is that Chen Chen's whole body is light and fluttering. It's like a person who has been carrying a load of hundreds of catties since he was born. One day, he suddenly took off that load, and suddenly, a feeling of ecstasy filled his body. It seems that every step he takes, he can fly directly. At this time, Chen Chen felt such a feeling. Your physique is very good. Although it is transmitted across the planet, it does not at all produce side effects such as vomiting and dizziness. Just listen to the sexy hoarse voice and continue. I'll introduce myself. I'm X's avatar X113. You can call me X113. Of course, I prefer you to call me South Kian. Nancy. Chen Chen raised his head, only to see the face of a Western female with deep blonde eyes on a virtual screen above his head. Different from the little girl-like personality of Xiao X and the previous X112, this newly split X113 is obviously more inclined to mature women in their 30s, and the other party's automatically generated image is also the same. It's Qian with the initials in cursive. At this time, X113 said with a slight smile, "This is the name I gave to myself after I was born. I hope you don't mind." Chen Chen is nodded, because the transmission of information is limited by the speed of light. Firestar needs a unique intelligent system to personally control, but these intelligent avatars are controlled by Xiao X. Chen Chen does not have to worry that these avatar intelligences are rebellious. At this time, he looked at all around and asked, "How is the current construction of Spire 2? The current construction progress is only 5%. Nancy replied, "With the existing manpower of Minaret 2, it will take about half a year to build and complete, and with sufficient materials. At present, a teleportation hall has been built, and a material storage room next to it. Apart from this, there are 2 living rooms and a training room. The so-called training room is a place to exercise muscles. The gravity of Firestar is only an fifth of Earth's. If you stay in Firestar for a long time, it will cause atrophy of the human muscles. This is inevitable. Only persistent exercise every day can alleviate this problem. Of course, it's just relief." Chen Chen didn't say much. He just tried to get used to it, and then said again, "Prepare me a protective suit. I'm going to the ground to have a look." "Understood, please follow this Dark Knight." Nancy replied, and then a Dark Knight walked out first, leading Chen Chen moved towards the exit of the teleportation room. Walking out of the door, you see a wide metal passage, and at the end of the passage is another door. As Chen Chen walks to the door opens automatically, revealing 100 square meters behind the door. Locker room. The locker room is not at all wardrobes. Instead, there are rows of black automatic wear platforms. This platform is to reduce the time of wearing protective clothing. Since it was researched, it has quickly spread throughout the black light technology. Those experimenters who enter and exit are all automatically worn. This way it can save more than 20 minutes each time. which virtually improves efficiency. At this time, Chen Chen stood on the platform proficiently, aligning his 2 feet with the footprints on the platform, and in the next second, one after another robotic arm quickly extended and began to move the protective clothing skeletons towards Chen Chen dressed up. This kind of protective clothing belongs to the advanced protective clothing with exoskeleton. It is a secret equipment customized by Blacklight Technology for extraterrestrial activities. The value of a set is more than $3 million. With a mechanical sound of zzz, Chen Chen finished wearing it 5 minutes later. At this time, his whole body was wrapped in non-reflective pure black protective clothing, and pieces of ceramic armor plates were interlocking and connecting each other, presenting a cold sci-fi style. The helmet of this protective suit is a slanted triangle, connected to the body line, enough to withstand the impact of flying sand-running stone from all directions. Different from ordinary spacesuits, the spacesuit worn by Chen Chen does not have any visible lenses, only a set of high-definition camera devices, which are directly projected into Chen Chen's eyes through VR. This kind of protective clothing weighs 100 kg, and can reach a height of 2 meters when worn. It also has a high-precision SEMG signal sensor inside, as well as a powerful motor drive device and a shock absorption device. The armor on the back is also built in with a high-efficiency hydrogen battery. It can provide dozens of hours of power for protective clothing. This is no longer a protective suit in the traditional sense. It is more like an exoskeleton armor used to strengthen soldiers' combat capabilities. The reason for adopting this rigorous design is to resist the sandstorm on the Firestar, and there is a very small probability that military force conflicts may occur. Feeling the protective suit on his body that has several points of similar to that in Dead Space, Chen Chen is nodded, then he walked off the wearing platform and continued to walk towards the door at the end of the dressing room. At the end of the gate, there are 3 elevators side by side. At this time, the elevator door in the center was opening, and Chen Chen crunched up, and then the elevator door closed automatically. Your Excellency Commander, we are currently at a depth of 1,200 meters underground. It takes about 2 minutes to get to the surface. Do you want to start now? Nancy's voice came from the headset of the protective suit. Start. Chen Chen replied. The next second, Chen Chen only felt a sudden shock in the elevator room, and then a force of gravity hit, and the screen on the elevator door in front of him showed a row of numbers rapidly decreasing. 1,200, 1,100, 1,000. The elevator rises rapidly at a speed of 10 meters per second, but within 2 minutes, the elevator shook again and a special alarm sounded. Alarms, alarms, have arrived on the surface. Everyone please check whether their protective clothing is damaged. If there is no damage, please press the green button on the right, the elevator door will open. Chen Chen did not hesitate, and directly pressed the green button. Wow! As the elevator doors opened to both sides, a huge white air current rushed in, and Chen Chen even took a half step back by the air current. In the next second, Chen Chen adapted to the airflow, and only then did he understand that the airflow turned out to be a firestar storm on the surface, and there were a lot of dry ice particles in the storm. Chen Chen, for the first time, stepped on the planet land outside of Earth. Super USB Chapter 530. Super USB Chapter 530. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Everywhere you enter the eye is a white world. Chen Chen squinted his eyes and saw from here that the North Pole on Mars is very different from the North Pole on Earth. In the center of the polar region, there is also an endless ice continent, but unlike Earth, the North Pole of Mars has a large number of rocky landforms, which is a landform called frost dunes. Viewed from high above, the sand dunes formed by these ice and snow are a bit like the folds of ice cream. There are also a large number of dark areas in the Arctic. These dark areas are gaps formed after the gas trapped under the ice sheet is released. This makes the Arctic landscape extremely complex and extremely dangerous. Furthermore, The sun on Mars is blue, and smaller than that seen from Earth, about 23 of Earth. The wind on Mars is also much stronger than that on Earth. Usually the wind is around level 67, and even occasionally large sandstorms that spread across the planet can form. At this time, as Chen Chen set foot on this Martian world, what he first saw was a few black wheelbarrows parked outside the elevator. These vehicles are made by several designers of blacklight technology through the transformation of Gantz bike. Gantz bike, which is a special motorcycle in Killing City, has only one tire as a whole, but the tire size is very large. The diameter can reach about 2 meters, and the width can reach about 50 centimeters. The inside of this tire is hollow. There is a seat and a corresponding cockpit inside. Even because the tire itself blocks the driver's view of up ahead, a display screen is needed to observe the front. The driver sits inside the entire tire, and the front and rear tires also have gear levers and tail fins that are responsible for stability. The tail section even has a seat that can carry passengers. Compared with ordinary motorcycles, the advantage is that it is more flexible and can adapt to more and more complex terrain. The disadvantage is that the difficulty of handling is much higher than that of ordinary motorcycles and cars. But for Dark Knight, who has far more reflexes than humans, these difficulties are nothing. The huge and narrow new wheel design allows this car to freely shuttle through the rugged rocks and full of subway sand. The maneuverability and speed are far beyond conventional off-road vehicles. Even if it hits objects, it is difficult to damage. Even it also uses far less energy than ordinary vehicles. So, this kind of unimpeded car improved by Gantz bike became a very advantageous vehicle on Mars, and after the transformation, those people gave this kind of car a name GB off-road vehicle. After testing, this kind of unicycle can fly on Mars at a speed of 150 km per hour, completely ignoring the complicated and changeable topographic structure of Mars, which is perfect. At this time, Chen Chen picked one of the GB off-road vehicles and sat on it. As Chen Chen sat on one of the off-road vehicles, the screen in front of him flashed, and a line of words appeared directly on it. Detecting user. Please place your palm on the screen. Chen Chen extended the hand and put his palm on the screen, and suddenly, a parallel line on the screen swept across. Identity confirmation. The driver is the highest authority, and the vehicle has been synchronized with the driver's protective clothing. As this line of words flashed on the screen, the GB off-road vehicle quickly started and drove Chen Chen forward. Amidst the ice and snow, a black wheelbarrow swiftly moved forward, and a huge imprint appeared on the back of the vehicle, and the wheelbarrow rolled faster and faster, and soon exceeded hundreds of kilometers. Sitting on the wheelbarrow, Chen Chen silently experienced this special feeling. This is a field that humans have never set foot in. If Chen Chen wants to, he can even drive the vehicle away from the North Pole and head to the middle of Mars. Also, when Ares is orbiting Mars, several communication satellites have been spread here, and the satellites directly cover the surface of Mars. Even if the GB off-road vehicle is there, there is no need to worry about getting lost. At this time, Chen Chen drove the vehicle to the top of the tallest snow mountain nearby. This snow mountain range in the Arctic is about 2,000 meters high. Standing here, Chen Chen can even see the horizon turning from white to brown. The reason for this is that the range of the Arctic ice cap does not big. A few hundred kilometers away is the most common desert terrain on Mars. Looking at this primordial and ancient world, Chen Chen silently sighed. Who could have imagined that after a few years, he who got a USB flash drive would land on the famous Mars? Chen Chen has always had a dream of the Sea of Stars, because he knows that humans will not be locked to Earth forever. Although Earth is the mother who gave birth to humans, it also restrained the pace of human civilization and did not step out of Earth. Human civilization is always fragile and may be destroyed due to various disasters at any time. Meteorites, volcanic eruptions, gamma ray bursts, and even human beings' own nuclear wars. There are countless ways in the universe that can destroy human civilization. And if human civilization wants to continue, there is only one way to go beyond Earth. Now, Chen Chen has done the first step. These thoughts flashed through Chen Chen's mind, but at the next moment, he actually saw one after another shooting star passing above his head. There were hundreds of these shooting stars, moving towards Mars, falling side by side. Go with. The atmosphere of Mars is very thin, which means that you only need a fist the size of a fist to fall to the ground, unlike Earth, where meteorites as large as a few houses will be in the atmosphere even if the ground is not reachable. The friction is exhausted. But at this moment, the voice of X-113 Nancy suddenly came from the headset. Your Excellency Commander, I suddenly received a bad news. The situation is very urgent. Chen Chen's expression suddenly moved. He looked up and said, say. Just 10 seconds ago, the Scientific Research Station base in Antarctica suddenly sent a distress signal to Earth, claiming that a meteorite fell over there and smashed the Scientific Research Station. At present, a large amount of air leaked in the Scientific Research Station. Very critical. It seems that because she knew the crisis that the other party might be ushering in, Nancy's voice became serious. Among the people at the Antarctic Scientific Research Station, 2 died because of the collapse of the building, and 7 were exposed to there was a noxic shock in the Martian air, and the remaining 3 people had already taken refuge in an uncollapsed laboratory, including our alpha-level researcher Kaiser Hannibal of Blacklight Technology, because this laboratory was used to study Mars Biological Laboratory, so it has enough airtightness. But it can't last long. How long does it last? Chen Chen frowned and asked. Because the Scientific Research Station was damaged, the power system was also damaged. The oxygen production room could no longer produce oxygen. The Scientific Research Station was completely shut down. According to the scale of the laboratory, after about 10 hours, everyone would died because of suffocation. 10 hours? Chen Chen can't help but reveal the color of thinking. At the speed of a GB off-road vehicle, it can reach a maximum of 200 kilometers per hour, but it can only travel 2,000 kilometers in 10 hours, and it is impossible to transport materials there. As for the Ares spaceship, because it was afraid of being discovered by the Earth Federation, it had already left Mars the day before yesterday. So the idea of using spaceship to transport supplies was not acceptable. Then, there is only one way. Thinking of this, Chen Chen looked at the oxygen carrying capacity of his protective suit, but saw that the oxygen in the protective suit could only last for 3 hours, so he immediately said, prepare 3 sets of protective suits for me. Personally pick up the 3 people. Speaking, he did not wait for Nancy to answer. He spread his hands directly, and the whole person moved towards in midair and rose. Immediately, he chose a direction, and at the same time the whole person banged, and moved towards the direction when he came. But 2 minutes later, he returned to the position of Spire 2. At this time, 3 Dark Knights walked out of the elevator, and each of them was carrying a dark medium-sized suitcase. Your Excellency Commander, this is the uniformed protective suit. As long as it is within the range of 1.6 to 1.9 meters in height, you can wear it well. Are you going to go there yourself now? Of course, after all Hannibal is there, I don't want to lose such a blessed by heaven talent. Chen Chen replied calmly, saying that he looked towards the 3 suitcases. The next second these 3 suitcases were automatically merged into a row. And then Chen Chen opened his hands again. This time, he raised the 3 suitcases together. Bang! Only listening to a low sonic boom, Chen Chen and the 3 suitcases suddenly turned into a small spot, moved towards the distance and flew away. Although the speed of sound on Mars is only 240 meters per second, because the atmosphere is too thin, Chen Chen can easily accelerate to more than kilometers per second. After reaching this speed, Chen Chen even continues to accelerate, and he uses the field to form the cone-shaped shield was in front of him, and the whole person was like a drill. flying towards the distance at an extremely terrifying speed. 1000 meters per second, 1500 meters per second, 3000 meters per second. The speed detector on the armor is almost constantly turned over in the form of a stopwatch, and soon it reaches a speed of 3000 meters per second. This speed is converted, which is 10,800 kilometers each hour. This is an extremely terrifying speed. In the entire Earth, except for ballistic missiles and certain supersonic vehicles, almost no one can compete. At this speed, Chen Chen also began to feel strenuous. Although the Martian atmosphere was thin, he also carried a load of 300 kilometers. If he was flying alone, Chen Chen could continue to accelerate more than twice. At this rate, Chen Chen feels that he has reached a critical value, and the field energy in his mind is slowly being consumed. At this rate of consumption, it will be consumed in about 2.5 hours until Chen Chen feels burdened. This speed is almost, Chen Chen whispered. This speed was calculated by him. After all, Mars has a diameter of 6,790 kilometers and a circumference of 21,331 kilometers. In other words, at this speed, Chen Chen can reach from the North Pole in just 1 hour. Antarctic Research Station. It takes 1 hour to go to the Antarctic Scientific Research Station, and 1 hour to return. After he brought 3 sets of protective clothing to the 3 survivors, it would be best if the 3 people can repair the oxygen generator, but if it cannot be repaired, then he can only take 1 person back to the Arctic base. Because he is not at all, the ability to carry 3 people can still walk like flying. Bang! If there are people on the ground of Mars at this time, they can only see one silhouette flying from one end of the sky to the other at an extremely exaggerated speed, and then disappear into the sky. At this extremely terrifying speed, it only took more than 50 minutes. Chen Chen flew over the Martian continent and saw layers of hoarfrost on the ground again. Obviously, he had flown from the North Pole to the South Pole. At this time, the scientific research station in the distance that was constantly blowing smoke was also faintly visible. Seeing this, Chen Chen began to slow down. In about half a minute, his speed dropped below the speed of sound of Mars, and at this time, the scientific research station was already close at hand. All around the scientific research station, you can see large and small deep pits. These deep pits bloom in stripes on the ice. Obviously these meteorites hit the ground in an oblique direction, and one of them, the meteor crater, happened to pass the scientific research station, blasting most of the scientific research station into debris. From in the sky, the circular scientific research station looks like a birthday cake, one side of which is like being mashed into crumbs by Brat, and only a small part is still standing. I have to say that this group of scientific researchers is really bad luck. They were bombarded by a meteorite in just a few months on Mars. This kind of chance can basically buy a lottery ticket. Thinking of this, Chen Chen landed straight from the sky. He landed directly in the ruins of the scientific research station, and at the same time opened the mouth and said, "Nancy, can you connect to the survivors?" "Yes." X-113's voice came from the headset, and then another surprised voice came. "What? You said someone has come to rescue me." "That voice is Hannibal. I'm right outside the door." Chen Chen opened the mouth and said, "Hannibal, if you open the airtight door of the laboratory, I will stuff 3 sets of protective clothing in you. Are you boss?" Hannibal's voice was a little surprised. How is this possible?" "Stop talking nonsense." Chen Chen frowned. "If you don't want to be thrown here by me, open the goalkeeper now and take it in." "Yes," Hannibal said again, and at the same time a steel airtight door in front of Chen Chen began to chuckle, and the bolts on it turned little by little. Immediately, the airtight door suddenly opened a gap, and Chen Chen immediately stuffed a protective suit box into it. However, only one box was inserted, and the airtight door closed again. "What's the matter?" Chen Chen frowned and asked. "Boss, the remaining 2 survivors are dead." Hannibal whispered. I killed it. Chen Chen, hearing this, clear comprehension came over. He took a deep look at the airtight door in front of him, and at the same time said, I see, you first wear protective clothing, then come out. I will take you away. Yes. Next, there was a sound of he struggling. Chen Chen moved towards the ruins. In the ruins, you can see the bodies of other researchers. Most of these researchers died of suffocation because of the destruction of the scientific research station. The culprit of all this is a car-sized meteorite in the distance. The meteorite fell to the ground at an inclination of 70 degrees, then penetrated the scientific research station, and finally marked a distance of more than 300 meters, drawing a thrilling track on the surface. Looking at the dark meteorite embedded under the ice at the end of the orbit, Chen Chen seemed to see something creeping. He was frowned and flew directly to the meteorite. Only then did he see a trace of black flowing out of the gap in the meteorite. It seems to be a viscous liquid. Super USB Chapter 531. Super USB Chapter 531. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Liquid. Looking at the slime flowing out of the meteorite, Chen Chen couldn't help tilting his head. These liquids are very viscous and look like black. They seep out directly from the crevices of the meteorite, but when they come in contact with the outside world, they freeze again, forming a deep blue crystal. Chen Chen scratched his head. He picked up a small stick from the ruins on the side and pounded it in the meteorite. Crack! A piece of meteorite fragment was smashed down, and a puddle of liquid spurted out, but before it hit Chen Chen, it was automatically blocked by an invisible barrier. Immediately, these liquids condensed and turned into blue ice crystals. Chen Chen's field energy has penetrated into the substance more than 1,000 times. Under such subtle observation, bacteria and other microorganisms can be seen clearly, but he did not at all see what kind of microbial substance is in these liquids. In other words, the material in the meteorite is originally a crystal, but it only melts after entering the atmosphere and becomes a liquid. It's just that, what exactly this substance is, then Chen Chen doesn't know it, but using the method of elimination, first exclude it as water. As for what it is, I am afraid that Chen Chen's field energy will reach 100,000 times at the micro level, and he can observe the molecular structure. At this time, Chen Chen turned his head and looked towards behind him, only to see Hannibal put on his protective suit and walked out of the airtight door. Boss, why are you on Mars? Hannibal asked through the call system. Although he can't see his expression must be quite confused at this time. I thought there would be rescue in at least 7 days. Does our blacklight technology already have one technology from Earth to Mars in hours? It's just your good luck, Chen Chen said casually, walking into the laboratory at the same time, only to see a small pool of licked blood on the ground in the laboratory, and at the same time there are 2 male corpses stacked in the corner. These 2 people, his eyes were wide open, and there was an expression of horror and doubt on his face, as if he was wondering why Hannibal would suddenly kill the killer. If it was me in the past, I probably don't have this courage. Hannibal followed Chen Chen and said a little restrained, but I did that many human experiments in the spy lab. No need to explain, understandable. Chen Chen waved his hand, and then moved towards an experimental platform, only to see 2 large tanks of blood on the experimental platform and a stripped wire on the side. Are you going to generate oxygen by electrolyzing water? Seeing this, Chen Chen asked immediately. Yes. Hannibal nodded. An adult is about 5 liters of blood, and 2 people have 10 liters, which is equivalent to equal weight of water, and the mass fraction of oxygen in the water is 88.89%. Which means these 2 people the blood can electrolyze a total of 8.9 kilograms of oxygen. An adult only needs 0.75 kilograms of oxygen a day. Apart from this, the 2 people's bodies within the body also contain a lot of water. If they are crushed and placed in a centrifuge for separation, an additional 10 to 20 liters of water can be collected. The corpse can be used for my next survival. So, after killing 2 people, I can survive in the laboratory for more than 10 days, until the rescue of the Ares spaceship. Hearing the close explanation from the other party, Chen Chen couldn't help taking a look at Hannibal. I have to say that this young man has a calmness beyond ordinary people. Even in this desperate situation, he can still find a bit of life in the cracks. As for Hannibal's approach, Chen Chen did not at all have any opinions. If Hannibal does not kill people, the oxygen in the laboratory can only last for 10 hours at most. After 10 hours, all three will die. Thinking of this, Chen Chen suddenly took out a test tube from the experimental rack on the side, then walked out of the laboratory to the meteorite, and filled it with a few crystals. "Boss, what is this?" Hannibal asked suspiciously. "I don't know, so I took it back and studied it," Chen Chen said casually, and then following his eyes, a few cans of alcohol in the warehouse flew out automatically and poured down over the few remaining scientific research stations. The freezing point of alcohol is -117.3 degrees, so it is still liquid at this time. After pouring the alcohol on the scientific research station, Chen Chen waved his hand again, and an igniter in the laboratory ignited automatically and flew to the alcohol on. Wow! Suddenly, the ruins of the scientific research station burst into flames. Hannibal on the side looked at this scene like divine vestige with a shocked expression. But Chen Chen didn't bother to explain at this time. He grabbed Hannibal's shoulder with one hand and commanded, "Hold on to me." Hannibal didn't know what to do. He grabbed Chen Chen's arm with some restraint, but before he could ask, he suddenly realized that he had risen into the air. "Huh? This." "Be patient. Our protective suit can only maintain oxygen for 2 or 3 hours. Chen Chen opened the mouth and said, and then he slowly accelerated, moving towards the direction he came. Because Hannibal had not been injected with the physique of the T-virus, Chen Chen could not directly accelerate to the speed of sound. He could only speed up slowly, but even so, after 10 seconds, he still reached the speed of sound. Bang! A wave of air was generated behind the two of them, but this was just the beginning. Chen Chen was still accelerating within the limit Hannibal's body could bear. Bang! 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 Exclamation mark. Double, double, triple. 10 minutes later, Chen Chen accelerated to 10 times the speed of sound. At this extremely terrifying speed, the two once again passed the Martian continent and flew from the South Pole to the North Pole. Until 1.5 hours later, when Chen Chen's oxygen was low, the two finally returned to Spire 2 at the North Pole of Mars. As soon as he landed, Hannibal lay directly on the ground and vomited. Unfortunately, he threw up all in his mask. Hannibal was taken by Dark Knight, and Chen Chen returned to the teleportation room and took off his protective clothing. "Your Excellency, Commander, it seems that you have some gains." Nancy couldn't help asking when seeing the test tube in Chen Chen's hand. At this time, once exposed to heat, the crystals in the test tube melted into a puddle of viscous, deep blue liquid again. "If you don't look closely, it will look like black. Take it down and study it. Remember to send me the experiment report." Chen Chen handed the sealed test tube to a Dark Knight, rubbed his head that was aching due to excessive use of field energy, and then stood on the transfer platform again. Immediately, a stream of water gushed from the center of the platform and suspended in front of Chen Chen. This time, Chen Chen is going to be more proficient. He extended the hand and touched the stream, and immediately felt black before his eyes, and then he felt half drugged, half awake. When Chen Chen regained consciousness again, he was already lying on a teleportation pile in the Spire lab, and the little X on the side hurriedly came up. She helped Chen Chen and at the same time said concerned, "My godfather, how do you feel?" "I'm fine." Chen Chen waved his hand. "I think you should have received the news from Mars, right?" "Yes. I first received a distress signal from Mars 3 hours ago, and then half an hour later, I received a message from X-113. She said that you have personally come to the rescue." X said, "The scale of this meteor swarm is very large. According to the news I have received from all over the world, these comets have only flown into the solar system from the Kuiper belt in recent years, and their regions the breadth is very huge. not only covering Mars, but even the Earth's orbit is also within it. About a day later, a comet will hit Earth, and the impact area includes the European area, the Central Continent area, the Northern Sea Continent area, etc. The entire Eastern Hemisphere within. Will it pose a threat to human civilization? Chen Chen asked. You can rest assured that these comets are not large in size. When the time comes, they will only form a vast meteor shower. Only one or two that can fall to the ground, that's all. Little X shook the head. At least 2 or 3 similar situations in the last 100 years, even if there is a loss, it is only a sporadic casualty. Chen Chen is nodded. At present, with human technology, it is not possible to accurately calculate the distribution of the dust particles of the meteor shower's parent comet. Therefore, it is impossible to accurately calculate the occurrence and scale of the meteor shower. At most, only a rough forecast can be made. Communicating with Xiao X for a while, Chen Chen only felt his head dizzy. He didn't know whether it was a side effect of overuse of the field or transmission across the planet, so he went back to his room and went to rest early. Patter, patter, patter. At some point, Chen Chen found himself walking on a bustling street. It was dark at this time, the sky was dim, the road was full of cars, and the streets were lined with colorful shops. There are all types of these stores, including hotels, restaurants, merchandise stores, clothing stores, and many others. Even Chen Chen can't figure out whether they sell and so on stores. The neon lights on the shop are colorful, making the whole city colorful. Strictly speaking, this is indeed a bustling street. Listening to the sound of his own footsteps reverberating constantly, Chen Chen always felt something wrong for some reason. He can't tell what's wrong with this street, but there is a special feeling of uneasiness that keeps coming from him. Waves of this feeling swept through his perception and made him feel uneasy. What is wrong? Chen Chen is a little confused. He browses tightly, frowns and moved towards this road and keeps going down. As he walked, Chen Chen felt a little thirsty, so he subconsciously opened the door of a nearby restaurant. In the hotel, the brightly lit, dazzling crystal chandeliers hung at the top of the hall. The bright lights constantly stimulated Chen Chen's nerves, and the whole hall was bright as if during the day. At the same time, a scorching sensation blew out of the room. Although it is winter, the temperature in the room is very high. It seems to be more than 30 degrees. Is the restaurant's heating adequate? With a soft mutter, Chen Chen walked in slowly, patter, 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 until he heard his footsteps again. Chen Chen was suddenly stunned, because he finally felt something was wrong. He stopped abruptly and stopped in the empty hotel lobby. At this moment, he was surprised to find that there was no half a silhouette in the huge hotel lobby. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Chen Chen's brows were twisted into a small knot. He squinted his eyes and looked at all around, but he still couldn't see a silhouette. The people in the hotel seemed to disappear from the face of the earth. Seeing this, he decided not to stay here because he was wary by nature. He exited the hotel step by step, and then opened the door again. Outside the gate, there is still a lot of traffic. Until this time, Chen Chen also thoroughly discovered the problem. That is, there is no pedestrian on the whole street except himself. Super USB Chapter 532. Super USB Chapter 532. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Protoplast is the general term for living substances in cells. Its main components are a mixture of sugars, proteins, nucleic acids, lipids, etc. At this time, the crystalline material Chen Chen obtained was a kind of biological protoplasm, that is, the sap that flows out after the cell is broken. A biological protoplasm. At this time, Chen Chen couldn't help frowning, and Xiao X handed a thick analysis report to Chen Chen. Obviously, these were the protoplasm test reports. Chen Chen opened it solemnly and looked down. It took 10 minutes to look at it. With his current brain power, A page of data can be completely printed into his mind in almost 2 or 3 seconds. This information can make Chen Chen take such a serious look, obviously aroused his vigilance. Sure enough, it's not an Earth creature. After reading this report, Chen Chen murmured. In the report, the components in the biological fluids have been detected. Most of them are water, which accounts for 90%. The remaining substances contain very complex nucleic acid chains, DNA. This DNA is completely different from the creatures of Earth, but it is very simple. Yes, it's simple. Compared with the life that exists on Earth, the form of this creature will be very simple. Just like Earth's most primordial ancient creature. This is the DNA that Chen Chen saw at this time. The complexity is less than % of higher animals. 1. Not to mention on equal terms with humans. But what is really interesting is that according to gene expression, this organism is likely to have a rotatable nerve and a complex cell structure. This structure completely separates its body from its nerves. Even if the body dies, its nerve system also can survive alone and regenerate later. This is a monster similar to eternal undying. What a magical creature. Seeing this, Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned. He paced back and forth in the room. There have been 2 similar creatures on Earth, one called the sun goddess snail and the other called the immortal Huo. If ancient life is still alive, maybe their form has something in common with this kind of creature, right? Speaking of this, Chen Chen turned around and closed the information. At this time, the content of the information had been engraved into his mind, but apart from these, he had nothing. Can you try to replicate this creature? Little X asked, using directed differentiation technology to extract the intact cells inside to induce stem cells, and then transfer the nuclei to artificially cultivated egg cells to form embryos. No need. Chen Chen shook the head. The probability of success is not high. After all, we don't even have a complete sample of the cell structure of the other party, and we don't know the environment and temperature that this organism should have. The chance of being copied is not great. But Xiao X went on to say, by the way, your godfather, it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Namibia. According to time calculation, the first batch of meteorites have fallen on Earth. Oh, Chen Chen hearing this frowned. Is it now? For some reason, he suddenly thought of the weird dream he had just now again, and he didn't know whether that dream was related to these meteorites. So he asked again, does the quantum computer Adam respond? No, everything is normal at the moment. Then pay attention to it for the time being. It is best to collect a batch of fallen meteorites and come back to see if there are new clues in those meteorites. Understood. At this time, far from the other side of Earth, it has entered the night. In some places, astronomical hobbyists began to set up their own telescopes. According to the tips given by the news, many people came to the suburbs where they thought there was less light pollution, waiting for the arrival of the meteor shower. Jiangxi, go slower. Located on a mountain on the outskirts of Shangdu, a car parked on the side of the road at the top of the mountain. And then a fashionable girl panting with rage got off the car and moved towards the side of the road. Not even think. While the girl got out of the car, in the driving position, a thin young man quickly opened the door and ran out of the car. Some helplessly moved towards the girl to chase. Jiangxi, walk slowly, it's not safe here in the wilderness. The young man was a little helpless. He kept a mushroom head, which is the most popular hot hairstyle in Kuezu. Although it is winter, he wore very thin. The jacket was a down jacket, but he was carefree open, and inside it's a small tight shirt. On the lower part of the body, there is a very narrow trousers, and under the feet are a pair of yellow peas shoes without socks. Wearing this suit, the young man took small steps and chased in the direction of the girl. Jiangxi, Jiangxi. The name of the other party was constantly calling out. When the youth grabbed her arm, the girl immediately threw away the other party and shouted, "Hand size! Don't touch me, go find your soulmate." Hearing these words, the young man suddenly showed a painful expression. He choked his throat and asked, "You still said me? Did you recognize the 3 big brothers on the internet? Dear all day, frowning with each other? Did I say something? I am a female, What do you recognize as a few big brothers? The girl became even more excited. Can't you let me? When you see me recognize your big brother, do you have to flicker with other girls? Where do I have? The young man asked. I have seen your cell phone. There is a nightstand chat software in it, and it says meet in one stroke. I think you will hell with one stroke. The girl is panting with rage, and then it feels like continuing to walk away. Enough. I uninstall that software, okay? The youth finally compromised. He helplessly said, but I have a request. You must block those friends from QQ. Do we parallel each other? No way. The girl shook the head with a very determined attitude. I finally met a few big brothers. Why did you blacken each other because of you? Seeing this, the young man gritted his teeth. You still don't make sense. I am in love with you, not reasonable. The girl did not back down. She stretched out her finger to the sky. Originally I said I wanted to watch the meteor shower with you, but now the meteor is here, go and watch it yourself. The youth hearing this couldn't help but look towards in the sky. Sure enough, I don't know when, in the sky there have been several streams of light. These streams of light continued to fall, and then quickly annihilated. Seeing this, for some reason, a touch of disappointment appeared in the youth's heart. Just when he was discouraged and was about to say something and so on at the end, he suddenly saw that one of the streams of light did not go out as usual, but instead got bigger and brighter. Huh? The youth and the girl were a little puzzled. They blinked, and then they realized that the stream of light actually seemed to be flying towards themselves. The speed of the meteor is so fast, but within a few seconds, the stream of light flew over the two of them with a swish, and then only heard a bang, and a fire burst out from the top of the mountain. Meteor fell. Seeing this scene, the two looked at each other in unison. Both sides saw shocked expressions in each other's eyes. Then, the young man ignored the girl, so he moved towards the explosion direction, not even think. As an astronomical hobbyist, I am afraid that an ordinary person will never see this kind of scene once in his life. How can this opportunity be missed? Hand size, hand size. Behind him, the girl shouted eagerly. But the young man still did not stop, because in his opinion, the flame was not far away, only about 300-400 meters away, which was enough for him to be the first to reach on site. Sure enough, the young man only ran for 2 or 3 minutes, and then ran to the position where the meteor fell. He first smelled a pungent burnt smell, but in this smell, there was a barbecue-like aroma. Ha, ha! Running to the front in one breath, the youth finally saw that there was a shallow pit 1/2 meter in diameter on the ground, and even the ground in the pit was charred. There was blue smoke in the crater, and in the center of the crater, there was a fist-sized, irregularly shaped meteorite quietly stopping there. I can see that the meteorite is in the shape of a fusiform and the color is pure black. I don't know if it burned black when it fell into the atmosphere or it was the color itself. Apart from this, I can't see anything anymore. About 4 or 5 minutes in the past, the girl named Jiang Qi finally rushed over. She looked at the young man by the crater. Hand size, I just called you that many voices. Why did you pretend not here? The young man looked back at the girl and replied indifferently, aren't you not watching the meteor with me anymore? Then what do you tell me to do? Go by yourself? So you left me alone? The girl asked incredulously. What should I do if I am in danger alone? He, the youth sneered, did not answer. He no longer paid attention to the girl's chattering. He saw that there was no more smoke in the crater, and it had probably cooled down. He stepped into the crater and stretched out his hand, gently touch it on a meteorite. Hand size, I want this meteorite. However, before he touched the meteorite, there was a sudden sound of footsteps, and the girl went straight over him and took the meteorite directly from him. The young man frowned. This kind of meteorite is worthless. What are you doing with it? You know I'm an astronomical hobbyist. So you want to grab my things? What your thing? This thing clearly fell from the sky. The girl suddenly yelled, but at this moment, she felt a constant flow of heat flowing to the back of her hand and arm. The girl stretched out her hand, only to realize that her hand was already full of sticky things at this time. What the hell? because of the darkness, both of them did not at all see what was on the meteorite. The girl moved the phone to the meteorite. Only then did she see a lot of liquid leaking out of the meteorite, like black oil. At the same time some liquid has penetrated into the ground. She turned her head and looked on the meteorite, but saw that there were a few small gaps in the meteorite, and the liquid was flowing out of these gaps. It's disgusting. The girl hurriedly threw the meteorite on the ground, and then hurriedly took out the tissue in her handbag and wiped her hands continuously. "Look, I told you to keep this thing alone. You must not listen." The young man was coldly snorted, and he immediately picked up the meteorite and turned and walked down the mountain. "Where are you going?" the girl hurriedly shouted. "Let's go. I will take you home." After some twists and turns, when Han's eyes sent Jiang Qi to the door of the house, the two had reconciled as before. When the girl left the car, Han's eyes turned his head again and looked towards the meteorite under the co-pilot. At this time, the meteorite has soaked the entire underside of the co-pilot. I don't know how much liquid is inside, and it hasn't drained yet. Could it be said that this meteorite is actually a piece of meteoric ice? Han's eyes shook the head, and as soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the vehicle returned to his rental house, wrapped the meteorite in a piece of paper, and moved the meteorite back to his home. Han's eyes excitedly turned on the light and looked at the meteorite carefully. This meteorite is not big, only slightly bigger than the fist of an ordinary person, and it is full of traces of cracks. Up to this point, there is still a trace of liquid seeping out. It's dark. Look, it's very sticky. It doesn't look like water. This kind of thing doesn't have radiation. Seeing this, the young man suddenly became anxious. He looked at his hand. These liquids were nothing but washed away with water. They were not as difficult to clean as oil. Thinking of this, he leaned forward to the meteorite again and sniffed it lightly. Immediately, he noticed that besides the smell of burnt and roasted meat, there was also a special smell on the meteorite. The smell of burnt and roasted meat comes from the shell of the meteorite, but the smell is emitted from the liquid. It's a bit disgusting. Han's eyes murmured. He hadn't heard of any meteorite that turned out to be smelly. Thinking of this, he quickly turned on the computer, logged into the Meteorite House website, and prepared to post a post on the forum to see what this kind of meteorite was. However, he just opened the web page and saw that there were already several posts posted on the web page. Mengson would like to ask you what kind of meteorite this kind of meteorite belongs to. Is it iron meteorite or stone meteorite? I just bought it from a layman and give it to your palms. It's a new item that fell during the meteor shower tonight. The scale of the meteor shower tonight is so big. I heard that many people have picked up the fallen meteorite. Is there anything for sale? The price is easy to say. There are pictures under the titles of these posts, and the pictures are all the same, and they are almost the same as the meteorites I got. Han's eyes casually clicked in a post about meteorite drying. As expected, the floors below were complaining about the image of meteorites. Far kind of plant. What the hell is that? Is it not like a meteorite at all? Why is there a layer of mucus on it? Isn't it fake? Upstairs. This is true. The shell is indeed a trace of burning when it passes through the atmosphere. Unlike the fake one, it is constantly flowing liquid. Maybe the meteorite contains water. Is there any problem with these liquids? I advise the host to go to the hospital for a check tomorrow. So disgusting. Landlord, I'm the relevant department of Gojia. Your meteorite belongs to Gojia. Please give it to us tomorrow, and receive a small red flag plus 500 yuan of ocean. Enough. Ghost upstairs. You are enough. Han's eyes couldn't help sinking into a thoughtful expression looking at the water towers. Super USB Chapter 533. Super USB Chapter 533. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. First of all, more than one piece of this kind of meteorite fell, and there were several pieces on the Meteorite House forum where I was alone. Secondly, this kind of meteorite has a common feature, that is, it contains liquid inside. Once it falls on the ground, the liquid will flow out along the crevices of the meteorite. Finally, the liquid in these meteorites has a fishy smell, giving people a feeling like animal body fluids. Forget it, I don't want to, just keep it. Hans' eyes shook the head. He placed the meteorite on the coffee table, then washed himself, and then lay on the bed and played with the phone. Unconsciously, he slowly fell asleep, grumbling. When Hans' eyes was in his sleep, a special sound came out of this meteorite, and then suddenly more liquid flowed out of it. These liquids flowed out of the coffee table little by little as if they had life, and then moved towards Hans' eyes. Flow in the direction of Hans' eyes had a special dream. In his dream, he was walking alone on a deep street. It seems that it was because late at night, there was no one everywhere in the street, only one car was driving on the road. A night wind blows, and the empty streets have a special loneliness. Where am I? Hans' eyes had some doubts, but this kind of doubt only lasted for a moment before dissipating again. Human beings rarely doubt the logic in their dreams. This is a subconscious escape. Why is there no one on the street? Looking at the empty street, Hans' eyes suddenly felt a little confused, and at the same time, an inexplicable feeling came from his heart. It was a feeling of emptiness, and a special desire. Hans' eyes took a deep breath, but felt that loneliness was getting heavier and heavier. The quietness brought by the streets without people made him go crazy. I really want to be with people, stick to them, fuse together with them, fuse flesh and blood, connect with bloodline. Suddenly, there was such a feeling deep in one's heart that Hans' eyes was suddenly taken aback by his thoughts on this empty and quiet street. This scare directly awakened him. Hans' eyes opened abruptly, only to discover that the time had reached the second day, and the dazzling sunlight came in from the window, completely dispelling the desire to deep in one's heart in the dream. In my dream, why did I have this idea? Immediately after waking up, Hans' eyes was frowned. Should I be gay? Thinking of this, Hans' eyes couldn't help but shiver, only feeling that his stomach was empty, and the unique hunger pandemic in the morning. He stopped thinking about that unique dream, but looked at his watch and saw that it was almost 12 o'clock before he got up and went out quickly. Hans' eyes just graduated from university this year, but he didn't find a job at all. He currently has only one occupation, which is to take the allowance given by his parents and eat and wait to die. Fortunately, his family situation is really good. Even if he doesn't go to work, he won't starve to death. Driving in the car that his parents paid for, Hans' eyes first sent a WeChat message to his girlfriend. When he saw that the other party did not reply, he drove to his favorite restaurant and ordered a barbecue. On the TV in the restaurant next to it, the Noon News is broadcasting news about the meteor shower last night. According to the news, the meteor shower last night was a large-scale meteor shower that was rarely seen in 100 years. There were more than 1 million meteors descending on Earth, but most of the smaller ones were burned in the atmosphere, only about 1%. The meteorite fell on Earth. One of the most sensational is that a giant meteorite the size of a house fell in Mumbai, India, but fortunately it fell on the outskirts of Mumbai without any casualties. Seeing this, Hans' eyes also listened specifically, wanting to hear about these meteorites, especially whether there is liquid in those meteorites, but the next second, the news turned to other news. The news about meteorites just passed by. Seeing this, Hans' eyes lowered his head again. He simply opened the browser by himself and started searching for news about meteorites. It's just that most of the internet is from the media, and they are also talking nonsense. After reading a few articles, he has no patience to continue reading. Until the lunch was over, his girlfriend still didn't reply, so he made a call. Soon, Jiang Qi's confused voice came from the phone. Have you gotten up yet, little lazy cat? Hans' eyes secretly relieved. He teased. Should I pick you up now? How about we go to the movie today? Okay, you wash first, I will come right away. Hearing the affirmative reply from his girlfriend, he did not continue to stay in the hotel, but paid the bill, moved towards his girlfriend's house. An hour later, he waited for his girlfriend Jiang Qi outside the community. At the moment when he saw his girlfriend Jiang Qi, that silhouette, Hans' eyes suddenly got dry and dry. At this moment, he suddenly had the urge to become one with his girlfriend. He pursed his mouth, and he didn't understand why this feeling suddenly appeared. Is it because he has been holding back for too long recently? Should not, as everyone knows. The moment his girlfriend Jiang Qi saw him, she was also in a daze, and then her expression returned to normal again. Why get up so late today? Seeing his girlfriend getting in the car, Hans' eyes quickly shifted his thoughts and asked casually, I thought I was up late enough today. Didn't expect you to not get up at all in the afternoon. Isn't it an exaggeration? Isn't it because I accompanied you to see the meteor shower late at night last night? My girlfriend Curl One's lip immediately rolled her eyes and took Hans' hand and said, by the way, I had a nightmare last night. Nightmare? Hans' strange dream flashed subconsciously in his mind, and then he smiled and said, what dream did you have? I dreamed that I was walking in an empty city, and there were no people everywhere. My girlfriend said pretentiously, I also saw a lot of people watching me glare like a tiger watching his prey. It scared me to death. So there is no one, or are there many people? Hans' raised his eyebrows and started the car. You said for a while that you can't find anyone, and then you said that there are many people looking at you. Did you dream of someone? I don't know. My girlfriend frowned suddenly, seeming to be very confused. It seems that I haven't seen anyone, and it seems that a group of people are watching me in the distance, and I am very eager for those people to approach me. What then? Hans' heart suddenly moved when he heard this. Then I was woken up by your call. My girlfriend replied, when I think about it now, it's really terrifying. If it weren't for your phone call, I don't know what nightmare I would have. Hearing this, Hans' was silent for a moment. He also told his dream as he was about to prepare, but suddenly saw the red light in front of him, so he hurriedly stepped on the brake. Only hearing a crunch, their car almost hit the car in front. Well, it's so risky. Hans' immediately sighed in relief. After this interruption, the idea of telling the other party about his dream was also forgotten. After arriving at the cinema, the two negotiated and finally decided on a love fast food movie, then bought 2 buckets of popcorn and 2 bottles of Coke and entered the venue. The two found their seat numbers. This time they chose the last row deliberately. They sat down with enthusiasm, but at this moment, Hans' felt the inexplicable impulse coming again. But this time the direction of the source is not from his girlfriend, but from the location of the entry. Hans' instinctively moved towards and looked there, but saw a man in a shirt wearing gold glasses and refined in manner walked into the venue, and then moved towards the last row where they were. As he walked in, the man seemed to feel something lifting the head suddenly, and his eyes immediately met Hans' eyes. See this? The two startled at the same time. The next second, the man reacted immediately. He laughed politely to Hans' and then began to look for his position, and his position happened to be next to Hans' girlfriend. Hans' secretly observed the other party for a while, and then turned his head back when he saw that the other party was not at all. At this moment, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed. The movie it started. What's the difference between this love movie and other romance movies? Not at all. It's nothing more than falling in love, misunderstandings, breaking up, eliminating misunderstandings, meeting again, misunderstandings, and finally going through a series of divisions and recombinations. The story of people being together thoroughly. The two main actors and actresses have average acting skills, but few people watch acting skills these days. Those who can watch this kind of movie are mostly youngsters who are in love. For them, watching movies is just a ceremony, that's all. At this time, Hans' had this kind of thought. As the plot unfolded halfway, his within the body had a special desire to begin to stir. He looked all around, but found that the whole venue was dark. It is completely invisible from half a meter away, and only deafening acoustics can be heard throughout the venue. Seeing this, he was subconsciously crooked and wanted to lean towards his girlfriend. However, Hans' found that no matter how much he leans against, he can't touch his girlfriend. Obviously, the seats in the movie theater seemed to be close, but the space between them is not small. Seeing this, Han's eyes also had to dispel that thought. Anyway, there is time after that, so I'm not in a hurry at this time. Thinking of this, Han's eyes calmed down, and then even a drowsiness struck, apparently because of staying up too late last night and lack of sleep. So, while listening to the sound coming from the stereo, he closed his eyes alone. Soon, Han's eyes fell asleep again. Looking at these all-around streets with no one, Han's eyes only feels that there is a special desire in his heart to charge to the left and dash to the right. He can't say what kind of feeling it is, just like the most primordial human beings. Desire, silently burning Han's eyes' nerves, made him constantly want to fuse together with others. I really want to. I want to be with them, fuse together, until the flesh and blood are completely integrated and the blood is connected to each other. How beautiful it will be. Come on, merge. Everyone is lonely. Han's eyes murmured while walking, but at this moment, he suddenly saw one after another dark silhouette appearing on the street. These people kept walking towards him. Han's eyes not even think, and immediately greeted him. Go up. I don't know how long, just when Han's eyes was dizzy, suddenly, he was awakened by a harsh scream. This scream was full of fear, as if seeing the most horrible thing in the world. Then the scream expanded, and even new screams followed, and there were many people running at the same time mixed in. This noisy sound made Hans immediately wake up. He first rubbed his eyes, unfathomable mystery. Eyes opened, looked towards the source of the scream, but he saw a group of men and women in the rows of seats in front of him with their eyes widened, looking at his next door in horror position. This location is. Hans' eyes turned, his head stunned, and then his eyes shrank, suddenly jumped up. Why, how could this be? Looking at his girlfriend next to him, Hans' eyes only felt cold and sweaty all over his body. He looked pale, with an expression of extreme horror. On the seat next to me, my girlfriend was tilting her head, quietly lying on the sofa watching. But what is strange is that her head and upper body actually match the next person wearing the men with gold glasses merged together. Yes, it's fusion. The bodies of the two are glued together like a Siamese baby. The heads of the two merged from the cheeks. Among them, the right cheek of Hans' eyes' girlfriend and the left cheek of the man were forcibly fused together and embedded into each other. The inside of each other's head even made their eyes close together, and then they were squeezed out of their eye sockets. At a glance, it looks like a bottle gourd hanging on the face. The corners of the mouths of both sides also emerged, and the tension of the skin caused the corners of the mouths of the two to rise, creating a very strange arc, as if they were laughing at this world. The same is true for the bodies of the two. Hans' eyes' girlfriend's right arm and the man's left arm blend into each other's body, and even come out from the side, just like a deformed monster that appears in horror movies or even nightmares! Seeing this terrifying scene, Hans' eyes only felt a deep sense of nausea. He quickly covered his mouth, but he still couldn't help it, lowered his head and vomited. One day later, in the morgue of the Chengdu Police Department, a corpse covered with white cloth was pushed in by several workers in protective clothing. Different from ordinary corpses, this corpse seemed so huge that it couldn't even be covered with a wide white cloth, and several dead grey arms protruded from the edge of the stretcher. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 4 arms protruded from this stretcher. In the morgue, several forensic doctors who were also wearing protective suits with black blood on their chests were holding tools. One of them walked up to him and pulled the white cloth away. Suddenly, everyone's eyes showed an expression of horror. One of the forensic doctors sucked in a breath of cold air. He moved towards the stretcher, and he saw 4 or 5 human bodies fused together like the dough that a child kneaded in a prank, and it seemed to be the deepest in everyone's heart. Nightmare, madness, chaos, evil. The forensic doctor walked up to him. He looked at the death list above, and saw that it read, names of the deceased: Liu Hexu, Qianbo, Duan Yan, hand size. This is already the fifth one in the city. Seeing the names of the four, the forensic doctor murmured. Super USB Chapter 534. Super USB Chapter 534. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The time goes back one day ago, late night. Chen Chen walked alone on a desolate road. This seems to be a barren dirt road, bumpy, and occasionally one after another mud pit, making this path extremely muddy. On both sides of the road, there are half-human weeds. The grass is very quiet. There is no noise of mosquitoes and no whispers when the wind blows. On the midsummer night, this is a bit weird. The whole road was dark, only the cold moonlight above his head barely provided the glimmer, so that Chen Chen would not fall. Pap. Suddenly, Chen Chen only felt a pain in his shoulder, and he was staggered when he was hit. Then he realized that a tall silhouette walked past him, and the shoulders of the two had just collided. He rubbed his shoulders, but Chen Chen showed a puzzled expression, because he found that although the whole road had no street lights, it was extremely dim, but the flow of people on this path was abnormally high. Just walk a few steps and you can see the black shadow coming to the front. Before and after, Chen Chen had already encountered a dozen silhouettes, and he would accidentally hit him. Chen Chen didn't think much. He didn't even think about why he was here. It's just that the group of people who walked towards him seemed to be muttering something in a low voice. It's just that what these people are talking about, but he hasn't heard clearly. Boom. While Chen Chen was still wondering, he suddenly felt a pain in his nose. Because of his thinking, he collided with a dark figure again. At this point, Chen Chen finally heard the words whispered by these people. Fuse, fuse. Everyone is alone. Come on, merge. Let us merge into one. Hearing the other party's whisper, Chen Chen only felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He didn't have time to get up, so he kicked his feet backwards, trying to keep himself away from the opponent. But at this moment, a few words silhouette suddenly moved towards the silhouette who knocked down himself, and then, in Chen Chen's shocked eyes, these people actually merged into one. Grumbling, with the sound of flesh and blood, the dark silhouettes really merged. Their bodies and limbs were twisted and elongated like bubble gum, like a few balls of dough blending together. At the same time, there are more silhouette keeps joining in. Finally, a densely packed arm and head, like a demon-like silhouette, slowly stood up in front of Chen Chen. This monster with countless human bodies twisted the dozens of heads on the body and looked towards Chen Chen's direction. Merge, merge. Everyone is lonely. Only merge into one. Only merge into one. Countless voices rang in Chen Chen's ears. Chen Chen only felt his heart beating, and when he was about to fight hard, he suddenly opened his eyes again. Chen Chen sat up from the bed and found that he was wet with cold sweat again. At this time, he was lying in the dormitory of the Minaret Experimental Base. Because of the limited space in the Minaret Experimental Base, it needed a high space utilization rate, so Chen Chen only lived in a single dormitory here. Although this single dormitory is fully functional, with its own bathroom and blacklight automatic medical platform, and is also equipped with a holographic environment simulator, it is still just a dormitory with the same area as the other members, without any exceptions. This is the second time. At this time, Chen Chen felt the cold sweat on his face and couldn't help being frowned. Now his physique is strong, he only needs to sleep for 2 or 3 hours a day is enough. And nightmares. Such things no longer happen 8 years earlier. Now he is no longer in spirit or will. Iron is as strong. But in the day he returned from Mars, he has had 2 nightmares. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned. He once again lay on the fully automatic medical platform aside, and at the same time ordered, perform a full body scan. Suddenly, the fully automated medical platform was running immediately, sweeping Chen Chen from start to finish. It's just that I still found nothing. There is no abnormality in my body. Chen Chen sat up again. He raised his hand and looked down at his palm, revealing a thoughtful expression. Is it just an ordinary nightmare? I think too much? But while Chen Chen was thinking, A light footstep suddenly came from the corridor outside the door, and the sound of footsteps approached quickly, and then stopped outside Chen Chen's room door. Boom boom boom. A knock on the door came immediately. Coming. Chen Chen can distinguish people as soon as he hears the sound of footsteps, and his bedroom is located in the Minaret experimental base, and only one person can visit him, that is Xiao X. Generally speaking, Xiao X can contact herself directly through the communication system in the room. But when Chen Chen is resting or when there is no special emergency, she always likes to use this human way. Sure enough, Xiao X poked her head in from outside the door. She bit her lip and was a little worried. My godfather, have you had a nightmare again? Yes, but it shouldn't matter. Chen Chen waved his hand. Why? Something is wrong with me. I came because I found some weird events on the internet. I think you might be interested in these things. Little X walked in and replied. Since you said that, it means that it is really a very remarkable thing. Chen Chen was nodded. He stood up and walked to the drinking fountain, and took a glass of water for himself. You tell me. That's it. Little X expressed solemnly. Just 20 hours after the meteors descended on Earth. During the time you were sleeping, several strange incidents occurred. Central continent, Europe, northern unexplained dead bodies were found in the sea continent area and Yinzhou area. Chen Chen put down the water cup, nodded and motioned to Xiao X to continue. These corpses have a common feature, that is, they are formed by fused together at least 2 corpses, and there are even 3 or 4 corpses. X said solemnly, at present, there have been 8 cases in these continents, including 3 in Central Continent, 2 in Europe, 2 in Northern Sea Continent, and 1 in India. Following Xiao X's words, pictures of the scene stolen from various countries also automatically appeared in front of Chen Chen, only to see the corpses with twisted and weird shapes inside, fused like dough, appeared in front of Chen Chen. And most of the locations where these corpses were found were located in a certain house. Only one corpse in Zhongzhou district was the most special one, which turned out to be in a cinema. Chen Chen looked up, but saw that it was a man and a woman. The heads and bodies of the 2 fused together along the gap between the seats of the cinema, entangled and twisted with each other. But the strange thing is that their faces are not in the slightest. No pain was seen, on the contrary. The corners of their mouths were slightly upturned, with a strange arc. It's like before the 2 died, they had a special sense of satisfaction for this fusion. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen's heart suddenly sank. He immediately thought of the nightmare he had had in the past 2 days. In the dream, those shadows seemed to fuse together like this. Fuse, fuse. Everyone is lonely. The weird whisper echoed in Chen Chen's ear again. It's a meteorite. Suddenly, Chen Chen said affirmatively, it is the meteorites that have problems. I feel this way too. Little X nodded. This group of meteorites just fell, and this kind of thing happened. Lord Godfather, what should we do? Notify all supervisors of the Blacklight Foundation that I need to open the Lilith meeting. Chen Chen walked to the bathroom, wiped his face at random, and then moved towards the outside. I will give the other supervisors an hour, and an hour later, I hope the other 4 supervisors will be at the conference table. At the same time, notify Hannibal so that he can come to see me immediately. With Xiao X's promise, Chen Chen has left his single dormitory. Half an hour later, when Chen Chen alone stood in front of the door of the dormitory where everyone was resting, Hannibal with a pale face rushed over from the direction of the laboratory. But before he could get close, Chen Chen was frowned immediately. When he saw Hannibal, he suddenly had a special feeling in his heart, madness, paranoia, greed. The murmur in the dream seemed to follow. Fuse, fuse, everyone is lonely. And Hannibal, who was walking not far away, was also taken aback. His footsteps were paused, and then he walked towards Chen Chen uncertainly. Okay, don't get close to me. Chen Chen waved his hand suddenly, and 2 dark knights walked up next to him, restraining Hannibal in place. Isolate him first, offer delicious food and drink, and tell him the whole sequence of events by the way. Chen Chen gave an order. then turned and left without looking back. Meteorite. If Chen Chen still had a hint of doubt before meeting Hannibal, then at this time, he had completely let go of the last fluke. When I saw Hannibal just now, there seemed to be a voice in his mind, letting him and Hannibal completely fuse together. While Hannibal was suddenly paused at that time, it was obvious that the other party had similar feelings. Strictly speaking, he and Hannibal should be the first people to come into contact with the meteorite, and then the meteorite fell on the earth, and then large-scale human contact began. Now, I have nightmares for 2 consecutive nights, and the keyword in the dream is fusion. A similar way of death has also appeared in reality. If Chen Chen still disagrees with all this, then he is not Chen Chen. Meteorite. Integration. The 2 factors are superimposed together. That is, all people who have been in contact with meteorites have begun to have a strange fusion death. Although the relationship between those dead and the meteorite has not yet been determined, it is in Chen Chen's judgment, however, this one has been established. As for the reason, Chen Chen has 2 judgments. First, perhaps that kind of meteorite contains a rule that humans have never seen before. All people who have been exposed to a meteorite under certain conditions will be affected, such as memetic effects. Secondly, it is known that the meteorite contains the body fluid of a certain organism. Perhaps this body fluid can assimilate human beings into a corresponding life form, and this life form has its own consciousness or instinct. Once 2 lives, when the forms meet, they will automatically merge. It's just that these 2 judgment systems have loopholes, because memes will never exist in the form of life. Even the crying angel that is closer to the form of life is essentially just a rule and not a real life. Moreover, if it really contains memes, as a little X Impossible who also knows all about memetic effects, he doesn't even notice it. And second, if this body fluid can assimilate humans, then the infection of life will naturally cause an alarm on the fully automated medical platform. But Chen Chen has just used the device before, but he did not find that his body has any abnormalities. Even more, how Chen Chen clearly remembered that neither he nor Hannibal had really come into contact with that kind of meteorite. When he picked up the crystals cooled by the biological fluid, he was isolated by protective clothing. There are loopholes in both judgments, which is very tricky, because this means that Chen Chen doesn't even know what the enemy is, and is forced to go into battle and kill the enemy. These thoughts flashed through Chen Chen's mind, and then he had arrived at the conference hall dedicated to the Lilith conference. As Xiao X turned on the holographic projection, he was already sitting in his seat, with the O5 brand in front of him. Waiting for a while at the conference table, a dark figure appeared on the seat of the O4 brand. He nodded towards Chen Chen, and then sat in his seat together and waited silently. When an hour was about to arrive, the owner of the remaining 3 seats finally arrived, and the highest meeting of the Black Light Foundation finally began. O5, as soon as the scene opened, O2 asked, "We are all people who know everything. If it is not necessary, it is better to hold this kind of meeting less. If it is not necessary, I don't want to bother you." Chen Chen knew that this kind of thing would have been too late, so he went directly to the topic. "It's just that it's very urgent this time. I have to summon directly everyone, because this time may be related to the rise and fall of mankind. I don't know if you have received it." To reports of convergent death cases from all over the world. Convergent death? What is that? O1 asked immediately. Chen Chen looked at the remaining 3 people. But everyone was a black shadow, with no expression at all. "I not at all received a report similar to what you said." "Me too." O2 and O3 also followed. "It seems that you are indeed a master of everything." Chen Chen is nodded. For these people's ignorance, Chen Chen was not at all surprised, because the supervisor of the Black Light Foundation is not the head of the 4 Great Continents district. Maybe some people are not presidents, but behind them there must also be the shadow of the president. Therefore, it is normal that this kind of weird death that just broke out did not reach their ears. I saw him casually swiping, and immediately distorted, weird pictures of the corpse appeared in front of everyone. Look at everyone, this is the integration that happened in the central continent. Europe, and India. The sign of death is the fusion of more than two persons. Super USB Chapter 535. Super USB Chapter 535. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. When the other four people saw these pictures, everyone couldn't help holding their breath. Although I have been in a high position, I am used to seeing winds and waves, but all this in the photo still shocks everyone. Obviously he is a living person, but the corpse after death is like a Siamese baby fused together, twisted, evil, crazy, exhausted. The whole picture is full of unknown atmosphere. These are the conditions that happened in the continents of everyone present. Chen Chen said solemnly, the specific outbreak area is Central Continent, Europe, Indian, Northern Sea Continent, 4 great continents. Among them, 3 occurred in Central Continent, 2 occurred in Europe, and 2 occurred in Northern Sea Continent. From now on, Yinzi District. Everyone was silent for a while. Chen Chen deliberately looked at O1. The back of regulator O1 represents North America. At this time, the shadow representing O1 is secretly relieved, being attacked by several weird events such as 3 statues, Mengman and Weeping Angels in succession. North America has almost become scared, and sometimes they even begin to wonder if they have suffered some kind of mold. Luck. Fortunately, this new weird incident has finally gotten rid of the curse that broke out in North America, and the flower has gone to another home. Why is this? At this moment, O4 couldn't help but ask, is there any pattern for this kind of incident? Of course there is, Chen Chen said without the slightest hesitation. Didn't you find out that all the continents where this kind of weird fusion event broke out were in the Eastern Hemisphere? Eastern Hemisphere. Everyone here immediately began to appreciate Chen Chen's prompt, and within a second, everyone said in unison, meteorite. Very well. It seems everyone thought of it. Chen Chen immediately applauded. The scale of this meteorite train has been seen in 100 years. Almost covering the entire Eastern Hemisphere. Although most of it fell into the ocean, a considerable part of it still fell in the above continents. From the meteorite samples we got, there should be a kind of protoplasm in these meteorites. I have heard of this. O3 suddenly opened the mouth and said, our relevant departments did report similar reports before, saying that the existence of living cells was found in this meteorite, and these cells are still active. If not, the Reese project first discovered life on Mars. This report is the first evidence that humans have discovered extraterrestrial life. Speaking of which, we do have such a report. O2 is also nodded. Moreover, our research institute has begun to conduct research on these extraterrestrial life. Seeing everyone agreeing, Chen Chen didn't feel the slightest joy in her eyes, but her expression became more solemn. That's why I convened this meeting. I am afraid that all the personnel involved in meteorite research need to be isolated, and is mandatory, because according to the convergent deaths that have just begun to erupt all over the world, this protoplasmic liquid is absolutely infectious and lethal. I just don't know how likely it is. If this protoplasmic liquid has the ability to spread through the air, I'm afraid this meteorite shower will be unprecedented in human history. Havoc. Chen Chen didn't use any heavy tone, but every word he said made the hearts of everyone present beat violently. Block the message. Chen Chen sighed and continued, collect every scattered meteorite in the world, and block all news about the meteorite at the same time, and isolate all personnel who have had direct contact with the meteorite. This is how we are studying how to fight this. Before the disaster, the only thing that can be done, and what I worry more about is, Chen Chen went on to state, will those meteorites that fall into the sea cause more severe consequences to the ocean? All these require us to conduct corresponding research on meteorites, and we must prepare for catastrophes in advance. O5 is right. O3 nodded. This is no longer something that our 4 great continents area can handle, but a challenge that requires the participation of all mankind. We must mobilize all the forces that can be mobilized, and the Blacklight Foundation is to welcome this, the mainstay of the event. Everyone was heavy and nodded. and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point for a while. Informing other continents about this situation, I will leave it to you. All meteorites found must be handled in accordance with level 4 biosafety. Chen Chen said, it is important to prevent human panic. At the same time, blacklight technology will succeed in all research on meteorites, and treat everyone here transparently and openly, and you must also mobilize all the forces that can be deployed in your country to start research on this protoplasmic liquid. Of course, everyone agreed in one fell swoop. Faced with the catastrophe of the entire human race, no one dared to be careless. Immediately, the silhouettes of the four people disappeared one after another, leaving only Chen Chen on the table again. When Chen Chen also withdrew from the Lilith meeting, he pondered for a while and suddenly instructed, X, send someone to Mars to collect a batch of meteorites. The entire Life Science City and the Minaret experimental base will suspend all biological projects and set up new projects. Codename IDH. It is specially responsible for the research of this protoplasmic liquid. All biological-related researchers are incorporated into the RH Emergency Project team, and at the same time the entire blacklight technology resources are mobilized. Everything must be concession to the RH project. Yes, Xiao X solemnly nodded, I will follow suit. Speaking, she turned and left the conference hall. Looking at Xiao X's leaving back, Chen Chen frowned deeply. I have to say that he was actually the first human being to be infected with the protoplasmic liquid in the meteorite, and now he has no clue, even his trump card blacklight fully automated medical platform, which is Medbed 3000, helpless. Now he only hopes that this protoplasmic fluid is not very infectious, and at the same time, he also hopes that marine life cannot be infected, otherwise, this time calamity tribulation will probably be the strongest crisis that humanity has faced, far longer than 4 years. The previous Crying Angel incident was more serious. Including James Watson, all members of the Biological Project Department of the Minaret Experimental Base were gathered in an emergency. They were required to put on the most rigorous positive pressure protective clothing and enter the most rigorous one of the Minaret Experimental Base inside the laboratory. However, they are not at all having direct contact with the experiment, but can only stay in the completely isolated command room, silently watching a group of bionics busy in the laboratory. In everyone's hands, a document was sent with the whole sequence of events of the protoplasmic liquid, from its trajectory to the location and time of the drop on Earth, and several deaths. The incident report, and even all the X-113 Nancy's test report, were printed by Xiao X and handed over to everyone. The earliest human experiments have shown that even if you wear airtight protective clothing without any physical contact, you can still be infected with this type of protoplasmic fluid. At this time, James Watson stood in the front, explaining with a solemn expression, and after the infection, the experimental experience will start to dream, and it is a special kind of nightmare, in which they may dream of an empty city. Maybe you can dream of a road full of people, and you can hear the weird summon in the dark. There is a mysterious voice bewitching them and letting them merge. Because the experiment is in early stage, there is only this information for the time being. Next, it's up to you to brainstorm, Watson said solemnly. Before we determine the communication channel, we will not let anyone other than the bionic person come into contact with the subject, even wearing protective clothing, so you can only proceed from the data. Judgment. Following his words, everyone suddenly discussed in a low voice. At the same time, a Delta-level experimenter was driven into the laboratory, and then the laboratory was closed. All 5th-level biosafety laboratories are conducting this research, and some laboratories have only 2 Delta-level experimenters. There are 3 or 4, some are mixed with humans and animals, and some are experiments with various animals. In short, no level 5 biosafety laboratory is idle, provided that the experimental variables can be controlled. So, what about the original subject? Suddenly, someone asked, if the situation is really as the company said, then the whole world may be in crisis at this time, then it will naturally need to race against time. but currently in these laboratories, we only see the latest experiments. And where are the experimental subjects that obtained these experimental data? We also need to study them. Watson was stunned when he heard the questions from the audience, because he didn't know where the original subject was. The subject has died. X111, the main controlling brain of the Minaret experimental base, immediately replied, "The original experimental subject has died, and the body has been destroyed." Hearing these words, everyone suddenly became noisy. What everyone doesn't know is that at this time Chen Chen and all the Dark Knights who had direct and indirect contact with him during this stay have left the steeple, and these people have been teleported to enter Doom. There are no exits on the four sides of the vast hall where he is, and he can only leave here by relying on the Black Ball Gantz. At this time, hundreds of Dark Knights have appeared here. These all are Dark Knights who have direct and indirect contact with Chen Chen. In order to prevent the protoplasmic liquid from being infectious, he isolated himself from these Dark Knights. Unless he thoroughly understands everything about the protoplasmic liquid, he will not leave. At this time, Chen Chen looked at the questions from many scientists from Xiao X. He couldn't help but smile. If these people knew that the first infected person was himself, how much shock would it cause the entire blacklight technology? No one can imagine. I can only say that this time Chen Chen and all mankind are not very lucky. But Chen Chen is gratified that at present, it seems that all Dark Knights have no fusion phenomenon. I don't know if this substance cannot be transmitted twice, or because Dark Knight has no brain, so it cannot be controlled. 2 days later, Chen Chen's worries have gradually become reality. 1 or 2 large-scale rises in the world's convergent deaths from the very beginning. Just 2 days later, there were thousands of cases in Central Continent, and 5 in Europe. There have been more than 100 cases, and similar deaths have begun to spring up like mushrooms in the Eastern Sea, Nanhai, and Middle East regions that were not there before. In this situation, the various continents and polities that have known the stakes have adopted the method of blocking information and isolating contacts to suppress the flow of news. But these deaths are too weird. There are still many people started to hear the wind. At first, governments of various countries can still suppress it, but as more people are quarantined and deaths become more frequent, there are still many news and pictures on the internet that cannot be immediately controlled. Although these news are too late to spread, they will directly 404, but they can't stand the increasing number of them. Gradually, people on the internet have begun to circulate various versions of gossip even if they don't know the specific situation. Some people say that the authorities in various regions have begun to conduct some kind of evil human experiment, and those distorted and fused photos of dead bodies circulating are evidence of human experiments, and some people say it is a kind of epidemic virus. Infected with the virus, people of all will merge and die. And others say that all this is a sign of the end. At first, everyone didn't believe it yet, but as the news of the official banning became more and more, it completely aroused everyone's backlash and fear. A group of people began to gather and march on the streets, calling for the official to give a clear answer. For a while, people were alarmed, and the whole world was caught in wind and rain. However, the least number of such strange deaths is the Northern Sea continent and the Indian region. The two continents only have more than 400 cases, far less than the Central and European regions. Quantity. For this, the Blacklight Technology Project team quickly thought of the answer, and the answer is very simple. If this protoplasmic liquid will freeze at -5 degrees, which is the first time before Chen Chen the kind of ionic crystals I saw, it is obvious that in this state, the protoplasm in the meteorite is difficult to infect and spread. The Northern Sea continent area is located in the frigid zone, close to the North Pole, and now it is winter. The average temperature in the Northern Sea continent area has been at -10 degrees below zero. At this temperature, even if a meteorite falls, only it will directly form crystals and cannot infect humans. This article is one of the shortcomings of protoplasmic fluid first discovered by mankind. Based on the first shortcoming, many people immediately inferred the reason why such incidents in India are equally rare, perhaps because this protoplasmic fluid not only fears severe cold, but perhaps also heat. However, this article was quickly overturned because when a meteorite falls from the sky, the temperature can even reach thousands of degrees. This temperature can't kill the activity of the protoplasmic liquid inside, let alone the Indian continent of tens of degrees. Even more how, in the same hot Nanhazu area, the situation deteriorated faster. After throwing away these impossibles, many people immediately get another inference. Most of the fusion deaths in Yinzhou district have been covered up by the local area. Super USB Chapter 536. Super USB Chapter 536. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. In the early morning, Sanjay came to his workplace, a hospital in the suburbs of Varanasi, near the Ganges. The full name of this hospital is the Varanasi branch of the Blackwatch Global Rehabilitation Center, India. It's nothing but a private hospital opened by a branch of the world-famous Blackwatch company in India. In addition to the high-level medical staff with international certificates, a large part of those who can work here are local personnel. Local officials have indicators. Those who can open medical institutions here need to hire at least 60% the above local staff. Therefore, some positions of nurses, cleaners, warehouse porters, etc., are all occupied by local castes of Vaisya and Sudra, and some Dalits are doing corpses of chores. Sanjay has no surname, he is the so-called Dalit, a member of the so-called untouchable. Sanjay lives in a slum near the eastern suburbs of Varanasi. There are 5 people in the family. Besides him, there is a father and a mother, and 2 big brothers. The poor's children headed home early. The 18-year-old Sanjay has been working here for 3 years. He has to get up at 7 a.m. every day and rush to the hospital to report to his foreman before going to work at 8 until midnight. Very returning. The foreman is a native of the Vishya caste, and his position is the head of the hospital's sanitation department. However, today is a special day. When Sanjay came to the hospital at 7:40, he obviously felt a solemn breath in the air. When arriving at the sanitation department from the back door, Sanjay saw his fat-headed, greasy-faced supervisor standing in front of a boss with a higher caste bloodline, listening like a kid who did something wrong. He lowered his head from time to time in response to the other's instructions, and whispered something. Finally, the high caste boss glanced at Sanjay who had just arrived, and left without speaking. Mr. Gandhi. Sanjay came to him cautiously. Sanjay, Mr. Pandit told me a lot just now. The supervisor rarely lost his temper today. Instead, he said in a serious mood, the group of Varro who was on the night shift last night encountered something. They wanted to ask for leave, but I refused. You mean Varro and they all want to ask for leave? Sanjay couldn't help but froze. He knew the group of Varro. 3 or 4 people lived in the slums like themselves, and the whole family lived on their meager salary. Being able to be recruited by Blackwatch is a great opportunity. Even the salaries of the workers are the highest level in the industry, and the company has a system that prohibits discrimination against low-caste employees. Under these favorable conditions, many Dalits want to get a job here. Now, Varro's group wants to ask for leave. What could be the reason? After all, Sanjay remembers that Varro gritted his teeth and refused to ask for leave when he had a fever and became ill, because if he takes too many leave, he is likely to be found and expelled from the hospital. This is what every Dalit would not want to see. Things. Don't interrupt my words. The supervisor immediately frowned and continued, I hope you can persevere, because in the next period of time, I'm afraid you will see something that needs to test your psychological endurance. And what I hope is that you can persevere and do okay, what you should do, understand? Yes, Mr. Gandhi. Sanjay quickly nodded, but the other party didn't find a reason to scold him. and he was even flattered. If you can persevere during this period and continue to perform well, when this period is over, I can say a few words for you in front of Mr. Pandit. Perhaps Mr. Pandit is happy. I can give you a formal contract so that you can truly become a part of the hospital. The pie drawn by the supervisor made Sanjay stunned. He didn't even think. Don't worry, Mr. Gandhi, I can stick to it no matter what I see next. Very good. Gandhi showed a satisfied expression, and then he looked solemnly. In this case, you should go to the warehouse and get a set of protective clothing. Tell me that I asked you to get it, and then you will stop. The corpse is on standby. Sanjay was nodded heavily, and then left excitedly. He happily came to the gate of the warehouse management, and said to the gatekeeper old man at the gate, "Sir, I am from the Ministry of Sanitation, I want to get a protective suit." "Oh, it's from the Ministry of Environmental Sanitation." The old man squinted his eyes and stared at Sanjay for a few moments. An inexplicable expression appeared in his eyes, making Sanjay unfathomable mystery. But he didn't wait at all for too long. The old man just glanced at it and got up and went in. Then he reported one of the white plastic boxes stacked in front of the warehouse and placed it on the table in front of him. "That's it. You sign and take it away." Sanjay immediately signed his name, then left the warehouse with the plastic box in his hand, and then came to the hospital morgue. The hospital's morgue is located in a bungalow building far away from the hospital building. It covers a small area, only the size of a basketball court. There are rows of refrigerator drawers, about hundreds of cells. But even if the hospital's business is the most when it was hot, the corpses never filled those grids. But at this time, when he came to the morgue, he saw several soldiers in military uniforms and live ammunition standing in front of the gate. Not only that, the entire morgue was also isolated. On the outer layer of the house, a circle of things like plastic film was wrapped, and a medical passage was set up at the entrance and exit gate. A temporary disinfection room appeared at the forefront. In other words, if you want to enter and exit the morgue, you must first enter the disinfection room for body disinfection, and then enter the morgue through the built passage. This scene stunned Sanjay, who, seeing Sanjay appearing, one of the soldiers suddenly came over. He looked at each other up and down. "Where's your ID?" Here, sir." Sanjay looked at the gun in the opponent's hand, couldn't help swallowing, then quickly took out the work permit in the bag. "Sir, can I go in now?" "Yes." After checking the documents, the soldier waved his hand and let his companion let him go. Then Sanjay walked into the disinfection room with surprise. However, he had just entered the door of the disinfection room, but he was shocked, because as soon as he came in, he immediately saw a strange man standing in the dark sterile room, staring at him with a strange smile. "Dear Mr. Sanjay, I am Joey, a series of bionic products under Blackwatch. Please follow my instructions to wear positive pressure protective clothing." The man's voice was stiff. It was only then that Sanjay realized that the person in front of him was not a Taoist. It turned out to be a bionic. Hearing the other party's self-introduction, Sanjay much better looked at the other side strangely. There are indeed several bionics in the hospital, but those bionics are standing at the front desk as consultants. He is hard to touch. "Mr. Sanjay, please follow my instructions to wear a positive pressure protective suit. Thank you for your cooperation." Just when Sanjay wanted to step forward and touch the opponent, the bionic person took a step back spiritually, and urged again. Oh, sorry." Sanjay was a little sorry and nodded, and then began to wear this seemingly complicated outfit under the guidance of the other party. Even now, he still does not understand what happened in the hospital. But Sanjay has no curiosity, because in his opinion, the hospital has to do what it does. As for other things, is it important to have a monthly salary that is paid on time and never deducted? Therefore, he put on the protective suit obediently, and then pressed the button next to him at the prompt of the bionic, and poured one after another disinfectant on himself. After a tedious process, the bionic man finally said, "Dear Mr. Sanjay, You have completed the disinfection process. Now please go to the front door and enter the morgue." "Okay." Hearing that the bionic person was so polite, Sanjay even scratched his head somewhat sorry. From his birth to the present, he has not been called respected sir. Uncovering an exhaust curtain in front of him, Sanjay walked into the passage and walked directly to the door of the morgue. But before he opened the door, he heard two conversations coming from the door. Sound. "How come the successor has not come? Damn, that bastard Sanjay is late. I really don't want to stay with these weird corpses. They must be cursed by Lord Shiva. I can't stand it anymore." These conversations are the voices of Varro and the others. Hearing these conversations, Sanjay hesitated, then cautiously pushed open the door of the morgue. "Sanjay, you are finally here." As he pushed open the door, only to see Varro and another colleague wearing the same protective clothing as him, including their heads completely sealed themselves, and beside them, there was more a row of stretchers covered with white cloth. It seemed that they heard the movement at the door, and the two turned their heads like frightened birds, and only sighed in relief when they saw that it was Sanjay. "Asshole, you are late." Varro gnashing teeth. "Look at what time it is, you let us wait for half an hour." "Sorry, Mr. Luo," Sanjay quickly explained, "I actually came before 8 o'clock. Just go to the warehouse to pick up the protective clothing, and then there is a set of disinfection procedures at the door. So all right." Needless to say, Varro rudely interrupted Sanjay's words. "It's the day shift now. It's your turn to guard the corpses, and the kid Garawa has also asked for leave, so you will be here during the day." No problem." Sanjay is still a little confused now. He doesn't know why the two suddenly hated this job. After all, Varro and the others were exposed to this job 1 or 2 years earlier than themselves. "Go hard, poor Sanjay." The colleague next to Varro also came forward, patted Sanjay's shoulder with some pity, and his rude gesture made Sanjay feel painful. Speaking, the two left here quickly, as if they didn't want to stay longer for a second. Until the two left, Sanjay looked towards the morgue, only to find that the rows of corpses covered with white cloth were bulging. It seemed that the white cloth was not a single corpse at all, but several people stacked together. The appearance of formation. It wasn't until then that he remembered to ask Varro what was going on and why these corpses were not put in the freezer. But Varro had already left at this time. "When I got off work yesterday, these corpses were not here yet, which means that so many people died in the hospital overnight." Sanjay was a little puzzled. He counted a little, and suddenly realized that there were a total of 15 stretchers here. That is, 15 corpses. In desperation, he opened an empty drawer, and then walked to the stretcher closest to him, ready to look at the grades tied to the feet of the deceased. This is his job to bring these. All the corpses were put in the freezer to prevent rotting until the police or family members came to claim them. However, when he uncovered the white cloth in front of him, he was suddenly stunned. Under the white cloth, 3 pairs of blue and white feet appeared. 3 pairs of feet represent the bodies of 3 people, because an ordinary person only has 1 pair of feet. "What the hell?" Sanjay murmured. He didn't understand why the 3 corpses were stacked on a stretcher. Whether the hospital was for reputation, or for preventing family complaints, he would not do it. Thinking of this, he took off the whole white cloth directly. In an instant, a twisted corpse appeared in front of Sanjay. This corpse? No, these 3 corpses are chaotically mixed together like conjoined babies. 2 of the corpses' heads are connected in series like a bottle gourd, and the head of the 3rd corpse is drooping to one side. Apart from this, the bodies of the 3 people are bloated and completely integrated like buckets. There is no gap in the junction, as if they are naturally connected like this. Chaos, distortion, madness. The moment Sanjay saw the corpse, 3 words flashed in his mind. Although there was no blood on the body, the expressions of the 3 were not hideous at all. But for some reason, he feeling a pain in my brain. A desire to vomit filled his consciousness. "No, you can't spit it out." I finally had breakfast. When Sanjay was about to vomit, he couldn't help but remember that this breakfast was going to last until the evening, so if he vomited at this time, I'm afraid he won't be able to eat any more food in a day. Time comes, my stomach will also have fiercely attacks, making myself very painful all day. Thinking of this, he forcibly stopped his desire to vomit, suppressing the physiological reaction. Sanjay understood why these corpses were not put in the freezer, because these corpses were so large that the freezer that was originally designed to place the corpses could not be inserted. What happened to these corpses? What happened to them? At this moment, Sanjay thought with horror. Super USB Chapter 537. Super USB Chapter 537. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. To spend a day with these weird corpses requires great will. Although Sanjay had adapted to being with the corpses long ago, he still felt extremely palpitations and malice when faced with these corpses. Yes, it's malicious. These corpses seem to be alive. Those twisted corpses not only distorted themselves, but also distorted Sanjay's spirit all the time. Staying with each other every second is a torment. However, Sanjay still stretched out his trembling hands and uncovered the white cloth on the second stretcher. Then the third, the fourth, the farther behind. Sanjay only felt that his spirit was about to be distorted. He wanted to close his eyes, but as soon as he closed his mind, these corpses appeared in his mind. He wanted to forget, but it can't be done anyway. The appearance of these corpses seemed to penetrate deeply into his mind, like a sharp knife constantly churning in his mind, making his spirit suffer extremely intensely. Unconsciously, Sanjay fainted completely. Merge, merge. Everyone is lonely. Only merge into one, merge into one. In the dream, endless whispers came, and an inexplicable nightmare began to erode Sanjay's mind, making him constantly frowns. Hey, wake up. I don't know how long it took. When Sanjay felt someone pushing him, he slowly opened his eyes, but saw several people who were also wrapped in protective clothing and wearing polyethylene helmets. People stand in front of themselves. Sanjay wanted to rub his eyes subconsciously, but only fully awake when his hand was blocked by the face mask. He stood up on the wall and looked towards the people in front of him blankly. There are 5 people in front of you. They are all forensic doctors who frequent the morgue and perform autopsies here. Mr. Forensic Doctor, hello. Sanjay bowed quickly, guiltily not daring to look up at the crowd. What's the matter? It's working hours. Are you sleeping here? The forensic doctor asked a little amusedly. So you can fall asleep? No, I didn't. Sanjay stumbled, The forensic doctor waved his hand, apparently just asking casually, we have taken over this place temporarily. We are going to dissection these corpses next. If there are no other questions, you can go out first. Yes. Sanjay was about to be amnesty immediately. He ran out without even think, and went through the temporary passageway to the disinfection room again. The previous bionic man named Joey still stood faithfully in his post. Remind Sanjay how to disinfect his body and take off his protective clothing. However, after taking off the protective clothing, he was not at all and was asked to leave from the exit. Joey pointed to the aisle on the other side. After disinfection, please go here. Where is this? Sanjay was suddenly puzzled. He looked at Joey, and the bionic immediately explained. Dear Mr. Sanjay, according to the regulations, after touching the corpse, you need to be isolated for a short time. In the next month, you will be responsible for managing the morgue during the day, and at night you will follow this passage to live in the isolation room prepared by the hospital for you. Wait. I didn't touch those corpses, Sanjay said quickly. I wear protective clothing all the time, and there is no exposed probability. Don't worry, this is just a process, that's all. Joy smiled again and replied, but there was no smile from the heart on that stiff face. But my family, Sanjay still wants to argue. We have notified your family. The bionics blocked the last road. The hospital has signed an agreement with them and obtained their consent. So please rest assured. In desperation, Sanjay reluctantly walked into the passage on the other side. At the end of the passage, There is a newly built isolation area. The walls in the isolation area are all pure white, with numbers from 1 to 10 marked on it according to the brand. At this time, another bionic person appeared in the corridor. It pointed to room 1 road. "Dear Mr. Sanjay, please enter isolation room number 5. Sanjay nodded. He opened the door of isolation room number 5 and suddenly saw 2 figures. At the moment of seeing these 2 figures, Sanjay suddenly became dry for some reason. His heart throbbed fiercely for a moment, and then this feeling disappeared without a trace. Sanjay was stunned. He was a little uncertain whether the throbbing just now was an illusion. But he didn't see the 2 people in the house until then. Vero? Sanjay immediately understood that they were indeed the 2 who had just left in the morning and were doing the same job with him. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them did not leave, but were isolated like themselves. "Sanjay, you are here too." At this time, Vero did not look like the morning. He sat on his thin bed, looking towards all around in despair. "We are trapped and cannot go back." "It's not trapped, we are just isolated," Sanjay replied. "What's the difference then?" Vero collapsed a little. He fiercely hammered the wall in front of him. "I should have thought of it. Those corpses are definitely some kind of infectious disease. I am afraid we are all infected." "No. We wear protective clothing. That kind of protective clothing is very expensive. This also means that the hospital will not abandon us easily." Sanjay wanted to cheer up the colleague in front of him. "Is it possible? How can we people be taken seriously by the hospital?" Vero is still desperate. "It won't take long for us to become like those twisted and fused corpses, and become corpses that have lost their lives but fused together." However, before Vero finished speaking, there was another sound of footsteps outside the door. Sanjay quickly walked to the door and wanted to open the door to check the situation, but it was only then that I found out that the door of the isolation room, it was locked. Several groups of people have entered just now. Seeing Sanjay's actions, Vero was a little bit frustrated. All the people who have had contact with the body, including their relatives, medical staff, us, and even the police. All have been isolated. How is it possible? When I heard this, Sanjay was completely stunned by Blackwatch's handwriting. I don't know how long it has passed. Gradually, Vero and his companions also recovered from their excitement. In addition, the 2 of them were on a night shift, and they were very tired at this time. After eating the food delivered through the window outside the isolation room, not long before they passed, the 2 fell asleep on their own beds, and the deafening snoring of the 2 came from the entire isolation room. Sanjay sat silently on his bed, holding the food in the lunchbox and eating quietly. In the lunchbox, it turned out to be the curry rice he rarely seen. The rice in the meal is golden, just as dazzling as gold in the sun, and the curry is also extremely delicious. This kind of box lunch, even he can only eat a meal when he occasionally works overtime. After all, he is actually not a formal employee of the hospital, and he is not qualified to enter the restaurant for meals. If he wants to eat the working meals of the hospital, he must have an official employee certificate, and he has been using temporary documents for the past 3 years. But I don't know why. Maybe it's because I saw such a horrifying sight during the day. Inside, there was an inexplicable throbbing patter. The lunchbox in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. The golden yellow curry flowed out of it, but Sanjay stood up stiffly, turned and looked towards the 2 people on the bed behind him. At this time, Vero and 2 were sleeping soundly. Looking at the 2 people on the opposite bed, for some reason, Sanjay's expression at this time is a little weird. In that face, I couldn't tell what kind of expression it was. It seemed to be painful, entangled, and it seemed to carry an inexplicable longing. Merge, merge. Everyone is lonely. Only merge into one, merge into one. Gradually a bewitching voice came in my mind. At first the voice was extremely small, but as he walked towards the 2 of them step by step, the voice grew louder in his mind, and eventually even drowned his thoughts, overwhelming everything. Everyone is alone, merge. Only merge into one. The voice in his mind was like a violent storm attacking his only reason. Sanjay walked to the 2 of them step by step, then slowly extended the hand, and touched the other's face. Immediately, something strange happened. When Sanjay touched his right hand to the opponent's face, his hand was deformed a little bit. The flesh and skeleton seemed to become another substance, and at the same time they were also deformed on the face of the opponent. His hand seemed to be plunged into the muddy water, directly into the opponent's head. At this moment, Sanjay's mouth showed a sense of morbid satisfaction. Boom! However, just as he wanted to continue to lean down for more fusion, the door was suddenly knocked open by fiercely. Several soldiers in black combat uniforms with guns rushed in. One of the soldiers not even think shot Sanjay directly in the arm. In the next second, Sanjay's arm skeleton burst suddenly, and he let out a scream that didn't look like a human being, and rushed towards the soldier in front of him like crazy. However, his physique could not be compared with the soldier in front of him. The opponent just casually flew out, and Sanjay flew out again and fell heavily to the ground. Then, the remaining few people rushed up, tied Sanjay tightly, and then led out of the isolation room. One of the remaining soldiers stepped forward and looked at the person on the bed, but found that because Sanjay merged the right hand into his head, the brain was destroyed and he was already unable to die again. On the other side of the bed, the man named Varro opened his eyes in confusion. What happened? Varro was awakened by the movement in the house, but only saw Sanjay being dragged out, and a soldier standing in front of him, wrapped in a black combat uniform. The soldier didn't say anything, he just glanced at Varro, then exited the room again, leaving Varro with a blank face. The fusion has been interrupted. At this moment, in an underground hall in Namibia on the other side of Earth, Chen is looking at the screen of In the Sky. What is displayed on it is the image of Sanjay's fusion colleague just now. It has been confirmed that the protective clothing cannot prevent the infection. Little X's voice came, but the good news at the moment is that this kind of weird fusion phenomenon is not effective on Dark Knight. Even if Dark Knight entered and exited these isolation rooms many times, he was not infected and fused. Traces. Chen didn't speak. He just watched silently as the Punjabi named Sanjay was taken into a secret laboratory and began a full-scale investigation, including his broken right arm, his brain and internal organs. And blood, all have been tested in all directions. The test results are exactly the same as those in the Spire experimental base. Half an hour later, Xiao X continued. No signs of genetic mutation, microbial infection, etc. were found. Just like those fused corpses, everything is normal, and nothing beyond the scope of humans has been discovered. Are there no traces of memetic effects? Chen still asked uncertainly. Absolutely not. Little X is very sure, although memetic weapons can do everything now, but if it is a memetic, I can immediately detect it. On hearing this, Chen stood up and paced around. Since this time, he has conducted dozens of experiments, whether it is recording the scene of the fusion, or dissection and studying the fused corpse, or just like before. During the fusion process, I didn't find the slightest. The protoplasmic fluid in the meteorite does represent an alien organism, but it is not infectious. In other words, from the biological nature, it will not infect human cells or even deeper DNA. It is completely a harmless thing, even rich in protein, can be directly consumed by any animal. For this reason, the Minaret experiment base has also done experiments to allow animals and even Delta-level experimenters to drink that liquid, and the result of the experiment is that no matter whether it is an animal or a human, there is no sign of infection. However, the Delta-level experimenters who drink the protoplasmic liquid have also begun to have that kind of strange dream. By this time, the Minaret has already grasped a trace of the law, that is, whether it is animals or plants, this protoplasmic liquid has no effect, or even humans. But the weird thing is that although humans have no effect on their bodies, they start to have strange dreams, and once they encounter humans who have also been in contact with protoplasmic fluids, the two will merge strangely under certain conditions. This kind of fusion is beyond the known physical phenomenon, because the human body is not liquid. How can it be fused at will? This is a mystery that is terrifying for careful consideration. Furthermore, it's not impossible if you suddenly interrupt the fusion process. For example, just like before, interrupt Sanjay's fusion. Once interrupted, the fusion will stop temporarily, but the fused person will lose his mind. Became very offensive, and gradually his brain was exhausted, and he was completely brain dead within 10 hours. It has no effect on animals, but it has an effect on humans. Chen Chen frowned and stared at the screen. At the same time, it has no effect on Dark Knight. Then can you think that the body fluids of this kind of alien creatures can only cause self-conscious creatures? Impact? But how did he infect humans while wearing protective clothing? Could it be that? Chen Chen seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly squinted his eyes, revealing a gloomy light. Super USB Chapter 538. Super USB Chapter 538. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The Minaret Experimental Base. Inside a 5th-level biosafety laboratory. A dozen researchers stood in the command room, silently watching 2 Delta-level experimenters lying outside the window on the experimental platform. The 2 experimenters were given a lot of sedatives and fell asleep, and he was completely exposed to the laboratory air without wearing any protective equipment. And these 2 people, one has been infected with protoplasmic fluid before, and the other has been transported into the laboratory for the first time and has not been infected before. This experiment request was personally sent by X-111, asking for the highest authority of the Minaret experiment, Your Excellency Chen Chen. Although Chen Chen's intention is not well understood, the supervisor of this laboratory still intends to fulfill Chen Chen's request faithfully. According to the above instructions, put the infected person in the isolation chamber. In the command room, the research director was instructed, and several bionics immediately followed suit. The Division of Labor clearly sent the infected Delta-level experimenter into the isolation chamber. The so-called isolation cabin is a kind of closed sleeping bag made of soft plastic that can fit into a person, with an oxygen device next to it, which can automatically supply oxygen inside. After doing all this, the supervisor continued to speak. Now release a conscious infected person, let him enter the laboratory, and at the same time let all the bionics exit. These commands were followed by the bionics one after another, and then a Delta-level experimenter with a fearful expression was released. This was an Oombo clansman. He looked at all around in horror and saw those. It was only after the bionic man who had held him left behind that he paced around with some uncertainty. However, he could only see a large number of instruments in the laboratory, and 2 stretcher carts in the center of the laboratory. As for the people behind the observation window on the 2nd floor, he could not see at all, because the observation window in the laboratory is just a mirror, that's all. On the experiment platform, 2 of his companions are lying. One of them is fully exposed, and the other is enclosed in an isolation cabin. The experimenter who had not been infected before and was completely exposed to the laboratory environment was marked as number 1, while the experimenter who was sealed and already infected was number 2. However, when he saw experimenter number 2 in the isolation cabin, his expression suddenly became stiff. His face was slightly distorted, as if he was struggling with something. This kind of entanglement only lasted for a moment. Gradually, his eyes became more and more rigid, and at the same time he began to walk step by step in the direction of the 2 stretchers. Seeing this scene, all the researchers standing in the command room immediately understood that the infected person had already triggered a state of fusion at this time. Sure enough, the infected person turned a blind eye to number 1. He went straight to the number 2 test bed, which was already infected but was enclosed in the isolation chamber, and roughly tore open the isolation chamber. When exposed, the infected person suddenly showed a satisfying expression. The corners of his mouth were slightly tilted, and at the same time, the whole person lay down on the other person. Following the sound of squirming flesh and blood, the 2 infected people slowly merged in the gaze of many researchers. Very well, Next is the control group. The position of the comatose number 1 remains unchanged. The fused corpse will be cleaned out and replaced by a group of number 2 players. Following the supervisor's order, another person who was also infected and also given a sedative, the experimenter who had passed out of a coma, was lifted up and put him in a new isolation chamber. But this time, number 1 was filled with dozens of milliliters of protoplasmic liquid. According to everyone's known infection rules, at this time number 1 has definitely been infected. After that, everyone waited for about 3 hours, trying to eliminate errors as much as possible, and then a sane infected person was released again. In everyone's minds, since a sane infected person has been put in, according to the principle of priority, this infected person will inevitably merge with number 1 first. Although number 1 was not infected before, it is now, after being infused with protoplasmic fluid, it was definitely infected. It is surprising that in the end, the infected person still chose number 2. What's the matter? Shouldn't number 1 have been infected? The director of the laboratory suddenly showed a puzzled expression. Is it because the infection is not deep enough? In order to answer the doubt, they waited again for 3 hours and then repeated the above experiment. However, the new infected person still chose number 2, as if number 1 does not exist. Could it be that number 1 is not at all infected? Everyone in the entire laboratory showed a suspicious expression. But, how is this possible? In a few hours, this experiment has been carried out more than 10 times. At first, many people think it will be an error, but every time the fusion is caused by the infected, they choose the second in the isolation chamber, and the other side is always exposed. Number 1 not at all the infected choose to fuse. In the end, the supervisor even withdrew the option of number 2 directly, and then let a conscious infected person come in, but the result was still the same. And all the infected were always unwilling to merge with number 2. What's the matter? Even if a person in a coma is exposed to a lot of extraterrestrial protoplasmic fluid, they will not be infected by this fluid. Some people suddenly asked in surprise, how is it possible? Many people disordered and in a mess quarreled. But they didn't know that, far deep underground, Chen Chen had completely exposed his expression. He stood up as if grabbing something, and paced around again. Is that really the case? Me? I didn't even think about it before. Your godfather? Xiao X's voice came. If there is no problem in this experiment, wouldn't it mean that unconscious people will not be infected by protoplasmic fluid? Yes, the infected person wants to fuse, but in the face of number 1 without any protective measures, they ignore number 2. But must fuse with number 2 in the isolation chamber? What does this mean? Chen Chen asked. Doesn't this mean that the unconscious person cannot be infected? Because there is no infection, the infected person will not choose the unconscious person as the fusion object. Then the question is, why, as long as you are in a coma, you can drink the protoplasmic fluid directly without infection? What is the difference between a comatose person and an ordinary person? The simple answer is that they are not conscious. As Chen Chen talked to himself, he couldn't help taking a deep breath, only feeling the beating of his heart peng-peng, unable to tell whether he was excited or afraid. After abandoning everything impossible, no matter how absurd the remaining option is, then all will be the final answer. That is to say, this kind of protoplasmic fluid from outside the sky does not infect our body, but our consciousness. This is an infection of consciousness. Consciousness infection? Little X murmured in a low voice. No wonder that dead people cannot be infected, animals and plants cannot be infected, even people in a comatose state cannot be infected, but even conscious people wearing protective clothing cannot prevent infection. At this moment, all the clues are revealed like a cocoon. Only this explanation can explain why some people have been quarantined, but the infected people ignore them and instead select those unconscious people who are quarantined in the isolation chamber. Reasons for integration. However, Xiao X suddenly face changed again. If it is really a consciousness infection, doesn't it mean that all the researchers at the Spire experimental base are also infected? No, it should be impossible. But Chen Chen shook the head very confidently. It's not a memetic, How can you get infected when you observe it from the outside? This phenomenon of fusion death is absolutely impossible to rely on visual transmission. Only memes are ghosts. It will spread by visual and auditory means. So in my inference, at least two conditions must be met to cause infection of protoplasmic fluid. First, it must be conscious contact. Second, it is distance. Chen Chen concluded, no matter how powerful the infection ability is, there will be distance limitations, whether it is a virus or a bacteria. So of course the protoplasmic fluid that can infect human consciousness is also the same. Understand? Whether it is watching, reaching, hearing, touching, or touching the infected dead corpses, or even touching the protoplasmic fluid, will not cause infection. The real cause of infection is consciousness and distance. Only when these 2 points are reached, will you encounter that protoplasm liquid infection. It turned out to be the distance. Xiao X suddenly thought, if you didn't make a mistake in judgment, I think this distance may not be far. It can even be said to be very close. The range does not exceed a radius of 2 meters, more than a radius of 2 meters. If you are conscious, the protoplasmic fluid and the fused corpses cannot infect humans. Otherwise the scientists who are studying in the command room in the Minaret experimental base would have been recruited. Yes, the reason why I judged that distance is a factor is because consciousness is difficult to define this thing. Chen Chen nodded and said with emotion, human consciousness diverges. What people see with their eyes, hear with their ears, and touch with their body is also the contact at the level of consciousness. If there is no distance limit, then the number of infected people is definitely more than that, so the limited distance for this infection is definitely not far. I think like you, this distance is between 1 and 2 meters. After inferring all this, Chen Chen only felt that his thoughts became smoother and smoother. Under his command, the Minaret moved again and began to use more Delta-level experimenters for distance testing. After dozens of experiments, he died. More than 100 Delta-level experimenters finally tested that the infection radius of this protoplasmic fluid was 118.36 centimeters. In other words, as long as it exceeds this distance, it is completely safe to stand by and watch the corpses. But why is there a virus that infects consciousness? Can consciousness also affect the body? Up to this time, Xiao X is still a little confused. If it is a meme, it is normal, but they are not a meme. It is just an ordinary biological protoplasm, that's all. Are you talking about supernatural? Chen Chen lifts the head from thinking, no. This is not supernatural. It's like the power in my mind field energy. Although field energy is invisible and innocent, it can affect matter and make me make actions that go beyond Newton's laws. If I am not mistaken, there may be weird forces similar to field energy in this protoplasmic liquid. Even if it is supernatural and beyond the scope of science, it is only nature beyond our human understanding. We humans understand the science of that's all. Humans often use terms such as supernatural and divine vestige to describe things they don't understand. But are all these really beyond science? Even memes are within the scientific system, let alone this kind of fusion died. Chen Chen concluded, so, the protoplasmic liquid we are facing is just an unknown science, that's all. And what we have to do now is to find a countermeasure to stop what is happening. X, send the deduced information to the Blacklight Foundation, so that all continents of the world can get the news. As long as this law is mastered, the disaster may be suppressed. Understood, I have sent the message. Little X replied, but the situation is not so good. The fusion death event is still in the explosive stage. Now it has been a week since the meteorite fell. There have been more than 100,000 deaths. Although the protoplasmic liquid fell on Earth 3 to 5, it loses its activity every day. But every time it infects a human, that person becomes a new source of infection. At present, the whole world has suspended shipping routes, blocked ports, and even the internet is constantly blocking similar comments. But ordinary persons have also noticed something wrong, especially many cities and regions are closed according to the model established by the survey. the entire society is likely to collapse after half a month. We must hurry up and find a way to suppress it. And, even you, Xiao X stopped speaking suddenly, his tone a little frustrated. Chen Chen just shook the head, and he himself was infected with this kind of ghost. Although it is still in the incubation period, this is also because he did not meet the second infected person, that's all. Once he leaves here, it is likely that he will immediately, when consciousness merges uncontrollably, by then, oneself is dead. But, do you want to stay in such a dark place for the rest of your life? Not only that, Chen Chen realized that every time he went to sleep, he would continue to have that kind of weird nightmare. It seems that there is a will in the dark that is constantly urging to integrate himself with other infected people, but Chen Chen's will higher, that's all temporarily little impact. But as time passed, he could feel that the will was getting bigger and bigger, and he couldn't refuse it. Chen Chen suspects that as more and more people die, their consciousness will become the nourishment for that will, making it stronger and stronger. Although this conjecture sounds too illusory, and even Chen Chen himself does not want to believe it, but he feels that his worries are about to become reality. Something that modern science cannot understand is gradually waking up with human life as a nutrient. Super USB Chapter 539. Super USB Chapter 539. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The sun goddess snail, an ancient creature that existed 500 million years ago, was extinct about 400 million years ago. It is an invertebrate gastropod and is considered to be the first to evolve a hard shell, one of the mollusks. This creature lives in the deep sea, but because its existence is too early, humans' understanding of it is limited to the fossil structure. But based on the known stoneman species, it can be inferred that this creature should be hermaphrodite. They can multiply without mating. Not only that, they also have a special rotatable nerve. This kind of nerve tissue does not have a nerve center. The body and the nerve are separated. After the body tissue dies, the rotatable nerve can continue to survive. And their shells belong to their own secretions, just like the annual rings of a tree. The longer they live, the more annual rings on the shell. They just reproduce in their own hard shells from generation to generation. When the old life dies, the new life will replace the dead body to continue to survive. Although this biological characteristic limits its number, as long as the living environment allows, its ring-shaped nerve and network cell structure will propagating endlessly in the shell. Chen Chen sat in the chair and looked at the screen in front of him. In the screen, a paleontologist from the steeple was telling a group of people. The hornet's undead insect is also a strange creature of this kind of round nerve. It is located between the invertebrate and semispine, and has a protective shell similar to the sun goddess snail. It has no natural enemies in nature, unless it can be eaten whole and digested completely with gastric juice. Otherwise it can still survive as long as a part of the neural network is left behind. This creature became extinct in the Triassic, and its final extinction, just like those huge insects, was due to the jumping of like changes in the oxygen content in the atmosphere. After the paleontologist said this, he faced everyone again. These primordial lives can be described as a kind of immortal monster. You can imagine that your brain will never die. And although your body will age and die, your brain will never. You can continue to replace the new body and keep you alive. Speaking of this, the paleontologist laughed. Of course, this is just a metaphor. The reason why this insect can do all this is not because its life form is higher than that of humans. On the contrary, it is caused by its low-level life form. Their cells are far less differentiated than ours, so they can regenerate unrestrictedly, just like a bug card. At the same time, this behavior also limits its evolution so that they can survive for hundreds of millions of years. The protoplasmic fluid we are currently encountering is exactly this kind of primordial organisms. What is strange is that these protoplasmic fluids do not contain neural networks, but they can pass through some kind of the way of understanding infects our consciousness and causes the phenomenon of fusion among multiple infected people. This kind of extraterrestrial life, it seems to have regarded us humans as its neural network. It wants to resurrect and resurrect by relying on humans. Because of our Blackwatch company's contribution in this disaster, we have already obtained the naming rights for this creature. So after internal consultations within the company, we gave this newly discovered creature a name called Consciousness Stealer, meaning a stealer of consciousness. At this time, Xiao X is standing behind Chen Chen. She rubs her shoulders for Chen Chen like a little maid, and at the same time said, "The progress of the research on those protoplasms is very slow. It seems to be a bit picky. Don't need the low-level ones. Only high-level creatures like humans can meet its requirements. Not enough time." Chen Chen spit out a few words. There was a circle of dark circles under his eyes. Obviously, he did not sleep well during this period. Human society will not be able to support it for long. There has been a small-scale panic and it is still spreading. So what shall we do? Little X curl one's lip, a bit distressed. We still don't even know how the enemy did it. Unless the creature is standing in front of us, we might have a chance to find a way. Hearing Xiao X's unintentional words, Chen Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, told Xiao X to stop the massage, and then snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Chen Chen's silhouette was directly projected to the scene. The paleontologist was talking about it, but he found that the big screen behind the venue suddenly flashed and changed to Chen Chen's appearance. "Your Excellency, Mr. Chen." There was a commotion in the crowd. There were 200 to 300 people in the venue. Some of them were old people, some were researchers who had newly joined Blacklight Technology, and many of them were even the first time they met Chen Chen himself. "I have an important task to hand to you." Chen Chen looked at everyone in the audience, and said directly without any opening remarks, "I need to form a research team to clone that kind of life. Who of you is sure?" What? Everyone was shocked. That kind of extraterrestrial creatures are about to wipe out human beings with just a little body fluid. Could it be that they are crazy to clone the monster itself? However, some clear-headed people immediately reacted. If that kind of extraterrestrial creature does appear, maybe they can find a way to fight it. These people's eyes lit up, and suddenly they breathed heavily. "I will form a cloning team. If anyone wants to try, they can sign up in the system." After saying this sentence, Chen Chen's silhouette disappeared again. "Your godfather?" Xiao X tilted his head. "Do you really want to clone that kind of thing?" The other party is also carbon-based. Although we don't know the environment and temperature of the culture, we try one by one at the worst. Chen Chen rubbed his aching temples and thought, as you said, the infection rate in the whole world is increasing day by day, and human society is facing panic. It will soon be impossible to hide it. Now we only have dead horses. As a living horse doctor, there is one way to go, but the research on protoplasmic fluids can't be put aside, so we'd better do both. "Yes, the situation is bad enough anyway," Little X helplessly said. "So, tell the 4 great continents district of our decision." Chen Chen nodded, then chuckled lightly. "By the way, be prepared for the experiment to run out of control." After Chen Chen personally gave the order, a new research group was immediately formed in the steeple, with more than 100 people joining in. These researchers are divided into 10 research groups. Everyone has the same job, which is to extract the corresponding genes from the protoplasm and then clone them. However, what everyone did not expect was that the cloning of this kind of creature was far simpler than everyone thought. A few days later, the 5 research teams have all produced results. These people just used the environment in which human embryos grow. The only difference is the ratio of nutrition and the temperature of cultivation. Under these variables, everyone has sent good news, claiming that they have successfully cloned the owner of the protoplasmic liquid. Can the embryos of this organism grow at a temperature of 35 degrees, 36 degrees, 37 degrees to 39 degrees? Chen Chen showed a surprised expression. Not only that, Little X reminded, the nutrients provided by these groups to the embryos include minerals, urea, uric acid, creatinine, glucose, amylase, etc. And those embryos are all absorbed as usual, and even if the ratios are different, it doesn't have much impact either. It's far from being as delicate as life on Earth. A slight difference in proportion will lead to embryo death. This kind of creature is simply an existence that can grow no matter what the environment. When I heard this, Chen Chen not only didn't have any happy expression, but was even more worried. This can only show that this creature is extremely adaptable. However, when Chen Chen was full of surprises, Xiao X said again, "Not good, your godfather, just now for the convenience of management. We put these 5 living embryos into the same laboratory, but among them 4 embryos died suddenly." Oh, Chen Chen expression moved. He looked up and looked towards the screen. The screen immediately switched to the scene of a laboratory. Only the command room of that laboratory was seen. Many people ran eagerly, with anxious faces on their faces. Expression. Look towards the data on the data board in front of you from time to time. Sudden death? Chen Chen's heart moved. Yes. Little X nodded. Originally, the life form signs of these embryos were very stable, but after they were moved into this laboratory, the life form signs of 4 of them dropped almost at a rapid rate in the form of cliffs. But it doesn't. All 4 embryos died within seconds. This is probably not an accident. Chen Chen thought for a while, but not at all showed a strange expression. He just explained, "Isn't that the case with a bee colony? In a beehive, there will always be only one queen bee. This is a normal biological phenomenon. The reason is because the queen bee suppresses the pheromone of the colony. Unless a group of bees split, a new queen will be produced. Since this kind of monster can infect human consciousness, it is not normal for similar phenomena to occur. Within a certain area, only one embryo will always survive." Hearing this, Xiao X suddenly felt stunned. "Tell the group of people not to worry. The protoplasmic liquid freezes into ice and is wrapped in a meteorite of thousands of degrees and will not die. Judging by this powerful life form sign, it is not so easy to die." Chen Chen continued to open the mouth and said, "Of course, we can't put all the eggs in one basket and tell the other groups that their mission remains the same until the embryo of this monster is cultivated." Yes. Time passes day by day. Outside the world, cases of fusion deaths are still increasing, reaching millions of cases in just 1 month. This is still a situation where various officials have tried their best to suppress, and the intensity of suppression is far greater than that of the virus war in 2020. However, in the face of this protoplasmic fluid that can use consciousness as a channel for infection, countries have always been helpless. The pressure on all continents of the world is increasing, and the public is gradually unable to keep it. And the official websites of all continents are not idle. They are also looking for countermeasures in their own way, and some of them are secretly cloned and cultivated in the monster, trying to find the weakness of the monster after the monster is cultivated. At this time, the earliest embryo in the spy lab has developed to fist-sized. This clone monster grows many times faster than Earth creatures. It only takes half a month to reach fist-sized. Many people are still discussing whether they should be the same as human clones. To a certain extent, embryos are transferred into artificial endometrium. In the end, the transplant was indeed successful. But the artificial endometrium died completely in only a few days. It was completely unable to withstand the growth rate of this embryo. Lost the base bed, just when the humans thought that the experiment was about to fail. Something even more shocking occurred to them. The other party did not need to attach at all. It directly used the life incubator as its growth environment and grew up a little bit. Seeing this, the researchers simply inserted the catheter into the embryo to directly supply various nutrients. The embryo was also harvested as it was. It only took a few days to grow from a small accomplishment of a few microns to one the size of the fist. Now, this embryo can no longer be called an embryo. According to biology, it is already a fetus. At this time, in this laboratory, there are still bionics busy coming in and out, because humans cannot get close to the 1.1836 meters of each other, so they can still only be replaced by bionics. At this time, Several researchers were sitting in the command room, and one of the raw-looking men controlled the bionic to come to the life incubator and quietly stared at the ball of meat inside. Yes, it was a ball of meat that was round in shape and black in color. At this time, the meat ball is creeping slowly at a frequency of once every few seconds, and the surface of the meat ball is uneven, and there are many small cracks. It's like a closed mouth. Little darling. The raw-looking man put his head close to the screen, staring at the meat ball on the screen, and murmured, "Little darling, what kind of monster are you?" An expression of excitement and infatuation appeared in his eyes, which matched his rough appearance, giving people a sickly killer feeling. However, just as he brought his face closer and closer, suddenly, those small gaps seemed to move, and the man suddenly started, and he rubbed his eyes, thinking that these all are illusions. But the next second, suddenly all those gaps split open. One after another pure black pupils appeared in front of the man. What? The man was startled. He only heard a plop. He sat down on the ground, and the stool under him flew out. Ha 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 ha. The others ha ha laughed suddenly. What are you laughing at? The man glared at everyone dissatisfiedly, then patted his butt and stood up and re-supported the stool. This monster has opened his eyes. It showed signs of opening its eyes yesterday. A blonde female researcher walked by him. This thing changes every day, and the ghost knows what it will look like in the end. This thing is a devil. Super USB Chapter 540. Super USB Chapter 540. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After the consciousness stealers in the life incubator develop from embryonic state to fetal state, they begin to grow up at an exponential rate. On the first day, it was only fist-sized, but by the end of the first day, its body size was directly doubled to the size of a pineapple. Not only that, on the original uneven skin, one after another eyes were completely opened. This monster kept blinking and looked curiously towards the outside world through the tempered glass of the life-hatching chamber, seeming to be observing the action of the bionic move. Its eyes are like a black crystal, irregularly inlaid on a black sarcoma. There are not many, only about 15. On the third day, the conscious stealer continued to grow up. Its size has reached the size of a winter melon, and on the underside of the black body, one after another sarcoma began to grow, and its body was slightly spherical, stretched, like a winter melon. On the side of the winter melon, there are 4 small things that seem like spikes sticking out. This ghost. In the laboratory, 8 researchers watched this meatball grow up little by little, and the raw-looking researcher looked at the reports printed out by the printer beside him. Only half a month. These reports had been accumulated. Since CI is so thick, it includes all the data of this meatball from birth to now. Prepare for an hourly CT scan. On the side, the blonde female researcher looked at her watch, opened the mouth and said, "Following this order, the bionics in the laboratory stretched several pieces of equipment from the top of the life incubator. It was a device that looked like a bridge hole. This device wrapped the other party, and then monster within the things of the body are revealed little by little. Very simple coalinterate. 2 images appeared on the screen in front of everyone at the same time. They were cross-sectional views of the front and side of the meatball. As the lenses of the 2 images advanced at the same time, it seemed like a perspective, and the screen went directly into the meatball within. The body shows the structure of the cross-section of the meatball a little bit. The long strip is indeed the digestive organ. What is that thing that looks like a human liver? I don't know, but a needle biopsy can be done. Those things like the tree diagram should be its nerve system. Its within the body is unexpectedly simple, and it is not even comparable to the lower creatures of leech and earthworm. What about its brain? Why didn't it see the brain? Idiot. Where is the brain of this primordial life? Everyone talked in a word. Go for a needle biopsy. I hope this little brat can bear it. After some conversation, an old researcher immediately ordered. As he gave the order, a mechanical arm also penetrated from the top of the life incubator, and at the very front of the mechanical arm was a thick needle. As the needle gets closer and closer, in the end, The needle goes directly to the side of the meatball and penetrates a little bit. The meatball trapped in the small CT device suddenly trembled, and the eyes on its body suddenly opened round, and at the same time, a vertical gap in the center of the body surface suddenly opened, as if screaming. The opponent's heartbeat is accelerating, and the heartbeat frequency reaches 1,500 times per minute. The rough man looked at the data on the screen and exclaimed, "Is the other party scared? Or does he feel pain?" No one knows the answer. After the puncture, all equipment was retracted again, and the meatball was re-released in the amniotic fluid. It's just that no one noticed that after the opponent screamed, a tiny crack appeared on the wall of the life incubator. At the same time, in the dark eyes of the meatball, what is reflected is not the scene in the laboratory, but the second floor of the laboratory, the rows of observation windows. On the next fourth day, the meatball continued to elongate, completely turning into a cashew shape with a wide upper part and a narrow lower part. At this point, the meatball has clearly distinguished the difference between the abdomen and the chest, and those one after another eyes are exactly on the chest. As for the abdomen, except for the vertical mouth, the bottom of the abdomen began to grow densely packed with countless cauliflower-like protrusions. Through the CT scan, everyone recognized that this thing, like a cauliflower tumor, turned out to be the other's gonads. Not only that, the 4 tiny spikes on both sides of its chest are also growing rapidly, and the 4 spikes are beginning to bend, like 4 young chicken wings, and like the paws of 4 animals. That turned out to be the leg of the meatball. Then the 5th day, 6th day, 7th day, after reaching the fetus, only 1 week later, the meatball in the life incubator has grown from fist-sized to close to the size of the life incubator itself. The space in the incubation warehouse was already very crowded, and the researchers began to discuss transferring the meatball to the large life incubation warehouse where the tyrant was cultivated. At this time, the meatball in the hatching chamber has grown to the extent of 2 meters high and 1 meter 5 meters wide. It has no head, and the breast directly replaces the head position, one after another fist-sized, as if black the liquid crystal is embedded in the chest, and in the middle of the junction between the chest and the abdomen, a vertical mouth part is faintly visible, and its abdomen is completely occupied by the cauliflower tumor-like gonads, like a bunch of flesh-colored grapes hanging under it, and people with intensive phobias can hardly look directly at it. On both sides of his chest, 4 arches longer than his body are close to his body. These 4 arches are like crab's feet. What's even more shocking is that the tips of its limbs have formed a thick layer of cuticle, just like the hoofs of livestock like cattle and sheep. The surface of this monster's body is no longer soft fleshy skin, but has a fold-filled cuticle like tree bark, and its legs and abdomen have begun to show signs of flagella. At this time, when many researchers in the command room were watching the monster in the incubator, they gradually felt a little palpitating. What kind of monster is this? The rough man lay directly on the observation window and silently looked at the training room on the first floor. The consciousness stealer was soaked in the amniotic fluid, his flagella slowly creeping along with the water. According to gene expression, this monster is still only a fetus today. The researcher on the side said with a smile, "If we follow the 3-month gestation period of a conventional creature, when this monster reaches the birth standard, I am afraid it will be as big as a building." Is a building big? The blonde girl is coldly snorted. After all, it is a life in outer space. Even if its adult body is as big as a mountain, I will not be surprised. A big mountain? That's too exaggerated. As this guy grows bigger and bigger, worries have developed on it, afraid of this guy's breakthrough and containment, ready to move this guy out. The researcher next to him was chatting while looking at the data. Just as everyone talked, the needle responsible for the puncture came again from the incubator. This is a daily biopsy task, and because the meatballs are growing up every day, the puncture needles are also from the very beginning. The diameter of a few millimeters has become the diameter of 1 centimeter today, and it looks gleaming cold light. But today, The monster in the hatchery seems a little restless. Just as the puncture needle was about to pierce into the body of the meatball again, the meatball suddenly opened the mouth in the center of the chest without warning, and let out a harsh scream. Hiss. With the sound of scratching like metal rubbing glass, the life incubator that was firmly trapped in it was overwhelmed, and it broke directly. Boom. The pale amniotic fluid gushes out from the shattered hatchery like a torrent, flooding the laboratory. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone in the command room showed a look of shock, and Chief in Charge pressed the alarm button of the laboratory. Not even think. At this time, the meatball-like monster had followed the shattered hatchery and fell to the ground, but it was continuously pulling its limbs, and quickly stood up with its own strength. At this moment, the door on the first floor suddenly opened, and a team of fully armed Dark Knights rushed in directly, but because the monster in front of him was too precious, the little X not at all issued an order to destroy the opponent directly. However, the monster in front of him just opened his mouth. Boom. An invisible force emerged, and this team of Dark Knights burst out from within the body without warning. In an instant, countless blood and meat filled the entire laboratory. It's like slapped a few flies to death. Next moment, this monster raised his chest very anthropomorphically and looked towards the second floor. In the command room, 8 researchers all sucked in a breath of cold air after seeing the monster's formidable power. Several of them ran towards the gate because they didn't even think. They already feel the threat of monster. However, it was gratifying to hear a harsh metal tearing sound behind him. The rough-faced researcher couldn't help turning his head, but saw that the monster had actually torn the protective layer of the command room and came to the second floor. At the same time, the gap in the center of its chest opened instantly. 8 researchers, together with 1 Xeno researcher, are all broken into countless pieces. Hiss. The monster in front of him made a harsh cry again, and its limbs took a step forward. In the next second, the half-meter-thick steel tore like pieces of paper, revealing the corridor behind the door. Consciousness stealers, completely breakthrough and containment. In the middle of the night, Chen Chen was lying on a recliner with his eyes closed. He slept very little these days, because as long as he closed his eyes, he would see that strange dream. In the dream, a voice kept bewitching me, urging myself to find other infected persons and to merge. But at this moment, a little X eagerly shouted in his ear, "Your godfather, the consciousness stealer, has broken through the 5th level biosafety laboratory." The sound came out suddenly. Chen Chen quickly eyes opened and looked towards the little X on the side. The other party broke through and defended. Yes, Xiao X looked urgent, and a surveillance screen immediately appeared in front of her. In the screen, a monster with 4 legs and densely packed abdomen with meatballs broke out of the half-meter-thick steel wall. Charge to the left and dash to the right inside the spire, and any Dark Knight and researchers who stand in front of it will explode directly from the inside. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen couldn't help frowned. What power is that? However, even little X couldn't answer this question. In the next second, they only saw the monster jump suddenly, and it directly broke through the top of the spire, and rushed out of the spire. In an instant, the screen switched to the outside of the spire again, but the silhouette of the opponent was no longer visible in the entire underground cave, and only countless researchers screamed out of the spire. Screams, roars, sounds of help. The entire experimental base is in chaos. Where is the other party? Chen Chen kept switching the monitoring screen. His forehead was left with cold sweat, but no matter how he looked for it, he couldn't find the other person's silhouette. On top. Suddenly, Xiao X said that he switched the screen to the perspective of a Dark Knight, but saw that there was a dark hole at the top of the spire, and a lot of rock debris and mud fell from the hole. The opponent is running to the ground. Xiao X's expression was even more shocked. My godfather, do we want to use the backhand? Don't stop it. Chen Chen gritted his teeth. He stood up, not even think, and walked towards the black ball Gantz not far behind him. The top of the spire is the Life Science City, and it must not be allowed to cause chaos in the city. I must distract it myself. However, The other party possesses some extremely strange power. Anyone will burst out on the spot with just a look. Xiao X quickly persuaded, moreover, you are infected with the other's consciousness virus. Chen Chen didn't speak, he just stood directly in front of the black ball. The next second, the black ball flashed a blue light, illuminating Chen Chen inside. Suddenly, Chen Chen's body began to disappear. But, besides me, no one can fight it. A second before disappearing in front of the black ball, Chen Chen whispered, I have my own measures. Immediately, Chen Chen only felt the blue light flashed in front of him, and he had already appeared in the steeple experimental base. It was only then that he could see that the entire spire building had been destroyed above 1/3, and the fire ignited directly from the top of the spire. But Dark Knight and Bionics had started to organize the fire, and those who fled from the spire building, the researchers who came out, the Dark Knights directly drew their guns at each other, keeping everyone in place, preventing them from jumping everywhere. These people may have been infected. Chen Chen just took a look and then looked away. These follow-up remedial work will naturally be completed by Xiao X. What he has to deal with now is this alien monster cultivated from the protoplasmic liquid consciousness stealer. Chen Chen squinted his eyes. His body directly rose, and flew from the big hole dug by the monster above his head. Pieces of stone and mud fell from the hole, and anyone who wanted to rush in would be hit directly. I can't chase confused at all, but Chen Chen is not included in all this. As soon as the stones fell, they were automatically intercepted by Chen Chen's field energy. He went straight up the hole made by the monster, but this big hole was not vertical, but was constantly winding, so Chen Chen could only move up a little bit at a slow speed, but can't directly catch up with the opponent. Boom! When Chen Chen rose about 500-600 meters, suddenly all the gravel and soil above his head completely stopped falling. Chen Chen suddenly felt a sudden heart, because he knew that this meant that the other party had dug through the soil from the steeple to the surface. That monster really ran out. Super USB Chapter 541. Super USB Chapter 541. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive, imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. In fact, the protection of the minaret is already extremely tight. The depth is more than 100 meters deep underground. There are only 2 elevators at the entrance and exit, and there are nuclear bunker gates that can withstand tactical nuclear warheads. Inside the spire laboratory, there is an alloy armor layer that can withstand the main battle tank shells. Even if it is an alien, you don't want to escape easily. Not only that, the 5th level Biosafety laboratory also has a liquid nitrogen cooling and flame destruction device. The researchers here call it the 2 heavens of ice and fire. Any existence that attempts to break through and contain can only be broken into the sand. It's just that all these defensive measures are as weak as a child in the face of consciousness stealers. The half-meter armor layer is as fragile as a piece of paper. The destruction device simply escapes before it can be activated. This kind of power, already comparable to Chen Chen who has field power. When he got the news that the other party had completely escaped, Chen Chen's heart became tight. Life Science City can be said to be the foundation of blacklight technology. If there is a problem with the world's most famous city of life, even blacklight technology is in the world. The reputation on the website will also be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Chen Chen speeds up, and then rushes up from the ground. However, when he saw the monster in the sky clearly, Chen Chen suddenly showed a very shocked expression, because he actually saw that the other party was floating in midair. That monster has a power similar to field energy. At this time, the monster is suspended 100 meters above a square inch is the Life Sciences City. It opens the vertical mouth parts in the center of its chest and abdomen, and its abdomen expands rapidly. Just like a pufferfish, its abdomen is directly enlarged several times, like a ball. At this moment, although Chen Chen didn't know what the other party was going to do, his heart tightened in vain. No matter what, he wanted to stop it. Want this? Chen Chen rushed directly out of the hole. When the opponent was still 50-60 meters away, the monster seemed to have been hit hard suddenly. as if it had been hit by an invisible baseball bat, flew out towards the distance with a bang. At the same time, the monster's mouth parts made a leaking sound, and its abdomen instantly collapsed. The monster's huge body flies parabolically towards in the sky like a baseball. This is a beautiful home run. Deal with this hole. All those who saw everything just now will deal with amnesia. A killing intent appeared in Chen Chen's eyes. He said casually, and then rose in the sky amidst the horrified expressions of countless people in the square, and immediately broke through the speed of sound. He chased straight in the direction of the monster. The heavy blow just now, even a building could collapse instantly, but when it hit the monster's body, Chen Chen clearly felt a kind of resistance, as if there was an invisible barrier on the opponent's body. It is an attack that directly breaks it into pieces, but only knocks the opponent out. Sure enough, the opponent has powers similar to field energy. Chen Chen's expression gloomy and uncertain, although it's late at night. His body transformed by the T-virus makes his vision far beyond ordinary. He can see that the opponent is now rolling in midair at high speed, which is a kilometer away. One blow is not good for it. With just one blow, Chen Chen shot the opponent out of the scope of Life Science City. Chen Chen quickly approached the opponent at supersonic speed, but he kept his mind in secret. Within his range of 50 meters, the field energy had formed an invisible protective layer. Once the opponent did not retreat and advance, Chen Chen would block immediately. In previous research, he understood that he must never approach the consciousness stealer within a distance of 1.1 meters. At the moment when the attack power was exhausted, the consciousness stealer seemed to finally find balance. Its body swayed twice in midair, and then turned directly, looking towards Chen Chen, who was approaching quickly. Suddenly, Chen Chen's expression changed, and his consciousness began to be disordered. Fuse. Everyone is lonely. Only merge into one. There were countless bewildering thoughts in his mind. At the same time, Chen Chen only felt that his heart began beating at an extremely dangerous speed. His intracranial pressure rose straight. His eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and his skin was red. Even the capillary blood vessels within the body have broken. Suddenly, Chen Chen left the supersonic state directly, and it was difficult to maintain even when he was suspended in midair. This is not that Chen Chen's will is not firm enough, but a pathological disorder, just like a disease. It does not mean that your will is as strong as iron and can overcome all diseases and even death. At this time, Chen Chen's that's the chaos in my mind. Chen Chen tried his best to resist the weirdness and craziness in his mind, and then he seemed to think of something. Suddenly raising his hand, a transparent pill flew into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed the pills, Chen Chen's body fell towards the ground, and at the same time, the consciousness stealer also began to wriggle his body and flew in the direction of Chen Chen. The countless tiny flagella on the monster's body quickly twisted, its mouth parts split, and its abdomen expanded a little again, and its movement was like a jellyfish. Just a jellyfish suspended in the sky. Just as Chen Chen was about to fall from the height of several hundred meters, he suddenly cleared his expression, and the pathological confusion barely recovered. He regained control of his hovering in the air while showing a solemn expression. At this time, Chen Chen's ears, nostrils, and eyes were overflowing with blood, and his skin was as red as boiled shrimp. He squinted his eyes and stared at the approaching consciousness stealer, and suddenly said, "Fire!" Boom! In the next second, a missile drags the tail flame, and strikes directly on the surface of the monster not far away. In an instant, the rays of light rise dazzlingly, but the rays of light are not white, and it is with a bluish color. Napalm. Chen Chen's silhouette retreated as soon as the missile appeared. He stared at the huge flame, but saw a ball of meat in the flame charge to the left and dash to the right, but its body the surface was contaminated with layers of flame. Hiss! The heart-piercing screams of monsters came from the fireball, but Chen Chen was an expression grave. He stared at the fireball burning in midair, but still remained alert. As early as in the previous research, the minaret has been tested. The monster protoplasmic liquid can indeed withstand thousands of degrees of high temperature for a short time. but it does happen when it is wrapped in a meteorite. Carbon-based represents the fear of fire, which is inevitable. Napalm, an anti-humanitarian weapon that has long been banned by the Earth Federation. But when Chen Chen felt the opponent's biological stance outside of his body, he realized that ordinary missiles might be difficult to make achievements. If that's the case, he can only use special weapons. The napalm bomb is different from ordinary missiles. It is not loaded with TNT explosives, but a jelly made of gasoline and other chemicals. After this kind of missile explodes, it can instantly form a layer of flames. Around sputtering, it emits a high temperature of more than 1000 degrees, and can stick to other objects and burn for a long time. At this time, the layer of jelly has been attached to the monster's biological stand and burns. At this time, the monster has two options. One is to remove the protective stand, but at that time the jelly will naturally fall on its body, and if it is not removed, the jelly will still burn in his position. It seems to be surrounded by an oven, and the temperature in the center can reach thousands of degrees. To put it simply, the napalm bomb gave the opponent a choice to burn to death or to burn to death. This countermeasure itself is something that Chen Chen has considered for a long time, because he knows that although he has field power, he is by no means invincible in the face of modern weapons, and in this world the weapons that can hurt him are nuclear bombs, cloud bombs and so on. The first to bear the brunt is napalm. So when this monster with similar abilities to Chen Chen appeared, Xiao X used the napalm weapon without the slightest hesitation. Chen Chen's body was still receding. Until this time, several drones emerged from deep space beside him. These drones had been in stealth before. Not only radar, infrared, electromagnetic invisibility, even optics maintains the same invisibility. This is a perfect invisibility. In recent years, Spire has initially cracked the stealth function of Iron Blood Fighter. Silently watched the monster charge to the left and dash to the right in the fire sea. Finally, the monster rushed out of the fire sea with a flame and fled towards the distance. Chasing, Chen Chen faintly uttered a word, and then his silhouette slowly hung behind the opponent, watching several dish-shaped drones flying forward and trailing behind the monster. Monster does not move fast, and all drones can easily follow behind each other. After flying completely out of the scope of Life Science City, the flames on the monster's body surface finally subsided, but at this time the monster's body has been extensively burned, and the stratum cornum has turned into a charred skin. Peel off, revealing the bloody muscle layer below. At this moment, another drone fired a missile again. But this time the monster finally learned how to behave. Its body has extremely high flexibility. It just passed the missile by turning away, but what it didn't expect was that when the missile passed by, unexpectedly it explodes again. Boom! Another azure flame is rising. Hiss! Monster let out a harsh scream. He dragged his body full of flames and continued to fly away. The gelatinous gasoline fuel poured on it, turning it into a ball of blue fireball. In the face of modern technology, Monster has been taught a lesson. Several napalm attacks have caused huge damage to the monster. Its speed dropped again and again, and finally fell into the wilderness below. Until then, Chen Chen stopped at a moderate pace. He stood in the middle of several hundred meters high, looking at the monster at his feet, but he showed a thoughtful expression. Although it has a powerful force similar to field energy, it can easily tear half-meter thick armor, but it is obviously not very intelligent. If it is Chen Chen, he has countless ways to avoid napalm attacks, or simply entering the city is like doing things on the plane of doom. Being in the city, humans are naturally helpless. However, is it really just that simple for a consciousness stealer with the ability to infect human consciousness? These thoughts only flashed in Chen Chen's mind. In reality, he didn't hesitate at all, but waved his hand directly. Boom! In an instant, a huge firelight soared into the sky. Chen Chen's silhouette retreated quickly and withdrew from the bombing area before the temperature of the firelight swept to the soles of his feet. The flame came from a cloud explosive bomb. The cloud explosive bomb can instantly burn out all the air in several hundred meters, plus the intense high temperature. enough to destroy all targets in the world. A scorching wind blew toward him, but Chen Chen just stared at the flame until the flame disappeared, revealing a piece of black scorched earth on the ground, and Chen Chen saw a lump of meat that was already charred. The consciousness stealer has died too much. However, seeing the death of the other party, Chen Chen was frowned. He was not at all excited and happy because of the death of the other party, because he could feel that the infection in his mind did not disappear. In other words, to eliminate the consciousness stealer, it is impossible to solve the consciousness infection in his mind. It is just that Chen Chen's already extremely serious symptoms seem to have become a little lighter. "Your godfather." Little X's voice came from the headset again. "Just now I received the news that the clones of other consciousness stealers in our spy lab and the clones of consciousness stealers cultivated by the continents of the Earth Federation all died at the same moment without warning." Chen Chen heard this eyebrow raised. "All dead? Is this consciousness stealer dead?" "No. It was the moment when our consciousness stealer breakthrough was contained." Little X replied, "According to the time I collected in various regions, I can determine that the error is less than 3 seconds. Hearing this, Chen Chen's suddenly eyes shrank. He looked towards the body of the consciousness stealer on the ground, revealing a looking thoughtful expression. "I seem to understand. Just now, I could feel that the symptoms of consciousness infection have suddenly alleviated a bit, as if when I was just infected. Now combined with this information, I almost understand it." "What do you understand?" Xiao X couldn't help being curious. Chen Chen made a gesture to let the drone continue to release napalm to incinerate the body of the consciousness stealer, while he stood further away and whispered, "Remember what happened before? When the 5 clones of consciousness stealers were moved to the same laboratory, the remaining 4 died immediately, and only the strongest survived. We can already confirm that this phenomenon is the same as the queen bee of the hive. The queen is unique, and the reason is the suppression of pheromones. Obviously, consciousness stealers have a more brilliant suppression ability. I understand, just as it has the power to infect human consciousness. This is a kind of overtime suppression that has not yet been incorporated into the modern scientific system." Little X immediately understood, that is to say, when a consciousness stealer breaks through to contain and escape to the outside world, it already has the ability to suppress other people of the world. So at that moment all clones of the world die. "Yes." Chen Chen nodded in agreement. "It is true. And I almost know where the monster-like field energy comes from. That is the spirit strength of several millions of the deceased gathered together, after the qualitative change." Super USB Chapter 542 Super USB Chapter 542 You can search for "I have a Super USB flash drive." imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After getting this result, Chen Chen stood there and thought. Taking NZT-48 made him temporarily enter a state of incomparable calmness. Originally, he hadn't eaten this thing for a few years, but today, facing an alien enemy, he still knocked again. The countless clues in my mind gradually formed a string, and the mist in front of me gradually dispersed. Xiao X also remained silent. No one knew Chen Chen better than her. At this time, Chen Chen's demeanor was in a kind of extreme thinking. Something seems to have been thought of. Chen Chen suddenly rose again and flew towards the direction of Life Science City, and at the same time asked, "Can the spire still run now?" "It can be," Little X replied. "There are still some laboratories not at all damaged, but if it is repaired now, the minaret will be temporarily suspended in a month or 2. Forget it. You send Dark Knight to remove the equipment from the 5th level Biosafety laboratory. Experimenting in the spire is too dangerous. I am going to do an experiment in the plane teleportation hall." The plane teleportation hall in Chen Chen's mouth was the great hall that he had isolated himself before and could only enter through the black ball teleportation. "What do you plan to do?" Little X said curiously. "Even the cloning method has failed. It is difficult for us to trap this powerful monster." "No, you are wrong," Chen Chen said without the slightest hesitation. "The purpose of the experiment is to get clues, and we have already got a lot of clues. and we have a high level of understanding of this alien creature. Is this not enough? P. Do you mean? Xiao X was suddenly confused. Continue cloning. Chen Chen said, I will continue to clone a consciousness stealer. I want to see if the second one will have the same power as the first one. At the same time, X, you have to count the deaths around the world every day. Number of people, count their age, gender, and health status, and find the conversion unit. I understand. Little X then came to understand. The first consciousness stealer is dead, which means that there will of the millions of humans it has absorbed has been lost. You want to try, if you clone a consciousness stealer again, can it inherit the power of the former? Yes, this is the truth. Chen Chen nodded and said, I have developed an inexplicable sense of relaxation just now. This sense of relaxation comes from the depths of my consciousness. The fascination in my mind has become very weak. Now it feels like I didn't support it for a month, but just as relaxed as I was infected. So, I suspect that even if a consciousness stealer is cloned again, it can only absorb the second batch of fusion deaths, and the consciousness of the millions of people who died before has already followed this consciousness. The death of the stealer has passed. The fascination that Chen Chen said comes from the depths of the dream. In fact, according to the cases in each continent, those who are confirmed to be infected, but restrict the freedom of the infected person and prevent him from integrating with other infected people. After a long period of time, serious mental problems will also appear. Many infected people will experience manic, rational, crazy and other emotions over time. In the end, they may even become unconscious vegetatives. Although Chen Chen's willpower is far superior to ordinary people, this situation has not happened for the time being, but he also felt a strong pressure, and it was not relieved until the death of the consciousness stealer. Understood. Xiao X suddenly realized, as long as we can suppress this consciousness infection, the next cloned consciousness stealer will not have the first kind of powerful power, even. Chen Chen flew back to the Life Science City again. At this time, he came to a building in the city and then entered the hidden teleportation room. The next second, he appeared in the plane teleportation hall again. From beginning to end, Chen Chen has not been in close contact with anyone, and currently no infection has been found in the Life Sciences City. Even, I will advise the Earth Federation to send those infected to the plane of Resident Evil. Chen Chen continued, in this way, I don't believe that consciousness stealers can still use the plane to steal the power of the dead from the different planes. Little X's eyes lit up suddenly. This move can be said to be a draw from the bottom of the pot. The reason why the consciousness stealer infects human consciousness is that after the infected person dies, it can gain the consciousness power of the deceased. Human consciousness alone is not worth mentioning, but once it accumulates, it has formidable power comparable to field energy. However, if the infected are sent to the alien plane before death, then the consciousness stealer may only be spared, because he will lose that power forever. In fact, all continents and regions have taken very strict measures against this infectious disease. Some small countries have even curfew across the country and entered a state of preparation for war. If it were the ordinary viruses of the past, I am afraid that they have been controlled long ago. This kind of intangible and intangible existence can always spread. However, the number and frequency of infections during this period has also dropped significantly. Blacklight technology has even sent several millions of bionics to the whole world at a cost price. These bionics are all used as quarantine personnel. Prevent secondary infection. Next, Chen Chen returned to the plane teleportation hall to isolate himself, and on the other end of the black ball, various equipment was constantly being transported over. According to Chen Chen's order, Xiao X was going to build a fifth level biosafety laboratory continues to conduct experiments with consciousness stealers. The previous conjectures drawn by Chen Chen have already been passed on to the 4 great continents area through the Blacklight Foundation, and then passed on to the Earth Federation, and then passed to other continents and countries by the Earth Federation. Seeing this huge impact of human society approaching, Many continents have chosen to break their wrists and transport those who were clearly infected but not dead to the 4 great continents area on the planes specially provided for countries. Fly to the Indian Ocean, cross the Rosen Bridge, and land on the plane of Resident Evil. The power of the whole world is twisted into one again. But just when the countries of the world began to challenge their limits, Chen Chen at this time had already calmed down. He began to perform the sword himself and cloned the body of the second consciousness stealer. But looking at the meatball in the life incubator, Chen Chen gradually thought about another question. If humans did not create a clone of the consciousness stealer, wouldn't this kind of monster destroy Earth and resurrect it? After all, there is no body to carry. Even if all human beings are really wiped out, what about the enormous power of consciousness? In other words, it is very likely that when humans die to a certain extent, the consciousness stealer is likely to appear in the form of a real body and inherit this huge power. But how does it do it? Thinking of this, Chen Chen's expression suddenly flashed. He once again recalled the fused human corpses, and gradually understood something. The fusion of the body is definitely not useless. After all, so far, except for those infected who cannot be fused, most of the infected have died in the form of fusion, so will there be a possibility that when the power of consciousness accumulates to a certain extent at a certain level, some human corpses will automatically transform into a consciousness stealer? After all, transformation is only a genetic change, and it is also carbon-based. Perhaps for consciousness stealers, the difficulty of transforming human DNA into their own DNA is not worth mentioning. If this is the case, then Chen Chen and the actions of cloning each other in all continents of the world are destroying each other's activities and cloning the consciousness stealer in advance, which will only force its birth before its power reaches its peak. As if ripening, the power of this cloned consciousness stealer was not accumulated to a certain extent, so it was easily eliminated by Chen Chen. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's heart is even more clear. If this is the case, then naturally you have to keep cloning, otherwise when it has accumulated enough human consciousness to be born from human bones, I am afraid it will have the power of destroying heaven, extinguishing earth. Chen Chen will never allow this to happen. The Indian Ocean is close to Mauritius. There are more than dozens of cruisers stationed here all year round, and even North America has stationed an aircraft carrier here. Offenders roam the sea territory all day to prevent any ships from approaching. This sea territory has gradually become a secret, as everyone knows, and it has begun to circulate on the internet. There is a door to the foreign world on this sea territory. At this time, another military cargo plane flew from the Indian region. As the continent most infected by consciousness stealers, the Indian region was also the continent with the most planes dispatched. Because of the insufficient capacity of local authorities, the planes used to transport infected people in India are funded by the Earth Federation, and the rent is not very high. It only maintains fuel and cost prices. In order to face this epic, disasters can no longer take care of intrigues. At this time, inside the cabin of this cargo plane, the cabin where the cargo is placed has been transformed into a fixed seat model. The seats are all tied up with an infected person. These infected people could still maintain their sanity, but after seeing the kind around them, all of them showed symptoms of mania and irrationality. They struggled desperately, trying to get rid of their seats, but they were still unable to do so. These infected people who have lost their minds cannot regain their minds even if they are separated again. Instead, they become walking corpses, and gradually their brains fail. In the end, only brain death will end. A large military cargo plane is large enough to carry thousands of infected passengers. As it approaches the destination, the military cargo plane begins to gradually reduce its speed, and at the same time raise the landing gear. Head down moved towards low altitude. In the distance, a huge light spot has appeared in the field of vision. Wow! The military cargo plane flew directly into the spot. At the same time, the pilot only felt that the line of sight in front of him changed. The original endless ocean disappeared completely and turned into a vast airport. Obviously, The driver was used to all this for a long time. He pushed down the lever again and continued to slow down the freighter. In the end, the military freighter landed completely and stopped completely after 3 minutes on the runway. Then, a team of fully armed XTN robots came forward and transported the infected people out. Next to the airport is a research institute, where they will spend the rest of their short lives. Many of them are medical staff. Some are senior researchers from various countries in the world, and some are even soldiers and policemen. But these people who maintain order are often the most vulnerable to infection. There is no other way. They can only be abandoned before the Earth Federation finds a complete solution to the infection problem. Everything is for the survival of mankind. A week later, planar teleportation hall. Chen Chen half lied on the recliner beside him, closed his eyes and rested, and not far from him, there was a fully transparent laboratory built of glass. This laboratory is not at all in accordance with the international 5th level biosafety standards, but a very ordinary laboratory. If it weren't for those instruments in it to be taken out casually to startle biological researchers in other continents, the layout of this laboratory is indeed ordinary. There are no airtight facilities, no disinfection measures, or even a clean area. It is just a basic laboratory. But for Chen Chen, what kind of laboratory is not at all different, because he has guessed most of the mysteries of consciousness stealers. The 5th level biosafety laboratory has no meaning for this kind of life, and the entire plane he is the only living person in the teleportation hall. The rest are bionic assistants. At this time, although Chen Chen closed his eyes, he frowned slightly, and at the same time a trace of sweat slipped off his forehead, and his somewhat pale cheeks. It was obvious that he was suffering from some kind of disease at this time. I don't know how long it has passed. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes. At this time, his eyeballs were already bloodshot. It was like a few netizens who had stayed through the night, and the whole person's spirit became weakened. The summon in the dark is getting heavier and heavier. Chen Chen got up from the recliner, and the bionic man who was serving on the side immediately stepped forward and wiped the sweat from his forehead for Chen Chen. I have to say that since he was infected by a consciousness stealer, he hasn't slept for a long time. Whenever he closes his eyes, he will have that secret call in his mind, bewitching him, order him to find other kind, and then fuse and liberate. This call became much milder after killing the first consciousness stealer, but now it has gradually become heavier. And the reason Chen Chen naturally understood it a long time ago. It was because this week, a group of dead people appeared on Earth again, and the consciousness of those dead also gathered again. Although there are not as many dead people as the first batch of dead, Chen Chen's will has also lost a lot now, and he is becoming more and more unable to resist the call and bewitching. Thinking of this, Chen Chen lifts the head of complexion pale. He looked towards the laboratory not far away. The transparent glass wall of the laboratory could not block his sight, and his eyes finally fell on the life in the center of the laboratory. Inside the incubator, there, a meatball with a diameter of half a meter is continuously getting nutrients and growing vigorously. Kill it! Chen Chen narrowed his eyes and suddenly ordered. Super USB Chapter 543. Super USB Chapter 543. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. At the moment Chen Chen gave the order, one of the bionics who was researching in the laboratory suddenly walked to the side console. He lifted a lid and pressed a red button firmly. Squeak! Suddenly, a strong voltage struck, and the monster in the incubator shook his whole body, and a spark burst from the top of the incubator. The high voltage electricity brings great lethality, instantly boiling the amniotic fluid in the hatching chamber, but then there is a bang, and the reinforced hatching chamber suddenly blows up, and the new consciousness stealer rushes out directly. There seems to be an invisible barrier in front of him, breaking directly through the glass wall of the laboratory, moving towards Chen Chen. Bang! However, it just approached Chen Chen's 50-meter range. In an instant, its body seemed to have suffered a huge impact. The monster flew backwards at a faster speed, and at the same time a large amount of black juice was thrown out. Chen Chen's expression became colder, with a faint murderous intent. He stood up and twisted his neck, step by step moved towards the direction where the monster fell. This monster has indeed inherited a lot of power, but it is also obvious that its power simply cannot reach the level of the first consciousness stealer. During this period, Xiao X has also counted. She divided the human infection event into two stages. The first stage starts with a meteorite fall, and ends with the death of the first consciousness stealer. The starting point of the second stage is the death of the first consciousness stealer, and the ending point is now. According to her statistics, the number of human deaths at the first stage is approximately 233,400. While the number of deaths at the second stage is only 400,000. In other words, the current consciousness stealer can only absorb the will of 400,000 dead people at most. It's not that it doesn't want to absorb more, it's just that Chen Chen has already begun to attack it. At this time, this consciousness stealer is like a puddle of mud. Its body is directly torn apart by the huge impact, and the internal organs in its belly flow all over the place. Although its life force prevents it from dying, but temporarily lost his mobility. Looking at Chen Chen gradually coming, the monster stood up with strong support. It opened the mouth parts in the center of its chest and abdomen, as if it wanted to do something. But in the next second, a few streamers that were almost nothing flashed across suddenly, and the monster's movements suddenly became stiff. Then, its body cracked little by little, and eventually it broke into dozens of pieces, which collapsed like building blocks! The muscles at the fracture are extremely smooth, as if cut with the thinnest and sharpest knife. After doing all this, Chen Chen waved his hand slightly, and the group of bionics immediately swarmed up with the flamethrower on their back, and began to spray at the monster's stump. In a short while, the smell of barbecue came from the tip of Chen Chen's nose. After the second consciousness stealer was completely killed, Chen Chen's expression was slightly relaxed. He could feel that his brain was as if he was being held down by something heavy, especially when he fell asleep. After killing this consciousness stealer, that feeling temporarily slowed down. Drink poison to quench thirst. In Chen Chen's mind, such an idiom suddenly appeared. I don't want to solve the infection of the consciousness stealer completely. Even if it is useless to kill a consciousness stealer every time, he will still have a mental breakdown sooner or later. Now the behavior can only be regarded as drinking poison to quench thirst. As the first infected person in the world, Chen Chen's consciousness is already strong enough. But even so, he was tortured to lose his former calmness. Although on the surface Chen Chen is still exactly the same as usual, but he only knows Chen Chen very well. Xiao the 10th of Xiao X will realize that Chen Chen hasn't spoken for a long time. Chen Chen lay back on the recliner again, his brows frowned from beginning to end. Suddenly, Chen Chen spoke again. His voice has become more hoarse. Continue to clone the third consciousness stealer, don't stop. Yes. Little X comforted. Godfather, hold on for a few more days. James Watson is leading more than 300 researchers who are conducting research on the DNA of consciousness stealers. It will not take long to find a cure for consciousness infection. Chen Chen shook the head. Of course he knew the difficulty of this matter. Consciousness infects this thing. Human beings are completely blind spots. If you want to study thoroughly, or even find a solution, you can't complete it overnight. It is very difficult to not accumulate several decades. Hard to produce results. And a person's will, let alone several decades, can't hold on for even a few months. As for the use of memetic technology to solve it, Chen Chen has not thought about it. But Xiao X's analysis of memes is still too simple. Memes, this thing is used as a weapon with no difficulty, but it is used as a protection, then not easy anymore. As everyone knows, it is very simple to destroy a thing, but it is very difficult to create, maintain, change and so on. However, Xiao X still provides an indirect solution. which is to use memes to create a battlefield of consciousness in Chen Chen's mind. As long as Chen Chen's consciousness can defeat the consciousness of the consciousness stealer, he will probably be liberated. Of course, this is just a guess. As to whether it can be achieved or not, there are still two things to say. First of all, Chen Chen's consciousness may not be able to defeat the consciousness of the consciousness stealer. The relationship between the two is like a little white rabbit and a big bad wolf. The human consciousness is simply a powerless little white rabbit for consciousness stealers. This is the gap at the ideological level. Furthermore, even if Chen Chen really defeats the opponent, Xiao X can't guarantee that the power of the consciousness stealer will be eliminated, because the power of the meme is messy. It is difficult to say how accurate, and even Chen Chen consciousness may appear also suffered from memetic injuries. Therefore, this plan is only an alternative. The mainstream plan is to crack the DNA of consciousness stealers, find the kind that can infect human consciousness, and try every means to erase it. Although the success rate of the alternative plan is too low, Chen Chen still has two options. First, he can go to the different plane of human destruction. As long as he leaves the Earth or the original plane, he can at least limit the interference of consciousness stealers to his consciousness to a minimum. Second, he can freeze himself until he finds a solution to the infection of consciousness before thawing. Before the blacklight technology eradicated all cancers in humans, this plan was also very common. There are many similar freezing institutions in the international community, and the most famous one is the Alka Life Extension Foundation. Freezing mechanism. As everyone knows, cryonics is definitely not something that can be done by putting a person in a temperature of tens of degrees below zero. A person within the body contains 80% of the moisture. Part of it exists in the cells. Once the human body is frozen, the water will automatically freeze and expand, and burst the cells, causing irreparable damage to the cells throughout the body. That is to say, after a person is frozen and then thawed, nothing seems to change in appearance. But in fact, the cells of the whole body have long been dead and can no longer die. Naturally, such a person cannot be resurrected. Alka Foundation and other organizations aim at water-killing cells, so they adopt another roundabout way. As long as you are dying and willing to pay, they will let you go. When you die, the blood of the whole body is filled with a liquid refrigerant, which can remain liquid even at the temperature of liquid nitrogen and will not freeze and cause harm to the human body. When your body is filled with this refrigerant, they will soak your head or your whole body depending on the price in a liquid nitrogen tank and store it for a long time. Preserve time also depends on the price. This idiot organization is convinced that when cell regeneration, cloning or other technologies appear, the value of their freezing technology will be reflected, and the frozen people will be able to resurrect the dead. In Chen Chen's view, this freezing plan is just an IQ tax. If it is freezing a living person, it is good to say that there is still a chance to resurrect, but the key is that you are already dead and the corpse will have to undergo bloodletting and other processes. This state wants to be resurrected. How far does the technology have to be to achieve it? Want to come back from the dead? Sorry, I dare not even write science fiction like that. Actually, cryonics is not that it can't be achieved, but that the technology tree is crooked. True cryonics is by no means freezing a corpse, but freezing a living person is the right way. The freezing that Chen Chen shows is very simple, that is, one of the many technologies obtained from the plane of Prometheus called antifreeze. This anti-freezing agent belongs to nanotechnology. It is a special kind of nanoparticle. After being injected into the human body, this medicine will automatically blend into every granular cell of the human body, turning the water in the cell into a kind of mixture. And this kind of mixture can still remain liquid at a temperature of tens of degrees below zero without freezing. After the injection of this anti-refrigerant, the human body enters an instrument called a frozen sleep chamber to quickly cool down, so as to achieve the purpose of suspending the life process. This kind of technology can also be applied to the interstellar voyage field that will sail for several years and decades in the future. The reason why Chen Chen did not come up with this technology before is because it is temporarily unnecessary. The blacklight technology directly overcomes most of the known major diseases, and even the lifespan can be extended. Naturally, this technology is not necessary for application. Although this technology is not available in the market, Chen Chen can use it now. If there is nowhere to go, Chen Chen can only temporarily freeze himself until Xiao X leads the blacklight technology completely. After solving the problem of consciousness infection, he will be thawed out. It's just that, although the two back roads seem to be less risky, they hide a huge crisis. What if humans have been unable to work out a solution to the infection of consciousness? What if the final consciousness infection cannot be controlled and eventually destroys humanity? Isn't Chen Chen going to be frozen in the sleeping cabin forever, and there is no possibility of waking up again? These thoughts flashed through Chen Chen's mind, and now he has only these four paths to go, either to resist, or risk using memetic technology, or run away frozen. At this time, the burden of consciousness has been lightened again. Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the long-lost ease. I almost think it over. I am going to choose the second way, using memes technology to solve it. Do you really stop thinking about it? Xiao X is a little worried. I can't guarantee the success of memetic technology. Based on the complexity and unknownness of memes, and the weird degree of consciousness infection, you may only get rid of the other party in 30%. Is it 30%? It's already a lot. Chen Chen smiled back. I thought it was less than 20% chance, but now it seems that there is still 30%, which is pretty good. But, maybe you don't take this risk, but just freeze yourself. Maybe we will be able to work out other more reliable solutions soon. Xiao X is still a little unwilling to persuade. But it is also possible that after I fell asleep this time, I won't be able to wake up again. Chen Chen said resolutely. In fact, human beings still cannot stop the spread of consciousness infection, right? I don't want to put the bet on others. Don't have a fluke. If I have to fight, I would rather play by yourself. Xiao X suddenly fell silent. Of course, she knew that Chen Chen chose the most correct path. Get ready. Chen Chen doesn't say much anymore. He rubbed the temple while instructed. Prepare a clone of me. If I fail, then the fate of mankind depends on you, X. Don't let me down. Yes. The black ball behind her flickered with a blue light, and Xiao X's silhouette appeared in the blue light. She was crying silently and nodded softly. Next, another blue light flashed, and a metal sleeping cabin with a dimly appearance and a siffy shape appeared in front of the black ball. Several bionics immediately stepped forward and moved the sleeping cabin to Chen Chen. The sliding cover of the sleeping compartment opens, exposing the small space inside. This metal sleeping cabin is something prepared by Xiao X. This dimly metal is nothing but the hardest material in the solar system. Offset armor, which has an intelligent system, as well as some first-aid medicines, and even a tube of anti-refrigerant. Even if it loses electricity, the nuclear reactor inside can keep this sleeping cabin running for 1,000 years. If Chen Chen fails in the end, then Xiao X intends to inject Chen Chen with an antifreeze agent, and then store Chen Chen at low temperature until the consciousness infection is completely resolved. As for Xiao X's thoughts, Chen Chen just shook his head and laughed, and lay directly in DNA testing. User identification. His Excellency Chen Chen, the only authorized owner. I am X-114, responsible for the safety of your life form all the way. The mission is detected to start to release anesthetics. As Chen Chen entered, an electronically synthesized sound came from his ear, and some gas began to be discharged from the side of the warehouse wall. After smelling the gas, Chen Chen's consciousness suddenly became active, his mind suddenly cleared, but his body became more and more tired. This is a wonderful but distinct feeling. Chen Chen felt that he seemed to be on the verge of sleeping. His eyelids were already extremely heavy, but his thinking was clear. The sleep compartment is starting to close, and the battlefield of consciousness meme is ready to activate. Warning, warning. After the sleep compartment is closed, it can only be opened from the inside. The last electronic sound came before Chen Chen fell asleep completely. He seemed to see the lid of the sleeping compartment gradually closing, and slowly blocking the tearful face of a girl. Super USB Chapter 544. Super USB Chapter 544. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive, imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Bang! Gudu. There was a sound of smashing into the water, and Chen Chen felt as if he had fallen into the deep sea. His consciousness was slowly sinking, floating down a little bit. His ears were full of noisy humming. It seems like the sound of water, like the noise of countless people. The light in front of him is getting dimmer, and the pressure on his body is getting stronger, but he realizes that he has never been able to fall into the seabed. I don't know how long it took. Just when Chen Chen thought that his consciousness would completely die out, he woke up again. Chen Chen hit a shivered and slowly opened his eyes. A dozen meters away in front of him was a huge ball of light. The rays of light were soft and not dazzling. The ray of light shone on Chen Chen's body, making him feel an inexplicable warmth. In contrast, his back, behind him beyond the reach of the light ball, is a bit of chill. Chen Chen looked all around, but saw nothingness around him. He tried to walk forward, but the ball of light, which seemed to be close at hand, couldn't go. At this point, Chen Chen is basically sure that he is set in a void. Where is this? Chen Chen was a little confused. His consciousness remained at the moment he got into the frozen sleep cabin. Welcome to the battlefield of consciousness. But when he was a little confused, the ball of light in front of him made a loud sound, and this sound passed into Chen Chen's mind with repeated echoes, making him immediately understand the meaning of the ball of light. The most weird thing is that the ball of light seems to not at all speak Chinese or even English and other known languages, but directly communicates on a conscious level. 2 candidates have been detected. Start data quantification test. Data quantification is on. The huge voice continued. Data quantification is complete, and the character card is being created. The character card is being created. Immediately, a Dao Void shadow appeared in front of Chen Chen. Name, Chen Chen. Gender, male. Age, 27. Race, T-virus biochemical man. Scientific name Tyrant. Character, lawful evil. Attribute 3d6. Strength 21. Non-human strength. Physique 24. Life force close to the troll. Size 11. Human standard size. Agility 20. More flexible than cats. Appearance 10. Flat Wookie. Intelligence 18. Human limit. Perception 31. Perception only available in spiritual god. Will 17. Close to human limit. Occupation, biologist, capitalist, secret mastermind, civilized guardian. Professional skills 5d20. Biology 95, Medicine 95, Psychology 77, Archaeology 12, Mystery 10, Shooting 99, Reconnaissance 99, Listening 99, Fighting 65, Tracking 99, Defense 99, Special Skills, Field Power Defense plus 99, Shooting plus 99, Reconnaissance plus 99, Listening plus 99, Tracking plus 99. Seeing these data, Chen Chen's expression is gloomy and uncertain. What is this? Is it running? But before he came back to his senses, Chen Chen suddenly saw a Dao Void shadow that seemed to move a bit, and the other side was less than 2 meters away by his side, as if he was a black body meatball, and in front of that meatball, there is also a character card. Name, Alucio Yuto's juvenile body. Gender, none. Age, 0.1. Race, character, chaotic evil. Attribute 3d6. Strength 15. You are as strong as a cow. Physique 35. Life force only available in spiritual god. Size 10. Still a baby. Agility 5. You act like a snail. Appearance 3. Aesthetics has no meaning to you. Intelligence 5. A pig is smarter than you. Perception 20. You have intuition that mortals don't have. Will 30. IQ is too low and your brain will not turn. Occupation, none. Professional skills 5D 20, defense 80, mind reading 99, mind devouring 99, body regeneration 99. Special skills, Shinx mind reading plus 99, mind swallowing plus 99. Seeing this weird character card, Chen Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. What the hell is that? Is this the body of the monster that landed outside the sky? Just when Chen Chen was shocked, the huge voice came again. The battlefield of consciousness is activated, and the module is being created based on the character cards of both parties. Please prepare for the two candidates. Dice system is starting. Chen Chen only saw the rays of light emitted by the light ball in front of him getting brighter and bigger, and finally Chen Chen could not help but close his eyes. There was a light sound in his ear, and Chen Chen immediately felt that the rays of light became soft again. He tried, his eyes opened, but found himself standing above a city. The city at my feet is only about the size of a small city, with an area of no more than 10 square kilometers. There are countless dilapidated farmhouses scattered throughout this city, and in the center of the city, there is another 5 or 6 stories small high-rise castle. Obviously, this seems to be a desolate and run-down European medieval city. Module has been created. The huge voice continued. Please throw the dice on both sides to make sure you move first. Chen Chen's heart moved. He felt that there were 3 more icy things on his right hand. He picked it up and saw that, as expected, 5 golden icosahedral dice were in his hand. Chen Chen thought for a while. He raised his right hand directly, raised his palm flat, and opened his fist lightly. Ding ding ling-a-ling. After hearing only a few crisp sounds, the 5 dice fell directly into the void and stopped immediately after a while. 15, 6, 18, 1, 5. Chen Chen candidates roll 45 points. The voice continued. Now, let Lucio Utos throw the dice. Ding-ling-a-ling. Chen Chen looked towards all directions, but not at all saw the silhouette of the consciousness stealer. Only 5 dice were thrown near him. The 5 dice turned out to be scarlet. 20, 19, 15, 20, 13. The voice continued to open the mouth and said in an emotional voice, Lucio Utos threw 87 points. Lucio Utos first. Chen Chen is slightly frowned, although I don't know what this means first, but obviously, those who throw more points must have an advantage. Sure enough, the voice continued. The module is about to start. Age, Middle Ages, region, Fort William, duration, 24 hours. Call. Chen Chen's ears seemed to have a gust of wind blowing, and there was a hazy moment before his eyes, but when he regained his vision, he realized that he was already standing in a room at the top of the castle. At the entrance, there is a piece of dilapidated, decayed furniture, cracked walls, and half a finger of dust. The sun shone in through the extremely dirty glass and reflected on Chen Chen's body, making Chen Chen feel uncomfortable. You are a vampire, Earl. Suddenly, that huge voice became a lot softer, as if it was groaning in Chen Chen's ears. Today is the first day you wake up from the castle. And the reason you wake up is because a group of adventurers strayed into your territory. You don't know why they came. You only know that you have to keep them and fill your stomach rumbling with hunger with their flesh and blood. Goal: destroy the invaders and survive successfully. The most important thing is to find the most special adventurer. It is your most delicious dinner tonight. The sound disappeared quickly. It was not until then that Chen Chen realized that he was able to move. He looked towards all around in confusion, only to find that he was wearing a hollow white shirt, and there was even a white shirt on the sleeves and neckline of the shirt. Circle ornate lace edges. This is the dress of aristocrats in medieval Europe. Chen Chen muttered in a low voice. He turned his head slowly, but saw a line of footprints extending in from outside the door, extending to his feet. This is my own footprint. Chen Chen immediately cleared the comprehension. He turned around, followed his footsteps and went downstairs step by step. He went down 6 floors until he came to the first floor hall of the castle. The hall looks incomparable gigantic, except that all the furniture and decorations are covered with dust, and it has long been dilapidated. I don't know how many years no one has been here. Chen Chen continued to look at the footprints, but saw that his footprints stretched to the front of the fireplace and disappeared in the direction of the fireplace. Chen Chen immediately showed a thoughtful look. He walked to the fireplace step by step, touched the inside, and opened up his field energy. Under the observation of the field energy, he immediately found something wrong. That is, there was a slight gap in a brick next to the fireplace. He touched the brick, then pushed it slightly. Hong long long long. There was a light sound, and the wall behind the fireplace slowly slid open, revealing a deep dark passage behind it. Chen Chen's field energy continued to explore the interior, only to find that the channel was in the shape of a circular ladder, extending to a depth of 50 meters. Even the field energy could not be explored. Seeing this, Chen Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He walked down the tunnel. After walking a few steps, the wall that had slid away behind him closed again, and the entire step was completely dark. However, this darkness without any light source is meaningless to Chen Chen. He replaces vision with field energy and walks downward step by step. About a depth of more than 100 meters, he finally came to a basement. The basement is about 100 square meters, but there is no extra furnishings. Only in the center of the basement, there is a solid wood coffin with a gold edge. The lid of the coffin is opening, and inside is a soft collapse, and on the soft collapse there is a black box. Apart from this there is nothing. Chen Chen took out the box, and suddenly, a feeling of bloodline connection passed over. This is. Chen Chen frowned, faintly. He seems to understand something. Lich, vampire? Chen Chen has some doubts. Castles, coffins, and Western nobles are the elements of vampires, and this weird black box has a meaning of Lich in D&D. According to D&D's worldview, Lich is a kind of undead. It is undying and inextinguishable. It has extremely strong power. Its only weakness is a phylogeny. As long as the phylogeny is destroyed, Lich will die. Now it seems that Chen Chen has become a collection of Lich and vampire. Thinking of this, Chen Chen seemed to realize something. He took the black box and turned upstairs, but he hadn't walked a few steps yet. A special heart palpitation suddenly struck. It seems that if he continues to walk up, there will be something wrong. Things happen. Can't you take the phylactery from here? Chen Chen had to walk back to the basement. He looked at the rows of footprints under his feet. With a sudden wave of his hand, countless dust was directly raised and piled up in the corner of the basement. It was not until then that Chen Chen could see clearly that on the floor, there was a magical array like a hexagram. So that's how it is. Chen Chen completely cleared the comprehension. This magic array is probably closely related to him. If the phylactery is taken away, this magic array will also lose its effect. In other words, this phylogeny is the key to defeating me. It is forced to be placed here and not allowed to be taken away by me. What I have to do is not only to find the group of intruders, but also to protect my phylogeny. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned. If he hadn't paid attention to the footprint problem before, I'm afraid he would really give those advertisers a chance to find this place. Chen Chen thought for a while. He simply threw the phylogeny back into the coffin, then waved his hand, and the lid of the coffin scattered on the ground was covered back. After all this, he returned to the surface and walked from the fireplace. Came out. Looking at the traces of footprints under her feet, Chen Chen activated the field energy again. All the dust in the lobby on the first floor immediately flew out, and the traces of footprints leading to the fireplace disappeared completely. That's not even counted. Chen Chen went upstairs again, blowing out all the dust layer by layer. Suddenly, the entire castle became spotless. If it weren't for the many furniture that was old and corrupt, showing signs of time, I'm afraid outsiders would think this is an inhabited castle. Return to the position where he was just awake. This is the top floor observation deck of the castle. There is a glass window all around, and this position is also the highest area in the entire city. At this time, it seems that it is already sunset time. The scorching sun has turned to dark red, and the position moved towards the skyline is slowly sliding down. The sunlight outside the window came in, and this time, Chen Chen felt that uncomfortable feeling again. Sure enough, vampires are afraid of the sun. Chen Chen thought for a while. He tried to open the window for a moment. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight shone on Chen Chen's arm, causing a sharp burning sensation in his arm. Seeing this, Chen Chen closed the window again. At this time, a string of blisters has been scorched on his arm. It's ultraviolet. Chen Chen immediately judged, ultraviolet rays cannot penetrate the glass, so I am not afraid of the sun through the windows, but once there are no windows, the ultraviolet rays will harm me. Thinking of this, Chen Chen moved towards looking out the windows on all sides, but saw that the far end of the city was surrounded by a towering wall. At the same time, there were 4 gates, one in the east, south, west, and north. Door? Can the other party escape? Chen Chen looked thoughtful. The voice in the battlefield of consciousness only told me that a group of adventurers had broken into my territory, and my task was to destroy them, and at the same time to find the most special adventurer. Also, in other words, consciousness stealers are mixed in a group of intruders. Then who are the other intruders? NPC? The number of invaders is unknown. The situation outside the castle is unknown. The adventurer's motives are unknown. It seems that I need more clues. Super USB Chapter 545. Super USB Chapter 545. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Chen Chen looked gloomy and uncertain. After thinking for a while, he turned and went downstairs and walked into a shadow. As time passed by, Chen Chen waited for a while, and when he saw the sun gradually fall into the horizon, with only a afterglow left, he finally stepped out of the castle and came to the street. There is a certain distance between the castle and the surrounding buildings. All around is a clearing without any shelter, and the moat under the castle has long since dried up and is buried in dust. It was just one step away. Past. Chen Chen stood in the open space outside the castle. He thought for a while and hovered directly, but when he rose to the height of 3 stories, his head seemed to hit something and made a bang. Chen Chen rubbed his head. He tried to touch it over his head, but only touched a cold hard object. Chen Chen's expression was even more surprised. He tried to use the field energy to extend upward, and the field energy immediately extended up, but when his body touched, he touched the invisible boundary. In other words, the only place that can exceed 3 floors is inside the castle. So, Chen Chen only floated slightly higher than the height of the roof and stopped rising. He started moving towards the castle up ahead and flew away. There was a whirring sound in the ear, but Chen Chen's speed was not fast, because most of the buildings in the city are 2 or 3 stories high. In order to prevent hitting the building in front, his speed was forced to be reduced to less than 50 meters per second. Although the speed could not be increased to supersonic speed, Chen Chen arrived in the peripheral zone of the city in less than 1 minute. At the same time, a towering wall appeared in front of him. The wall is about 30 meters high, extending from in front of him to the end of the line of sight. Obviously, this wall directly encloses the entire city. Different from the rundown buildings in the city, this wall obviously uses an unknown material. The whole body is non-reflective black and looks extremely hard. In the center of the wall, there is a steel gate of the same height. The gate is dark red, and there is even a row of digital buttons on both sides of the gate. This is a combination lock. Chen Chen's expression is even more surprised. Seeing a combination lock in a medieval-style city is like seeing a group of knights wearing plate armor not holding a long sword, but a person carrying an axe, full of violation. Chen Chen didn't think about the password. He tried to raise it again to see what was behind the wall, but when he raised it to the height of the wall, he touched the invisible barrier again. Chen Chen immediately understood that this space was actually sealed, and everyone was only allowed to move within the scope of this space, and no one was allowed to leave here by means other than opening the door. Obviously, this rule not only restricted Chen Chen, but also restricted the group of people from leaving here. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help showing a weird look. According to the pissiness of this type of game, if you want to get the password to open the door, you must solve the puzzle to do it. But with the opponent's IQ of only 5, Chen Chen once again recalled the character card produced in the battlefield of consciousness before. There is a 3d6 hint on the attribute of the previous character. This value can only be understood by those who have played the running team. It represents the 3 hexahedral dice cast the value of, where D represents the meaning of dice, and the previous 3 means that the number of dice is 3. And 6 means that each dice is a hexahedron, which is the most common cube dice. Because of this, the evaluation given by Chen Chen's IQ after 18 points is the human limit, because the highest number of points that can be thrown by 3 hexahedral dice is only 18 points, while the average value of a normal person is only 911 point. The reason why Chen Chen's other attributes can exceed 1800 hours is also because Chen Chen is not a normal human being. He is a T-virus biochemical human. Moreover, the difference between this value is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but an exponential calculation method. Compared with the normal person's 11-point strength, the difference can reach 10 times. The above, the higher the value, the greater the difference. If the character card produced in the battlefield of consciousness is really the real data of the character, it is harder than Heavenly Ascension to let the consciousness dealer solve the puzzle within 24 hours. Thinking of this, Chen Chen immediately thought of a special ability of the other party 99 mind reading. As the name suggests, mind reading is one of the abilities possessed by consciousness stealers. If the other party wants to get the password, or hide in the group of advertisers, or get it from the mind of the group of advertisers, and the 99 behind this skill represents the level of the skill. Running games are similar. The meaning of this skill is to throw 5 dice with 20 faces. The level number means that as long as the sum of the points thrown by your 5 dice is less than the skill level, you will skills succeed, otherwise they fail. For example, Chen Chen's psychology is 77. So as long as the sum of the points of the 5 dice is less than 77, it is considered a success, but if it is greater than 77, it is a failure. In this way, the higher the level, the higher the chance of success, and level 99 is the full level. Unless you are lucky enough to cast a full 100 points, it will be considered a failure. The other party's mind reading skill is 99, which means that the judgment is almost impossible. In other words, maybe the other party can open the door in other ways such as mind reading. When Chen Chen guessed this, the sky was completely dark, and the entire city was plunged into darkness. That's not right. But Chen Chen was frowned because he found that the speed of the sky was getting darker too quickly. With his brain power, he was certain that only half an hour had passed since he recovered to the present. But the time seemed to be accelerated about 3 times. 3 times? Chen Chen secretly remembered this data. This task gave him 24 hours. If it is calculated at 3 times the speed of real time, it means that he has 3 nights to chase these goals. Each night is about 3 to 4 hours. Thinking of this, Chen Chen has already figured out some patterns. He turned around again and moved towards the city. But he saw a ray of light flashed by in a building not far away. That was the light of candlelight. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen's heart moved. His silhouette moved towards the building and rushed away, but within a few seconds, he came outside the building. Pata. Suddenly, there were a few messy footsteps in this 2-layer building, which seemed to be fleeing. The other party found me. Chen Chen looked even more surprised. He rushed into the room directly from the window, and stepped on his feet. The whole person jumped down the stairs like a dexterous cat. Suddenly, a man dressed in a black trench coat, dressed like a youth like an explorer, was blocked at the gate. This is a typical Western young man with a tall nose, blonde and blue eyes, but his skin is slightly dark. At this moment, Seeing Chen Chen standing in front of him, he immediately turns and moved towards the inside the room ran. Chen Chen observed the other party with great interest, but found that the other party was far superior to ordinary people in terms of decisiveness and agility, apparently out of the ordinary. However, facing Chen Chen, there was no room for such agile skills. He ran into the room inside and just wanted to escape through the window, but the next second he felt an invisible force pulled him away. Pull him back in front of Chen Chen. Paladin, wizard. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes and scanned the young man before him again. Are you a knight or a rogue? Your Excellency, I am rogue, Jill Cedric. Chen Chen was nodded, and then continued to ask, are you familiar with other people? Not very familiar. We are all commissioned by the mercenary union to form teams temporarily. The young man suddenly added, by the way, the two paladins are together. They have the ability to protect against evil and are a great threat to you. Oh, Chen Chen secretly memorized the other party's words in the heart, and then asked again, other squads are the same configuration? They are almost the same. Youth nodded. Have you ever seen a strange person in your other squad? After thinking about it, Chen Chen finally asked. For example, his intelligence is not high? Or he looks strange and so on. The young man shook the head blankly. I don't know this, because I only met the other squad before I came into Wasteland City. Wasteland City? Chen Chen murmured in a low voice, gradually sinking into thought. Your Excellency, please forgive my offense. Seeing Chen Chen sinking into thought, the young man gritted his teeth, trying to fight for the last bit of life. As long as you let me go, I am willing to leave now. However, before he finished speaking, Chen Chen suddenly raised his hand, and the next second, the young man was hit hard. His body suddenly slammed backwards, and then directly hit the wall behind him. Bang! The whole building seemed to tremble, a trace of fine soil shook off the roof, and at the same time a lot of blood was splashed, and the young man hit a puddle of mud directly on the wall behind him. Not it. I didn't even look at the other person's body. Chen Chen shook the head and looked thoughtfully out of the window. It really is a Western fantasy module similar to D&D. Even the professions such as paladin and wizards have it. Putting it that way, isn't it a group of ordinary persons? Thinking of this, Chen Chen's field can directly scan the entire room, and in the next second, he immediately felt a locked room upstairs. Chen Chen went upstairs again and walked to the door of the room, only to see that the door lock of the room had many traces of damage, and the traces were very new. Obviously the young man did it just now. It seems that the other party used candlelight and wanted to open the door, but eventually he was discovered by himself. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's field can be extended directly, as if it turned into a thin line into the keyhole of the door. The next second only heard a click, the door lock opened in response. Chen Chen was able to protect himself while gently pushing open the door, only to see that the door was empty, with only one iron box placed in the corner of the wall. Chen Chen waved his hand, and the iron box in the corner suddenly opened, revealing a piece of yellowed cloth inside. Chen Chen opened the cloth, only to see a plan drawing on the cloth. The floor plan shows the city where Chen Chen is located, and it is fairly detailed. Every street and every east house is marked, and the center of the map is outlined with a red pen. In this circle is the location of Chen Chen Castle. Obviously, this is a prop for this group of adventurers. Super USB Chapter 546. Super USB Chapter 546. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. With Chen Chen's memory, he only took a few seconds to record the entire map in the heart, and then he directly tore the map to pieces before continuing to search for other people's traces. Since the opponent is not an ordinary person, then my strategy has to be changed. Chen Chen left the house. He opened his field to the maximum extent and scanned any clues within a radius of 50 meters. At present, it seems that if you want to win this consciousness battlefield, you must kill all invasions, and find someone who steals consciousness. It's just that the other party is not a kind person. Judging from the skill of the rogue just now, These people are probably not lambs to be slaughtered, but have their own support. Sitting on all this silently, Chen Chen lifted off again and began to patrol the entire in the sky. The area of the entire wasteland city is about 10 square kilometers, and the map is a square city, which means that the city has a side length of 3.3 kilometers. With Chen Chen's current speed, it will cost about a carpet search about an hour and a half, but the point is that this group of people is not always hiding somewhere, and it becomes more difficult to search. Chen Chen feels that he still needs to make a fuss from the intruders. Thinking of this, Chen Chen flew straight away. He wandered over the city a little bit, scanning every house when he passed it. With the power of field energy, it is still very simple to do this kind of thing, and his current field energy, the total amount, as long as it is not highly vigorous field energy activities, can also be fully supported. Soon, Chen Chen suddenly had a heart attack while scanning a house. Although he did not see anyone else, he found a yellow tin box again. Chen Chen beckoned with one hand, the iron box flew out from the gap between the iron window fence and flew into Chen Chen's hand. This iron box is obviously not as high quality decoration as the previous one. Chen Chen thought about it, and then he can use it to wrap the iron box before opening it slowly. Not at all in the iron box. Instead, there is a simple glass bottle with half a bottle of purple potion. What is this? Chen Chen is frowned. He opened the lid and smelled it lightly. An ink-like smell came. Could it be that this is a bottle of ink? It's just that there is no explanation outside this bottle of potion, and Chen Chen is not sure what this bottle of potion really is. Perhaps only those invaders from the D&D background can recognize the identity of this potion. Chen Chen casually put the potion into his pocket, and then continued the carpet search. Soon, he found 2 traps like stone bricks in a house. The reason why I can recognize this as a trap is because one of the stone bricks has weird lines on it, while the other stone brick has rows of spikes. Chen Chen tried to put the palm of his hand on the stone brick with weird patterns. Feeling pressure, the spike on the other stone brick immediately flew out, making a harsh su-su sound, all nailed into the side wall. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. He collected all the spikes and pressed it back into the hole of the second stone brick, only to see that the lines on the first stone brick became a little dim, but there were obviously energy. Maybe it can be used again. Spell trap. Chen Chen flashed such a term in his mind. The 2 stone bricks were also put away. Chen Chen continued to inspect. 10 minutes later, Chen Chen found a long sword again. This time, I found that the long sword's room was just a very rudimentary firewood room. This room is located in the corner of 2 mansions. If you don't pay attention, you may even ignore the firewood room and dress up. The long sword box is also very ordinary, much more ordinary than the first 2 boxes he found. But this iron box has an iron lock device that the previous iron box did not have. When Chen Chen was able to go deep into the lock of the box, he immediately felt that the lock of this iron box was extremely complicated. I am afraid that some professionals would also need a lot of effort to open it. After opening it, he saw the inside a long sword. Like the iron box in which it is contained, this long sword is also very ordinary, without any embellishment pattern on it, the simple blade and black handle, even the unopened ordinary iron sword bought on Taobao. However, when he saw this sword, Chen Chen was frowned, because he felt an inexplicable burning sensation on this sword. Chen Chen fell into the room and tried to grasp the hilt, but in the next second, a sharp burning sensation struck. This burning pain even exceeded the time when he was exposed to the sun. At the same time, Chen Chen's consciousness was also painful. A blur. Ding dong. The iron sword slid directly from Chen Chen's hand, and slammed into the floor with a loud sound. Chen Chen looked a little ugly. He opened his right hand, but saw that the palm of his hand had been burned and festered, and the rotten meat on his hand was constantly emitting white smoke, as if what he had just grabbed was a burning stick. Red soldering iron. This sword is weird. Chen Chen pulled back his palm and tried to use the field energy to wrap the long sword, but it was even more shocked to discover that even if the field energy was constantly dissipating when it touched the long sword, Chen Chen couldn't use each other. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's expression became more gloomy. He picked up the iron box and buckled the sword again, put the long sword back, and then buried the iron box into the ground. After doing all this, Chen Chen waved his hand to smooth out the buried traces. He just wanted to leave, but he suddenly stopped because in his field energy induction, 2 humans had already entered the sensing range. The other party, he moved towards this direction directly. Chen Chen's eyebrow raised, and immediately jumped into the building next to him. He wanted to see how the opponent noticed the movement here, but when the opponent entered Chen Chen's range of more than 40 meters, the 2 of them moved at the same time. Just when Chen Chen was puzzled, the 2 suddenly turned around, and then dispersed without the slightest hesitation, moved towards and ran away in both directions. I was discovered. Chen Chen looked even more surprised. He stopped hiding, but went straight towards one of them and chased him. With the power of the field energy, the opponent even only ran away for a few seconds before being chased by Chen Chen. It wasn't until this time that Chen Chen realized that the one he was chasing was a girl in a cloak holding a wooden staff. The wizard. Chen Chen immediately flashed this word in his mind. Whether he was dressed or holding a wooden staff, he was very similar to the wizard in the movie, and he had already obtained some data from the young rogue. Then there is clear comprehension. However, as Chen Chen quickly approached the other party, there was a sense of perseverance in the girl's eyes. She turned around and sent out an unexplained bite. At the same time, she raised the staff in her hand and moved the top of the staff, aimed at Chen Chen. Suddenly, an inexplicable space fluctuation struck. Chen Chen had never felt this kind of fluctuation, but he didn't dodge at all. Instead, a large amount of field energy gathered and formed an invisible barrier in front of him. He is ready to test the opponent's strength with his strongest defense. Puff Dong. The headless body of the girl fell directly to her knees, and her whole body's nerves were twitching unconsciously because of the loss of the brain center. The Shadow Man suddenly uttered a desperate roar, but the next second, Chen Chen directly raised his hand and pressed it on the opponent's head, and then fiercely moved. The Shadow Man's roar stopped immediately, and Chen Chen pressed his head into his chest. After the Shadow Man died completely, the shadow effect on his body finally disappeared, revealing a deformed green face. The toughness and strength of the body are beyond the real human being. As if finishing a trivial task, Chen Chen shook the blood in his hand and thought in a low voice, this is probably the factor of physique. The adventurer, physique, and power of these magical backgrounds have to surpass modern people. Just beyond the extent is not much. Maybe it is because these 2 people's abilities are not enough. But the methods of the 2 people are really weird. If it weren't for the field power, I'm afraid it would take a lot of effort to kill the other person. Just as Chen Chen was thinking about it, he suddenly felt 3 more silhouettes approaching on the right front, and at the same time, there were 5 more silhouettes on the left. 8 people. Chen Chen's face changed, because he sensed that when the opponent was approaching him for 40 meters, everyone suddenly stopped at his feet, and then it seemed that someone had said something. The team of 5 of them moved forward and scattered all around. And the 3-person team on the other side stopped for a few seconds before approaching at a faster speed. It seems that everyone can sense my presence when they are 40 meters away from me. To fight or not to fight? Chen Chen, who is cautious by nature, has already noticed that in the face of these strange adventurers, he doesn't seem to have the power to completely crush, especially when there are too many opponents. Chen Chen showed a thoughtful look, but after thinking about it for half a second, he quickly backed away and then left the scene. After leaving 50-60 meters, he only heard an angry roar from the area where he was fighting. Obviously, one of the 8 people knew the 2 dead. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Chen Chen stirred up a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then hurried towards the castle. At this time, more than an hour has passed since at first. If anyone is interested, they may have been close to the location of the castle. and he is not sure that this group of NPCs with magical abilities have no ability to find the fireplace secretly thought. A few minutes later, Chen Chen hurried back to the castle. The moment he entered the castle, his field was fully activated, scanning everything in the hall like a radar, but he found nothing. The wooden gate of the castle has been decayed and fallen down for some reason, so this castle is strictly speaking undefended and anyone can enter. Chen Chen is afraid that he will be trapped in the encirclement of the opponent when he enters the castle. However, it seems that temporarily not at all people enter here. In this case, Chen Chen looked towards his feet, and then he pried open a floor tile at the entrance of the castle, put the previous floor tile with rune in it, and then relayed the previous floor tile back, and another floor tile capable of emitting spikes. Chen Chen hung directly on the ceiling directly above the first floor tile. In this way, as long as the group of people stepped into the castle, they would immediately be taught to be human by the spikes shot out. It's a pity that Nanopoker didn't bring in. Chen Chen shook the head. If Nanopoker could bring into the battlefield of consciousness, he might already have God's block, then kill gods. If Buddha's block, kill the Buddhas. Unless it is a consciousness stealer who also has the ability to protect, those the wizard and rogue are almost undefended in front of them, because the other party has no ability to sense their own attacks. Super USB Chapter 547. Super USB Chapter 547. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive, imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. While Chen Chen was standing in the shadow of the hall thinking, he suddenly sensed two silhouettes in his field ability. These two people were kneeling at the waist and sneaking close to the castle gate. One of them seemed to be dressed as a wizard. The other was dressed as knight, full of armor. The wizard's body seems to be in a completely transparent form, with only the twisting of light between actions, but in this dark night, the twisted light is also hard to detect. Invisibility technique. Chen Chen frowned. This invisibility technique, which can only cover up light, has no effect on him. Under the detection of field energy, this invisibility is much more conspicuous than Rogue's ability to blend into shadows. At least when Rogue escapes into the shadows, even Chen Chen's field power is difficult to detect. Although the other knight is not invisible, when he walks in the dark with his waist down, he can make himself silent. Stealth. Suddenly, such a word flashed in Chen Chen's mind. If you didn't guess wrong, this is a skill called stealth. The higher the stealth skill, the weaker the user's sense of existence. Even with the help of some means, he can reach the one he killed before. Rogue's ability to blend into the shadows. Feeling the two slowly approaching, Chen Chen thought for a while. He simply stepped back, always keeping the two sides at a distance of more than 40 meters. Sure enough, at this distance, neither of them discovered their existence. In other words, within 40 meters, everyone can find themselves. Is this the ability of props, or is it their own ability? Chen Chen looked suspicious, but now is not the time to care about these things. Feeling that the two are approaching the castle range like thieves, Chen Chen's mouth provoked a smile, and continued to retreat until he retreated to the corner. When he continued to retreat, he turned out directly from the side window. Finally, the two of them walked completely into the hall of the castle. When they entered Chen Chen's castle, the two of them had already tightened their nerves. They moved more slowly and cautiously, but it was a pity that the two did not at all step on the trap laid before. They seemed to be looking for something. Chen Chen frowned, not at all, but continued to observe. There may be clues hidden in it that he doesn't know. After going around the entire castle hall, the expressions of the two of them were obviously relaxed. Until then, the transparent wizard put down his hood and revealed a middle-aged face with a yellow beard. That's good news. The vampire count is indeed out hunting. Don't let your guard down, Ghoulas. Knight in full armor also silently sighed in relief. His body is not an extremely strong body, but a streamlined slender body. At this moment, he stood up and rubbed his aching legs. The vampire earl may return at any time. Let's look for the divine item as soon as possible. If we find it, this vampire will be dead. Unfortunately, our rogue was killed. The wizard immediately responded, otherwise we can find it easier, and I hope the blood-sucking Earl will not block us here. No problem. Knight chuckled. Captain and Priest John are guarding outside the door. Even if the Dracula returns, he will be attracted by Captain and John first, leaving us with a chance to escape. Don't worry. The two chatted casually, and at the same time they began to look around the hall. Hearing the conversation between the two parties, Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned. If they didn't guess wrong, the divine item in their mouth was the simple long sword that Chen Chen found. The sword has a strong ability to damage Chen Chen, and even the field energy cannot block the opponent's sword light. This is the power of the sword itself. If it is used by an adventurer, it will not be difficult to kill Chen Chen. No wonder this group of people want to find that long sword. But these people didn't know that the sword had been buried deep in the ground by Chen Chen, and there was absolutely no one in the castle. However, when two people said that someone was lying in ambush outside the house, Chen Chen immediately took the castle as the center and went around the castle to the front door of the castle. Immediately, he felt that there were two people hiding in front of the castle. In a house. In these two people, a knight also wears silver-white armor, but he is much bigger than the previous knight, more like a fighter who likes to be upright. And the other is also wearing a robe, but according to the conversation between two people in the castle, this person should be a priest. The so-called nanny. Chen Chen kept the distance of 40 meters in mind. He was only close to the edge of the two of them 50 meters, and then observed each other. According to the conversation between the two before, the four-person squad should be the squad of the rogue that Chen Chen first encountered. Rogue usually haunts as a scout, so Chen Chen only met him before. Just after the loss of that rogue, the four of them simply did nothing and went straight to Chen Chen's lair to look for opportunities. According to the information that Chen Chen overheard, this warrior and the warrior who entered the castle are both of the same profession, a profession called paladin, and this profession is extremely harmful to vampires. Although Chen Chen is not a vampire, he is indeed a vampire now. Obviously, this kind of paladin is used to deal with himself. Thinking of this, Chen Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He was able to condense a huge ram directly away from a distance of more than 50 meters, fiercely moved towards this burly paladin captain. Chen Chen's formidable power is huge. Although it is more than 50 meters away, he still exerts a huge power. Only 1 second before hitting the opponent, the paladin seemed to sense something, and he suddenly turned around and blocked the shield in his hand directly in front of you. Bang! There was a huge impact. The impact was as heavy as Hong Zong. The priest beside him didn't even hum. He slammed into the wall behind him, and then bounced back to the ground again. The whole person seemed to be a ball noodles. His bones within the body have all been shattered. The host of this collision, Paladin Captain, smashed directly through the wall behind him and threw it out. But it seemed that because of physique's toughness and wearing armor, he actually only coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. A carp stood up and looked at the darkness ahead with amazement. Just now, he just sensed an unspeakable chill coming from behind him. With knight's instinct, he immediately used a shield to protect himself. As a result, the pastor on the side was still affected by the fish and died in the aftershock. Damn. Paladin Captain gritted his teeth. He slammed his sword out, showing a look of death. At this moment, he had already planned to do everything possible to block the opponent, seeking a chance to escape for his companion who went deep into the tiger's den. Looking at the other party's actions, Chen Chen looked at this paladin captain high instead. According to D&D's rules, paladin is not a profession that can be taken if he wants to. It requires extremely strict self-control and strong faith works. That is to say, those who can become paladin are those who pursue justice, because people with evil thought cannot activate the power of paladin. However, the battle at this moment was enough to arouse the alertness of the two in the castle. In Chen Chen's field energy, the two in the castle had already rushed out, without the slightest hesitation, running along the two sides of the city gate separately. Want to run? Chen Chen had to pause to deal with the paladin captain first, but instead used field energy to fix the two directly in place. However, in the next second, a circle of grey light appeared on the wizard's body, and his whole body all over. The paladin with a slender figure suddenly roared, and then a trace of silver rays of light flashed all over it, which actually corroded Chen Chen's field energy. It is as if Chen Chen was burnt while holding the long sword before. At this time, although this white light was not as powerful as that sword, it still resisted Chen Chen's field energy attack. This is protection from evil. Chen Chen's eyes were light flashed. At this time, he was almost certain that among the people who threatened him the most was the profession of paladin. Thinking of this, Chen Chen didn't want the opponent to leave. He directly accelerated and rushed to the opponent's body. Before the closer the distance is, the more powerful and flexible the formidable power Chen Chen can play. He punches towards Paladin's head while secretly concentrating his field energy, moving towards the opponent's lower body. Seeing the Count Dracula appearing in front of him, the Paladin subconsciously drew his sword before raising it, and then only heard a clang. Paladin actually blocked Chen Chen's fist very delicately. Chen Chen's physical strength was even more powerful by the opponent. The long sword in his hand pulled out a sword flower, but moved towards Chen Chen stabbed. The protective field of Chen Chen's body can immediately melt like white snow when facing those white lights. Seeing that the sword was about to pierce Chen Chen's body, but he just took a step back at will, and in the next second, the field energy had completely hit the opponent's crotch. Boom! The paladin's eyes widened suddenly, a daze appeared in his eyes, and a trace of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and he slumped straight to the ground. It seems that although the light on paladin has the power to protect the field, it also needs to be mobilized. Just now, Chen Chen first turned the opponent's attention to the face and used the field to attack the lower body. It was difficult for the opponent to detect up. Looking at the silhouette who was completely limp to the ground, Chen Chen knew that the opponent was dead. This blow was not just as simple as his lower body, but everything in his abdominal cavity. However, just as Chen Chen killed the paladin, a heart-piercing roar came from the right side. Chen Chen remained calm and composed while handling pressing affairs and turned his head, but saw another paladin captain has come not far away, just to see the scene where he killed his companion. Immediately, the paladin bit the tip of his tongue abruptly and spewed a lot of blood on his long sword. Suddenly, a ray of white light protruded from his body, charged towards Chen Chen. Sacrifice. At the same time, Paladin let out a painful and sharp roar. At this time, in Chen Chen's field ability, the imposing manner on the opponent suddenly increased a few grades. A force that Chen Chen needed to treat with caution protruded from the opponent within the body. It was a kind of anger and a violent power, but also a trace of death in it. This guy has inspired his life force and wants to be perished together with himself. Chen Chen immediately understood the other party's thoughts. His mouth curled slightly, and when the other party was about to rush in front of him, suddenly his right foot was a little bit, and the whole person floated backward as if weightless. Vampire Earl, come down and fight me. Seeing Chen Chen running away, the paladin captain became even more angry. He panted while moving towards Chen Chen, but after all he was not an agile professional. Even if he threw forward, he couldn't compare with Chen Chen's speed. However, Chen Chen seemed to be deliberately angering the opponent. He didn't fight but didn't retreat. Instead, he kept circling the castle, silently consuming the power of this paladin captain. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 5 minutes later, this paladin captain has already experienced exhaustion. His face is blue and grey, and his lips are flashed with a strange white. The other party's life force is almost exhausted. Paladin captain saw that he couldn't catch up with Chen Chen. He wanted to retreat to save his strength, but he just felt hesitated, and he felt that there was another strong wind behind him. He quickly turned around and split, but there was nothing. Hacked. Seeing this, Paladin captain knew that Chen Chen wanted to expend his strength, so he had to continue to retreat. And at this time, the white light of his body had begun to turn from strong to weak, and again to exhaustion. Fighting with husband. Courage 2. 1 blast, then decline. and exhaustion. At this time, Chen Chen adopted a style of guerrilla warfare. He did not face the strength of the opponent, but suddenly shot when the power of Paladin Captain in front of him began to fail. The white light on Paladin Captain's body has also become darker and darker. He hasn't escaped far, and suddenly felt a cold in his chest, and a feeling that his chest was stuffed came out. This Paladin Captain looked down blankly, but saw that a hand had penetrated his chest and stretched out of his chest, and the other's hand was still holding a beating heart. "Your protection has disappeared." Behind him, the gloomy voice of the vampire count came, and he was already close at hand. Paladin Captain gave a sorrowful smile. He only felt that the strength of his whole body began to drain from his chest. He wanted to continue to fight with the sword, but that hand seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. Just a swish, his chest was pulled out. Suddenly, a large amount of blood mixed with rotten meat flowed out of the big scar on his chest, and the ground instantly became red. Paladin Captain's eyes flashed a look of unwillingness, but his expression gradually became frozen, and then the whole person threw forward and fell completely to the ground. Paladin Captain, Death. Super USB Chapter 548. Super USB Chapter 548. You can search for "I have a Super USB flash drive" imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. There is another person. After Chen Chen killed Paladin Captain, he immediately remembered that another wizard had fled here, but it was too late to chase after him, and the other party had long since been integrated into the ruins of the city. Looking for it again is like finding a needle in a haystack. However, from the very beginning until now, 6 people have been killed. Among them, only 1 wizard survived in the squad. Another squad also died, a wizard and a rogue. It seems that it should be 14 people survived. Thinking about it, Chen Chen searched the corpses of this group of people and found many bottles and cans. Apart from some potions and some gold coins, there are also some things that Chen Chen can't name. For example, some spices and a weird badge. But after seeing the pattern of this badge, Chen Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This badge is tattooed with a blood-colored rose. Blood is still flowing on the stem, and behind the badge, there is a string of numbers. This is. Chen Chen turned around and looked towards the top of the hall. The badge depicted on it was indeed exactly the same as this badge. In other words, does this badge actually belong to me? Chen Chen looked thoughtful. Then if this string of numbers is correctly guessed, it should be the code for one of the 4 gates. Seeing this, Chen Chen simply packed all of them and put them back in the attic of his castle. If you want to find these props, you must pass the level of Chen Chen first. After doing all this, Chen Chen found that the sky began to light up slightly, and a ray of morning light